We all know who's waiting at the top of Mount Silver. It couldn't be anyone else. The perfect final boss of any video game, Red, awaits us, the player character from Generation 1. His team comprised of the starters of the Kanto region, a Snorlax which he caught on Route 12 or 16, an Eevee that has now evolved through High Friendship and Day to Espeon that he would have got in Celadon City, or perhaps the Lapras that he got from Sylph Co, and then of course his mascot, his chief Pokemon Pikachu, one of the single highest level Pokemon to ever be in battle against. It's unevolved, suggesting that this is the Pikachu from Pokemon Yellow version. This version of Red tells the story of the Generation 1 player, and given that most people who were playing Pokemon Gold, Silver, and Crystal for the first time were playing it as Generation 1's sequel, not part of some big mega franchise that was going to continue year after year, this was a real, incredible treat for the player to finally get up to the top of the mountain and face off against themselves. But in order to get to this point, the player character had to travel all the way from New Bark Town through the Johto and Kanto regions, deal with the evil Team Rocket, who was rising again, take on 16 Pokemon gyms, and finally get permission from Professor Oak to cut through where the Pokemon League stands, and after thwarting off Ursaring, Misdreavus, and even the pre-evolution to the pseudo-legendary Tyranitar, will make their way up to the summit, where they'll find Red. But the real question is, why exactly was Red there? We don't learn an awful lot about him from his mother character in Pallet Town in the post-game, just we know that he is a powerful trainer from a few years prior who took on Team Rocket initially. Red has come down from Mount Silver. Back in the old days, there was a Pokemon theory suggesting that he was a ghost atop Mount Silver, but he can be seen in the Alola region years on, side by side with his rival Blue at the Battle Tree. But no insight is provided there as to what he was doing on Mount Silver, nor is there any in Pokemon Masters, which is the only other game that prominently features Red. So to look into context clues as to what Red's doing here, we might have to look to some other canons. In the 4-part story Pokemon Origins, which is probably my favorite of the Pokemon animated series, we follow the story of Red much as it was in the games. He takes on Team Rocket, gets his gym badges, and of course takes on the primary goal of the game to complete the Pokédex. He encounters the Pokemon Mewtwo in Cerulean Cave, the monstrous creation of Giovanni, and he learns all about it and traits about it from journals found in the Cinnabar Mansion. And at the end of the story, he realizes that there are more Pokemon out there than the 150 he encounters. There must be a 151st Pokemon residing somewhere in the Pokemon world, and that Pokemon is Mew. We see it through the lab window at that time in Pallet Town. Pallet Town is a weirdly special place for Mew. In the Pokemon manga, which also features Red, Mew can be found in the forests around Pallet. In the animated series, when Ash returns from Alola, Mew, once again, can be found in Pallet Town. The location of the Cinnabar Mansion is just south of Pallet Town, of course. And while highly circumstantial, it's very possible that the events of the first Pokemon movie and the faraway island where Mew goes to take on Mewtwo is just off the shore south of Pallet Town. After all, Pallet Town is where Ash is holding up between getting all the gym badges and heading to the Pokemon League. And this connection to Pallet Town has actually come up in a theory before as to why Mew is in the possession of Professor Oak in Pokemon Masters. Pokemon Masters, for those of you who don't know, is a mobile game that really delves in deep to the lore of the Pokemon characters. I actually got to work on a few campaigns a couple of years ago about Pokemon Masters, and it was clear to me that the team had really done their research. There was very deep lore about Oak and Agatha and their relationship, as well as obscure characters like the Gen 2 female player character who only appears in Crystal, Chris, and how she's different from Lyra from Heart Gold, Soul Silver. There's really interesting stuff in there, and of all the things they decided to do, they paired up Oak with Mew. And it is interesting that Professor Oak, who created the digitized Pokédex, knew about Mewtwo. He had learnt about it from possibly his colleague, Professor Fuji. The name of this professor, by the way, matches the mountain which named Mount Silver, so that might become important in a moment. But also, Oak numbered it as Pokemon number 150, meaning he must have known about the existence of Mew, number 151, but not numbered the Pokemon to keep it secret and safe. So was it possible that Oak knew where Mew was, and ultimately he directed Red to go to Mount Silver to seek out Mew, to either complete his Pokédex or maybe to keep Mew hidden away from him? I think this is the case. However, the picture might become clearer if we zoom out and see what Mount Silver represents. It is at the center of a vast mountain range that covers the north side of the Kanto and Johto region, and there are a number of other points that are connected to this. Primarily, this mountain range connects round to Mount Moon and Cerulean Cave. Now, in a deeper Pokemon theory I've done all about what Team Rocket was actually doing in Generation 1, I've already talked about this. Team Rocket were likely in Mount Moon looking for Pokemon fossils, not of Omanyte and Kabuto, which is what they found, but probably of Mew. It's possible that Cerulean Cave was Mew's original home, and that's why Mewtwo is drawn back there after its creation, after destroying the Pokemon Mansion. They were hunting the fossils around Mount Moon, and this is why you have Team Rocket grunts stationed on the Nugget Bridge outside of Cerulean Cave, and, of course, acquiring the TM for Dig from the people of Cerulean, because they were hoping to dig further into the cave from Mount Moon to acquire that Mew fossil. And it seems, of course, very likely that they were successful. This is where Mewtwo returns to at the end of the game, meaning Mewtwo was created, meaning that they must have found the Mew fossil. There must be traces of Mew all across this mountain range. And the part of this mountain range, the closest to Pallet Town, where the most Mew sightings across the Pokemon animated series has been, well, that's Mount Silver. Now, as a little side note to all of this, in the original versions of Pokemon Red and Green, there's actually a team that belongs to Professor Oak. There was supposed to be a final boss there, much as Red is the final boss to Gold and Silver, and that was Oak and his team. But his team only ever consisted of 5 Pokemon. He had one of the starters, the remaining starter that you didn't choose, and a couple of other very powerful Pokemon. But he was missing a Pokemon. There was an empty slot there, which for a final boss seems quite unusual. There's also the caveat that in order to get to the peak of Mount Silver, you also need Professor Oak's permission. You can't travel there without it. I believe that the Mount Silver mountain range, leading all the way up and round to Mount Cerulean, is a special place where Mew roams. And this might have far-reaching implications into Pokemon lore, because the mountain range of Kanto and Johto, if you follow it northward, leads to the Spear Pillar and the Mount Cornet. So, the origin of the Pokemon world, and here we have the ancestor to all Pokemon in Mew. Additionally, I have to wonder about the inclusion of Espeon on Red's team. While the addition of an Eevee that evolves into Espeon likely is a reference to his manga counterpart, who has an Eevee that can evolve into all of the different evolutions until ultimately it settles on Espeon on Red's team, Espeon is in itself the Pokemon between generations 1 and 2 that looks the most like Mew, and in fact shares a lot of traits. They are psychic cats with the same color scheme, and both have connections to unstable DNA that can turn into many different things. It's a side point. And ultimately, of course, in Heart Gold and Soul Silver, it was later replaced with Lapras. I've also pondered the idea that perhaps Red on Mount Silver is, in fact, Mew. You ever wonder why Red can't talk? Okay, that is silly. But still, between Professor Oak's relationship to Mew and Pokemon Masters, the appearances of Mew all across Pallet Town and the Pallet Town area, the connection to Cerulean Cave, which is part of that same mountain range, and the fact that the very mountain, Mount Silver, is named after Fuji, the man who turned Mew's DNA into Mewtwo, suggests to me a connection. As symbolically, this makes sense as well, as Oak had already programmed in Mewtwo, and it was only after Red went up there and did in fact discover Mew that it was added to the Pokedex as number 151, the new species Pokemon. This Pokemon acts as the gateway, the door between the Kanto and Johto regions. And if nothing else, that is exactly what Mount Silver represents. Right, let's start off with the very first time I covered this topic by looking into the Pokedex entries of Onix's evolution, Steelix. Steelix has Pokedex entries talking about how it's somehow harder than Diamond, despite the fact it's Steelix. It's supposed to be made of steel. Steel is not harder than Diamond. In fact, there's not many things that are. So how can it be harder than Diamond? Well, we all know that Onix evolves into Steelix by way of the metal coat mechanically, but maybe in terms of the lore, it is just that, a metal coat, an outer layer. We learn from Onix's Pokedex entry that it lives underground, ingesting mud and dirt and minerals. It's possible that it's picking up metallic minerals that, well, you are what you eat, make their way to the outside, creating a steel shell, and that's what Steelix's exterior is. Steelix's Pokedex entries further mention that it forms underground under intense heat and pressure, so potentially what's happening on the inside of Steelix is that its body is a crystal core that's hardening and becoming more like, well, Diamond. That's how it could be harder than Diamond. It's got a crystal body, or a body of Diamond, and that is what the Crystal Onix is. We further see this in Onix's, or rather Steelix's Mega Evolution, where we see a crystal structure jettisoning out from underneath the core of the Pokemon. it might technically not be Diamond. It might be some kind of special Pokemon crystal. This is, of course, the generation of the Mega Stones, which are their own type of, like, crystal structure. And we see also on Mega Steelix there are, like, these floating bits around it. That might be as the result of magnetism. Have you ever noticed how in, like, the Pokemon Stadium games, for example, Onix and Steelix float? Well, again, it could be because the magnetic metal particles within their body are charged in a way that causes them to levitate. It's the magnetic elements in the Pokemon repelling away from the magnetic field over the Earth. And I still really like this idea that Crystal Onix is just what every Onix looks like underneath the dirt and mud that surround its body. This Onix does not live underground. It lives on a place called Sunburst Island in the Orange Islands. Sunburst suggests some kind of meteoric impact, so there might be something else going on there. And furthermore, this Onix is not weak to water like other Onix are. In fact, it seems to be weak to fire, and given the way that it looks, it's possible that it's not actually made of crystal, but rather made of big bits of ice. If that's the case, then solution number 2 has always been, oh, this is a regional variant. This Onix is a regional variation of Onix, because when I made this theory in the first place, regional evolution didn't exist. Alolan Sandshrew and Alolan Vulpix were introduced the following generation in Pokemon Sun and Moon, and when I first saw them with their ice type, I immediately thought, oh, of course, they're going to do the Crystal Onix, because they did the Alolan Executor, which originally popped up on the jungle artwork, so it looked like there was a want to repurpose some older Pokemon content. And on top of that, just look at the Orange Islands and the Alola region. It's an island-hopping adventure with trials instead of gyms. Ash wins the league in both cases, and of course, when it comes to the Pokemon you meet there are these regional variants, but exclusively of Kanto Pokemon. That's the Orange Islands in game form, so surely they were going to do a Crystal Onix then, right? Right? They did not. I then held my hopes out for the Galar region, because of course that was the next region to introduce regional variation, and once again, no luck. I thought the reason that they didn't do it in Sun and Moon is because any Pokemon that got new forms in Sun and Moon and Ultra Sun and Ultra Moon were not Pokemon that previously had Mega Evolution. It seemed to be the case that they wanted to give new forms to Pokemon that hadn't got new forms when Mega Evolution happened in X, Y, and Oras. But then, come like Sword and Shield, we had Gigantamax Pokemon of Pokemon that previously had Mega Evolution, so now it was an option for Onix, but again, nothing. Legends Arceus rolled around with the Hisuian forms, and there are gem-like structures all across the Hisui region from which we get the stone that we make our Pokeballs from. Perhaps this would be the time for Onix. But again, nothing happened. And this is such a shame, because a regional variant would make sense. It would make sense for the type difference. But then, type changing? Crystal structures? How could it not be? When I first saw the Paldea region, I thought, there's going to be crystal forms of Pokemon. Surely there'll be terrestrial Pokemon and terrestrial forms, and so I was certain we would finally get Crystal Onix canonized, even if it did have a big crown above its head. But that also did not end up happening. So what exactly is the Crystal Onix? Well, allow my lovely girlfriend and fellow Pokemon researcher and Pokemon YouTuber, who, by the way, you should absolutely subscribe to, her link at the top of the description, let Cupperfee explain.
Naturally, when terrestrialization was first announced, everyone's first thought was, crystal forms? Seems kind of familiar. True crystal forms could finally bring the Crystal Onix to life, but upon release, all we got are a bunch of gaudy hats with a texture overlay. But it's looking like the beautiful crystalline Pokemon that we've all dreamed of will just be wishful thinking. There have been exceptions given to 2 Pokemon in the gargantuan masks of terrestrialized Ogerpon and the poster child of the phenomenon, Terapagos. But it's a shame that this treatment wasn't extended to Pokemon like the Onix line. Even without the type change to Ice, it would have been pretty sick to finally get our hands on Crystal Onix after it was revealed over 20 years ago. Although terrestrial forms are seemingly out of the window, Generation 9 has introduced a new type of form that would do the job just as well. This is Blood Moon Ursaluna. You might have heard of him. This is a Pokemon with a form that it gained over prolonged exposure to a new environment, which is a pretty similar story to the Crystal Onix of Sunburst Island. This island houses statues made from glass that are so well sculpted that they look like they could almost come to life. This is taken literally by the rock-type Pokemon Onix that found itself stranded on the island and whose stone body has become glass-like crystal due to the terrestrial energy in the water. This is similar to what happened in the timeless woods of Kitten Carmeet from the terrestrial pool on the mountaintop. This Onix was even known to fluctuate its type in battle as a result. According to more recent reports, however, it seems as though the Crystal Onix may have evolved some time ago. The now sunburst Steelix is a behemoth that few have seen with their own eyes, but one that is worth the search. Every facet of its levitating body is intricately carved crystal, reminiscent of Terapagos' shell, shining with fractals of prismatic light. The diamond-like skin of this creature is somehow even more impenetrable than its typical steel counterparts.
Hey Pokemon Masters, Birdkeeper Toby here, and welcome to the Great Crown Tundra here in the Galar region. I'm just out searching for some old Pokemon rocks and plugging my new merch. Available now using the links below. The secrets of the Pokemon Earth are fascinating, but some are better left not dug up. From ancient temples and ancient ruins, some things are just better left alone. I'm talking, of course, about the Regis.
Route number 134 in the Hoenn region is made up of a complex series of waterways and rapids. A beginning trainer will be pushed all the way from Pacific Town in the east to Slowpoke City in the west. But a master of these waterways will find themselves in a very peculiar dive spot, which will take them to the sealed chamber. Built by people who used to live there, there's hieroglyphs on the wall telling you the story of these people. And as well as that, they've left behind some instructions. Use dig on the wall, have Relicanth and Whale Lord in your party, and caverns across the Hoenn region will open up. With, of course, more really strange tasks for you to do. Use strength, use rock smash, use fly. Stand still and just be patient, and these caverns will open up and reveal to you the resting place of three of the most fearsome Pokemon in the world. I'm talking about Regis, the iceberg Pokemon that has a body that emits a mist of less than minus 300 degrees Fahrenheit. Registeel, which is really strange for an ancient Pokemon because the technology that seems to make it would appear to be futuristic. And Regirock, made of different stones from across the world, it hasn't eroded over the eons. These Pokemon are like immortal beings, but what are they doing locked up here? And what about the two new Regis that have been discovered?
Pokemon Masters, this place is fantastic. There's all sorts of traces of ancient Pokemon in here. Here in the Galar region, there are two newly discovered kinds of Regis, Regieleki and Regidrago. Combine those with the aforementioned Ice, Rock, and Steel, and we have 5. But those 5 are merely pawns. They are the keys that lock away the king, and Regigigas is sitting on his throne.
Regigigas is the creator of the Regis, and according to its Pokedex entries, it is an enduring legend that says that it moved continents with ropes. On top of that, it is known for being the creator of Regis, Regirock, and Registeel. A creator Pokemon to be sure, but also possibly a destroyer. Moving continents is incredibly destructive, and it is perhaps for this very reason that it was sealed away, not just under the seafloor cavern, not just in the Hoenn region, but instead it was locked away, sealed in Snow Point Temple, which is the northmost point of the Sinnoh region, miles away from the warm waters of Hoenn. There, locked away, alone, away from the other Regis, it seems to have reduced in power. In Pokemon Platinum, when you encounter it, it is only level 1, suggesting that its power has diminished and been reduced across the eons, which was maybe the point. Additionally, the Snow Point Temple is an incredibly isolated place. The whole of Snow Point City seems to have been built around it. Why else would there be a town all the way up in this big icy tundra? But it seems to be the case that whoever locked away Regigigas wanted to be certain that the only people that would ever unlock it and reveal its location would be trainers who are worthy and strong enough to tame it.
But here's the thing, Pokemon Masters. The question we have to ask ourselves is who would lock such an incredible creature away? My suspicions is that it would be the people of Pacific Town, a seafaring people, and communities like theirs can be found all over the Pokemon world. The Seafolk village in Alola, or even in the Phione region, there's Summerland, where the Pokemon Rangers live. My suspicion is it is a people like those who know all about the history and lore of the Pokemon world who would be afraid of such a creature. Not only do they live next to the sealed chamber, but they also live next to the Sky Pillar, which means they're possibly related to the Draconids.
These people of Pacific Town are likely related to the Draconids. Lorekeepers of old, they know all of the secrets of the Pokemon world. They seem to be intimately familiar with the goings-on of Infinity Energy, the battles between Groudon and Kyogre, where Rayquaza came from, the origins of the Eon Duo and the Regi Trio, and it would seem to be the case that the people of Pacific Town all do seem to have information about different legendary Pokemon. The Draconids are also responsible for building the Sky Pillar, and it would seem that
structures like this can be found all across the Pokemon world, homing all sorts of different legendary Pokemon. It would seem deep in the jungles of the Phione region there is the Jungle Relic, an ancient temple home to the legendary beasts, found just by a sea village known as Summerland. A place that has very similar architecture to Pacifidog Town. And actually a similar group of people can be found in the Seafolk village in the Alola region. Additionally, there is the Embedded Tower in Johto, a great tower where Groudon, Kyogre and Rayquaza can be found, and sure enough the Draconids have a presence there as well. The Dragon's Den is home to a group of Dragon Masters, the leader of which wears a Rayquaza on their head, suggesting that there might be some connection between this Johto-based Dragon clan and of course the Draconid people who travelled all across the world. Even the Regis ruins of the Crown Tundra have architecture that resembles that of the Embedded Tower and the Relic Stone. Additionally, their presence can be found in the Granite Cave in the Hoenn region. There they've placed a memorial to the beings that once wreaked havoc in the Hoenn region, Groudon and Kyogre. Additionally, the idea that the people of the Seal Chamber, the people of Pacifidog Town and the Seafolk village, and the people who made these ancient ruins, the Draconids, are all related, is combined through the very clues that the people of the Seafolk Cavern left behind. Using Relicanth and Wailord makes sense for a seafaring people. We even see a boat shaped like a Wailord in the Seafolk village. Additionally, the need to access these chambers using Dig, Fly and Strength makes sense for a people who use Flygon and Salamence. Trapinch learns Dig naturally, Salamence can learn Strength via HM, and both can learn Fly. And both Pokemon are famously used by the Draconid people. But if these aboriginal law-keeping people, the Draconids, are really the ones who locked away the Regis, then it's safe to assume they also locked away the master, Regigigas, up at the Snowpoint Temple. The cold waters of Snowpoint are about as far away as you can get from the warm waters of Hoenn, so they locked it away pretty far from the other Regis. And in order to get to the Snowpoint Temple, there's only two ways. Either you go by sea because you're a people familiar with the sea, or you travel through Mount Cornet, which is a place that has a lot of magic and mystery of its own. Below it lie the iceberg ruins of Regis, above it the Spear Pillar where legendary Pokemon are said to be summoned, and through it a dense field of electromagnetism capable of powering up a particular Pokemon that is sort of like a Regi in and of itself, or rather an anti-Regi. But you know what? Who knows? Deep in Granite Cave, where the memorial of the Weather Trio is found, another Pokemon can be found sealed away in stone, not too dissimilarly to the Regis. Only obtainable by using Rock Smash, again, much the same as the Regis here, you can find Nosepass, a sort of mini golem inspired by the Easter Egg Islands. These heads are known as Mawai, and they are deeply tied to Polynesian culture as guardian spirits. The Polynesians inhabited a whole group of islands across the Polynesian Triangle in the ocean. They're an aboriginal people and they traveled a lot, which sounds very similar to what's going on here with the Seafolk people and the Draconids. Guardians of the oceans and traveling and the ancient world, Nosepass is the perfect coming together of this. Its Pokedex entry reads that its magnetic nose constantly faces north. Travelers check Nosepass to get their bearings. This makes Nosepass the perfect Pokemon for a sea-traveling people. And with a little help, I've been rummaging around in some files of a Ruin Maniac, and we found this.
Nosepass is a Pokemon that appears to have deep ties to infinity energy. In Hoenn, it is found at Granite Cave, where Champion Steven was searching for information about the Mega Evolution and Primal Reversion phenomenon. Maybe the answers that Steven was looking for were left in the cave engraved by the Draconids, a group of people who are also masters of this kind of energy. Traveling around the world, they would have lots of uses for Nosepass. This Pokemon could guide them as they traveled by sea to places like Akala Island, using its magnetic nose as reference, and sea travel is ingrained to Nosepass's design. They are modeled after the Moai from the Eastern Island, made by people from Polynesia who reached this place during a major sea migration that saw them reach places like Madagascar, New Zealand, and Hawaii. Nosepass can also be found around the Regi ruins of Unova, as well as on Route 10 of Kalos, which also has deep connections to infinity energy. It would seem that infinity energy, the sea travelers of the Pokemon world, the Draconids, and the Regis are all somehow connected. But what is the story here?
Well, if you ask me, the clue is in Nosepass's nose and in its Pokedex entry. The nose always points north, but what is in north? Sure, the North Pole, it's good for navigating and traveling, especially if you're a seafaring people, But also in the north of the Pokemon world is the Sinnoh region. We know already that it's north of Johto, Kanto, and Sinnoh, and at the northmost point, Snow Point Temple. So Nosepass could be used as a way of finding the temple and being aware of where the danger is. And given that it's locked away behind Rock Smash, like many of the temples are locked away behind HM moves, are we suggesting here that Nosepass is created? And if so, is that what it's for?
When we look to the other golems of the Pokemon world, and no, I don't mean golem here, we see Claydol, Golurk, and Stonjourner. Both Claydol and Golurk are brought to life by a special kind of energy, and Stonjourner's origins seem to be a complete mystery as well. Though deeply connected to runic monoliths in the Galar region, they were likely made by people, again, and brought to life through special manipulation of energy. And while not all rock Pokemon are formed this way, Nosepass, based on its facial structure and the magnetic qualities, are very clearly carved and shaped. They would seem to have been created. In this respect, Nosepass would seem to be a guardian of this tribe that was perhaps using Infinity Energy, which is an energy that the Draconids were very familiar with, to bring Pokemon to life. But not only that, it ties in with the Regis, being found in many of the areas and caves where you can find Regis across the Pokemon world. Even in Pokemon Generations, we see Probopass outside Snow Point Temple, aiming to stop intruders from coming in. Its Pokedex entry claims that it exudes strong magnetism from all over its body. It controls 3 small units called Mini Noses. Mini Nose Nodes. That seems very similar to Regigigas and its 3 initial children. Probopass is the ancient Regi, with its 3 noses being its 3 mini Regis. Given that and its connection to Snow Point Temple here in Pokemon Generations, it might be safe to assume that these Pokemon are somehow related. It would seem to be the case that inspired by the creation of Regigigas, Nosepass and Probopass are there to act as guardians to trainers who would seek it out or try to stop its reawakening.
Isn't it amazing? The idea of an ancient civilization saving the future of the world by locking away Regigigas behind HM walls and ancient caverns and leaving Nosepass as protectors. Except there's no Nosepass in the Galar region, there's certainly none here in the Crown Tundra, and if there's no Nosepass to protect the Regi temples, then surely the Regis are closer to waking up. And I think I know what's happening here.
Here is the big problem though. The Pokemon Metang is highly attracted to the electromagnetism that Nosepass produces. According to its Pokedex entry, it will pursue Nosepass at speeds exceeding 40 miles per hour. Talk about a rock smash. It's interesting to state that there's this relationship between predator and prey between Metang and Nosepass, given that they don't actually live in the same locations at all. Yet, this Pokedex entry needed to have come from somewhere. You can of course find Beldum in the Hoenn region, but there's only the one given to you by Stephen Stone. It doesn't seem to be naturally forming on the Earth. In fact, even in the Alola region, where Nosepass appears on one island, Beldum will appear on Mount Hukalani, on an entirely different island, perhaps too far away to detect the electromagnetism that Nosepass gives out. Beldum, Metang, and Metagross can also be found in the Giant Chasm, but thankfully for Nosepass, it lives inside caves instead of outdoors where the Metang live. And the only other place that you can find these Pokemon in the wild are of course in the Crown Tundra, and there, Nosepass cannot be found. Like I say, this Pokedex entry had to have come from somewhere. Where was it that people witnessed Metang approaching Nosepass at speeds of 40 miles an hour? Perhaps there were Nosepass in the Crown Tundra, but now they're nothing but pebbles.
It's amazing that the Draconids put so many things in place to protect the world from the Regis, hiding them in temples all across the Pokemon world behind HM walls and leaving Nosepass behind to protect people. But Nosepass is gone here in the Galar region, which means the Regi temples are unprotected, and they might be about to wake up. So hi, Pokemon Masters. Hey, Pokemon Masters, Berkey Toby here. Sitting next to me is a Stantler here in Nara Park, or as you might know it, Violet City. I just beat the gym leader, Falconer, who's a bird keeper like me, and after beating him, I got a call from Professor Elm. See, Mr. Pokemon had this mysterious discovery, a Pokemon egg that was left for a trainer like me. I believe Mr. Pokemon got this egg from the Kimono Girls, but what were they doing with it? And what's the mystery behind Togepi in Johto?
Now, this theory was created by the incredible Ruin Maniac Files, who's actually editing this very video, and I'm just transcribing it for you here. It is one of my favorite and definitely one of the least talked about theories in the whole of the Pokemon world. But before we talk about Togepi, we have to talk about those kimono girls. The kimono girls, of course, appear in Ecruteak City in Johto. They are kimono dancers, and through dance and songs, they pray and commune with Ho-oh. They are worshippers of Ho-oh and descendants of the people who created the ruins of Alph. This ties them not only to the Johto region, but also to the Tanboy ruins in the Sevi Islands, but also to the Solaceon ruins in the north in ancient Hisui. It's possible that they are connected to the Draconid people and the Diamond and Pearl clans that traveled north, as well as the Celestica people that traveled north before them. They are guardians of history, but what makes them really interesting is that they are actually sisters. They're all related. They're Bill's sisters, the creator of the Pokemon PC system. He gives you an Eevee, and they are all evolution specialists. Almost every evolution is represented, apart from Glaceon, Leafeon, and Sylveon. But they don't all live in Ecruteak City. Valerie lives in the Kalos region, despite the fact that we know that she came from Johto. A dialogue in Pokemon Masters suggests that she's not a true kimono girl, but perhaps at least spiritually she is the Sylveon user. Erica, according to the Pokemon manga, is the daughter of the head of Sylph Co, another industry with ties to infinity energy and the life force of Pokemon, and she may well be the kimono-wearing girl who is the Leafeon specialist. Leafeon can be seen on her team at certain times, and in the manga, she has a connection with an Eevee. What's interesting to note is that when it comes to the kimono girls of Ecruteak, their father worked on the Sea Marvel project, which has its ties to the Devon Corporation. In Pokemon Omega Ruby or Alpha Sapphire, when obtaining the Clear or Tidal Bell, Captain Stern will mention that someone came over from the Johto region, a young lad who worked under him, whose family had this bell, and that they passed down a special form of dance. And this was when working on the Sea Marvel project, a project designated to using the life force of Pokemon inside the form of infinity energy. I actually found such a mythical bell while exploring the Pokemon world myself, and I also found out more about infinity energy when exploring the ruins of Alph. Pokemon Masters, behind me is the ruins of Alph, now a popular tourist site for people passing through, but a long time ago, a special place of worship to a Pokemon that is unknown to us. There are also depictions of ancient fossil Pokemon and even the legendary Pokemon Ho-oh. But who exactly worshipped Ho-oh? What was it all about? I know this is a little bit of a sidetrack from Togepi and the missing kimono girl, and I promise we will get back to them. First, we need to talk about this, the ruins of Alph and the Sinjoh ruins, built to the north of Johto as a merging of the cultures of the people of Sinnoh and Johto. This is why the architecture of this place in many ways matches that of old Hisui and the Spear Pillar, but also we can see the worn down Rhydon statues which are found in the ruins of Alph. But if the Sinjoh ruin event is all about Arceus, then what's that got to do with the ruins of Alph and the depiction we see there of Ho-oh? Well, everything. Because Arceus in this event, that you can only access via going to the ruins of Alph with your Arceus, uses the power of a Pokemon called the Unknown. The Unknown, normally weak by themselves, come in a plentiful amount, and they use their powers together to manipulate life energy. There they create eggs of the creation trio, Dialga, Palkia, and Giratina at level 1. The ruins of Alph then, with their depiction of Ho-oh and fossil ancient Pokemon, might be telling the story of Ho-oh's ability to revive long-lost Pokemon? But we know from Johtonian legend that Ho-oh did resurrect 3 lost Pokemon lost in the tower that burnt down. They became Raikou, Entei, and Suicune, and no, I'm just gonna say it here, I think they probably didn't look like their Paradox forms before they were resurrected. But according to its Pokedex, Ho-oh doesn't actually have this power by itself. What seems more likely is that when this tragedy occurred, the people of Ecruteak City of that age, likely the kimono girls that were existing in the city then, borrowed the power of Ho-oh, or rather they worshipped Ho-oh, and Ho-oh borrowed the power of the Unknown, using their creation power to bring life to Raikou, Entei, and Suicune. This idea is further explored in Pokemon Crystal. There's a specific line of dialogue from a sage that suggests a particular connection to Suicune. It is the Unknown that are a life-giver Pokemon. In the 3rd movie, they're even depicted as a legendary Pokemon in a book full of Pokemon legends. Again, not too dissimilar to the Scarlet and Violet book, though again, I truly believe believe that the Raikou and Entei and Suicune that perished in the tower did not look like the Raikou and Suicune paradox forms that we know about, and the Entei that I'm sure will be joining soon. Still, it seems that the Unknown have an incredible godly power, and there are certain Pokemon like Arceus and Ho-Oh that can tap into this power, and by worshipping to these Pokemon, the Kimono Girls of old were able to help the 3 Pokemon that perished in the tower, perhaps their own Vaporeon, Flareon, and Jolteon, and they brought about Suicune, Entei, and Raikou. Before I move on and finally get to Togepi, I do have one last thought about the Unknown, admittedly unrelated to this theory. Okay, Pokemon Masters, so I'm walking around the ruins, I'm checking out the cool excavations that they've got going on here, and I've been thinking about the Pokemon Wobbuffet. Wobbuffet is a Pokemon that biologically isn't like other Pokemon. It's not a mammal or a reptile or a fish. Its biology is said to be that of singularly the tail. The tail that before it was Wobbuffet was, of course, Wynut, the black shape with one eye. I'm wondering if perhaps Wobbuffet's closest living relative is its closest relative in the Pokedex order. I wonder if it's related to the Unknown. Yes, you see, Wobbuffet is Pokemon number 202 in the Pokedex, right next to 201, the Unknown. When you look to Wobbuffet's tail, it alone doesn't look that much like an Unknown, but when you look at its pre-evolution Wynut, it looks, well, a lot more recognizable. Wobbuffet's Pokedex entry talks about how it desperately tries to keep its black tail hidden. This behavior is said to be proof that its tail hides a secret. It is a defensive Pokemon, its body taking hits, because, again, the tail is the real Pokemon. It can take the hits because the rest of the body of Wobbuffet does exactly what it's designed to do, be a defense mechanism for the tail. Wynut, according to its Pokedex entries, huddle together. They're very communal, much like the Unknown. It seems likely that the Unknown took this form to further explore the Johto region and the rest of the Pokemon world. It's a mysterious Pokemon, and when it comes to Wynut, it can only really be found in the wild on Mirage Island, Mirage Island, and that's not too dissimilar to the other baby Pokemon that is a bit of a mystery that we're finally going to get to, that being Togepi. But before I can get onto that, I should finally reveal to you who the missing evolution Glaceon user is when it comes to the Kimono Girls. Knowing who she is will make Togepi's role in all of this a lot clearer. But the Kimono Girls are traditionalists, and they strive for joy and peace between people and Pokemon. They're not looking to use technology for evil or humanistic gains. So we still have a missing user here, Glaceon, and I previously mentioned that perhaps it was Bryson of the Unova region, but Bruin Maniac makes a much better and more compelling argument. Cynthia is the Glaceon user. She uses Glaceon on her team in Pokemon Black and White and Black and White 2, and she is from an ancient law-keeping clan, those found in Celestic Village. In the Sinnoh Ruins event, she tells you about the Kimono people's ability to dance and sing to commune with godly Pokemon. The Sinnoh Ruins created as a merger of the people of Sinnoh and the people of Johto. Additionally, she uses a number of Pokemon that are very important to the lore of the Pokemon world. Lucario can sense great aura, a tie to the life force of Pokemon. Spiritomb was literally made out of angry spirits of Pokemon being bound to an odd keystone. This happened at the Sea Marvel. And then she has Togekiss, a very rare and unique Pokemon, the evolution of Togepi. Togepi is found very rarely in the Pokemon world. According to its Pokedex entries, it and its evolutionary line only like to appear in times of great peace. It's actually quite peculiar that Volo has one in Legends Arceus, though that might be a whole other thing. And Togepi are mysterious. Perhaps they're an ancient Pokemon. They can learn ancient power in their evolution line after all, and Ash finds the Togepi egg in the animated series at part of a fossil excavation site. We know Togepi can open portals to Mirage worlds where Togepi live together, and I've already done a Pokemon epic talking about exactly how Togepi might be related to Latias and Latios, further tying it to the dragon clans of the Pokemon world. But Cynthia just has a Togepi egg, as did Mr. Pokemon in Johto. Cynthia will give you this Pokemon egg, and Mr. Pokemon gives it to you, well, gives it to Professor Elm, who gives it to you, but he got it from the Kimono Girls. And sure enough, there's another NPC in the Savvy Islands near to the Tanboy Ruins who will give you a Togepi egg. Probably again, Mr. Pokemon who got the egg from the Kimono Girls. So what's the connection between the Kimono Girls and Togepi? Well, in the Sinnoh region, where Cynthia lives, her home, it's Celestic Town. And at the center of Celestic Town, there is a shrine that looks a lot like the shrine of Ilex Forest. This is a shrine to Celebi, and if you take the GS ball here in Pokemon Crystal version on the Virtual Console, Celebi will appear. Celebi is the final legend of Johto, and so far every legendary Pokemon in the Johto region has in some way had its connection to the Komodo girls, be it the legendary beasts Lugia or Ho-Oh. Celebi is no exception. And it too has Pokedex entries talking about how it likes to appear in peaceful times, much like the Togepi evolution line. But it also has another interesting Pokedex entry. In Silver version it says that when Celebi disappears deep in a forest, it is said to leave behind an egg that it brought from the future. So maybe Togepi eggs aren't from the ancient past at all, but instead are from a more peaceful time, far in the future. Symbols of optimism for the lore keepers and kimono girls of the modern age, that one day things will get better, as long as Celebi keeps bringing these eggs from the future and we give them to trainers who have good intent. Again, I have no idea why Volo has one of these Pokemon. In Pokemon Gold, Silver, Crystal, Heart Gold, and Soul Silver, there's a very important piece of dialogue given to you by the Radio Tower Director when you save him from Team Rocket. He brings to you, depending on the version of the game, the Silver, Rainbow Wing, or the Clear Bell. These are the summoning items for Ho-Oh, Lugia, and of course Suicune. He mentions that this item was found in the Radio Tower back when it was just a dusty old tower, a different tower that used to stand there, ultimately destroyed and replaced with the Radio Tower of today. It's clear then what he's referring to is an old roosting spot for Ho-Oh and Lugia that lived on the Goldenrod coast. Now, given the name Goldenrod, this might suggest a connection to Ho-Oh. Ho-Oh being a golden sun deity. This would make sense as well because the ruins of Alpha nearby that depict Ho-Oh, but I don't think so. First of all, this coast lines up with the Whirl Islands, and I think would be better for a home for Lugia. But also, the sun rises in the east and sets in the west. It would make more sense if Ho-Oh used to roost on a tower to the east of the region. And sure enough, in the east of the region, away from Ecruteak City, is Violet City, where another tower stands. The Sprout Tower. Now you might think, but hang on, they built this tower to Bellsprout, but that's not actually true. They simply observed Bellsprout's structure and the way that it moves its body, and decided that this would be a good structure to base a tall tower around. I like this especially because the gym leader is a bird keeper like myself, so having a Ho-Oh as your patron deity would make a lot of sense. Still, there might be other options here. For the Tin and Brass Towers were created 700 years ago. The Radio Tower replaced whatever came before it, probably within the lifetime of the player characters much more recently, suggesting that other towers may have coexisted alongside the two from Ecruteak. We know that 500 years ago, the guardian deities of Alola fought against Solgaleo and Lunala. There are library entries in Marley City that talk about as well kings of the islands, which have been replaced, of course, in modern day with kahunas. Marley City is an interesting city. Nearby and here we learn that people of Kanto and Johto came over on the backs of their Pokemon to create the city, and Johtonian culture can be seen all over the Alola region, including in the Marley City Garden, where a 5-tiered tower stands in the corner, replicating that we see in Ecruteak. So perhaps this golden tower is the kind of tower that used to exist in Johto. Maybe this is what the Tower of Goldenrod looked like before it was torn down and replaced with the Radio Tower, the Golden Tower, which again would indicate more towards Ho-Oh than Lugia. There are other towers in the Pokemon world. The Tower of Darkness and Waters appear in the Isle of Armor, likely built and constructed based on those yet again seen in the Johto region. There's a whole theory about how Kubfu came from Sinnoh and Johto after training in the mountains that exist between those two regions. This is why Urshifu has Single and Rapid Strike, mimicking the battle styles of old Hisui. I do wonder, however, if the other Tower of Johto was actually in the Kanto region after all. At first, that might seem odd to you, except we know that while Ho-Oh is the leader of the legendary beasts, Lugia is the master of the legendary birds, and this is not just anime exclusive. While we see this in the movie 2000, in Azure Bay in the Kalos region there is the Sea Spirit's Den. The Sea Spirit is referring to Lugia, and this is where you'll find Moltres, Zapdos, and Articuno. In most games where Lugia and Ho-Oh appear, the beasts appear alongside Ho-Oh and the birds will appear alongside Lugia. In the Crown Tundra there are the Galarian forms of Moltres, Zapdos, and Articuno, set on the Pokemon website to only migrate to the Galar region, suggesting they're from somewhere else. Uno, dos, tres in the name could suggest a connection to Paldea, but we don't have a huge amount of evidence for that. Still, it seems that Lugia has some connection here to the Crown Tundra, for the Sea Spirit's den in Kalos is actually in the Pokemon world equivalent of the English Channel, the space between France and England, or in this case, the Crown Tundra and the Kalos region. It's called the Sea Spirit's Den, reflective of perhaps the nearby Max Raid dens. This is where Lugia definitely once was. But we know that legendary Pokemon can roam and travel the Earth, none more so than the legendary birds that can fly anywhere they like, pretty unrestricted. Ho-Oh and Lugia, though, do have a roosting spot between Kanto and Johto, that on Naval Rock in the Sevi Islands, where they can both settle down. I do wonder, though, if Ho-Oh is more connected with the Kanto region, actually even more so than Lugia. Perhaps after acquiring the legendary beasts, the legendary birds were given to Lugia to look after. This is because not only do we see Ho-Oh flying across Kanto several times in the animated series, but if we are assuming that the Tower of Goldenrod in the west was Lugia's tower by the sea, then there was one on the same landmass in the far east. That would be Ho-Oh's, the place of the rising sun. And sure enough, in the east of Kanto, there is actually a tower, but it's not one of the more traditional towers that you might think. It's the Pokemon Tower. And the Pokemon Tower is a very special place, where spirits appear not as they should, not as ghost Pokemon do anywhere else across the Pokemon world. There's a healing circle set down in the middle of the building, and Ho-Oh itself represents a phoenix, a Pokemon that rises from the dead. So I wonder if this tower was originally built as a tower to Ho-Oh before Kanto and Johto separated, now only reunified by the presence of a modern-day Pokemon League between the two, the Indigo Plateau. If this is the case, then it's interesting to note that in the time of Gold, Silver, Crystal, Heart Gold, and Soul Silver, the Pokemon Tower of Lavender Town is actually gone, replaced with, well, you guessed it, the Radio Tower. The Radio Towers are Kanto and Johto, one in the far east and one in the far west. There's all sorts of odd stuff to do with radio signals. Radio signals in Heart Gold and Soul Silver allow for the control and rampaging of Gyarados, and that's actually what forces the Magikarp to evolve early into Gyarados, creating the red Gyarados. Team Rocket want to use radio waves to summon back Giovanni, but the radio director says that actually just in them having access to the radio tower, people and Pokemon all across the land are in danger, suggesting that the radio director knows something that Team Rocket doesn't. We know that radio frequencies can tune into the sound of the unknown and the ruins of Alph. Perhaps the people working at these stations know something about the Pokemon world very deep. And in fact, the people who work at these stations is actually Sylph Co. Sylph Co, of course, have their hands in all sorts of Pokemon conspiracies and made the modern world version of the Pokeball that Kanto and Johto use, but they also have other technologies, like the Sylph Scope, which they were likely using to scope out the Pokemon Tower before taking over and turning it into the Radio Tower, but also the Pokegear has the Sylph Scope label slapped on top of it. The Pokegear is the very thing you use to tune into the radio. So it seems it's them, after all, that own these two radio towers. Perhaps they use the radio signals to manipulate the legendary birds to leave or come to the region, or perhaps they're trying to do something to do with the unknown, which we know are connected to Ho-Oh, as we see the mural of Ho-Oh in the ruins of Alph. Still, this is all dependent on the basis that Kanto and Johto were once one region, though I think that's probably pretty likely. Nonetheless, I find it absolutely fascinating that this one line of dialogue from the Johto games by the radio director sheds so much light and history on the world of the Johto region. For before there were the two towers of Ekritik over 700 years ago, there were towers elsewhere in the region. Heck, maybe there was one up at the Lake of Rage before the Lake of Rage village got destroyed, but that is a whole other Pokemon theory. But now I want to put into it more detail than I ever have before, because there is a lot of convincing evidence for it, and that is the Arceus Theory. So we're going to start off, as all good research projects do, with our good friend over here, Wikipedia. And if you search the word Arceus, it's spelt a little differently, but you recognize that as the name of the Pokemon, right? Arceus. Well, it's where Arceus gets its name, as well as obviously being Arc from Archangel, and Ceus, I guess, comes from here. It's a term in alchemy, and the Arceus is made up of four main, what you would call ethers. And the words that Wikipedia suggest, the ethers that make up this Arceus, are chemical, life, light, and reflective. And those of you who've been following the channel for a while will know that I believe these to refer to different Pokemon, different legendary Pokemon that we've got over the last couple of generations. So let's start with what we know about the kind of creation mythos of Pokemon. We know that at the very top of it all, we have Arceus. the creator god Pokemon. We also know that there are some adjacent Pokemon. We've got Dialga, Master of Time, Palkia, Master of Space, and obviously you can kind of see here I've got some other assets relating to different things. So Arceus in its current form, as a Pokemon, as this kind of white equine creature bound by a golden ring encrusted in jade. There's a bunch of symbolism going on here already. Jade is, within Japanese mythology, it's a gemstone that represents divine creation. So there is something divine about the creation even of Arceus. And Arceus in Pokemon Legends Arceus, there is a point where it mentions that it's taken this form. This is a form that it has chosen to take. I think that the thing around it, the golden band, is a godly restraint that allows it to take the form of Pokemon and exist within the reality of the Pokemon world. Without that, it is just this golden light, this formless thing that at the very beginning of Legends Arceus says, I am the one that you humans call Arceus. And we know this is a restraint because in the anime, we see that Dialga and Palkia, when they wear the red chain, it takes the form of this around them, binding them. Type Null, a Pokemon designed to look like Arceus, is bound by a similar kind of ring. And of course, Palkia and Dialga, in their origin forms, as we now know them to be, also are bound with these kind of rings that are stopping them from achieving some form of godliness, some form of beyondness. Giratina then just represents the kind of opposite of creation. It's part of the creation trio, but it's the kind of anti-reality, anti-meta thing. We also know that Arceus is not in its complete form because it separated itself into parts. There are the Arceus plates that exist across the Pokemon world, each infused with the energy of slain giants and different energy types. So, what about this Arceus concept, the 4 Pokemon? And you can see here the tip of a Kyurem's wing. Is Kyurem one of these? No. Kyurem represents simply draconic energy. It is part, of course, of the original dragon, and this image here shouldn't even really be Kyurem. It should be the original dragon, but we don't know what that looks like yet. Dragon is important. You can see that, of course, all 3 of these little sort of minor creations of Arceus, minor creations, time and space, it's only a little bit, represent their dragon-type Pokemon. Why? Why dragon? Why is dragon the unifier behind between these kind of cosmological beings? And if you've ever watched a Loxin video, you know that dragon is the most sort of significant, it's the most special of the types of Pokemon that exist. And all 4 Pokemon that in my mind represent life, light, chemical, and reflective are all dragon-type Pokemon. Zygarde from Pokemon X and Y, Necrozma from Pokemon Sun and Moon, Eternatus from Pokemon Sword and Shield, and Terapagos from Pokemon, whatever the latest ones are, Scarlet and Violet. Right, you might think, hang on, this last one's not a dragon type. It's every type. Terapagos represents every single type. It's got some dragon in there, and that's fine for me. You might go through and be like, wait, hang on. Okay, life. Zygarde is the master of the life-death trio. That makes sense, because Xerneas and Yveltal, life energy. Light, obviously, with Necrozma. Reflective, yeah, I can see that with Terapagos, because of the reflective crystals that are a huge part of its being. Everything is reflective. But chemical for Eternatus? Well, Eternatus is also part poison type. Why? I actually don't know. Maybe Loxton did a video on that at some point, but I really don't know why Eternatus is poison and how chemical might tie into that. Maybe you might just think, no, look, there's too many weak links here. And here's what I'm going to say, is as I go through this and point out the bits of evidence that kind of connect these 4 Pokemon, with each and every single one, there is a weaker strand somewhere in there. But there's so many similarities, I think it's somewhat intentional. For example, do you know all these Pokemon have ties to space? This is the Anastar City Sundial, which is a meteorite that came from space. Here we go. Let me make sure I've got it on screen. This is the 10-carat hill in the Alola region where you find Necrozma in Sun and Moon, a crash site for Necrozma. Necrozma's Pokedex entry talks about how it fell down to Earth. Kyurem is the same. It talks about how it came from space. There's the giant chasm. There's the Dynamax Max Raid lair, where there's said to be a giant meteorite in the middle, exuding the energy that kind of gives power to these Pokemon, turning them into Dynamax. And then, of course, there's Area Zero. You might think, yeah, but hang on, is Zygarde related to this? Well, again, Zygarde's key energy is that of life and death. And when it opens its maw, by the way, when you see inside its kind of carapace, there are these gemstones that are, I think, white, blue, red, orange, and purple. And they represent life energy generally, which is, I guess, Mega Evolution, and then Xerneas, Yveltal, Solgaleo, and Lunala. Again, it's interesting to note that Zygarde did not get a Pokemon Z version. X and Y just happened and there was no follow-up. Its story was kind of awkwardly crammed into Pokemon Sun and Moon, and I think the cancellation, I think it's pretty good evidence to suggest there was a Pokemon Z game in development. I think the cancellation of that game kind of meant that we didn't get all of Zygarde's story there. Perhaps it's somehow reflected in Guzzlord, which has definitely come from space and is an alternate dimension version of Zygarde. I've talked about that in other videos. If you look at their designs, they're both, giant dragon Pokemon that are found in the same locations, areas that look the same. Doesn't matter, not important right now. You'll notice that all of these Pokemon are not in their complete forms. All of these Pokemon, when you first encounter them, are, it's a 50% Zygarde. Solgaleo and Lunala are without Necrozma. It's only when they're combined together they become the Ultra Necrozma. Only once all of Zygarde cells are together it becomes perfect Zygarde. It'll only be when Reshiram, Zekrom, and Kyurem are combined we'll get the original dragon. We've not seen that yet. We've only seen them half combined with Black Kyurem and White Kyurem. Eternatus, only once it's sort of reabsorbed all of the Eternamax, Gigantamax energy out there, does it become the Eternamax Eternatus. And Terrapagos, only once it terastallizes as the Stellar type, does it become the Stellar Terrapagos. So all of these Pokemon, that is a shared trait amongst them, which is just particularly interesting. And of course for Dialga and Palkia, they're a little bit different. They just need their kind of adamant and lustrous orbs, but they need them like a certain size of that orb, because I think the old orbs from Diamond and Pearl don't work. It's only the sort of newer ones, which I think are called spheres, which are much larger, that allow for that kind of transformation. Each one of them, their body has been split into stone that empowers a particular kind of transformation. Again, Zygarde, you might be like, hang on, how is its body split into stone? Well, Zygarde's interesting because it represents the Earth, it represents the order of Earth, and Earth is a celestial body as much as anything else. But Mega Evolution, of course, it takes the form of crystallized stones that, channel the life energy that Zygarde is the master of, and I think in the anime specifically, the Anastar City Sundial is the megalith, which specifically has like additional ties to Zygarde that we didn't get in the games. Again, maybe because we didn't get Pokemon Z. Obviously we see in, I'm keeping it all off camera here. We see the Z crystals, which come from Eternatus's body. Not Eternatus, there's a lot of Pokemon here. Necrozma's body, and also its body itself is made up of these kind of golden accents that bind together the light. The black and white stone are representative of the stones of Zekrom and Reshiram. That's less important because Kyurem is only really here to represent the dragon energy that the others come from. Eternatus's body is split up into wishing stars, and the combination of that with the Dynaban mean that humans can Dynamax and Gigantamax, and then the Terra Orbs, and then of course the Terra Crowns have the little face of Terrapagos in them. We know that that's the face of Terrapagos because Stellar type Pokemon, when they terastallize, have a whole Terrapagos on their head, implying the idea that Terrapagos, from where it lays in Area 0, can see everything else going on in the Pokemon world. Perhaps the Terra Crowns take the forms they do based on what Terrapagos has witnessed, which is why Steel type is a giant axe and the Ground type is a giant Colosseum-y, stadium-y place. Okay, so these phenomenons. We've got Mega Evolution, which changes the shape of the Pokemon and powers it up. Z moves, which amplify the power of the Pokemon, and Totem Pokemon, which are the size of the Pokemon. So we've got changing shape and power. It's separated in this case. Again, no two are the same. I've put Regidrago here. This is not... It's just Dragon Energy. But we know Dragon Energy was once a crystallized thing because Regidrago has a Pokédex entry talking about how it was once crystallized Dragon Energy. We have Gigantamax Pokemon, which of course changes the shape and power of the Pokemon and size. All terrestrial Pokemon change their shape and change their form by wearing crowns, but in particular with Ogerpon, you even have like additional forms. So it definitely has the capacity for that. This is a little bonus one I've never thought about before today. Thought about this while I was on the toilet thinking, I wonder if there's anything else for this theory. Carbink? Carbink? What about Carbink? Well, Carbink is a Pokemon that we know that Diancie looks like the Anastar City Sundial. It's the same shape. It's also the only Kalos Pokemon that can achieve Mega Evolution. You can find it in Reflection Cave around where the ultimate weapon is, and it's just this little one-stage, floaty, spherical Pokemon that's somehow related to the phenomena of the region. Mini or two. It represents in all its different colors the refraction of light, and in its shiny looks a lot like the colors of Necrozma. For, of course, the latest generation, we have Glimmora. So, and we know that Glimmora's got ties to Area 0 and to possibly the Terrestrial tree down below. What about, hang on, is this another weak link? Yeah, it is. It's a slightly weaker link, which is Stonjourner. Wasn't sure about this one. Was also thinking about Toxel, a Pokemon that has a very special relationship to the Galar region, and like there's depictions of giant toxicity and would tie into that chemical element more, but we don't really know about that. Stonjourner is bigger than the others. That might tie into the fact that it's the region of Dynamax and Gigantamax energy, but in fact even Kyurem has one of these. Cragganol, which in the movie we see working alongside Kyurem. We know Cragganol's important. In the Crown Tundra, in order to unlock Regieleki or Regidrago's chamber, you have to actually, oh no, maybe it's just Regices, I suppose. You have to have a Cragganol. Cragganol, all of these Pokemon, other than, again, weak link on Stonjourner, maybe there's a better candidate that I haven't thought about. Like maybe Meltan even? I just don't know. You'd have to let me know. You'll have to continue theorizing without me when I'm gone. And I mentioned trees earlier. Each of them has a tree associated. So we have the Hoenn tree that AZ planted that has grown, and AZ's Floette's flower can be seen. You can barely see it here, but it can be seen right here in the bottom corner, AZ's Floette's flower. This tree is outside the Cave of Origin, where this energy is particularly strong. However, maybe a tree is the wrong thing. Maybe we should just be looking at the ultimate weapon itself, which takes the form of a giant crystal plant. The battle tree, which is a ginormous totem-sized tree. I say totem-sized. The idea is it's just become bigger in the same kind of way. Tree that where battles take place. I haven't got anything for Kyurem, and again, that's fine because Kyurem is different. We've got the Dyna tree, and actually in the very back of the Crown Tundra, right up the top of the Crown Tundra where Calyrex is, there's another tree. So what's the special symbolism here? We're not sure. We don't know anything about this tree down in the bottom of Area 0 yet, but each one has a special significant tree. And again, that's just really interesting to me. So this is kind of the bottom here, and you'll notice before I get into Gen 3 and 2 that there was a special tree in Legends Arceus in which Kleavor was at the front of, and Kleavor is here fueled by the power of Arceus directly, a light energy that makes it become bigger and stronger, these noble Pokemon. So you can see how all of these phenomenons tie back to Arceus in that way as well. And I just think that's super duper interesting. We've got generations 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, and 9 covered. What about 1, 2, 3? Well, isn't that the question? 3, I mean, we've seen in Oras Rayquaza, and maybe Rayquaza is tied into this somehow in a way that I don't quite understand. And there certainly is some symbolism going on that I don't understand. I'll get to that in a little bit in a little moment. But we do have gemstones, associated with that in the red and blue orb. So I don't quite know how it ties into this, because it's not like Rayquaza is the master of its own phenomenon. They're just kind of weather deities. But again, maybe something I'm missing here. And the other one, Gen 2, Gen 2 we have the least idea about. Could be to do with Lugia, could be to do with Ho-oh, could be to do with Celebi. I suspect if we see a Legends Johto game or a remake game in the future, this will get answered, because you'll have noticed that while Groudon and Kyogre have their origin forms, and the Algra and Palkia have their origin forms, or sorry, primal forms for Groudon and Kyogre, and Kyurem has 2 different forms for Zekrom and Reshiram, and Solgaleo and Lunala have fusion forms with Kyurem, and Zacian and Zamazenta have active and inactive forms, and Groudon and Rhydon have loads of different forms depending on how many sandwiches they've eaten, and again, weak link with Kalos here, surprise, surprise. Xerneas and Yveltal have an active and then inactive form when Xerneas is sleeping as a tree, and when Yveltal is the cocoon of destruction. The only box legendaries that don't have new forms are Lugia and Ho-oh, so I expect they're due soon. And Generation 1, and I think how that ties in is pretty obvious. I've always theorized that Mew represents the kind of first biological life form on from the deities, on from Uxie, Azelf, and Mesprit, who represent willpower, knowledge, and spirit, and so that's what Mew's kind of role is within this cosmology. It's the beginning of the tree of evolution, but the tree of legendary Pokemon, how does that all tie together? Well, this might be a pretty good start as to understanding. And I say start because I think we're going to be understanding pretty soon. Because we have just had, and again, this is where you might be like, Toby, you are off on one here. But we have just had Hydraplin. Hydrapple. A 7-headed serpent that comes from an apple. Apples have a lot of religious significance, but most famously, you're probably familiar with the apple of the tree of knowledge. And it's all about trees. The 7-headed dragon, 7-headed serpent, it's dragon type. 7 dragons, 1, 2, 3, 4. Kyurem, 5. Dialga, Palkia, 6, 7. Maybe Kyurem doesn't count because it's the source of dragon energy. Maybe Giratina counts. Maybe Rayquaza counts. I'm not really sure. Maybe there's some symbolism here, like I say, that I don't quite understand. But this is where I'd recommend looking into the works of on Twitter. I truly recommend looking at the Twitter of Eduardo Nintensoku, who talks a lot about this. The religious tree of life, the tree of knowledge, the tree of life. I think this is Hebrew, but I'm honestly not sure. I'm really ignorant on this particular thing and how it ties in with multiple different Pokemon. But this is the kind of stuff that is beyond my understanding, but is well within the understanding of like Lockstin. He's done a lot of videos on this, I think with help from Eduardo as well, about how these Pokemon all tie together. But it is very specifically a tree of life. But now we have the knowledge, which is the apple of the 7-headed dragon, and we're about to come up to Generation 10, the 30th anniversary, over 1,000 Pokemon, and we have, I think now we've completed the Arceus with Reflective, I think we have our 7 heads of the dragon. So I think what we see next, that's what, whether it's Gen 10 or what comes just after Gen 10, is going to be the kind of big shift in the Pokemon cosmology. I think we're going to learn something new about the Pokemon universe. Perhaps finally we'll get more resolution on this talk of giants, which I just think we've had so many references to giants over the last few generations. Again, Mega Evolution, I mean, Zygarde itself is a giant. Totem Pokemon, the giants whose energy made the plates, Gigantamax Pokemon, generally. The idea that the Paldea region is a giant Terrapagos, or the giant inside the Oni Mountain. In the Crown Tundra, there was a Regigigas that was sleeping under the giant's foot. Like, I think there's a lot of ways. Heck, even the noble Pokemon are giant. Did you see that, Avalog? So I wonder if that's the next frontier, the thing they've been building up to. Now, I want to put a little caveat here because there is something else. It is totally possible that this Pokemon theory is nonsense. It is totally possible that I am huffing the most copium possible because I don't want to admit the fact that Pokemon just might be kind of bad at telling big cosmological stories, that it's just not their forte. That they sort of came up once of the idea of there being a legendary trio whose leader came from space that represents the dragon type that is responsible for the phenomenon of that local region, and that this trend, this pattern, isn't because they're all parts of something that are tying together, that light, life, chemical, and reflective don't reflect these Pokemon at all, but in fact, that just Pokemon's just kind of lazy with telling stories. That's also totally possible. You've heard the classic points for a Pokemon war before. In the world of Red, Blue, and Yellow, you play as Red and your rival is Blue, and in the later Pokemon games, you continue to play the part of a child. And while in later Pokemon games, even the player character's dad shows up, like Norman, in Red and Blue, the dad characters for Blue and Red, they're not about. And while the region has plenty of old men like Blaine and Professor Oak, there's not a lot of middle-aged men apart from those who are explorers, and then of course gym leaders like Koga, who is a ninja warrior, perhaps his ninja skills needed during a great battle, and of course Lieutenant Surge, who is the binding piece of this whole theory. He is the Lightning American, and he says that his electric Pokemon saved him during the war. So the question has always been, was there a war? What war is he referring to? A couple of years back, I dabbled with the idea that perhaps this was not a real war, that perhaps this was a stage war or a piece of television. After all, in Let's Go Pikachu and Eevee, he does sign his gym badge with his autograph, and we actually see this as an item in Pokemon Sun and Moon, where it appears in the player character's room in Alola. Alola being based off of, well, Hawaii, which is part of America, and so the Lightning American maybe came from here. Of course, the inclusion of Hawaii here is quite interesting because America and Japan were at war during World War II and Pearl Harbor was famously attacked. Pearl Harbor is actually an area that's recreated in the world of Alola. So was Lieutenant Surge an actor? Or did he really go to war with his Pokemon? His manga incarnation shows him wielding actual weapons. It's hard to know, but if the world of Pokemon Red, Blue, and Yellow is set in some kind of post-war world, it makes sense that they're sending children out into the world to travel with powerful Pokemon and catch them, recruiting them into tools of war, the entire economy based around the catching of Pokemon, Pokeballs costing as much as a regular bottle of water. And the company profiting from this, of course, in Kanto is Sylph Co, who creates these technologies. The biggest industry in most countries in the world is typically war. As the theory goes, the disappearance of this generation of men in between children and old men may be the explanation as to why Team Rocket is on the rise, with organized crime being a place for people who both can't reacclimate into society or who have had traumatic childhoods being drafted into the ranks of theft and crime, joining the Pokemon world's equivalent of the mob. And you might think this is all a bit dark, a bit ridiculous. Pokemon wouldn't touch on the subject of war, except they have time and time again, even in recent years. In the Lucario and the Mystery of Mew movie, we see the olden times where people fought with armor, swords, and shields alongside their Pokemon. In Pokemon Legends Arceus, Komado wears such an armor. Wigstrom wears the same kind of armor, a knight of the Kalos region, and of course in Kalos we learn about the ancient Pokemon War 3,000 years ago between AZ's forces and some other region. He put an end to the war with an ultimate weapon that used the life force of Pokemon, ending countless lives. Even in Paldea, we learn that the Paldea region wasn't always as one. That didn't happen until an event called Unification, suggesting that back in the days of the Paldean Empire, the region was fractured and at war with itself. So if the Pokemon War did happen, who was this war with? Well, I don't actually think it was with the Alola region, or even with the Unova region, despite the fact that Surge may be from those places. I believe that this war was with the Johto region. Kanto and Johto share a very unique relationship, with a Pokemon League at the heart of both of them. In Generation 1, this Pokemon League was just the league for Kanto. Obviously, Johto didn't exist yet. However, there was no gateway to some other unspecified region, and even in remakes we don't see this, as if the gateway, the connection between the two regions is relatively recent, built after the events of Generation 1. If so, it might be that the regions were once closed off to each other, and in Johto there is evidence of war as well. It depends on the canon you're looking at, whether it's the animated series, the games, Pokemon Generations, Pokemon Evolutions, but the story of the Towers of Ecruteak City is different depending on the canon you look at. Some suggest a thunderbolt destroyed the Brass Tower, which resulted in the creation of Raikou, Entei, and Suicune. Others say that it was burglars, and others say it was a warring time. But people in Ecruteak do remember this event, even though it was supposed to be 150 years ago. Perhaps their longevity has something to do with Ho-oh, but I digress. Could this be the Pokemon War being talked about? The legendary beasts are interesting to look at, because they are the children of Ho-oh, much as Moltres, Zapdos, and Articuno appear to be the children of Lugia. And that's not an anime-only thing. In the games, the Azure Bay and the Sea Spirit's Den are a direct reference to Lugia, who is the master of the bird trio. Additionally, every game that has a Moltres, Zapdos, Articuno in after a certain point seems to also feature a Lugia. The two trios seem to be related to their bird masters. We also know, and I discuss it more in a video about the Towers of Ecruteak, that the Towers of Ecruteak were not the original towers for Ho-oh and Lugia. There were actually other towers, and if Kanto and Johto were once one region, then there actually is a tower in Eastern Kanto, the Pokemon Tower. So perhaps this was once the roosting spot of one of the legendary birds. But on top of that, Kanto and Johto, more so than any other combination of regions, do share a lot of ecology. Many of the baby Pokemon and evolutions of Kanto Pokemon appear in Johto, and vice versa. And in fact, the absence of Pokemon like Electivire and Elekid from Kanto during the times of Generation 1 could be explained by a Pokemon War destroying habitats. When you look to the Kanto region map, you realize that it wouldn't be easy to declare war across the land of Kanto as well. If you were warring between Kanto and Johto, you'd have to do it by way of passing mountains, which wouldn't be convenient, or by sea. The Kanto region has a natural sea defense in Cinnabar Island, an island where shady research is being done in the modern day, perhaps because the island is an abandoned old wartime outpost. But additionally, there is the cycling road, which would act as a natural defense for the Kanto region if being attacked by sea from its neighbor. This bridge is seen in the anime to be able to open and close, and it must be able to open to allow boats to leave from the Vermilion ports, otherwise they simply couldn't. The Vermilion port, of course, being where Lieutenant Surge is based. But if the people of Vermilion were to be attacked, then where could they go? Well, they could evacuate by the Diglett Tunnel, that would take them all the way up to Pewter, or there is a number of underground tunnels and networks that connect all of the Kanto region. All the major population centers, Celadon, Saffron, Cerulean, Vermilion, and of course Lavender Town are all connected by these underground tunnels. And actually, at the heart of them all, that's where Sylph Co is based. There's also an underground bunker underneath the casino in Celadon City. This bunker now, of course, being taken over by Giovanni, but probably not built by him. Probably an evacuation bunker for if an attack were to happen. And sure enough, Goldenrod has evidence of the same thing, with a similar but much smaller underground tunnel running underneath Goldenrod City and an underground sort of bunker area there as well. So definitively, was there a Pokemon War? I just, at this point, can't tell you. I believe that there was. I believe that the creation of things like the Magnet Train and the SS Aqua to unite the two regions of Kanto and Johto do signify a new kinship between the two regions, but the existence of a new kinship that wasn't there before suggests that they weren't always good friends. So I think yes, I think there was a Pokemon War. I think that Lieutenant Surge was a real wartime hero, and he's famous in the world of Unova and Alola, which is why he'll happily sign his badge. But it's not because it was an act, it's because he really is what he purports to be, the Lightning American.
In Pokemon Red, Blue, and Yellow, and all of the other Kanto games, Red is trying to stop Team Rocket, who are out on a mission for world conquest. Led by Giovanni, Giovanni has a plan. He wants to steal the Master Ball and the Sylph Scope and get fossils for Mount Moon. Wait, hang on, what's Giovanni's plan here? It was for the longest time theorized that Giovanni's plan was simply to recapture the most powerful Pokemon, a Pokemon created by Team Rocket, Mewtwo. And for the longest time, this was just that, a theory. It was merely subtext implied as a result of the Pokemon TV show and movie in which Giovanni was the sole person responsible for the creation of Mewtwo. He funded that experiment, creating Mewtwo from a fossil of Mew, but in the games, that stuff is only implied, with the Cinnabar Mansion referencing Mew giving birth to something new. In Pokemon Let's Go Pikachu and Eevee, we actually see Mewtwo's creation chamber, which looks a lot more like it does in the anime. And if you take your Mewtwo there, it'll even react very, very strangely. Mewtwo lives in the Cerulean Cave, and I've always wondered why. Why did it go to the Cerulean Cave of all places? Why not back to the lab to do exactly what it did in the Pokemon First movie? Who knows? It was all just speculation and theory until really Ultra Sun and Ultra Moon came out, confirming that this was Giovanni's plan, because in a timeline where Giovanni was successful, he got the Master Ball and used it to capture Mewtwo. And now we can look back together at those past events, the trying to steal the plans for the Master Ball, the Sylph Scope, an item that identifies ghost Pokemon, and go, oh, because he's trying to capture Mewtwo. Because the Master Ball would do that, and the Sylph Scope gets you Ghost Pokemon, which is super effective against Psychic Pokemon. Great. You already knew that part, I know, but the next part is where I still continue to be confused, because if that was Giovanni's goal, then what about the other instances where you encounter Team Rocket in the game? Not including your gym battle with Giovanni, you have 6 encounters with Team Rocket, 7 in Let's Go Pikachu and Eevee. I've already mentioned them going after the Master Ball, which is the Sylph Co encounter, and the Sylph Scope, which is the encounters in both Celadon and Lavender Town's Pokemon Tower. All of these tie into the Mewtwo story nicely, but what about the other 3/4 encounters? These are Team Rocket at Mount Moon trying to obtain fossils of Kabuto and Omanyte, a Team Rocket member recruiting grunts at the end of Nugget Bridge, which, by the way, that very member reappears in Sun and Moon as a veteran Dom who wonders what Giovanni is up to nowadays. A veteran who's at the end of a Nugget Bridge using the same team. It's very cool. The Team Rocket grunt also in Cerulean City who have broken into the house and stolen the Dig TM, and then finally in Let's Go Pikachu and Eevee there's an additional encounter where you meet Lorelei of the Elite Four. Team Rocket ambush you right before the Dark Cave. This group of Team Rocket grunts don't seem to be following Giovanni's orders. They actually explicitly say, oh my goodness, what if the boss found out about this? They're just trying to stop you and get you out of the way because of your successes in Celadon City. So what do these early encounters have to do with the larger story, the bigger story to do with Giovanni trying to recapture Mewtwo? Well, this is where I have a theory that I've not seen anyone else talking about. All of these early events are also tied to Mewtwo. It's just not them trying to recapture Mewtwo, because at this point in the story, Mewtwo hasn't been created yet. Think about it, all of these events, Mount Moon, the Nugget Bridge, the Dig TM, all of them are happening around Cerulean City. And where do you find Mewtwo in the post-game? Cerulean Cave. I've always wondered why Mewtwo went back to that cave, and I think I have the answer. It's because that's where Team Rocket found his fossil. Remember, Team Rocket never actually had a Mew. Based on what we see in the Pokemon First movie, they only ever had a Mew fossil from which they were able to clone and create Mewtwo. And what are Team Rocket looking for in Mount Moon? They're looking for fossils. But why in Mount Moon? Because isn't the Cerulean Cave... Wait, look at the map, look at the overworld of Pokemon. The Cerulean Cave is part of Mount Moon. They are digging around in Mount Moon to try and find the fossil for Mew, and while they didn't find it in the Mount Moon part that you traveled through, they did find this fossil in Cerulean Cave, which is already home to lots of powerful Pokemon. How do they access this part of Mount Moon? Given that there is a member from the Elite Four who knows that there are powerful Pokemon that live here who is wardening the whole place off, well, it's possible that these Team Rocket grunts had connections because of Giovanni being the 8th gym leader, or it's even more likely that they used the Dig TM. The Dig TM that they stole from a man in Cerulean City. They used Dig to break through Mount Moon into the Cerulean Cave to dig up the fossil of Mew. So when am I saying all this is happening? Well, this is probably happening around the time that you are picking your starter Pokemon. Before you even know how to battle Pokemon, Giovanni has found the fossil for Mew, which he then has taken to Cinnabar Island. You might think, hang on, didn't Mewtwo destroy the Cinnabar Mansion? Isn't that why the Cinnabar Mansion's destroyed? No, I don't think so. The Cinnabar Mansion is merely abandoned. The reason you think it might have been destroyed by Mewtwo is because, again, the Pokemon First movie. But actually, we know, based on Let's Go Pikachu and Eevee, that the Pokemon lab was made when Mr. Fuji, then Dr. Fuji, was a much younger man. It's likely that people had already abandoned the mansion for the new labs in Cinnabar Island long ago, and that this abandoned mansion off the mainland of Kanto was the perfect place to do research in secret on Mew. To do that research on the Mew fossil and bring about Mewtwo on February 6th. Doesn't say what year, just the same year that you are going on your journey. By the time you get to Mount Moon, Team Rocket are pulling out. They're seeing if they can extract any more data, find anything else. They find a Kabuto and an Omanyte fossil, and that makes sense because, like I said, Mount Moon and Cerulean Cave, they're part of the same mountain system. And in Let's Go, you can find fossils of Kabuto and Omanyte right there in Cerulean Cave. But this actually explains why Giovanni isn't in the gym at the beginning of the game. It's because he's off retrieving the Mew fossil and taking it to Cinnabar Island. He's got his own plot going on while you're passing through Viridian Forest and Viridian City for the first time. It's possible that by the time you reach Cerulean City, Mewtwo has returned instinctually to where its fossil was found, Cerulean Cave, as if it's got some kind of, I don't know, homing instinct. It knows that that's where it belongs, but it doesn't quite know why. It returns to the cave, and Team Rocket have a small presence in Cerulean. They already have the grunt who stole Dig right then and there, as well as a grunt on the Nugget Bridge recruiting any trainers who can make it across, because they know they're going to need powerful trainers if they are to re-enter the Cerulean Cave. Trainers who are capable of beating the Elite Four, which you are. And then in Let's Go Pikachu and Eevee, there's that additional encounter outside of the Dark Cave. This is because Giovanni has his hands occupied. He's trying to deal with the Sylph Scope. He's trying to deal with the Master Ball plans. Setting up for all that stuff, a couple of rogue Team Rocket grunts are saying, hey, we gotta stop this kid before he gets out of hand, but luckily you're helped by Lorelei. Everything happens with the Sylph Scope and Lavender Town's Pokemon Tower, and finally the Master Ball confrontation in Sylph Co. And you save the day and eventually are able to enter the cave by yourself with a Master Ball and capture Mewtwo in the home that it didn't know it had come from in the first place. And that is the full picture, the full story of Pokemon Red, Blue, and the other Kanto games that I feel like most people haven't even thought about. Yes, Pokemon Masters Sylph Co. They produce everything from potions to Pokeballs. The Pokeball, of course, being a capture containment unit of Pokemon. Stuff like this has existed throughout history. Everything from Sir Aaron's staff that was able to contain the aura or life energy of Lucario, or ancient armors that allowed trainers of old to master their Pokemon. In their various forms, Pokeballs have existed for a long time, and then 500 years ago, Megaena was created looking like a giant Pokeball, and the ancient Pokeballs that we see in Legend Arceus were created, likely from hollowed out apricorns by Great Smiths. Great Smiths, by the way, was mentioned in Ultra Sun and Ultra Moon as being the GS that the GS Ball represents, as in created by these greatest smiths, with Kurt being one of them, perhaps the person to master and perfect the modern day Pokeball, a patent that was then bought out and mass produced by Sylph Co. Sitting in Saffron City is the beating heart of the Kanto region. What is it that Sylph Co, with this Pokeball creating technology, are out to do? Is it just to make a profit like any other big company, or do they have bigger schemes in mind? Given that we all live in the Pokemon world, we should definitely make it our business to find out. And we know in Generation 1 that they were working on a new project, the Master Ball project. The Master Ball, a special Pokeball with a 100% catch rate, and this is a very controversial item in the world of Pokemon. I've talked about it a little bit on Lockstin's channel before, but the whole way that catching Pokemon works, the reason that it's not trapping them or cruel, is that you have to battle a Pokemon to weaken it so that you can prove yourself as a trainer worthy of capturing it. And even then, the Pokemon has a chance of breaking out of the Pokeball. So it's always really sort of the Pokemon's choice as to whether it wants to join a team, but not with the Master Ball. On the surface, I think Team Plasma would absolutely hate the Master Ball. Then again, evil organizations in Pokemon would probably benefit from having a Pokeball that could capture any legendary Pokemon, and that is where Team Rocket comes into it. In the Generation 1 games, Team Rocket lead an assault on the Sylph Co building, raiding it and trying to get the blueprint plans for the Master Ball from the president of Sylph Co, and they're unsuccessful. You manage to repel them, and after they're done, scientists in the building will tell you that research on the Master Ball project has been stopped. It's been paused, they're cancelling it, they're not doing it anymore, except clearly they are, because Master Balls keep on appearing throughout the series, usually in the hands of respected professors, people who could be trusted with the technology, or in the hands of the National Lottery, because you can win one occasionally in the lottery system in Pokemon, or the other main place that you find them, well, Team Aqua and Magma's hideout, from Cyrus, from Colrus on the Team Plasma frigate. The Master Ball appears in the hands of evil organizations everywhere. It's a tool that would be useful to any of them. But now, and here's the really fun bit I wanted to talk about, we can link together these evil organizations with the Master Balls back to Sylph Co, because you know what else all of these evil organizations, their bases in Sylph Co have in common? Teleportation. Yes, that's right, teleportation and warp panels. And don't worry, I'm not going to go into the Ship of Theseus thing again. I know, you're all experts, you've all seen WandaVision, therefore it's fine. But seriously though, I did definitely butcher my explanation, so I left the correction in the comments. Anyway, back to it, teleportation and warp panels. They are produced by Sylph Co. We assume they're all over the Sylph Co headquarters. It's an 11-story building, and yeah, they've got a staircase, and yeah, they've got an elevator, but if you want to jump from floor to floor really quickly, use the warp panel technology. The same technology, warp panels, that can be found in the bases of Team Aqua and Magma, Team Galactic, the Plasma Frigate, Lysander's Labs, and the Aether Paradise. They're all covered in the same warp panels. Isn't that a coincidence? The evil team bases of all of the regions covered in the same warp panels that you can find at Sylph Co, many of them in the possession of a Master Ball. And actually, there's also warp panels in the Team Rocket hideout in Generation 2, and sure enough, in that very same hideout, something I learned watching Lockstin's video recently on the creation of Porygon, is that there is a scientist who says that they used to be a Sylph Co scientist before moving to work here. Perhaps this scientist is the person that created Porygon, and perhaps there's someone who worked on the warp panel technology that's made its way to the underground rocket hideout in Mahogany Town. And something else I want to point out here that Lockstin also mentioned, just to point out how big, to illustrate how huge Sylph Co really are, is that we learned that Porygon was made in the Pokemon lab on Cinnabar Island by Sylph Co. We know this because that research document is found in Sylph Co. The reason they'd have the document is because they own the lab that heralds a Dr. Fuji as their lead scientist. The same Fuji that in Pokemon Origins also implied that he created Mewtwo, that has some involvement with Team Rocket. When you save him in the Pokemon Tower, he's like, oh, I didn't need saving from these guys, but thank you for coming up and hanging out and helping out anyway. Dr. Fuji is in deep with Team Rocket, and he too used to be a Sylph Co scientist. And on top of that, this whole thing, by the way, fossil restoration, the creation of Pokeballs and Pokemon products, is just like the Devon Corporation over in the Hoenn region. Again, they're much like Sylph Co. They make Pokemon products, they make the same Pokemon products. We know that they work through Pokeballs through the manipulation of Infinity Energy, and including Infinity Energy in the Pokemon products you buy. They use that same energy to restore Pokemon back to life, and that's how you get your fossil Pokemon revived in the Hoenn games. That's probably how it works in the Kanto games as well. That's probably how they created a Pokemon from code with Porygon. And to top it all off, two more things to suggest these two companies are related. Number one, the Sylph Scope that allows you to see invisible ghosts, and the Devon Scope that allows you to see the invisible Kecleon. They're the same item, guys. And if that wasn't enough, in the post-game of Heart Gold and Soul Silver, Steven Stone can be found in the Sylph Co building. These companies aren't rivals, they're the same company. It stands to reason that the Pokeball factory in Kalos, probably also owned by Sylph Co, fossil revival companies across the Pokemon world, probably all owned by Sylph Co. They own everything. And specifically, the technologies that they're working on are to do with the giving and taking away of life in regards to Infinity Energy and fossil Pokemon and Porygon, and the digitization of Pokemon, which is where you've got your Pokeballs coming into it, again, Porygon, and perhaps that's also how the PC system works, the digitization of Pokemon, putting them in the Pokeballs ready for storage. When we see in the animated series the beams of light when Pokemon get called back to their Pokeballs, we may well be seeing the digitization of the Pokemon, reverting it into code to store it in the Pokeball. And actually, this might well be part of how the warp panels work. In the Sylph Co building in Let's Go Pikachu and Eevee, look at what's happening to your character as they teleport. They're getting turned into code in one place and then reassembled, your code reassembled elsewhere. Though in other games, the teleportation process between these panels looks a lot more like Abra's teleport. And that's something I mentioned in the Hiker video. And I want to talk about Abra here because where is the Sylph Co building? It's in the heart of Saffron City. The city where the gym is just filled again with these warp panels, and the leader, Sabrina, is all about her psychic Pokemon, specifically the Abra line. Alakazam is her ace. Okay, Toby, you are going off the rails here. Hang on, can we just summarize before we get to the next big part of this theory? So, Sylph Co are all across the Pokemon world. Devon, Pokeball Factory, Cinnabar Mansion, they're all owned by Sylph Co. There are Sylph Co employees like Scientist Ross and Dr. Fuji who have moved over to Team Rocket. And the technology for the Master Ball that is sought after by evil teams was produced first at Sylph Co. And while they told the world that they had stopped working on the project, clearly the Master Ball got out there. Additionally, they seem to have produced this warp paneling, teleporting technology as a result of combining like the digitization process of the Pokeball or Porygon with the psychic teleportation powers of Abra. Brilliant, wonderful, cool. Okay, so that's where we are so far. How does this all come together? What's the big conspiracy here? Well, this is something I dabbled with in that Hiker video recently, but one of the ways that teleportation could work is by teleporting you not from floor to floor, but from floor in one dimension to a floor in another dimension. This could just be one of the ways it works to help account for all of the other problems that come with teleportation. What's happening when you're stepping on a warp tile is that you're heading through a wormhole and barreling through to a Sylph Co in another dimension. Red, blue, green, yellow. Oh, and we know this technology exists in the world of Pokemon. Introducing the link cable, the canonical in-universe name for interdimensional trading as seen in the Delta episode of Omega Ruby and Alpha Sapphire when they try to create a wormhole that will deflect a meteorite to a different version of Pokemon Ruby or Sapphire so that this Hoenn doesn't have to worry about it. The link cable is interdimensional trading, and it was produced by none other than the Devon Corporation. And again, let's go back to Porygon here. It is interesting to note that Porygon Z was originally designed to be a Pokemon that would be able to investigate alternate dimensions. This is a technology that Sylph Co, Devon, all these big companies are interested in. Also, as an aside, this is why I think the PC system is linked up to this, because Bill, who, by the way, in the animated series, I see Mewtwo on your door. How do you know about Mewtwo's existence? Bill? Well, Bill in Generation 2 was able to create the time capsule, a time-traveling version of trading. So, I mean, this is just unreal. The only people with access to this kind of technology are Sylph Co and a couple of Bill's cohorts across the Pokemon world who help run the PC systems, including Celio, who in Leaf Green and Fire Red wants to get the Ruby and Sapphire items so that you can trade with Ruby and Sapphire. Items that, interestingly enough, in the manga, in the Adventures manga, Giovanni is after. Also, going back to the Porygon Z thing, if there are versions of Sylph Co that are trying to screw over other dimensions so that their dimension can stay well and happy and uninvaded by Giovanni and Team Rocket, well, they might allow for the creation of the dubious disc. No one knows who really made it, but using their technologies to pop on over and just put a corrupt disc on the table to just kind of mess up with the other dimensions so only an elite few, a select few Sylph Co buildings from across the multiverse are linked up and in cohorts. It's a pretty effective thing to do. Corporate espionage. Honor your own company in a different universe. I love it. But then we're left with a final question, because the dubious disc, as Lockstin pointed out in his video, is found in like the Team Galactic building and is also found in the Aether Foundation. And the Aether Foundation have a vested interest in intergalactic kind of research, as does Team Galactic. So the question of this Master Ball getting out to all the evil teams and the warp panel technology appearing in all of their secret bases, all of them. What does that say about the evil team leaders and their relationship to this big Sylph Co? The awakening of legendary Pokemon for the sake of science, research? Is that something Sylph Co would be interested in? Yeah, probably. But Sylph Co have a reputation to maintain. Heck, their very building, the Sylph Co building, is split between Sylph Co and Devon. And oh, by the way, just side tangent here a little bit. This is a big multi-theory. Another reason we know that the Devon Corporation and Sylph Co are connected here, Fuji and Mr. Stone used to be friends, and in the Mew Faraway Island event for Emerald version, in that event there is a sign saying that Drake of the Elite Four, Mr. Briny, Mr. Stone, and Fuji from Kanto all came together to hide the Mew on Faraway Island. So maybe their intentions were at some point, or are even really good, but maybe that is all just a front, because the fact of the matter is they've passed around technology, interdimensional travel, Master Balls, and have worked and had colleagues go off to work for Team Rocket and perhaps other evil organizations who all seem pretty happy with one another, by the way. I mean, we see in the Unova region there is a house with ex-Team Rocket and Team Aqua and Magma members all in. It feels like they're setting up the perfect circumstances for Team Rainbow Rocket. It's interesting because we see an Ultra Wormhole open and then they appear in the post-game of Ultra and Ultra Moon, but Giovanni actually teleports completely differently, and so do all the other members, and they all converge on the Aether Foundation, a building littered with these warp panels, completely filled with information on interdimensional beings and interdimensional travel, in a universe in which all of the evil team leaders have caught legendary Pokemon using Master Balls, all of whom converge on this Alola. But first, before they appear there, like at the Aether Foundation, Team Rainbow Rocket Grunts can be found inside the digital realm of the Friendzone Plaza, meaning that this version of interdimensional travel does in fact use the digitization of people and Pokemon is a link cable. Team Rainbow Rocket came from a version of Giovanni that either in collaboration with or raiding the building and being not being stopped, used Sylph Co's technology, the Master Ball technology, the warp panel technology, used scientists to distribute it across the Pokemon world into the hands of other evil team members, with some team members on the low letting it slip that they used to be Sylph Co scientists, with Team Rocket's main lead scientist on the Mewtwo project, which was relevant to Team Rainbow Rocket's plans. Remember, Giovanni has a Mewtwo as his ace. All of it so that they could converge on an Aether Foundation so that they could begin their conquest of the multiverse. And back to WandaVision, Multiverse of Madness. And that's why at the end of the Rainbow Rocket episode, Giovanni isn't annoyed that he's been beaten. He's just like, great, what universe should I terrorize next? And that's because he knows out there somewhere in the multiverse, a version of him succeeded. But there's something I'm missing, Pokemon Masters, because here's the thing. Sylph Co. Where's the name from? This is the final little thought that I have here. Sylph. A sylph is, it's a play on a mythological creature. Pokemon has a lot of creatures based on a lot of animals and a lot of mythological creatures. But as far as I know, there's none based on the sylph. I wonder, what might we learn in the future?
There's a folktale in Kitakami, a myth, a legend that's come down from old Hisui of a creature that survived from the ancient times. See, modern day, Ursaring does not evolve. It is the final evolution in an evolutionary chain that has stayed that way for hundreds of years. But in old Hisui, the area now known as Sinnoh, it was said that you could evolve your Ursaring into Ursaluna, an incredibly powerful and protective Pokemon. But rumor has it that in Kitakami there is a form of this creature that survived, known as the Blood Moon Beast. Perrin, a descendant of Adaman of the Diamond Clan, is on the lookout for this Pokemon, and she reckons that if you get very good at photography on a misty night, you might be able to find this Pokemon in the Timeless Wood. And sure enough, you can. You battle it and it has a health bar like a Titan Pokemon. It's the only Pokemon like this. When you catch it, you can hatch eggs from it and you can get Teddiursa, but the Teddiursa will never evolve into this form of Ursaluna ever again. It seems to be a one-of-one Pokemon. And oh, you can bet that it's got Pokedex entries. In Scarlet, it says that it crossed the sea and drifted ashore in a new land. Surviving in this place led it to take on a unique appearance and gain special powers. In Violet, it says that this special Ursaluna can see in the dark with its left eye and protects itself with mud that is as hard as iron. For I believe that the Blood Moon form of Ursaluna isn't just a species of Ursaluna, a group of Pokemon that have survived down here in Kitakami. No, as I mentioned, it is one of one. I believe that the Blood Moon form of Ursaluna is the last surviving Ursaluna. Its body has changed and warped and transformed as a result of living for so very long. This would explain, of course, why any new cubs that hatch from its eggs can no longer evolve into this form of Ursaluna, but the question is how? How would a Pokemon like this survive here in the Timeless Woods? Well, let's just take a little look at the name, shall we? Timeless Woods. As if time doesn't move on here. A Pokemon that might find itself here in the woods might find itself staying the same way forever. There are many ghosts that inhabit the Timeless Woods, and you can even find white-striped Basculin here. Another form from the days of Hisui. So something about this forest makes time stand still. Despite how it looks, this form of Ursaluna hasn't changed to like steel type from the ground type, or normal hasn't changed into ghost. It's not some kind of possessed creature. In the old days, Ursaring used to evolve into Ursaluna thanks to a resource called the Peak Block, which is just simply no longer available in modern day. Ursaring cannot evolve into Ursaluna anymore. There's certainly no indication of the Peak Block being available in Kitakami, and if it was there, it wouldn't be available in this woods. The Peak Block is found in marshy areas like the marshes in the south of Hisui. And what's more, Teddiursa and Ursaring don't live in the Timeless Woods. Again, this Pokemon is a lone wolf, or lone bear, so to speak. It says in the Pokedex that this Pokemon crossed the sea, suggesting that it came from the Hisui region. Now, I believe Hisui and Kitakami to be pretty much connected, but that didn't mean it didn't come by way of sea. It likely swam south of the Hisui region as its kind were dying out, and found its way following a stream upwards. Up, and into Kitakami. There actually is a stream that runs from the north up to the top of the Oni Mountain. There, in the very center of the Oni Mountain, is a pool that has very particular properties. A crystal-like structure that's very similar to the one found in Area Zero. You can even find Glimmer and Glamora here. This place has the music of Area Zero that will even play little riffs from time to time. It's a sacred place. Heck, there's even a wild and unique Milotic here. According to Briar, studying the area of Kitakami and studying this pool specifically might be able to help her in bringing the power of terrestrialization to other regions. In Paldea, it seems that terrestrialization is happening because the crystals in Area Zero seem to have an energy that flows through the earth and creates Terra Raid dens. As well as that, Herba Mystica grows and certain Pokemon eat it, and they can even become Titan Pokemon. If the same is true here, it explains why there's Terra Raid dens all over Kitakami, and it explains why the herbs that were put in the mochi that the heroic trio ate caused them to become gigantic and have health bars like Titan Pokemon. And perhaps that ties into Ursaluna. Ursaluna is the only non-Titan Pokemon to have a health bar like this. Perhaps it's been getting its nutrition from the leftover remains, or rather, a source similar to Herba Mystica. If we follow the water from the crystal pond at the top of the Oni Mountain, it actually goes off in two directions. One runs north, up towards where I believe the Hisui region or Sinnoh region to be. This is possibly where Ursaluna swam from. The other pools in the Timeless Wood. So I suspect that this Ursaluna has been getting its nutrition from this pool. This is where it gets its drinking water from. And it's the minerals that is in the crystals, in the water and in the earth that has allowed this Pokemon to survive for so very long. And also that it ends up inside of the herbs of the mochi that allows the other Pokemon to become Titans. I've said, of course, in different Pokemon theories that there's a lot of tie between the life force of Pokemon as it displays itself in Mega Evolution and Z Crystals, Gigantamaxing and terrestrialization, and right here we have another example of how the life force of Pokemon might be affected. This very idea was actually explored pretty recently in the new Pokemon Snap game, and it's interesting to note that when you find Ursaluna, you do it through a little Pokemon Snap minigame, where the boss Pokemon of that game are said to be the actual Pokemon from hundreds of years earlier, the Lumina Pokemon depicted on ancient cave walls, because they've been feeding off of the Lumina energy inside the plants. This is the same here for Ursaluna. And this makes sense because if this Ursaluna is the last living Ursaluna that's lived well beyond its years, changing it into the Blood Moon form, it makes sense how Perrin found out about it, because ultimately there will be stories from old Hisui of the dying out of the Ursaluna species. And this information will have been passed down through her family from the time of ancient Hisui, and so she will be the last person in her clan likely to see this Pokemon until ultimately you catch it. But with a Pokemon this cool, let's put some preservation efforts in and make sure it doesn't go extinct. Masters, Toby here, and it is spooky month, which means we've got to start talking about ghost-type Pokemon. Particularly, I want to talk about one of my favorite ghost-type Pokemon, Rotom. I love this Pokemon, and by the way, if Rotom is available in the early game of Diamond and Pearl for Brilliant Diamond Shining Pearl, I recommend you pick one up for your team. In the original Diamond and Pearl, you couldn't get it until the post-game, until after the National Dex. This led, at the time, there to be a lot of intrigue about Rotom, and actually, as far back to year one of this channel, I was making Rotom Pokemon theories with the Rotom boy himself, Game Boy Luke. Now we are, look at us, little young people, that was 6 years ago, making theories about Rotom, and there's been no shortage of them ever since. There's been plenty of theories about Rotom out there. I think I've had 5 on this channel. I've seen at least 5 or 6 others across YouTube in that time. And so today, to celebrate the spoopy month, but also the upcoming Brilliant Diamond Shining Pearl, I wanted to celebrate by talking about my 5 favorite Rotom theories. I'll be giving all of the evidence as well as including any new evidence that we've discovered in the time since, and of course because this video has Brilliant Diamond Shining Pearl in the title, means that if you leave a comment letting me know if you have any Rotom theories, you're in with the chance of winning a copy of Brilliant Diamond or Shining Pearl. No, sorry, Legends Arceus. I'm giving away Legends Arceus. 3 copies, worldwide giveaway, anyone can win just by commenting. Anyway, sorry, muzzled, duzzled brain. I think there's a Rotom in there somewhere. So let's play the intro and join me after for 5 theories about Rotom. Okay, Pokemon Masters, so we're going to start off with a classic one. This was much more acceptable in 2015 and 16 as a fully fledged theory, and it does make sense. It's just not long enough to make an ad revenue collecting video off of. And that is the theory that Rotom and Shuppet are related. More specifically, that a Shuppet is a Rotom with the item the Reaper Cloth drenched over its head. Okay, first off, what's the evidence? Both of them look alike. They're floating spherical ghosts, and of course they have the same shape with the point on the head. Okay, but Toby, that can't be all you have for it, and no, absolutely it's not. We know the Reaper Cloth has ghost transforming abilities. It's the evolution trade item for the Duskull line from Dusclops into Duskanoir, which the Duskull line and Shuppet kind of were parallels of each other in Generation 3, with I have a feeling, like, I don't think they were like version exclusive, but like their ratios, the odds of finding them were maybe swapped around between Ruby and Sapphire, or maybe I'm just making that up. Rotom's up there again. Anyway, however, it is interesting to note that both Shuppet and Rotom are part of the same egg group. The shiny version of Shuppet is sort of illuminated with the plasma color of Rotom. Okay, maybe not with that one. Again, really, it made more sense back in 2015. Anyway, but it is interesting to note, and I still agree with the fact that Shuppet can learn a surprising amount of electric moves. It can learn up to 5, which is only a few less than Rotom could at the time. Additionally, the idea that Shuppet will have lost its electric typing from when it was a Rotom is due to the fact that the Reaper Cloth might insulate electricity, which is a pretty common thing that certain materials do. They insulate stuff. Okay, but we're saving the best till last. That is, of course, that Shuppet evolves into Banette, a prankster Pokemon that likes to possess dolls, or is an abandoned doll. Meanwhile, that's what Rotom loves to do, possess machinery and electronics, but no longer being an electric type Pokemon, it can't do that anymore, so it can only possess other materials like the material that it's inhabiting, which is the Reaper Cloth. And so there you have it. Those are the connections. Shuppet and Rotom are closely related, and if you took a Reaper Cloth and threw it over a Rotom, it would transform into a Shuppet. What do you think? Is this one likely? The next Pokemon theory about Rotom is one that again ties into that initial intrigue, and actually it's the other half of the collaboration I did with Luke back then, and that is the idea that Rotom is a legendary Pokemon, or at least it was intended to be. Because in the original Diamond and Pearl, you couldn't catch Rotom until after you got the National Dex. Now, it's not only legendary Pokemon that you could obtain after the National Dex. There were a bunch of other Sinnoh Pokemon, Rhyperior, Glaceon, Leafeon, Licky, Tangrowth, the list goes on, but Rotom was the only one that wasn't an evolution of past Pokemon. Additionally, it's right next to the Lake Trio, the Lake Spirits, in the Pokedex, putting it somewhere between these new Sinnoh Pokemon and legendary Pokemon. But the real nail in the coffin for it was when you encountered Rotom in the Old Chateau, it would play the legendary encounter music from Diamond and Pearl. That music would only appear when you encountered legendary Pokemon, and it was a one-of. It was a static encounter, unlike these other evolution Pokemon where you could just keep on evolving like Togetix into Togekisses. Rotom was one of one. It does of course have an egg group, so in that sense it's not as close to legendaries, but you could also breed Manaphy in that generation. Sure, you'd get Phione, but the point is the rules were starting to bend in Generation 4. So maybe there's this idea, this intention that Rotom was originally supposed to be a legendary Pokemon. In fact, we see, even by Pokemon's own standard, in the animated series in the 3rd movie, we see a book filled with legendary Pokemon, and we see pictures of the unknown Pokemon that according to the game's code are not legendary Pokemon. Similarly, in the 1st episode or 2nd episode of the Pokemon animated series, we see Arcanine, the legendary Pokemon by its Pokedex description, there on the wall next to Moltres, Zapdos, and Articuno. So maybe Rotom was originally intended to be a legendary, or perhaps in the world of Pokemon lore, it used to be a legendary, but it's not anymore. The 3rd theory that I have for you is by my friend Exelion, and it's a pretty short one, but I love it. This is because Rotom has also become our guide to the Pokedex. See, in days of old, the Pokedex would just record data, I guess put in it either by Pokemon professors or by Pokemon trainers going around the Pokemon world. You'd do the field work, see the Pokemon behaving in the wild, and you put in that information into the Pokedex to create a complete encyclopedia of all Pokemon information. But as of Pokemon X and Y, the Pokedex transforms and becomes the Rotom Dex. Except that wasn't X and Y. That's a generation too soon. It was Sun and Moon. Though there is another theory, although I think it's more like confirmed lore now, that it was Clement from X and Y who actually developed the Rotom Dex technology. Anyway, Sun and Moon, Rotom Dex. And something else happened in Pokemon Sun and Moon. Pokedex entries started getting really dark. There was Gengars and Mimikyus that talked about death and people dying, but also Toxapexes was just like brutal. And the theory here is simple. This is because this information is not accurate. It's not accurate Pokemon information. It's being toyed with and played with by the Rotom in the device. Because again, Rotom has Pokedex entries of its own, talking about how it is a prankster, how it loves to cause mischief. And on top of that, it's a ghost. ghost, so it would be more inclined to tell ghost stories. So the idea is actually all of the Pokédex information from Sun and Moon onwards is very unreliable because it's all being told through the lens of a very mischievous Rotom. Mischievous Rotom. Pokemon Theory for Rotom number 4 was given to me by Super Nerd Quiz Clown, a community member. And again, it's another one of those possession ones that I love because that's what Rotom does. It possesses electrical equipment. And there's this theory, this idea that like Voltorb is a possessed Pokeball, specifically of Haunter because they have similar eyes. But that doesn't make sense because there are so many other theories about the origin of Ghastly and Haunter and Gengar that's like its own video that we've covered actually on this channel I think before. But what would make more sense than Haunter possessing a Pokeball to become a Voltorb is Rotom possessing a Pokeball to become a Voltorb. See, Pokeballs are electrical devices that are everywhere in the Pokemon world. Rotom would be very attracted to them. And by the way, if you're wondering, the Pokeball definitely came first. Voltorb has Pokedex entries like in Ruby that said that they were first encountered in Pokeball factories, and in fact, there's Pokedex entries that talk about the fact that a pulse of energy hit a Pokeball, turning it into Voltorb or Electrode. And a pulse is a very specific word because Rotom is inspired by the video game Pulseman, one of Game Freak's other much earlier titles. It's inspired by the main character. Rotom is the pulse of energy that hit the Pokeball, but whereas usually when Rotom takes over machinery, it takes control of it and has fun and causes mischief, what Rotom doesn't realize when it takes over a Pokeball in a Pokeball factory is, Pokeballs are designed to capture and retain the Pokemon, meaning Rotom can no longer escape, making it very angry. So angry that it tries to use all of its electrical power to explode, which is why that's what Voltorb and Electrode love to do. They're able to do it completely without hurting themselves, not really, other than their HP lowering. Electrode love to explode. This is the Rotom saying, hey, let me out, and if you can't let me out, I'm gonna cause a lot of mischief. And that is how the Voltorb species appeared. It is interesting to note that when you can find Rotom in the wild in Pokemon, it's typically in areas like the old chateau, old mansions where new technologies like Pokeball is less likely to appear. And number 5, we have to go back to the old chateau and talk about the old notebook that you can find there. This is one of my favorite Pokemon theories. I've covered it in a Pokemon epic before in the old chateau, and I've actually got an upcoming video, another Pokemon epic for Halloween that kind of ties into this as well. But in Pokemon Platinum, there's an old notebook that you can find in the old chateau where you find Rotom, which simply says something so peculiar happened with the motor. Sorry, something so peculiar made off with the motor. This is of course talking about the peculiar Pokemon Rotom making off with the motor, but what's interesting is this is the old notebook, and a duplicate notebook can be found in the Team Galactic headquarters that exists in Eterna City. You can only get in there with a secret key, and there the Team Galactic admin Charon is researching Rotom, which is really weird because Team Galactic don't really have any ties or need for a Rotom. Team Galactic are interested in Dialga and Palkia and other dimensions, and sure, they go after other legendary Pokemon, and Charon in the manga goes after other legendaries like Heatran, but Rotom doesn't tie into their plans at all. The only other tie here is that I think the Galactic Gang or the Galaxy Gang were the main villains in that Pulseman game that I mentioned, but other than that, there's not really a connection between Team Galactic and Rotom. But there is here. And for the longest time, I speculated something. That Team Galactic's glorious leader, Cyrus, the nihilist who doesn't care about this world, who hates spirit with a passion and strong emotions, even though hate is an emotion, that he used to live in the old chateau. See, in Pokemon Platinum, to add a little bit more backstory to his character, we meet his grandfather in the Battle Resort area, and the grandfather says that growing up, Cyrus lived in Sunyshore City, but the grandfather regrets not taking him in. Why would he need to take him in? Maybe before Sunyshore, Cyrus lived in the old chateau. The old notebook that appears in the Team Galactic headquarters tells more of the story about a young child who didn't really have many friends, who loved to play with his robots, which is exactly what the grandfather who in the Battle Resort says about Cyrus, that he was antisocial, but he loved playing with his machines, his toys, tinkering with them and playing with robots. Until one day, in the old chateau, so the notebook says, this young child was startled when the robot came to life. It was possessed by Rotom, and they actually became friends, until one day the little boy startled Rotom,
causing it to discharge electricity, and then eventually the robot was thrown in the trash. My theory is that it was this discharge of electricity that killed the two people that became the butler and the little girl who exist in the old chateau, their ghosts roaming the halls. This is the event that turned Cyrus into a nihilist. The one friendship that he had when he was an antisocial child turned, well, not just badly, but to actual death of his family members. This made him hate the world and wanted to create a world without spirit, because he's literally trying to escape the spirits that live in the old chateau. And over the years, I've just wondered if heading towards Brilliant Diamond Shining Pearl, whether we'd see any more confirmation of this. And actually, we have. In the Rainbow Rocket episode of Ultra Sun and Ultra Moon, Cyrus is of course one of the leaders of Team Rainbow Rocket, one of the admins. You battle him. Right before you battle him, the Rotom Dex jumps out of your pocket and Cyrus makes a comment. He says, even in this world, Rotom is, and then trails off and gets ready to battle you. And then in Pokemon Masters, the most eye-opening bit of character development for Cyrus happens. Cyrus meets Sun and Moon's Sophocles, a young boy who's kind of antisocial, who loves tinkering with his machines. Sophocles is shy and reminds Cyrus of a younger him, but additionally, Cyrus makes a comment about the fact that Sophocles' partner Pokemon here is Rotom. He asks, is this Rotom yours? And Sophocles says he's just looking after it for another trainer, but this Rotom really seems to like you, mister. Who are you? And he explains that he's Cyrus and actually gives Sophocles the time of day for a conversation. In fact, so much time that day turns to night, and then Cyrus starts talking about, has explained all of the ways in which Rotom can use its different forms. Cyrus knows a lot about Rotom personally. This isn't just a Team Galactic research mission that's happening in the Galactic headquarters in Eterna City. This is Cyrus knows Rotom, that it's a Pokemon that he's used before. Cyrus actually kind of cracks a smile and sees himself in Sophocles and tries to plead with Sophocles and sort of say, do you understand my vision? Join Team Galactic effectively. But Sophocles is wait, hang on. No, I like people and I like emotions. I think emotions are good. To which Cyrus sort of says, you'll never understand, because what Cyrus has been through was so traumatic and it's tied deeply into Rotom. And in my opinion, the entire pre-story that involves the old chateau. And the big thing that Cyrus says that is so poignant in this is that he says to Sophocles, you remind me of a child I know well. He's talking about himself in the third person because that child version of him is long gone, dead, as he is now Cyrus, the leader of Team Galactic, and Rotom was his only pathway back to the light, but I think it might be too late for him. And then there's a really awesome battle where Cynthia shows up with her Komado and her cool new outfit. I hope we get that outfit in Legends Arceus, that'd be awesome. Anyway, okay, Pokemon Masters, if you're still here, then I guess you really want to learn. And heck, maybe you already know something about Shadow Pokemon. Perhaps you've seen past videos of mine on the subject, or you've played through either Ori Adventure. Pokemon Colosseum and Gale of Darkness has you confronting these terrifying Pokemon head on. In both of these Nintendo GameCube games, you don't catch wild Pokemon. Instead, you'll play as a character catching other people's Pokemon using what's called a snag machine. This is done in the name of justice, reclaiming Shadow Pokemon from the evil Team Snag'em and Team Cypher. Shadow Pokemon are Pokemon with the doors to their hearts locked off. Instead of having access to their usual moves, they fight more aggressively using shadow moves, and sometimes they even attack their own trainers. Now, of course, in the games, your goal is to snag all of the Shadow Pokemon, to claim them for yourself, to treat them with love, kindness, and care, to send them out into healthy Pokemon battles, to call their names if needed, to eventually get to a point where you can purify them and turn them back into regular old Pokemon. In Pokemon Gale of Darkness, we actually learn that there is a purification machine, a bit of technology that you can stuff your Pokemon inside to make it happy. It looks comfier than this. In that machine, alongside regular Pokemon, your Shadow Pokemon will enter a state of flow, a state of calm that will allow it to revert back to a regular Pokemon. This means that changing in and out of this state is biological, it's physiological, it's tied to the very being of the Pokemon. It's not just a Pokemon having a grump and throwing a tantrum. If that was the case, then Ash's Pikachu at the beginning of I Choose You, that would definitely be a Shadow Pokemon, but it's not, he's just grumpy. And to be fair, if I had to travel with Ash, I probably probably would be too. It is interesting to note, however, that in that I Choose You movie, all of the wild Pokemon get corrupted when a trainer with an impure heart touches the Rainbow Wing. They then come under the control of Mars Shadow, and they get this purpley aura and aggression towards trainers. But for Shadow Pokemon, it can be more than just purple eyes and a little bit of an aggression. As we see in XD Gale of Darkness, XD001 is the codename for the box art Pokemon, Shadow Lugia, an entirely new form of Lugia altogether, created by the admin, Laventon. She, through her twisted methods, has found a way to create the ultimate Shadow Pokemon, a Pokemon that supposedly cannot be reverted back. And these pure Shadow Pokemon we've actually seen a few times in the franchise. In Pokken Tournament, we see the Shadow Mewtwo corrupted in its nature by a Synergy Stone. And in the Pokemon movie Forever, we see the Iron Masked Marauder, a high-ranking member of Team Rocket, capture a Celebi and turn it into a new dark form of itself. This is actually reflected in the card game in the Dark Celebi card. And this transformation is happening as the result of a Dark Ball. This is a special kind of Pokeball that seems to be changing the essence of the Pokemon, capturing them, as we see with this weak and sad Tyranitar, and ultimately changing them, turning the Tyranitar into a monstrous version of itself that Brock identifies as having something funny about it. So it seems that turning a Pokemon from a regular Pokemon and a Shadow Pokemon can also be done with the power of technology, a technology owned by a Team Rocket member. And when we consider that Team Rocket might be behind this, it's not totally weird. I've done videos about this before. When we look to the hierarchical structure of Team Snag'em, we see that they are a group of low-level thieves and grunts that ultimately are really being controlled by Team Cypher, who are scientists, and that's the same as Team Rocket, who have their grunts and then their scientists. And with both teams, their enigmatic leaders are high-ranking members of society, with Giovanni being a gym leader and Cypher's leader being a mayor. And of course, those of you who have taken on Team Go Rocket will know, because Professor Willow says so, that Team Go Rocket seem to be behind the Shadow Pokemon phenomenon. We learn that Team Go Rocket must be behind the Shadow Pokemon phenomenon, exaggerating their strength, overpowering them, causing them a great deal of pain with their uncontrollable newfound power. All of these Pokemon getting a shadowy aura, apart from, interestingly enough, Mewtwo. But this MO isn't unlike Team Rocket. We saw them try the exact same thing at the Lake of Rage, where they tried to overpower Magikarp and force them to evolve using radio tower waves. Honestly, this is just what Team Rocket does. And this connection is even backed up by Laventon, the very admin that turned Lugia into Shadow Lugia. Her main Pokemon are Luvdisc and a Shadow Delcatty, and in the Pokemon animated series we meet Dr. Namba, a high-ranking scientist within Team Rocket who, in the Whirl Island arc, is trying to steal a Lugia and its baby. Why does he want this Lugia? Perhaps to turn it into a Shadow Pokemon, and interestingly enough, he also appears in the Pokemon Chronicles series over the control of Butch and Cassidy, and with those at his disposal, he sends them off to catch a Luvdisc and a Delcatty. But that might just be a coincidence. I mean, he's not a very big character, and he only appears one more time after that, so, yeah, sure, complete coincidence. Despite the fact that in those very Whirl Island episodes, he's also trying out his Rage Crown technology, a technology that causes the Pokemon to become more powerful and more aggressive. As I alluded to earlier, further connections to Shadow Pokemon can of course be seen in the Pokemon card game, in 3 different sets primarily. In the sets Team Rocket, EX Team Rocket Returns, and Neo Destiny, and no guesses as to what the theming of 2 of 3 of those sets are. These dark Pokemon in the card game seem to be an exact equivalent to Shadow Pokemon. I even mentioned the Dark Celebi, which is from another set, which ultimately is a reflection of the Celebi from the 4th movie. But let's take a quick look at that other set, Neo Destiny, whose blurb reads, "To light and to darkness. Pokemon bathed in mysterious light and Pokemon shrouded in darkness. What is their connection to Team Rocket? The mystery deepens and the adventure never ends." And actually what we learn when we look at these new light Pokemon that counteract the dark Pokemon is that they have higher HP than their regular Pokemon forms, and they tend to have attacks that aid other Pokemon in battle. They're all about companionship and training together. And of course, on point to their characters, they're all very, very happy in their artworks. Just look at that dugong. But this to me then begs the question, if we've got Shadow and Dark Pokemon and then a sort of pure Shadow Pokemon that can't be changed, like the Lugia and the Celebi and the Mewtwo, do we have a version of this for light Pokemon with a strong bond with their trainer that kind of excel and become more powerful?
You might immediately go, Toby, what about Mega Evolution? But Mega Evolution really isn't this. At first it seems so. I mean, Mega Pokemon, they only are able to Mega Evolve when there's a strong bond with the trainer that they're with, but ultimately their Pokedex entries describe some horrifying things. Salamance's Pokedex entry tells us that the stress of its two proud wings becoming misshapen and stuck together because of a strong energy makes it go on a rampage. And according to Aerodactyl's Pokedex entry, when it Mega Evolves, it becomes more vicious than ever. Some say that's because of the excess of power causing it pain. Occasionally, there are advantages to Mega Evolution. Pince's entry says that bathed in the energy of Mega Evolution, its wings become unusually developed. It flies at speeds of approximately 30 miles an hour. And while practically that's very, very useful for a trainer and in battle, it might not be so good naturally for the Pokemon. It seems these Pokemon have been artificially inflated in power, and they sound a lot like Shadow Pokemon themselves. On top of that, in the Beginner and Volcanion movie, we actually see Mega Pokemon take on that same shadowy aura and becoming aggressive towards trainers. Seemingly, these Pokemon can become Shadow Pokemon too. So we've got our normal Pokemon, Shadow Pokemon, and Light Pokemon, and then we've got pure Shadow Pokemon, and maybe Mega Evolution is more of an in-between, a neutral, where there are benefits to it, and it can only happen with a strong bond with a trainer, but ultimately it does lead to some pain, so it's kind of in the middle. And we're still left wondering, what is the alternative for Light Pokemon? Perhaps Gigantamax? Well, I think probably not. When we look to Gigantamax Pokemon, their Gmax forms seem to be projections. It's been mentioned in interviews, and I think in-game as well, that these Pokemon, they don't really have anything to do with the nature of the Pokemon being good or bad, light or dark. But instead, I want to suggest a Pokemon that has an unbreakable bond with its trainer, so much so that it actually changes its form to look like the trainer it's working with. We've only seen it once in the whole of Pokemon, and I'm talking about Ash Greninja. The Ash Greninja, or Battle Bond Greninja, may well be a reflection to this. A Pokemon so good, so pure, so bonded with the trainer that it seems to exceed evolution, becoming this new form. And I don't know, maybe it's the case that Battle Bond Greninja really is the kind of parallel to pure Shadow Pokemon, but then again, the transformation is only temporary, so I'm not so sure. Hey Pokemon Masters, Future Toby here. Also, many of you might be thinking about the new Illumina Pokemon from the new Pokemon Snap game, and I actually do think that could be a good candidate for the lightest kind of Pokemon. I mean, they're literally light, but I'll have a full theory about that next week. Another example, though, of a Pokemon going from regular and becoming light might be seen when we take care of our Pokemon, when we love them and look after them. When we feed our Pokemon well in Pokemon Me, groom them in Pokemon Refresh, or play with them in Pokemon Camp, our Pokemon bond with us, and they become fundamentally more powerful. They're more frequently able to land critical hits, heal from paralysis and burn, and that kind of thing, and of course, survive damage that would otherwise knock them out. These Pokemon in the game bonding with their trainer, the explanation for this is that they're light Pokemon. So we know that Pokemon can become more powerful through acts of goodness. But of course, Team Rocket believes that Shadow Pokemon exist solely to be used as tools by them. They want to achieve this same power, but instead of putting in the time to love and take care of their Pokemon, they use artificial means to achieve the same level of strength. And where did Team Rocket get this incredible technology? Well, I believe they got it from creating Mewtwo. Mewtwo is the ultimate Pokemon life form, and we know that when it comes to Shadow Pokemon, it is different. As I mentioned earlier, in Pokemon Go, you can't get a Shadow Mewtwo, or at least it doesn't look the same as the other Shadow Pokemon in the game. We also know that in Pokken Tournament, there is a Shadow Mewtwo, but it's been corrupted by an outside force, this Synergy Stone. It can Mega Evolve like regular Pokemon, but in fact has 2 Mega Evolutions, making it only one of 2 Pokemon that have 2 Mega Evolutions. And on top of this, despite the fact that it came out all the way back at the beginning in Generation 1, Mewtwo has consistently remained at the top of all Pokemon strength lists since the beginning of the franchise. It's always been known as one of the strongest Pokemon, and in-universe is known as the most powerful Pokemon. This is probably because in part, Mewtwo is created from the DNA of Mew, a Pokemon that contains the ancestral DNA of every single Pokemon, and in part the DNA
of humans. In the Pokemon Adventures manga, we learn that Mewtwo is created by the infusion of DNA from Blaine's arm. In the Pokemon First movie, we learn that the DNA of Amber, Dr. Fuji's daughter, has been put into Mewtwo. This is in the Japanese version only. But it is there, it does carry over. Mewtwo is part human. It's a video I've done on this channel before. Mewtwo is frankly an abomination. It's a Pokemon that is torn in two, disgusted by its own creation, unsure what to make of its purpose. That twisting, that ripping apart of itself causes it to be enraged, to be angry. It causes offshoots like the Berserk gene, an item that can be found in Pokemon Gold, Silver and Crystal outside the Cerulean Cave, the very cave that Mewtwo resides in. This Berserk gene, if you give it to a Pokemon in battle in the games, it will ultimately boost their attack stat, but confuse them. Does that sound familiar? It's because the creation of Mewtwo wasn't just about creating the single most powerful Pokemon, it was about putting forward the genetics, the science, the technology to creating an army of shadow Pokemon under Team Rocket's control. And the clues to this, of course, can be seen in the Detective Pikachu movie. In Detective Pikachu, Rhyme City is plagued by the terror of the R-gas, R for Rocket or R for Rage. We know that Team Rocket exists in this world because Team Rocket are directly referenced for creating Mewtwo in the movie. And it just so happens that the R-gas comes from Mewtwo, and when applied to a Pokemon, it gives them those purple eyes, that shadowy aura, and makes them more aggressive. This is sadly the other purpose for which Mewtwo was created. This is perhaps why the version of Mewtwo in Pokken might be the most deadly and dangerous Pokemon ever to exist, and why typically it's been so hard for Team Rocket to make Mewtwo become a shadow form, instead trying to enhance its powers with special armors. But on the side of that, Team Rocket has been taking those Berserk genes, making the R-gas, infecting other Pokemon with it, turning them into shadow Pokemon. Much like light Pokemon, they're just a little bit stronger, but sadly these Pokemon are in pain. Team Rocket have even gone as far as to teaming up with Team Snag'em and Cypher, injecting this rage, this anger, this shadow power into even the legendary Lugia. Team Rocket have spread this shadow power across the Pokemon world to try and create an army of Pokemon under their control. But there is hope, Pokemon Masters, and that is you. See, a perfect shadow Pokemon, the kind that Team Rocket are trying to create, we've only seen the three of them, the Celebi, the Lugia, and the Mewtwo, and the Celebi only really had dark rings around its eyes. It wasn't like it had gone through a full transformation. Now, to those three, in the entire history of Pokemon, we've only seen one Battle Bond Greninja, a Pokemon that is so fueled by love and friendship for its trainer that it's able to exceed evolution. And maybe that's where you come in. By using Refresh and Ami and Pokemon Camp, you're not just sitting there bonding with Pokemon, you're trying to make them even more powerful. Perhaps these light Pokemon and some new form of Pokemon that exceeds all goodness, perhaps that's the answer to truly combating these evil shadow Pokemon. So I implore you, Pokemon Masters, go down the path of light. Go down the path of light, do good things, train well, take on Team Rocket, and of course, soar high, Pokemon Masters. You realize Volo's a time traveler, right? This is your last chance for Legends Arceus spoilers, okay? 3, 2, 1. Volo. Volo as a character represents a trope in fiction that I love, the mischievous one, the one that doesn't possibly seem to be a threat, actually wielding a godlike power. In this game, he pretends to be a humble merchant, but is actually in possession of Giratina, and has ulterior motives, but why? Where did Volo come from? Why is Volo interested in any of this stuff? And why is Volo dressed like this in this really cool outfit at the end of the game? In a battle that, by the way, oh Pokemon, please do more battles like this. This was just phenomenal. I wasn't ready. On second playthrough, even then I was like losing. Well, the answer can be found with Volo's initial introduction to you, saying hello, testing your strength with just a little Togepi, which I suspect is a different Togepi to the Togekiss that he has at the end of the game. Volo is just checking you out because you, like him, are a time traveler, and he wants to get to the bottom of the secrets of Arceus. But Volo isn't from the future like you, and neither is he from the modern day, and by modern day I am referring to the events of Pokemon Legends Arceus in this context, and for the rest of the video when I say modern day, I mean the story that we played, not Diamond and Pearl. He's not from the modern day, and he's not from the future like you. Volo is from the past. This explains a lot about how he knows so much.
He has information about the Arceus plates that he just shouldn't have. He's very interested in the ruins and relics of the region. And he mentions that the blood of the old Sinnoh people run through his veins, and he's very right, it does, because he is literally one of those people. See, we know for a fact, and speculation about his relationship to Luzamine and other characters aside, we know that Volo and Kogita are both relatives, ancestors of Cynthia, the modern day champion. There's no way Volo isn't related to Cynthia and is entirely related to someone else. His team is exactly the same as Cynthia's, minus an Arcanine. But here we encounter a really weird phenomenon. Kogita and Volo don't really know each other that well. Kogita refers to Volo as being a fool and a mischievous person and doesn't really talk about him as if he's like her grandson or anything like that. They never speak in a familial way. Volo doesn't introduce Kogita as, hey, this is like my grandmother. They barely seem to be friends. Kogita just keeps herself to herself, staying in the Ancient Retreat, a location that isn't one of the main 5 locations and is known only by Kogita and Volo. The Ancient Retreat is interesting because this is the area that I believe will one day become Celestic Town. Based on the location of the map, it makes a lot of sense, and I know you're thinking, hang on, what about the Celestica ruins? That actually becomes Eterna City based on its positioning on the map, north of the Wayward Cave, south of the peak of Mount Cornet. And of course we see the connection between the Dialga Palkia statues there and the Dialga Palkia statue that we see in Eterna City. Eterna just means eternal. It was the first city, but the first town was actually the Ancient Retreat, that one day becomes Celestic Town, that gets its name from Celestica, representing the people of the region who worshipped Dialga and Palkia. So the timeline of events here, in the future we have Cynthia in Celestic Town, and her family have lived in that area, the Ancient Retreat, since the modern day with Kogita. But before that there were, according to Kogita and to Volo, the Ancient Sinnoh People. These people likely lived in that area and built the Celestica ruins a millennia or 2 ago, 1 to 2,000 years ago. That is when the origins of our story, the ancient hero who had 10 Pokemon, and the Arceus plate all kind of began. It seems to be that this is the point in Pokemon history where humans first made contact with Arceus. And those people, the ancient Sinnoh people, according to the hero's notes that we can find littered throughout the Hisui region, actually had traveled to Hisui from down in Sinjo, where the Sinnoh people were born, which implies that they actually originally came from Johto. And that makes a lot of sense because in modern day Celestic Town, there is a shrine that is just like the Celebi shrine, and in the Ancient Retreat, the color of Miss Kogita's house, it's all this green jade color, might be connected. Obviously, Cynthia's family is kind of widely known as being a dragon clan as well, and in the north of Johto, there is a dragon clan, and there's all sorts of old theories about the Draconids being people that migrated around and sealed away Regigigas in the temple. It's likely that there was some ancient dragon clan that came up from Johto, up through Sinjo, and there they discovered, they learned something. They learned of a creature that they called the Almighty Sinnoh. They learned about Arceus for the first time, and they called it the Almighty Sinnoh, and they moved north and found the Hisui region. There they learned more about Dialga and Palkia and Giratina, and they built statues to these creatures. This is happening a millennia or 2 ago, 1 to 2,000 years ago, which, by the way, not to be mistaken with 3,000 years ago with the Darkest Day and the Infinity Weapon. Legends Arceus does not happen 1,000 years ago, it's a couple hundred years ago. That is something I will get into in a future video, but there's sadly no way it can be 1,000 years ago. Anyway, a millennia or 2 ago, these Sinnoh people who worship the Almighty Sinnoh make their way up into Hisui. They build these ruins, they settle in the Ancient Retreat, and actually they build ruins and locations all over the Hisui region. We see outside the Send-Off Spring, which is where you catch Giratina, that there are the pillars that are much like the pillars that we see on Spear Pillar. That architecture appears in a lot of locations, actually especially it appears around some of the noble Pokemon sites, and each of those sites is signified by a little baby Gible statue. Which Gible, kind of a signature Pokemon of Volo and Cynthia and, you know, in theory, Celestic Town in general. Lots of things tied together. So these people, a millennia or 2 ago, they're just chilling out and worshipping Dialga, Palkia, Giratina, trying to learn more. And the 3 Pokemon are considered as equals, but below the Almighty Arceus. And then one member of that tribe, Volo, rebels. Hunts down and finds Giratina and turns Giratina against Dialga and Palkia, causing the opening of the first space-time distortion. This is why in the present day Laventon mentions that they already have a word for the space-time distortion because it's happened before, it happened back then. And much like is happening now with you being pulled from the future and plonked into the timeline, back then a hero was taken from the future and plonked into the timeline, and there is a theory over on Hybrid's channel right now about how that hero is older from the Unova games. I'm not going to get into that. But a hero capable of wielding 10 Pokemon, 10 noble Pokemon, found the almighty Sinnoh, Arceus. And with it and Arceus's powers shared in the form of plates was able to stop Giratina, locking it away in the world on the reverse side of ours, where according to its Pokédex entries, it has been lying in wait. And Volo was defeated, but Volo escaped through the space-time distortion. If people can come from the future back in time, why can't they come forward? This actually hugely explains Volo's style of dress in this kind of ancient Greek aesthetic that matches the Temple of Sinnoh that was then built by those people. It's because he is of those people, quite literally. Volo escaped into the modern day, and there's evidence of this as well, because he, much like you, the player character, washed up on the shores of Hisui, but not on Prelude Beach like you do, but instead into the Coalboat coastlands. The coastlands, specifically the Ginkgo Landing, an area that's oddly named because we don't see a presence of the Ginkgo Guild there, but I suspect this is where he was able to blend in and become a merchant. At this point in time, he locates the ancient retreat and finds the last of his civilization that used to be there, Miss Kogita, because we know from the hero's notes that are scattered across Hisui that the people of Celestica, those people, after everything happened with the hero and Arceus, they left and kept traveling the world. Most of them did anyway. We can also infer that this is when the Giratina statue was destroyed to kind of hide the history and make sure no one went again to seek out Giratina. And then, over time, as we learn from these notes, more people came to the Hisui region, and they claimed the title of being the Celestica People for themselves. But with an incomplete history and not enough people there to explain what the almighty Sinnoh was all about, they factioned off and created the Diamond and the Pearl clans. So Volo is searching for pieces of history, and it's at this point that he learns of you, a time traveler who has come through the space-time rift. He wants to question you, he wants to know all about you. He's actually already at this point met Ingo, who is another time traveler, and we know that there are time travelers that arrived in Hisui before the player character, because Ingo's there, and I'm pretty sure he arrives before you do. But Ingo's mind is wiped, so he's no use to Volo, but your mind, you vaguely remember meeting Arceus, and Volo follows you around on your quest. He sees your Arc phone and knows that you have some connection to the creature, and as you start unlocking all of the Arceus plates, he makes plans and heads to the Coalboat coastlands. Because out that way is the Send-Off Spring, the Turnback Cave where Giratina resides, and he accesses Giratina. And this is actually referenced in the story. They mentioned that just before the Lord Arcanine is washed away by the waves, strange shadows have been appearing across the coastlands. These, of course, are the shadows of Giratina being reawakened and resummoned by Volo. And it may be the case that those very waves were caused by that, that Volo awakening Giratina directly resulted in Lord Arcanine's death, and that could explain why Volo has an Arcanine on his team, just like a little nod to that. Or, I don't know, if you want to get really speculative, the Distortion world is said to have connections to the Ghost Realm of Pokemon, with Giratina being the first ghost, and what do you know, just off the shore of the Sendback Spring, we actually witness a ghost Pokemon in the game that isn't a regular ghost, and that's the Arcanine that appears. Perhaps this is because of the fragileness of the dimensions, but that's all very, very speculative. The point is, at this time, Volo is hiding their true strength. They already have their full team. They're not evolving a Gibble up into a Garchomp. They've already accessed Giratina, and they follow you around and point you in the correct direction, making sure that they are as involved as they can be at the event Spear Pillar. But at the end of the game, you stop Volo, and he comments on the fact that it feels like you were spat out just to mess with him, just like the hero of old did. And where this theory all comes together for me is the final comment that Volo makes. Dressed in the attire of his people from 2,000 years ago, on the temple that was made to laugh at his failure and worship the god that he couldn't meet, Volo says, "I'll be back. I'll get my revenge. I don't care whether it takes years, decades, or even centuries." And that's because Volo has already waited for centuries. Hey
Hey Pokemon Masters, Berkey Toby here, and did you know that the Diamond and Pearl clan of the Hisui region in Pokemon Legends Arceus are not actually originally from the Hisui region? Instead, they originated in the Hoenn region. And this is because their origins tie back to Archie and Maxie of Team Aqua and Magma, as well as the Draconids, an ancient group of travelers whose presence can be seen all over the Pokemon world. Now I know what you're thinking, you're about to comment already. Toby, not everyone can be a time traveler. Okay, the player character, they're a time traveler. Volo is maybe a time traveler. The picture in the Diamond and Pearl clan tents of Alder, it's possibly Alder as a time traveler, but the other pictures in their tents of Archie and Maxie, they can't all be time travelers. Or can they?
Hey Toby, are we doing more time travel theories today?
Oh, hey Hybrid Hero. Yeah, I was just talking about the theory that you did in your channel a while ago about how Alder is totally a time traveler and that the picture in the Diamond and Pearl clan tent, that is of Alder in the past as a time traveler.
Have you told them about how I was the one that convinced you that these paintings actually look like Archie and Maxie?
Yeah, I'm getting to it, but you know, sometimes there's a roundabout way of telling stories. You should know.
Right, like how so much of Hisui's history is told in the old verses scattered across the land. We can deep dive into that over on my channel, but the combination of these verses with the words of Miss Kogita, who knows them, suggests that the people arrived in Hisui in 3 separate waves. First came the old Sinnoh people, who arrived in Sinjo a millennia or 2 ago. These people settled and created the Celestica ruins, the Temple of Sinnoh and the Ancient Retreat. Then, within the lifetime of those people, but after the events of the hero, there were a second group who came and created the Diamond and Pearl clans with the misunderstanding on the history of Arceus. And finally came the Galaxy Expedition team, just 100 to 300 years before the main story of Pokemon.
Okay, so let's start by looking at the Pokemon world a millennia or 2 ago. What do we know from the context of all the other Pokemon games? What was happening around then? And maybe we can find out some clues towards who these explorers who arrived in Hisui actually were. And sure enough, there are 3 important events that happened around that time. 1700 to 1900 years before the events of Pokemon Legends Arceus, the Abyssal Ruins were built. They were made as a castle in the Unova region. Speaking of building, event number 2, Conkeldurr, according to his Pokédex entries, taught humans how to build using centrifugal force. Interesting to know that Conkeldurr is one of Alder's Pokemon. Maybe Alder took it back in time with him to help people build stuff. But neither of these 2 events are really of interest to us in determining who these travelers who arrived in Hisui actually were. The 3rd event is far more interesting. For every 1,000 years and 2,000 years ago, meteorites struck the Pokemon world. Specifically, meteorite showers love to land upon the Hoenn region, but meteorites strike the Pokemon world every 1,000 years anyway. The Lental region in New Pokemon Snap suffered that, and I actually did a theory all about that, but focusing on Hoenn here, 2,000 years ago, meteorites rained down and destroyed the original home of the Draconids and created the area we now know in modern-day Hoenn as Meteor Falls. As well as that, the energy within these meteorites awakened the Primal Groudon and Primal Kyogre, and they clashed. And then, wishing to the meteorite, the Draconids were able to bring forth Rayquaza and quell the fighting between Groudon and Kyogre. So we've got some ties already to Ruby and Sapphire, Groudon, Kyogre, Archie and Maxie. But I'm getting ahead of myself. 2,000 years ago, the home of the Draconids, these people, these law keepers of the Hoenn region, it was destroyed. So where did they go?
Ruin Maniac and Toby have already done videos on this, but the people of the Seafolk village in Alola are thought to have a deep connection to the Draconids, and so too are the ancestors of Pacifilog Town, who using their Braille writing, locked away powerful titans of the time in ruins across Hoenn, Unova, and of course, Hisui, where we find the main temple to Regigigas. The fact though that the Snow Point Temple predates the Diamond and Pearl clan suggests that whoever built that temple were the original Celestica people, and the Draconids are those individuals. This is something that's been theorized for years, with the original Regigigas of Hoenn being locked away behind moves that were originally naturally learnable by the Dragon Tamers of Hoenn, with Flygon, Salamence, and Rayquaza all having access to moves that access the Regi Chambers. But does this all line up with the old verses? Toby, I told you already that in Old Verse 12, we learned that the people of Old Hisui came from Sinjo, which is located north of Johto, not Hoenn. then what's any of this got to do with Archie and Maxie?
I'm getting to it because we know that the Draconids of Hoenn actually visited the Johto region. Their presence can be felt there. In the post-game of Heart Gold and Soul Silver, you can, with the red or blue orb, access the Embedded Tower, a sort of reverse of the Sky Pillar buried into the earth where you can locate Groudon, Kyogre, or Rayquaza locked away if you get the Jade Orb once you've got both of the others. The architecture in there is pretty similar to that of the Sky Pillar, so it seems that it's the same people who built it, the Draconids. But on top of that, the Draconids are dragon lawkeepers, and in the north of Johto, we have Blackthorn City and the Dragon Clan, who we know have a connection to the Draconids because in the manga, their leader has a Rayquaza on his hat. Helmet, headgear thing. Also, how many dragon clans are there in the world of Pokemon? It would make sense if these groups are related. And what's just north of Blackthorn City? The event area, the Sinjoh Ruins, and of course we know that the people who first visited Hisui, they came from Sinjoh, or rather came via Sinjoh, as these were nomadic travelers who had settled in all of the regions from Hoenn to Alola in the Seafolk village to Johto with the dragon clan that we find there, and then northward into Sinjoh before eventually arriving in Hisui. And remember who these people are, the Draconids, because they're not just the Dragon Tamer Pokemon class. They use Dragon Pokemon, but they're mostly interested in the lore, in the history of the Pokemon world. They sound a lot like Cynthia's family in the Sinnoh region. They sound a lot like the Dragon Clan of Johto. And they sound like exactly the kind of people who would arrive in Sinjoh and perhaps in some ruins there, or perhaps discover something there that would lead them to keep on heading north in search of something that they call the Almighty Sinnoh. This was when they first discovered Arceus. And actually, it seems really likely that once a travel route was established between the Johto and Sinnoh region, it was used quite frequently, and this is why we have matching ruins and architecture from later points in time. 1100 to 1300 years before the events of Pokemon Legends Arceus, similar groups of people were building ruins and relics to the unknown. We find the ruins of Alph in the Johto region, the Solaceon ruins in the Sinnoh region, and we also find the Tanboy ruins in the Kanto region, this in the Sevi Islands, where the unknown, being a form of writing, can be found right next to the Draconid's main form of writing, Braille. This kind of implies that there was a transition from one form of writing to the other, from the Braille to the unknown, and this transition was happening all as part of this big, same worldwide, world-traveling culture. The Draconids, who among other regions were constantly popping between Johto and the region that we now know as Sinnoh.
Okay, but Toby, I still don't understand. Where do Archie and Maxie fit into all of this?
Okay, Hybrid, well tell me, what do you think happened to this second group of people that visited the Hisui region? What do the old verses say?
Well, according to the old verse, within the lifetime of whoever wrote them, and after the events of the Hero of Celestica, Alder's people left Hisui, which makes sense if they are nomadic travelers like the Draconids. And then a new group of people showed up calling themselves to be Celestica, and they squabbled, likely because the Giratina statue was destroyed, and there was a suppression of knowledge. They factioned into the Diamond and Pearl clans. I guess while they worshipped the story of the original hero, they had images of the founders of those clans in their tents. Archie and Maxie's ancestors, right?
Look closer.
Those, on their outfits, are those Pokeballs? Those are Pokeballs, then, like Alder. That would mean that this is Archie and Maxie back in time, because Pokeballs should have existed when the Diamond and Pearl clan started, which would have been less than the 1700 to 1900 year age date of the original Celestica people. So what gives?
This has to be Archie and Maxie from the future for the same reason that you gave for how it can be older, because they're wearing Pokeballs on their outfits, and Pokeballs do not exist in the past of Hisui. So what gives? I'll tell you what gives. Remember, I said those meteorites strike the Pokemon world in cycles every 1,000 years, so 900 to 700 years before the events of Pokemon Legends Arceus, those meteorites were coming around again. We know for a fact they struck the Hoenn region and created the town of Sutopolis as a result, created the Cave of Origin, and it's interesting to note here, Spear Pillar, Sky Pillar, Cave of Origin, Hall of Origin. It's a lot of connection between these Hoenn locations and Sinnoh locations, but anyway, Sutopolis and the Cave of Origins were created. Groudon and Kyogre reawakened and reclashed once again, and the Draconid people, somehow just knowing what to do, were able to appeal to Rayquaza. Rayquaza once again put the children to sleep, and then they left a prophecy for the future and said, in 1,000 years, another meteorite will come round, which sure enough, in Omega Ruby and Alpha Sapphire, it does. It's threatening the world once again. And how do they have this knowledge of the future? Well, maybe it's because they were being led at that time. 900 to 700 years before the events of Pokemon Legends Arceus, they were being led by Archie and Maxie, who would come from the future. And how had Archie and Maxie ended up going back in time? Well, previously, before this point, they were the leaders of Team Rainbow Rocket, alongside, of course, Giovanni, who was the main leader who had plucked them from their timelines to help him in his conquest across the Alola region. Team Rainbow Rocket was comprised of leaders from all of the villainous teams, Aqua, Magma, but also Plasma and Galactic and Flare. All of these leaders brought together not just from across space, but also from across time, plucked from the points in their timeline where they would have been successful in their plan, Archie and Maxie included. And it's interesting to note that Ultra Sun and Ultra Moon is happening in a timeline where Mega Evolution exists, but the Archie and Maxie that appear are appearing from a timeline where Mega Evolution doesn't exist, which means not only is Giovanni pulling them from across space and time, but also from across dimensions, from different parts of the multiverse of madness featuring Giovanni. There's a sort of side theory as well here that they say that Giovanni in Pokemon Masters is possibly the Giovanni who's going to start or who did start Team Rainbow Rocket, because Pokemon Masters features Pokemon characters from all across the Pokemon universes in the same canon. And yet, for all of their different versions, iterations, and outfits, the original Archie and Maxie aren't there. Where are they? They, at the end of the Ultra Sun and Ultra Moon Rainbow Rocket episode, get sent back to the Hoenn region, but 1,000 years too early, to the time when these meteorites are striking and cause the creation of Sootopolis. They take charge, knowing what destruction Groudon and Kyogre can bring, and helping the Draconid people of that time, stopping them in their fight with Rayquaza. They have that knowledge, and with that knowledge, they help the Draconids prophesy that in 1,000 years, meteorites will come back again, and then they lead the Draconids. They throw aside their evil ways, knowing the destruction that would bring to themselves, having seen their failure as part of Team Rainbow Rocket. They take the Draconids to the Johto region, where they create the Embedded Tower, and perhaps leave their Groudon and Kyogre that they had brought with them from the future, so there's a whole bunch of time loop duplicates happening here. And then they headed north via the Dragon's Den, up through Old Sinjoh on to Hisui. But once they got there, they didn't have the full picture of everything going on. They didn't know about Giratina, they didn't really know that much about Arceus. All they had to work with were two statues, Dialga and Palkia, and the words of the old Celestica people, and Archie and Maxie did what Archie and Maxie do. They factioned off into two absolutely identical groups, Aqua Magma, Diamond Clan, Pearl Clan, and they became separate leaders to those clans in the past. And just like that, the Diamond and Pearl Clan were born. I know it's not what you want to hear, but I don't think that Commander Komado is from the Galar region. I know you're all hang on, doesn't he say so in the game? Well, no, he doesn't, but he is wearing, confirmed in the game, Galarian armor, an old style of Galarian armor. So that pretty much puts the nail in the coffin. We know he's not from Hisui, right? Sure, but all we actually know here is that the armor is from Galar. We don't know much about the man himself. Hey Pokemon Masters, Toby here, and yeah, one of the things that I pretty quickly kind of picked up on when I was playing Legends Arceus for the first time is seeing Commander Komado have this kind of character break in the Shrine of Sinnoh, the Temple of Sinnoh, where he completely starts speaking in a different voice that sounds kind of, I don't know, common? Familiar? Like maybe he's like me and he's from the Galar region, and then sure enough at the end of the game he's wearing this armor, and in the post game when you choose to rebattle him he confirms that it is his best old Galarian armor. So confirmed, Commander Komado is from the Galar region. That's what I thought anyway. But I've started seeing discussion online suggesting that Commander Komado is not from Galar at all, but is instead from the Johto region. I've been having a chat with a couple of PokeTubers, Hooped and Hip Hop, Hybrid Hero, and in this case, Ruin Maniacs Files, who came up with the most amazing idea and actually wanted to make a video on it, but his microphone's both broken, so we're using mine, and I am his mouthpiece. But don't worry, he's still involved. He's actually the person editing this video. Hey Ruin, thanks for letting me use your theory. Yeah, I'll try and do it justice. You think I'm the best Pokemon theorist? Thanks, Ruin. And of course, we're not the only ones who have thought of this. We've also seen this going around on Twitter, and there's a couple different suggestions, but I think maybe now I have the full picture. So here we go.
Komado, if I'm pronouncing it right, and I am sorry, new names and very dyslexic, is from the Johto region, not from Galar. Here are the bits of evidence. First of all, I do want to address the elephant in the room. Quite literally, the elephant in the room, Copperajah, because there's a lot of confusion about where Professor Laventon is from, because Professor Laventon and Komado, they both run the Air Galaxy Expedition team sort of together. Obviously, Komado is the commander, and Laventon is the professor who's on the research side of things. They work together with Professor Silene, but the whole of the town of Jubilife Village is really run by people who have come together from the same kind of strife. And the Pokedex, which is going to be a useful resource for us later in this video, references that, well, according to Professor Laventon, Raichu are powerful enough to take out the Copperajah of his homeland. And obviously that means the Galar region, because Copperajah is a Galar Pokemon as far as we know. However, this does pay reference to old Pokedex entries that talk about how Raichu could take out an Indian elephant. What that means is not that Professor Laventon is from an Indian region, though that would be really cool to see, and I'm sure one exists out there somewhere, but instead it simply means that before it came to Galar, Copperajah had a home in an Indian-inspired region. Professor Laventon is absolutely 100%, I think it's even been confirmed on the Pokemon website, he's the ancestor of Leon and Hop. He lived in the Galar region, that's why the pipework of the building looks like a Galarian wheezing, and there's like, I'm sure a dozen other reasons, but you know, Laventon and Komado know each other, but not as well as Commander Komado knows Benny. Benny and he go way, way back, and this is where we can learn a little bit about Commander Komado's backstory. According to Benny, they came from the same village, and that village was burnt down by a sort of crazed Pokemon running amok. But this wasn't just some small things, apparently they lost lots of comrades that day. The word comrades kind of implies a level of militarism about Benny and Komado and their relationship to each other, in that they were in the same sort of battle unit, they were in the same side of a war, it would seem. And that is interesting and useful information. And that makes sense, because Commander Komado is, well, he's a commander. He commands people. That's what he does. He isn't just like the leader of Jubilife Village. How did he get that position? Well, beforehand, he was a commander in some kind of army. And the main time that people's homes are getting burned down when there's an army involved is, well, maybe during wartime. Secret and public wars have existed throughout the history of Pokemon. 3,000 years ago, AZ had his big war, which activated the ultimate weapon. And while not a war, the Darkest Day happened 3,000 years ago. And in recent history, apparently there was maybe some kind of war that Lieutenant Surge took part in, but maybe he was just an actor, as we learn in Let's Go with the whole signed autograph thing. But there are other wars that are only lightly touched upon and mentioned, and it really depends on the canons that you look at. Of course, though, we're not looking at Kanto or Kalos or Galar for this. No. We're looking at the Johto region. So hang on, Toby, what is the evidence for that? Commander Komado coming from the Johto region. Number 1, his team. All of these team members, other than his breviary, are available in the Johto region. There's a common theme among them as well. Golem and Snorlax and Heracross especially are all wrestling, sumo-style Pokemon, and we know that Commander Komado has an obsession with sumo fighting, and this is something actually tied to the Johto region. Not only do we see the Cianwood gym leader kind of has an interest in, well, I guess he's more of a karate martial artist, but there is, I'm sure, an anime episode all about sumo fighting in the Pokemon world. It's set in the Johto arc, but that's just loose. The main point here is that yes, all of his Pokemon obtainable in the Johto region. Number 2, I have seen a lot on Twitter of people talking about the Lake of Rage and how in its beta form, the Lake of Rage actually used to be a town, possibly the home of the 7th gym, Mahogany Town, that later got moved in development, but this is possibly why we can still fly out there in the main base game. And the Lake of Rage has a lot of interesting stuff behind it, because there's this idea that it didn't used to be there as a full lake. Instead, Gyarados rampaging came along and created the Lake of Rage by destroying the area in their rage. In the anime, we got a Pokedex entry talking about how it destroyed a village, and actually in Legends Arceus, we finally got confirmation of that. I suspect this Pokemon to be the true identity of a dragon written about in ancient texts. They say that it raised an entire village with white-hot beams from its maw. So the picture of a village where the Lake of Rage once was getting destroyed by rampaging Gyarados and becoming ancient legends of Johto, that lines up and allows us to name the Lake of Rage
the Lake of Rage. So we like this, but I don't think this town is where Commander Komado is from. Because we gotta look at that wording here. Again, the Pokedex, much like the Pokedex entry about Raichu, is from Laventon's point of view. Laventon knows Commander Komado, so why would it say ancient texts and that he suspects this is the dragon spoken of in those texts? Surely he would have said, Commander Komado let me know that Gyarados destroyed his home. I mean, this is a pretty important part of Commander Komado's backstory. I suspect that this Pokedex entry is referencing the events of the Lake of Rage, but it is not referencing the destruction of Komado and Benny's home. My true suspicions lie in the one area of Johto that we know may have been involved in an ancient Pokemon war. And I say ancient, really we're only talking 150 years ago. 150 years ago in northwest Johto, there were two towers built to revere two great and legendary birds, Lugia and Ho-oh. But at some time, a fire engulfed the brass tower, burning it down to the ground, and Lugia disappeared to the Whirl Islands. How the fire started, though, that is something that changes from canon to canon. We've seen this depicted in the games, in the animated main series, but also in Generations, and I think Evolutions as well. There is always a different telling of this story. Was it the storm that Lugia created by beating its wings that caused thunder to hit the tower and the tower to burn down? Or was it robbers who break into the tower burning it down? Or was it as a result of a time of war? All of these versions of the story have been told, but the 150-year date actually works really well with the Legends timeline. I know, I'm saying it now, we know that according to the Pokemon timeline, according to Pokedex entries about Spiritomb was originally sealed away around 500 years ago. This is the same time when Magearna was created, the first Pokeball, but not really. Though it is interesting to note that it seems like the Hisui region is behind other regions when it comes to Pokeball production, because very clearly Magearna existed 500 years ago, but this game cannot be that old because Spiritomb's original sealing was 500 years ago. And the character Professor who gives you the Spiritomb quest directly mentions that the original sealing of Spiritomb happened hundreds of years ago, which means Pokemon Legends Arceus cannot be any earlier than 300 years before the main series, because there needs to be hundreds of years since Spiritomb sealing. And if you base it on real world estimates, 150 to 200 years ago does sound about right. So this is like perfect for us and our timeline and gives Legends Arceus like exactly where it's supposed to be. But there's two more things that tie into this. Number one, while in English the accent break completely confused me, in Japanese, the original language, the dialect that he begins to speak in is something called Kensai Ben.
Kansai Ben.
This is a dialect of Japanese, though, based on the area that inspired the Johto region, meaning at least in the Japanese version, I think they intended for Komado to be from the Johto region. You combine that with the team and the fact his hometown burnt down and the fact that, well, the town Ekritique, the tower burnt down there, it likely caused fire to other buildings. But then there's one final note, and it ties into what I just said about Pokeballs. At the very beginning of the game, Professor Laventon mentions one thing. He says, Pokeballs, they're a relatively recent invention, and they've allowed him to, I guess, catch the Pokemon that he's got. Newly invented by way of crafting apricorns into Pokeballs, something that the Galaxy team bring with them and actually hold the recipes for, which is how the Galaxy Expedition team gives you the recipes for the Pokeballs you're going to use throughout the game. And where did they learn how to do that? Well, probably in Johto, where the craft originated from. It is this incredible craft that allowed people to finally take it to the Hisui region and settle there. I also love the idea that Pokeball development happened at different stages throughout the history of the Pokemon world, because then that really makes sense with everything that Drayden has ever said, because that's that whole thing where he's like, when I was younger, we didn't even have Pokeballs, they didn't exist. But we know for a fact that ancient Pokeballs have existed for a long time throughout the history of the Pokemon world. But in the Hisui region, only for 2 years as of the time of Legends Arceus, after the Galaxy Expedition team, led by their commander, headed north from the Johto region after fleeing their home.
And while finishing up this video, I found the biggest bit of evidence for him coming from Ekritique City staring me in the face. He's wearing a kimono. He's the only main character who wears a kimono. And the kimono is kind of a symbol of one specific Johto town, Ekritique City.
Though there is also this one old man who has memories of like seeing it, which would make him over 150. Not sure if I'm buying his story, or maybe he's a time traveler. Maybe I should do a video about him being a time traveler. So, a couple questions. Why in the Hisui region with this brand new legendary Pokemon Enamorous did they choose a legendary from a trio that is from the Unova region? Nothing to do with Sinnoh. Why hasn't this Pokemon appeared anywhere else across the Pokemon world? And why am I wearing sunglasses? You'll get answers to a couple of those things in videos, but I'm not promising all of them. Hey Pokemon Masters, Togepi here, and okay, obviously the true reason that Enamorous didn't appear in any of the other Pokemon games that feature the other forces of nature is because it didn't exist yet. Heck, when Landorus, Tornadus, and Thundurus first appeared, the fairy type didn't even exist, so of course they couldn't have Enamorous in the game. It didn't exist till last year. But that's like saying, why is Ash Ketchum still 10, and answering, because he's a cartoon. Answers like that put me out of a job. So today we're going to put our theory caps on and jump into the real reason, the in-law reason as to why Enamorous isn't in the rest of Pokemon. So, what do we know about Enamorous? Well, Enamorous completes a quartet that was previously a trio, the Forces of Nature. Pokemon that have the most rubbish base form, but their Therian forms that they all have are really, really cool. Personally, a huge fan of the Flying Tiger, and I know I upset a lot of competitive players, but I'm gonna say it, Landorus Therian form is like one of the coolest Pokemon of all time. This trio was previously led by Landorus in the original games that they were released in, Pokemon Black and White in the Unova region. Tornadus and Thundurus were version exclusive, and by catching them both and trading them over to one copy, you could then access Landorus, a Pokemon that was even separate from them in the Pokedex. This just showed that it was different, it was special, it was a leader. In order to access it, you had to go to the Abundant Shrine, a shrine that looks suspiciously like the one in Celestic Town. We're gonna get to that. You could also access these three Pokemon through the Dream Radar game in Dream Balls that was attached to Pokemon Black and White 2. This DS download title is actually a lot of fun. I've played it multiple times, download it before the eShop wipes it forever. You can still get your Therian forms there, and actually the Pokemon arrive in Dream Balls, and hey, Dream Balls, Dream Mist, Enamorous, ooh, maybe there's some theory potential there. They're pink. That's a theory potential. There's really not that much there, but there is theory potential in the fact that that shrine, the Abundant Shrine, looks just like the shrine that appears in Celestic Town. And I have to thank my Twitter community here. I cannot find the DM. Someone sent this to me, and I just want to say thank you to you for sending this my way because, yeah, you're right. The shrines look identical. And this is a big deal because at first it seems like Hisui and the Unova region are so far removed from each other, but Celestic Town is actually a very important place when related to Hisui, as it is the area of Sinnoh that was most likely once the ancient retreat where we first meet Enamorous. There, after the events of the main game, we can meet the ancestor of Cynthia. She's a mysterious character who lives out in the ancient retreat. She is of the ancient Sinnoh people who existed long before the Hisui region. Her blood stretches back the same as Volo's, and she's been in the ancient retreat for quite a while, obligated to bring the lore of her people down through the generations and pass on words of wisdom. She even knows the words of the old verses, one of which directly gives reference to Enamorous, a Pokemon that has been hanging about with her for quite some time. But as you go out into the field to catch Landorus, Tornadus, and Thundurus, eventually she'll give you access to this new Pokemon, Enamorous. She'll ask you to maximize its Pokedex entries and learn everything there is to learn about it, and sure enough, you do. And you return to Miss Kogita, and she says, thank you. Do you know what? Enamorous has been hanging out with me for some while, but now it'll travel with you for a bit, implying that, of course, you can't expect to live forever, and this is a legendary Pokemon, a force of nature, so of course, one day it will be free again. This line of dialogue is actually really insightful when it comes to legendary Pokemon. I think we've always wondered, hang on, how can a kid catch a legendary Pokemon in its Pokeball? You know, God of Time in my Pokeball. Of course, when the trainer passes away, I guess the idea is Dialga is released back into the wild. What's really funny about this, specifically in relation to Dialga and Palkia, is the player character you're playing as in Legends Arceus is from the future. You already caught a Dialga in the future, probably the same Dialga. So from the perspective of Legends Arceus, you catch Dialga, Dialga has no idea who you are, and then in the future, after you've died, Dialga's gonna recognize you and be like, hey buddy, I thought you had died. Wait, you're a bit shorter than I remember, because they're chibi. No, cut that. The Dialga and the Palkia are actually seeing the younger versions of their old trainers who have died. That's like super traumatic. Anyway, back to Enamorous. So Kogita kind of expects that Enamorous will continue to pass down the hands of other trainers, maybe be free for a bit, and it is explained that, eventually that'll happen, and that's presumably the case for the other forces of nature as well. Landorus, Tornadorus, Thunderous. Why am I saying them weird? Tornadorus. They will all one day be free again, and sure enough, we find them in the modern day Unova region. All of them are there, apart from Enamorous. So where is she? What happened? Is she still sitting in a Pokeball on a shelf somewhere, just not released in time? Maybe. I suppose that's possible. But there is one other big tie to the Unova region in Hisui, and here we have to put another theory cap on because it ties back to another theory that I think has generally been accepted. The idea that the original hero who worked with the original Sinnoh people in the past of Hisui was older. We see this painting appear in the Diamond and Pearl clan's tents, and we see the Pokeballs around his neck. This was a human who had Pokeballs before Pokeballs should exist. He was able to wield 10 Pokemon, which is a real feat for olden day trainers, with only Volo being able to handle 6, or I guess 7, and you, the player character, being naturally gifted because you could catch 3 at the beginning of the game. This trainer shouldn't exist in this time zone, unless they, like you, had been sent back in time via a space-time distortion, which we know space-time distortions did happen before the time of Legends Arceus. That's why they have a name for it. And that trainer was older. And it makes sense. They're definitely grabbing trainers from the Unova region because Ingo's also from the future. So older, with the many Pokeballs around his neck and at his waist, older got sent back in time. Is it possible that Alder had Enamorous with him, which would make Enamorous a bootstrap paradox, being sent back in time and then being gifted down to Kogita's bloodline, and then to Kogita, and then to you, the player character, and eventually to Alder, and then Alder would go back in time, and I guess Enamorous never really exists? Or always exists? It's fun to think about, but in order to make that claim, I'd need some evidence, which I searched far and wide, and I don't have it. And that was where I was going to leave this theory. It's where I was going to leave the video. But then I looked a little bit closer and I found something that I think you'll love. Love. It's all about love. Enamorous is the love Pokemon. It's about being enamored. Look at all those love hearts on it. In the Pokemon Black and White anime, Alder, the champion of the Unova region, is in love. He has a crush on Cynthia, the champion of Sinnoh. The champion who is the descendant of Kogita, and he asks her out on a date and gets rejected a couple of times. It's very sweet, it's very fun.
Well, a cup of coffee wouldn't hurt.
Persistence will only get you nowhere.
But I have reason to believe that maybe something works out between those two, because in the Unova region, in Pokemon Black and White and Black and White 2, Cynthia has her house in Undella Town, and she's in her house, her resort, where she battles you, but her team isn't 100% the same as her team from the Sinnoh days. She, like Alder, rocks a Braviary. Interesting, it's just interesting. Here we go, we've got another connection between Sinnoh and the Unova region, and Cynthia and Alder and Kogita and the ancient hero and Enamorous. This story is all beginning to tie together. And I wonder if the excuse they'll give for how Enamorous can appear in Pokemon Scarlet and Violet and in future Pokemon games beyond that, if the reason that they'll give is that the Pokemon always existed, it's just that this legendary Pokemon has been in the care of another trainer, a descendant of the Kogita bloodline, perhaps even gifted back to that bloodline via Alder, the champion of Unova, as a gift to show his Enamorous, his love, his interest in Cynthia. But it is interesting to note that there are connections here between Cynthia and Enamorous. Enamorous's Pokédex entry mentions how it hates the cold, it heralds the beginning of spring, and seasons are important to the world of Pokemon Black and White and Black and White 2, which were the only games to feature the seasonal mechanic. And Cynthia, she's only battleable in spring and summer. She won't battle you in the winter. Additionally, when she's at her villa, the people that shall have visited her are the female gym members and Elite Four members of the region, and Enamorous is the only female-only member of the Forces of Nature group. And that, combined with all the previous things I've mentioned, is just one too many coincidences for me. Ultimately, we have 3 options here. Number 1, Enamorous has been sat in a Pokeball for years on a shelf somewhere, gathering dust, and in the time of Scarlet and Violet or beyond, someone will discover this Pokeball, and that's how they'll reintroduce it into the series. Option number 2, Enamorous is stuck in a really cool time loop. If we buy the idea that Alder is in fact the hero of olden days, then maybe Alder has Enamorous in modern day and ultimately will end up going back to the past, handing Enamorous down through time and through history to Kogita and eventually back on to himself, where he'll take it back to the future, back in time. Or number 3, my favorite one and this video's main theory. Enamorous belongs to the ancient hero who looks like the modern day champion of Unova, passes it down the bloodline to Kogita. Kogita will one day pass Enamorous down to you, and you will pass it on to other future Pokemon trainers. Maybe it'll get released for a little bit, and the place where Kogita lives, the ancient retreat, will one day become Celestic Town, featuring a shrine to remind us that there is a connection between there and the abundant shrine of Unova, where the forces of nature will live in modern day. And Enamorous keeps on going down the line and eventually winds up with Alder. And as a sign of love, in flirtiness with Cynthia, Alder gives her Enamorous, as well as possibly his Braviary for a time. Cause why she got Braviary? That's Alder's Pokemon! And a Pokemon very important to the Hisui region. Anyway, he passes down Enamorous to show that he likes her, and she has it for a bit. But she'll only battle you in the summer and the spring. The rest of the time, she takes Enamorous back to the Sinnoh region. As for why it doesn't appear with the forces of nature in the other Pokemon games, Hoopa portals, it's not actually there anyway, so Hoopa just didn't teleport it. Ultra wormholes, so other dimensions, we just don't go to the dimension where Enamorous is. Max Raid Lair, we're not even sure if it's canon, it's legendary Pokemon traveling from across the world. But how can Enamorous do that if it's stuck in the past or in a Pokeball somewhere? I'm sure there's a reason. Oh yeah, the reason is it's a video game and didn't exist yet. But hey, I like to think about these kind of things. I like making theories, and if you like Pokemon theories, then I've got a bunch more for you right here. I've been doing loads of. Hey Pokemon Masters, Birdkeeper Toby here, and I have a cold. Luckily, I have the new Pokemon Daybreak update to Legends Arceus, absolutely not a DLC, to keep me company. Even though the Daybreak update was completely overshadowed by the fact that Generation 9 got announced. We were all expecting just maybe, I guess, some Legends Arceus DLC. I know I was. I was very surprised. What's this?
Oh my god, it is!
Yeah.
What? It's cat! It's a cat!
Though we all kind of forgot that Legends Arceus did get DLC, we got an update, a named update, which kind of implies that there'll be future named updates for Legends Arceus as well between now and the release of Scarlet and Violet. And given that we don't have much to talk about in the world of Scarlet and Violet, and I still have loads of Legends Arceus theories, I thought I'd start off with one about Operation Daybreak. It's not an operation, it just sounds better than update. Operation Daybreak. Of course, this will contain spoilers for that update, if you can spoil an update, and I am going to jump into it with what the heck this was all about anyway. Because on the surface, there's a mystery, and I think I've solved it. Very quickly, I did forget to mention while recording that this theory was brought to my attention by Ezekiel42 over in the Birdkeeper Toby community Discord server. You can find links to both the server and Ezekiel's Twitch in the description below. Thanks, Easy. So the Daybreak update trucks you back into the world of Legends Arceus after the events of the main story. Here, new outbreaks of wild Pokemon, including alpha Pokemon, are happening all across the Hisui region, featuring Pokemon in locations that they wouldn't normally be in, like Zorua in the Obsidian Fieldlands, these first appearing on Romanus Island. Mai and her Munchlax are very suspicious about this scenario because they have no idea why these outbreaks are happening, and oddly enough, her Munchlax is able to detect where these outbreaks are going to happen whenever it's full, as if it's got some kind of scent detecting smell that's detecting the scent of an outbreak of Pokemon. So you begin your investigation by researching the outbreaks across the Hisui region, and along the way you speak to many of the wardens, including Melly and Leon and Kabbalah, and everyone has a different theory on why these outbreaks are happening. Some people suggest it's because of the rain. A lot of the outbreaks are only happening during rain, apart from the Alabasta Icelands, where they're happening because of snow. That makes sense because it's colder there, so it wouldn't rain, it would snow. However, there are other theories. Adam and Iridia suggest that perhaps it's some kind of test sent forth by the almighty Sinnoh, Arceus, or perhaps Dialga and Palkia in response to their presence. Kabbalah specifically mentioning Palkia. Melly suspects these Pokemon are outbreaking in honor of him, which I think is very unlikely. Leon thinks that could be the geology is just causing the mass outbreaks to happen. And in the end, once we've done all of our research in Operation Daybreak, Our main characters stand in the Obsidian Fieldlands, our hero looking out onto the horizon, where we learn nothing. Maybe these things are just happening because, I don't know, Arceus? Seriously, this whole investigation ends, this update ends with us having no idea why these outbreaks are happening. But I have an idea. See, the outbreaks are just one part of the new requests that come with this update, or you're sorting out these outbreaks as a result of requests from the various characters. There are another kind of request that happens, and that is the request of battling. There are a number of battles you can partake in, both in the training grounds and against Arceus, where you can, I guess, test your skill and improve how strong you are. These things are all very good. However, there is one other type of request that seems to have snuck its way into this update. As a result of updating your game to this version and giving it the Outbreak update, you get access to 27 new requests across Jubilife Village. Some of them are part of the story of this, dealing with the outbreaks, and again, the other half are dealing with new challenges to get stronger. But there is one that is just like an ordinary request that you get in the main story, where you're helping out a villager, going out into the field, getting something for them, bringing it back. It's just like a regular request, and it stands out like a sore thumb because it's not part of either of the other two categories. It's not part of the story, and it's not a big challenge for you. And it's given to you by a completely random NPC. Request number 103, Digging for Tomorrow. The character of Kochika gives you this quest, and it's interesting to note that Kochika was actually part of the main Legends Arceus story. He's one of the people that appears from another region that Komado tells you on Prelude Beach. These people have come to live with the Galaxy Expedition team. So it's just interesting to note that it's a named character from the main story, even though the character model is very, very generic. So definitely not like an ancestor to anyone, but the request he gives you, Digging for Tomorrow, is sending you out into the Orberg Tunnel, the area that will become the Orberg Tunnel in the future of Sinnoh. It's known simply as Ouroboros Tunnel in the time of Legends Arceus, and he says that there's a rampaging Alpha Onix, and could you go and deal with it? So, like many requests that you'll have done before at this point, you go out there, and sure enough, there's a rampaging Alpha Onix. It's an interesting Onix. You can battle it, but you're not allowed to catch it. You have to battle it and defeat it. It's level 60. There's nothing particularly special about it, and when you defeat it, Kochika appears and says, "Hey, thanks for beating that Onix. Hey, I know it's an Alpha Onix, but I think it just wants to dig around the tunnel. Maybe I'll dig with it." Isn't that lovely? He comments to say that if they find good enough rock in the tunnel, that people might use it to create statues of Pokemon, and that Leon said there was coal around here. And wait, hang on. What did he just say about statues of Pokemon? He says that if the people of Hisui had access to good quality rock from inside the Ouroboros Tunnel, that they would make statues of Pokemon. This request is completely random compared to the other quests. The other ones, again, they're all about the story or they're all about challenges. This one sticks out like a sore thumb because of how ordinary it is. Who is Kochika? Random village person. What's the deal with an Alpha Onix? I don't know, it's not tied to the story, except it is. Statues of Pokemon may be the true reason as to why we're seeing outbreaks across the Hisui region. Statues. He specifically mentioned that the people of Hisui would make statues of Pokemon if they could find good enough stone underground. Does that remind you of anything? In Pokemon Brilliant Diamond and Shining Pearl, if you go to the Grand Underground, one of the new features they introduced for this game, the game coming out just 2 months before Legends Arceus, they introduced statues. Statues of Pokemon, specifically the color ones that you can get that are the same jade color as the statues of Pokemon we see on the top of the Galaxy Expedition team building. These kinds of statues can be created for secret bases in the Grand Underground because of the stones that you can dig up under there. And the function of these statues? When you put them in your secret base, you can attract certain kinds of Pokemon, hordes or outbreaks of Pokemon into the Grand Underground, into the Pokemon hideaways. It may be the case that this seemingly completely obscure request from a random person, that this is the most important one that explains the entire story, because none of the main characters have any idea how they're happening. It just ends with them asking the main character about time travel and what the future's like, but if they wanted to know what tomorrow was really like, they should have done the Digging for Tomorrow quest, because everything goes full circle with that quest. There are actually two other bits of evidence that tie into this. One, it's Maya's Munchlax who's able to detect this, and Munchlax has a pretty significant role in the Pokemon Diamond and Pearl and Brilliant Diamond and Dining Pearl? Because in Diamond and Pearl, Munchlax was notoriously hard to get hold of, only available at a 1% chance through honey trees, but in Brilliant Diamond Shining Pearl, they sort of featured Munchlax as the main Pokemon for the Hideaways Underground, but that's supplementary evidence. The final bit of evidence is that this Operation Daybreak begins with you visiting an outbreak of Zorua on Romanus Island, and Romanus is also a new area to Brilliant Diamond Shining Pearl that wasn't in Diamond and Pearl. In Diamond and Pearl it's the Pal Park, but in Brilliant Diamond Shining Pearl it's the Romanus Park, and in order to access all of the various statues of legendary Pokemon, you need to visit the Grand Underground and find stuff there. So I think this underground focused statue quest is a lot more than it seems. This is the true story of the new DLC or software update. Now, I'm working on the Pokemon Tree of Evolution and changing a couple things around. Ghosts are going to be a big part of this, and looking at Spiritomb, it's hard to know what it relates to biologically. But thanks to a theory from one of you over in the Discord server, thank you, a guy named Steven, I now know that Spiritomb is most closely related to Typhlosion. Hey Pokemon Masters, Togepi here, and this theory, this quick little mini theory, is not complete nonsense. In my last video where I was saying I'm scraping the bottom of the barrel, I asked for your help in coming up with Pokemon Legends Arceus related theories, and if you have any, by the way, the community Discord is a great place to share them. Feel free to tag me in them, or feel free to send them over email to bugkeepertoby@gmail.com. And there are lots of great conversations going on out there, including the relationship between Arceus and the Unknown, and Miss Kogita and the Ancient Retreat, and everything else. But this one is, I just thought, brilliant, and thank you again, a guy named Steven, for recommending this to me. This is the relationship between Spiritomb and Typhlosion. I don't know how I missed this. Spiritomb is obviously a pretty enigmatic, unusual. It's a very weird Pokemon. First coming to us in Diamond and Pearl, it's known to be made up of 108 angry, vengeful spirits that haven't been able to leave the real world, bound to an odd keystone, and that's all we really know about it. In Pokemon Legends Arceus, there is a giant odd keystone standing over a shrine in the game in the Crimson Islands, but other than that, we really don't know much about Spiritomb. We don't even know if the spirits it's talking about are the spirits of dead Pokemon or the spirits of people. We do get a little bit of extra lore in the game Pokemon Omega Ruby and Alpha Sapphire, in which a Spiritomb can be found in the old Sea Marvel, a now abandoned site where the gym leader of the Electric Gym, Watson, used to be part of a research project that was working on an apocalyptic bunker and Pokemon technologies for the Hoenn region to spare them should Omega Groudon and Alpha Kyogre ever show up and try to wreak havoc. And they developed these technologies, according to the notes, in a very dark way by extracting the life force, the infinite energy of Pokemon and people. And they mentioned that they have an odd keystone on loan from the Oolberg mine, which suggests that it may well be the life force of Pokemon that are bound to this odd keystone. But other than that, we know nothing about Spiritomb. But now, here in the Hisui region in Pokemon Legends Arceus, we get some extra lore when we look to Hisuian Typhlosion. Said to purify lost and forsaken souls with its flames and guide them to the afterlife. And then Professor Laventon, who is the writer of this, then adds, I believe its form has been influenced by the energy of the sacred mountain towering at Hisui's center. So Laventon seems to suggest that Hisuian Typhlosion's transformation is to do with Mount Cornet, which is really odd. There are a couple of ties to ghost Pokemon and the Cornet Highlands. For example, Rotom can be organically found in a gravesite near there, as well as a bunch of other ghost Pokemon. And on top of that, Mount Cornet has ties to the Distortion World, where the OG ghost resides, Giratina. But I don't think any of those things have to do with this. In fact, I think Professor Laventon is mistaken, because there is one more entry about Hisuian Typhlosion, but it's not in the game. It's on the Pokemon website. Flavor text written by the creators of Pokemon themselves. In addition to having very graceful and refined movements, Hisuian Typhlosion has a very relaxed disposition. It can often be seen staring into space. At such times, it is thought to be looking at the flow of life energy and spirits. It will occasionally eat wayward spirits, but it is believed that the spirits consumed this way are then purified by the Pokemon's flames and returned to where they belong.
Okay, that's just the first half. I'm gonna get to the second half in a minute, but look at that. Eating wayward spirits. That actually kind of ties into the story of Hisui and Legends Arceus, because in the games, the way that you access the Pokemon Spiritomb is by collecting 108 wayward spirits, little fire will-o-wisp type orbs that are across the map. And the fact that they look kind of like, not just like spirits, but also flame spirits, not even remotely dissimilar from the ones that Hisui and Typhlosion attacks with, makes you kind of wonder, are these the spirits that Typhlosion eats? But it gets even better, and this is the thing that a guy named Steven pointed out to me that I love.
It attacks using 108 ghost flames. Hisuian Typhlosion is usually gentle and pacifistic. However, once angered, it loses control of its emotions and incinerates opponents until not even ashes remain. It emits ghost flames said to number as many as 108 from fires around its neck. These flames attack all of the opponents, adopting the countenance of ferocious beasts.
108 angry spirits that look like the spirits you collect around the map for Spiritomb, the Pokemon that's known for being made up of 108 spirits. That's not there by accident. 108 is a very specific number. Pokemon knew exactly what they were implying. Even the shiny of Hisui and Typhlosion takes on the blue coat that the shiny Spiritomb has. There's a relationship here for sure. So what is that relationship? Well, a guy named Steven suggests that what it's doing is it's eating the Spiritomb's spirits to try and purify them, and any that it can't eat ultimately then become Spiritombs and are bound to the odd keystone. I like that. I like that, and the extra presence of all these spirits in the Hisui region specifically, which is why Typhlosion evolves this way in Hisui, might be the result of the distortion world opening up, or space-time distortions, allowing the distortion world and the realm of Giratina, the realm of ghosts, to interact with the real world. Maybe that's why there's all these spirits about. But I have another sort of idea. What if it is simply more biological than that? That this is just part of the life cycle of Hisui and Typhlosion? That it uses its high emotions, its anger to push out these 108 angry spirits. And then once it calms down, it refuels its own fire just by re-eating those spirits when it encounters them. But if it's unable to re-eat its own spirits, maybe a Hisui and Typhlosion can only eat the spirits that it produces, and so there's always an exact 108 number around should something happen to Typhlosion before it's able to go around and eat those spirits, and those spirits then become wayward and head out across the Hisui region, sometimes causing trouble for the people of Hisui who become a vessel like Vesa. And so the people of Hisui have made these odd keystones as a way of binding these odd leavings of Typhlosions into one new entity. So actually, whether Spiritomb belongs next to Typhlosion on the Tree of Evolution or in the human-made section is up for debate, but I'll leave that debate to you in the comments down below. I'm going to be Pokemon Masters, Togepi here, and welcome to a under 2-minute Pokemon theory. I was recently watching a video by my friend Gatorex, and he was pointing out the relationships between the characters that appear in Legends Arceus and their modern day counterparts. For example, there's Commander Komado, very clearly a relative of Professor Rowan. By the way, the Golduck on his kimono looks very cool, is not a regional form of that Pokemon. Golduck appears in the trailer. We also meet Captain Silene, who's clearly related to Cyrus, as I pointed out in a recent video of mine, the player characters who are clearly related to the modern day player characters. And then finally, we have the Professor Laventon. The Pokemon website says, as a member of the Galaxy Team Survey Corps, Professor Laventon conducts research into the Pokemon's modes of life. He aims to create a complete Pokedex. And immediately when you look at his attire, you see the way he's dressed. He looks different than the other Hisuian characters. He looks more like he's from the Galar region, which would make sense that there's some Galar crossover. After all, that was just the last games we played before this one. And that is, of course, backed up by the fact that at the Galaxy Team's headquarters in Jubilife Village, we have this building with what looks to be a Galarian wheezing as the piping system. It's an inspired creation from someone who's come from another region. And we know this character probably is from another region because he travels around the starter Pokemon. He's bought them from other regions he's visited. And so you go, okay, if we've got the ancestor of Professor Rowan and the ancestor of Cyrus, which character is this the ancestor of? Let's look to the Galar region, and immediately we think about Hop and Leon. I think there's some similarities there, and maybe it's just the purple hair against the purple hat and shirt. I don't know. I wouldn't put it past them to be related, and I think there is a defining piece of evidence, and that can be found in Pokemon Sword and Shield in Hop's room, where we see an old Krogunk statue. Why does he have the statue? It's probably a family heirloom.
There is actually one more thought to this, which is far more interesting than the actual mini 1 minute theory, which is, oh my goodness, Galarian Weezing existed in ancient times, which means Weezing existed in ancient times. Weezing is a naturally occurring Pokemon. I think for a long time we've all thought of it as, is it a man-made Pokemon? No, clearly it is a naturally occurring Pokemon that has existed for hundreds of years, and this was actually even confirmed in Weezing's Pokedex entries in Pokemon Sword and Shield, that just says that it used to exist more commonly in Galar back in the day. The day of what? The day of Legends Arceus. And that is a 2-for-1 very quick Pokemon theory. I hope you enjoyed. I'll be back with more proper theories. Come on, Masters, Toby here, and a Giratina that you can't catch that's level 100 with a shadowy aura, but this is no shadow Pokemon. I think we're at the point where we can safely start exploring spoilers from Brilliant Diamond Shining Pearl, and I say spoilers, I mean spoiler, because there's really only one thing in the game that's that different from regular Diamond and Pearl, and that is at the end of the game, as the big boss at the end of it all, there is a shadow Giratina, though to call it a shadow Pokemon, it's not like other shadow Pokemon that we encounter in Colosseum or Pokemon Go or Gale of Darkness. It's totally different, and it sits for you at the end of the Romanus Park, the replacement to the PAL Park, where you can catch legendary Pokemon from the first 3 generations and even visit the Distortion World from Pokemon Platinum. Or is it the Distortion World? There is a lot of mystery here, it's very cool, and I'd love to know why they included all this in the first place.
Well, as good as Toby is, he couldn't answer this all by himself, which is why I, Hoops and Hip Hop, am here to hopefully try and help out. As Toby was saying, Shadow Giratina has got to have some kind of explanation, because it's the kind of thing that just doesn't happen in Pokemon. It's a level 100 super boss that you cannot catch, and really the only comparable thing to it within the entire series is the Marowak ghost from the Kanto games. But given that these games are supposed to be faithful remakes, and this clearly wasn't in any of the original Sinnoh games, I feel like it has to mean something, and as Toby and I talked about over on my channel, I feel like it could even connect to Legends Arceus.
Hey Hoops, and with that being said, after some post-Brilliant Diamond Shining Pearl mind melding on Discord, we have come up with 2 videos. One more theory-based, which is obviously here, talking about how exactly Shadow Giratina works within the world of Brilliant Diamond Shining Pearl, and then a video over on Hoops' channel talking about what that means for Legends Arceus and what impact Shadow Giratina will have. A video more rooted in the realm of speculation, but let's delay no longer and dig to the bottom of this mystery. What is the deal with Shadow Giratina? Okay, Pokemon Masters, so to dig into this mystery, let's tackle what we actually do know. After you complete your Pokedex in Sinnoh, you head back to Sandgem Town where you meet Professor Rowan and Professor Oak. There you unlock access to the PAL Park south of Sandgem Town. I say the PAL Park, it's not the PAL Park anymore, it's the Romanus Park. Previously, 2 construction workers would have been blocking your path in, but now the park is finished. It's been man-made. And in this park, there are a number of caves and chambers that are currently empty with various podiums, and on those podiums, they're waiting to place statues of legendary Pokemon, the Pokemon that you will encounter. These legendary Pokemon include the birds, the beasts, the Regis, Mewtwo, Ho-oh and Lugia, Groudon, Kyogre and Rayquaza, Latias and Latios, and then of course, Giratina. But these Pokemon don't live in the park.
If you pay close attention during the encountering of these legendaries, you'll notice that you're actually transported to a different location where the legendaries actually are, after you put their corresponding slates into the pedestals that reside in all the various rooms. You can get these slates by collecting mysterious shards in the Grand Underground and then trading these shards for the slates in Romanus Park. They kind of have a Z crystal type look to them in their small form and resemble the head of a flower in their large form. However, their only purpose in the game is to be traded for these slates. Given that the Romanus Park is also the only place or person in the game that deals in these slates, I think you're not so much trading the shards for the slates as you are collecting the shards so they can be made into the slates themselves. This actually goes along with another older theory that says that the other kinds of shards that you can also find in the underground are actually bits and pieces of Arceus plates. So in both cases, we've got these shard-like objects that you can find in the underground that are pieces of plate or slate-like objects, and just like the Arceus plates, these slates that are used for the legendaries in the Ramanas Park have a mysterious power because, as I said earlier, they are actually capable of transporting you to another location.
For the lower level legendaries like the birds, beasts, Slatties, and Regis, you get transported to the pure space, which looks a lot more like the Ramanas Park with various Ramanas roses across the floor. There's a lot of greenery and it's a much nicer aesthetic to where you get transported for the rest of the battles, the weird space that looks a lot more like the conventional distortion world that we saw in Pokemon Platinum. And in fact, we see that the strange space is very reminiscent of the distortion room, the room which you go in to find Giratina. But I wouldn't say that the pure space is too dissimilar to the distortion world either. The distortion world is characterized as being a location where the rules of physics aren't quite the same. Gravity is all over the place and the earth is shattered and dismantled, and you can see that in the background of the pure space. So what is the difference between the pure space and the weird space or the strange space? And are you getting transported to another location or even the distortion world? I think yes, that's exactly what's happening. Throughout the video games and even the animated series, we haven't seen much of the distortion or reversal world, usually just a sort of single corridor of platforms in this kind of purpley space. We don't know how big it is or if other environments can exist within it, but given the parallels of how you access the pure space and the strange space, it seems likely to me that they are just parts of the same area, the same type of location, the distortion world. And in fact, they have to be at least the strange space part of the distortion world, because that's where you encounter this form of Giratina, the origin form, which can only be encountered in this way in the distortion world or in the real world if it's holding a Grecius orb. But interestingly enough, despite the fact that you obtain the Grecius orb by battling this form of Giratina, this form of Giratina isn't actually holding an item. If you sent in a Pokemon using Frisk, it wouldn't detect that this Pokemon's holding anything at all. In fact, if you look at the game's code, there is no Grecius Orb on this Giratina.
How could that work though? If Shadow Giratina isn't actually holding the orb, then how could it even be in its origin form in the first place? Well, the answer explains not only this, but it also explains what Shadow Giratina truly is. In order to get this interesting form of Giratina to appear at all, you first have to go and capture the regular Giratina at Turnback Cave like you did in the original Sinnoh games. So, with you capturing Giratina, and then Shadow Giratina also being its own thing, does that mean that we have two Giratina here? Well, no, that cannot be the case, because as we know, Giratina is essentially a creator deity, and therefore there can only be one of it in existence. I mean, unless you want to count the whole Sinjoh Ruins event in Heart Gold and Soul Silver, where we see Arceus create a whole nother version of one of the creation trio, but that's a whole other game and situation. There definitely couldn't be two Giratinas in this game, which means that Shadow Giratina isn't a Giratina, and in fact, it's not even a Pokemon at all. This explains why you can't catch it, and it also explains why you obtain the Grisius Orb after defeating it, because it's actually a manifestation of the Grisius Orb itself. It's just an illusion created by the orb, since as we know, the Grisius Orb has the power to create this form for Giratina, but in this situation, it's separated from Giratina itself, so Giratina cannot act as a physical host for it, meaning that this Shadow Giratina is just a shadow, a creation of the Grisius Orb, seemingly battling for itself. I talk more about what this could potentially mean for Legends Arceus in the video on my channel, but for now, back to the Ramanas Park.
Okay, so I've juggled with a couple of different theories and ideas as to whether it's Professor Oak and Professor Rowan who have made the Romanus Park, or whether it's someone named Romanus that we haven't met, or whether it's Peony, or even Mr. Backlot. It doesn't matter. The point is, the Romanus Park is human-made for a specific purpose. There were construction workers who were blocking off the entry. The Romanus Park is a developed space in which they build statues once you've encountered these legendary Pokemon. So what's going on? Well, my thinking is that the answer is in the two separate ways that the strange space, the distortion world, represents itself here. We have the pure space and the strange space, and the pure space has an aesthetic that reflects the Romanus Park. I wonder if they've been using Romanus roses, the flowers on the floor, to sort of terraform the distortion world, allowing humans to advance further in. And then as you discover the various Pokemon that live there, like the other legendary Pokemon, people document what they find by creating these statues, creating it into a sort of museum and making the Romanus Park an interesting place for powerful trainers to explore. Either that, or it's the case that as humans are pushing further in, terraforming more of the distortion world, the Shadow Giratina at the end of it all has been grabbing legendary Pokemon from across the Pokemon world to repel people. That's why the terraforming has really taken effect with the lower level legendaries. The birds, the beasts, the Regis, and the Latties, but with the stronger legendaries like Ho-oh and Lugia, Mewtwo, the Weather Trio, they haven't quite managed to kind of terraform that space, and so that's because these legendary Pokemon are there, defending the distortion world on behalf of Giratina. I'm wondering if it's something like that could be the case. Of course, there are so many different scientific endeavors and research applications to studying legendary Pokemon like this, and to discovering alternate dimensions and kind of like researching them, but I think fundamentally the fact that the distortion world has two looks here, the pure space and the strange space, that's at the heart of this. This is what people are trying to do with the distortion world. Turn it into more regular Pokemon world. All achieved by the technology of the slates that allow people to teleport into this realm.
The big question though is still, how are the slates able to do this? We said at the beginning of the video that they seem to be made out of the mysterious shards that you find in the underground, so the power to hop between dimensions must come from them. That seems like a pretty good explanation at this point, but how exactly do they get this power? Well, one explanation has to do with some of the other stuff that you can also find in the underground, namely all of the various spheres. Two of these spheres, the Prism Sphere and the Pale Sphere, seem like they could possibly be small chunks of adamant and lustrous orbs, similar to the shards being little pieces of Arceus plates like we talked about earlier. So with that line of thinking, one explanation for these shards is that they could possibly be pieces of a Grisius orb, which would explain why they have the power to take you into the distortion world. Given how they look compared to the Grisius orb though, it does make this kind of a stretch, but it's still interesting to think about. At the very least though, it's much less of a stretch than Toby's next explanation.
Oh, come on, it's not that bad. Oh, come on. I was just going to say that I think that the shards look sort of like Shaman flowers. And Shaman appears in the Giratina movie and goes to the distortion world, so maybe it has the power to plant flowers in the ground that look like these shards, giving access to the distortion world.
And I thought my video was supposed to be the speculative one.
Okay, fair enough. There was one little caveat in all of this.
Just one?
Yes, just look. While researching this topic, I asked Joe Merrick, who runs Cerebi.net, if he knew anything about the Shadow Giratina and whether it was holding the Grisius orb, and he actually told me that this isn't the only time there's been an origin form Giratina in the game not holding a Grisius orb. In a, I think, Japanese-only black and white 2 World Tournament downloadable event, Fantina has a Giratina in its origin form, but holding the Ghost Gem. But if you count that as canon, I don't know. This is like in the same canon where Sabrina has a Mewtwo and I think Winona has a Rayquaza, so maybe not. Still, it's absolutely fascinating to still be discovering new things about Pokemon that I didn't know.
Speaking of fun new narratives though, if you want to hear more about Shadow Giratina and how it could potentially connect to Pokemon Legends Arceus, then come on over to my channel with the link in the description or the end screen or wherever wherever Toby decides to put it, and come check out my video where Toby and I are talking all about it.
When I was playing Brilliant Diamond and Shining Pearl, I was looking for anything that was different from the original Diamond and Pearl because I knew it probably related to Pokemon Legends Arceus. After all, they served us these games back to back. Brilliant Diamond and Shining Pearl, I was doing Sinnoh Week a month ago. And now I'm doing Hisui Week. Welcome, Pokemon Masters. Toby here, and yes, it's Hisui Week. A week with a video every single day to celebrate the release of Pokemon Legends Arceus. And I'm going to start off by just treading back a little bit, going back to Brilliant Diamond and Shining Pearl, because yeah, while playing, I was on the lookout. Is there anything different from the original Diamond and Pearl? And if there is something different, like for example, Shadow Giratina, which I did a video on earlier this month, if there is anything different, I'm gonna wanna identify that because it's probably gonna be tied into Legends Arceus somehow. When I play Legends Arceus, these are the things that I need to be on the lookout for so I can help me kind of craft theories. But I actually ended up crafting a theory just from some new content in Brilliant Diamond and Shining Pearl. And that is that the world of Brilliant Diamond and Shining Pearl is a video game. Hold on to your seatbelts, Pokemon Masters, if those seatbelts even really exist. Yeah, so Pokemon is a video game, a simulation. Where have you heard this theory before? Oh yeah, recently Hoops and Hip Hop did a video talking about how the world of Diamond and Pearl is not a simulation, but it is in fact a bunch of dolls explaining the chibi art style. And actually Zeltic did a whole video about Breath of the Wild being a Sheikah designed simulation as a test for Link. Two very cool videos, and I'm not just trying to rip off them, but there's actually so much evidence in Brilliant Diamond and Shining Pearl that it exists within a Matrix-like world that we have to talk about it. Before I get started, by the way, because Legends Arceus is in the title, don't forget to leave a comment on this video, and because that's there, you are in with a chance of winning a copy of Pokemon Legends Arceus when it comes out. I'm giving away 3 copies. It's a worldwide giveaway, so good luck! Obviously, when it comes to most video games and mediums in general, the authors don't expect you to think that the characters believe that they exist within a fictional universe most of the time. When Pokemon Red and Blue came out, I don't think the creative intent was that, yes, this game, Pokemon Red and Blue, the characters that live within this world believe that they live inside a video game world, even if they do tell you how to use the various menus. We're supposed to kind of not canonize that and not internalize that, and just accept that these people believe that they live in the world of Pokemon that is real to them. This is the case for most books and comics and movies. For example, Spider-Man doesn't think that Spider-Man exists in a film. Spider-Man genuinely believes that he lives in New York and he's helping save the world. And in New York, there is Rogers the Musical, which shows us off the events of the Avengers. I'm not gonna get too much into the Avengers. But in the world of the films, the people who are acting in the musical are expected to believe that they are actors portraying characters, but Peter Parker himself is a real person who does not know that he exists within a movie. And when it comes time for the credits to roll, Peter Parker has no idea who Tom Holland is. He just stops existing. And that's the case for most mediums. But then occasionally there's characters like Deadpool. I promise, for those of you who aren't Marvel fans, though I know most of you are, this is going to circle back to Pokemon very, very soon. It can be really fun when you have a character like Deadpool who talks directly to the audience about the fact that he's played by Ryan Reynolds, an actor who has played in other movies, including other iterations of the same character. It's very Brechtian and it reminds you that you're watching a film, and that can be very effective as well. I was a drama kid in college, and there's kind of 2 big schools of thought. There's the Stanislavskian thought, which is basically that the characters believe that they exist within the world that they exist in, and that's what you're supposed to inhabit as an actor. And then there's the Brechtian school of thought, which is no, even the characters should realize that they're in a play or in a movie, and poking fun of that allows new storytelling opportunities and a new way for audiences to engage with the piece. There can be really fun meta commentary, but to get back to Pokemon and Brilliant Diamond and Shining Pearl, it's kind of a mix of both. I think that the world of Pokemon canonically exists within the realm of a simulation, that we are playing a video game of characters that live inside a simulation, but they don't know it. I don't know that there's any character within the Pokemon world that recognizes they live inside of a video game, apart from, perhaps, Arceus. And now we're back on topic. I first got thinking about this when I got to the end of Brilliant Diamond Shining Pearl, right? I got to the top of Spear Pillar, and then Cyrus is getting ready to mess with time and space to destroy everything, and you battle Dialga and Palkia. And as time and space are falling apart around you, something new for Brilliant Diamond Shining Pearl that doesn't really appear in the original games is this battle background, where the sky is glitching. This would be described as one of my favorite subreddits as a glitch in the Matrix, a glitch in the fabric of reality, and you, the player character, are looking up going, what is happening around me? Time and space are falling apart? Well, no, time and space are illusions created by the Matrix that these characters live within. You might be thinking, okay, come on, Toby, but again, remember when Cyrus summons Dialga and Palkia, look at what happens to the sky. It gets covered in RGB lights. We see a little bit of this in the Legends Arceus game when lightning strikes from the sky as well. Whenever they're being sort of like threatened, these lights seem to appear. RGB obviously being the way that digital screens, including the Nintendo Switch, produce color by mixing together these three are red, blue, and green. But it goes even further than this. This goes back to the last remakes, Omega Ruby and Alpha Sapphire, in which there are scientists who have worked out the technology to open portals to other dimensions. And by other dimensions, they mean other games. They're talking about variations of Ruby and Sapphire version instead of Omega Ruby and Alpha Sapphire when they're talking about a Hoenn region that doesn't have like Mega Evolution, for example. And the way they're going to open up this portal is by using a device that they call the link cable. The link cable being a physical, real, digital item. Right, school is in session. For those of you who don't know, this is a link cable. Welcome to the 1990s. See those Game Boys back there? They don't have infrared or Wi-Fi. The way that you trade Pokemon is you plug a physical cable in for the digital data to travel across. It's called a link cable, both in the real world and within the context of the Pokemon world as a way of transferring data, a meteorite, across universes, games. It goes back yet another remake further though, because in Pokemon Heart Gold and Soul Silver there was the Sinjoh Ruins event, where if you took an Arceus from your Pokemon Diamond Pearl or Platinum version, a special event Arceus, into those games you could activate the Sinjoh Ruins event, where you'd go to a shrine and there Arceus would call upon the Unknown. And the Unknown would help Arceus create another Dialga, Palkia, or Giratina from an egg, and you'd witness this wild cutscene where Arceus would show you images of a world that doesn't look like the art style of Heart Gold, Soul Silver, or perhaps the art style of the Gen 4 games, or perhaps the art style of Brilliant Diamond and Shining Pearl. The art style is more realistic, maybe closer to something like Legends Arceus. Maybe Legends Arceus doesn't exist in the video game world, but certainly Brilliant Diamond, Shining Pearl, Diamond and Pearl, Heart Gold, Soul Silver, they definitely do. Because here we can see Arceus' power transcending the game. And this is why Arceus is calling upon the Unknown, because the Unknown represent letters. Letters are a form of code. You can use letters to write things, like you're accessing the God code of the game. Those of you who play Fallout and Skyrim, you know what I'm talking about, where you're on PC and you're like, command console commands activate, give me new super cool weapon. Or in this case, using the Unknown code to summon an egg of a time, space, or dimensions god, because this time, space, and dimension, it's not real. It's all illusions created by code and code writing machines. This explains the Unknown's incredible power. They seem to have come from another dimension. Probably why they represent human writing is because they've come from our dimension. We transferred letters into actual Pokemon, and their powers include, and we see this in the third movie, getting into the minds of other beings and creating stuff. They are able to shape and bend reality based on the minds of fictional creations. This is to say that Molly in the third Pokemon movie probably believes that she is just a little girl who lives in the world of Pokemon. We know she's a fictional character on screen, but she doesn't know that. She has dreams and wants and beliefs within that reality, or at least she's been programmed or written to have those things, and the Unknown get inside her brain and are able to rewrite reality. This is what Arceus is doing in this cutscene as well. It's using Arceus' internalized logic of being a god of the Pokemon world to create more beings of time, space, and reality. Arceus probably doesn't realize that it itself is just programming. And this is so fascinating because it leads to all sorts of questions about simulation theory and artificial intelligence. For example, do the Game Freak staff members who live in the Pokemon world, do they truly believe that they are Game Freak staff members who made the Pokemon games? Or are they just pre-programmed to say that and they have no thoughts because they're code? How advanced is this simulation? But what I do believe is that the real people who work at the real Game Freak offices in the human real world... Wait, are we just a simulation? No, I can't go down that rabbit hole right now. That those real people want us to think about these kinds of topics, given that the way that you summon legendary Pokemon in Brilliant Diamond Shining Pearl is via slates. Mythical relics that represent digital containers of code. But that is already too much of a head scratcher. My head is aching. I feel like we're delving into all sorts of realms because even within Pokemon, they have like a digital world that produces digital Pokemon. By the way, just a side note for the future of this channel, Porygon is like becoming my favorite Pokemon. I swear, it's a bird. Birdkeeper Toby. It's a little duck. I think after Hisui week, I have to put my brain on rest because, you know, as far as I know, I actually am real and I should look after myself. I've been working hard for about like 6 months, like pretty much just non-stop producing videos. So after I've done the house move, I'm gonna go on break for about a week or so and then come back maybe with a relaunch, maybe with Porygon at the heart of it. I love this, so good. Mwah. But those are just my thoughts. I'd love to hear yours in the comments down below. And of course, if you leave a comment, you're in with a chance of winning a copy of Pokemon Legends Arceus when it comes out. I'll be giving away 3 copies. It's a worldwide giveaway. Anywhere in this metaverse, you can win a copy. And I hope you're all as excited for Legends Arceus as I am, and you're not now questioning your existence. Cool. Thank you all for watching. And of course, so hi, Pokemon Masters. Hey Pokemon Masters, Birdkeeper Toby here, and Brilliant Diamond and Shining Pearl, they are nearly here, or maybe as you're watching this, they are out now. And being remakes of older Pokemon games, they're not going to be filled with lots of new lore, new Easter eggs, new Pokemon Theory possibilities. No, for that we will have to wait a couple months, so I thought that would be a wonderful time to look back on my entire last 5 years, 6 years of making Pokemon Theories, many of which tie into the Sinnoh region, and choosing just 10 of my favorites, 10 Pokemon theories about the Sinnoh region that you'll be able to like play through Brilliant Diamond and Shining Pearl and go, oh, that's how these things are related. Possibly. Maybe accept some of these into your headcanon, maybe you don't, in which case, fair enough. But these are just 10 Pokemon theories about the Sinnoh region, and actually, next week, the release of Brilliant Diamond and Shining Pearl, I am going to be doing a full week of Sinnoh content, Sinnoh Week, in which I might even have to visit a few more because there are just so many good theories about the Sinnoh region out there. So brace yourself for 10 Sinnoh-focused Pokemon theories. Let's have a look. Okay, 10 Sinnoh Pokemon theories. By the way, let me know which of these is your favorite in the comments, and if you do leave a comment, don't forget you are literally just entering yourself in with the chance of winning a copy of Legends Arceus. I'm giving away 3 copies when Pokemon Legends Arceus comes out. So, you know, why not? But try and make it a comment that engages with the video at least a little bit. Right, here we go, 10 Sinnoh-focused Pokemon theories. These are going to be short but sweet abridgments of like full theories that you can find here on YouTube or just things that have been discussed in the community before. So starting off with number 1, we have the fact that Aura, a concept introduced in Generation 4, is the same as Infinity Energy, and that Lucario is the connection point piece of evidence for all of this. So you might know Aura, maybe not so much from the games, though it is discussed in the games a lot in Generation 4 and actually a little bit in Generation 6, but Aura, as seen in the Lucario and the Mystery of Mew movie, is a kind of force that connects people and Pokemon. It's described as being the life essence of people and Pokemon, and Lucario is able to see it using its hair braids. It can kind of tune into the Aura and sense things around it. In fact, it's not just Lucario that can do this, some people can do this. The Aura Guardians of the past, including Sir Aaron, Riley from the games, and actually even Ash Ketchum, they are aura-sensitive individuals. And Aura travels as a sort of wavelength. Meanwhile, in Generation 6, Aura is talked about, the same generation that introduces Infinity Energy. In fact, it is Karina, the trainer who has a Mega Lucario, who talks about Aura. Lucario has a Pokedex entry that says that with the power of Mega Evolution, its Aura power grows even more, and in fact, in the animated series, we see Karina's Lucario kind of lose control of its own aura and its own power. It's just that strong. And we learn in the Azoth files in Omega Ruby and Alpha Sapphire that the same energy that is responsible for Mega Evolution and Primal Reversion is Infinity Energy, the life force of all people and Pokemon, the life essence of all people and Pokemon. which, as we later learn from Professor Sycamore as he's talking about Mega Evolution and the Sundial and the Kalos region, that light energy, which travels in waves, is responsible for sort of irradiating the megastones that are in the earth. Lucario is also thought to be the first Pokemon to evolve via a Mega Evolution. This might be because it's just naturally in tune with that same energy, or a different part of that energy's wavelength. And so the theory is simply that the aura that we learn about in the Lucario and the Mystery of Mew movie, the aura that the Aura Guardians like Riley from the Gen 4 games experience and that Lucario experiences, is the exact same as infinity energy, just being talked about several generations earlier, and Lucario is the centerpiece of it all. Number 2, as with all of these theories, a quick one but a good one. Let's take a look at the Generation 4 fossil Pokemon Shieldon. Now we're going to look at the Generation 3 Pokemon Aron. One is the Shield Pokemon, one is the Iron Armor Pokemon. Shield, Armor, very protective. They both have the sturdy ability, they are similar heights, similar weights, they are the exact same typing, just swapping the Steel to be the primary type for Aron. And that might be as a result of its diet, because when we look to the Pokedex entries for Shieldon, we learn that it eats berries, but when we look to Aron's Pokedex entries, we learn that it eats metal. It would seem just going full-on defensive was a better evolutionary tactic, and the theory is simple, that Aron is an evolutionary descendant of Shieldon. That's it, short but sweet. Number 3 is Fantina, the 3rd or 4th gym leader of the Sinnoh region, depending on what version you're playing, is of course not from the Sinnoh region. She is a foreign beauty, a contest extraordinaire, and of course powerful ghost-type gym leader. Now, in the version of the game that most of you played, she actually speaks with a kind of French accent. And so, again, connecting Generation 4 to Generation 6, lots of people, when Generation 6 with the Kalos region came out, went, oh my goodness, cool little theory here, Fantina is from the Kalos region. But have you ever stopped to wonder, how does Fantina talk in the French version of Diamond, Pearl and Platinum? Well, she actually speaks with an English accent, which we now also have as a region in the Galar region. And at this point in time, it's hard to say which she's more likely connected to, whether it's Galar or Kalos, because the fact of the matter is, she doesn't have any connections to either of them in those regions that we can see. And at first it seems kind of curious that they didn't retcon this fact in, that Fantina, yes, see, she spoke with an accent, but she is canonically from Kalos or from Galar. But the point of the games in Diamond, Pearl and Platinum is that she is a foreign beauty from another region. And even though Sinnoh is set in the Hokkaido region of Japan, it still wouldn't make sense. If they canonize the fact that she's from Kalos, that would make no sense to French players who are playing their copies of Diamond, Pearl, Platinum, Brilliant Diamond, Shining Pearl. But if they did it the other way and made her canon from Galar, then that wouldn't make sense to anyone anywhere else. So I guess where Fantina's from, we'll never know. Perhaps she's from none of these regions. Maybe she just makes up the accent. Who knows? Number 4, did any of you find it weird that the Diamond and Pearl remakes didn't get announced sooner, back in the era of like I Choose You, the Pokemon movie? You know, the one that featured Ash having 2 new companions, both of whom were from the Sinnoh region, one with Lucario, and then there was Verity who had a Piplup. Now, it seems clear to me that Verity is probably from Twinleaf Town, the town next to Lake Verity, the place of which he's probably named after. Twinleaf Town is also obviously the place that you start your adventure in Brilliant Diamond and Shining Pearl, but did you know we learn a little bit more about her home life? In that movie, you may be familiar with the flashback scene where we learn about Verity's mother, a very famous and powerful Pokemon trainer. She's seen with an Empoleon, and if you look at her, you're like, come on, that's Cynthia. And if it were up to me, that would be the theory, that would be the canon. Cool, Cynthia's got a daughter, her name is Verity, and Cynthia also has an Empoleon, which I don't think we ever saw in the games. But the movie's director actually said they have doubts about whether this is meant to be Cynthia. I think they left it a little bit more open to interpretation. And at first it's like, come on, that's clearly Cynthia. But then you remember that Cynthia actually has a younger sister. We only ever see her in the games, and she is of course in Celestic Town at Cynthia's house. And I do wonder, could this random NPC, could this be Verity's mother in the world of the games? It would make sense for a family from Celestic Town to name one of their children after the Lake Verity, because Celestic Town is like deeply imbued with the mythos of the Sinnoh region. They know all about the lake spirits, and so they would know all about Lake Verity. So I don't know, food for thought. In my mind, I look at this character and I'm still like, clearly that's Cynthia's sister, but the movie's director is a little bit less sure about it than I am. And I guess they made the movie, so they get a say as well. Speaking of relatives though, number 5, I really want to talk about Bertha of the Sinnoh region, and if you've been watching this channel for a long time, you might know this theory, but I suspect that Bertha is Gary Oak's mother. Yeah, you heard right. First of all, you're like, hang on, isn't Bertha too old? But there's a whole story here. So we all know that Oak and Agatha of the Kanto Elite Four have a little bit of history. Agatha talks about how he's an old coot fiddling with his Pokedex. He used to be strong, he used to battle, and we see in the manga that actually Oak won the first Pokemon League, the first Indigo League, beating Agatha, and perhaps in the flames of battle they found the flame of passion. But for whatever reason, and it's kind of referenced a lot in Pokemon Masters, things dwindled out. They didn't quite work between these two characters. However, interesting to know, in the Oak Mew event in Pokemon Masters, Agatha and Gary are hanging out a lot. Now, obviously, we're always asking who's Ash Ketchum's parents, but what about Gary? And sorry, I just said Gary for Pokemon Masters. It's blue in those games. Or in Japan, green. I'm kind of meshing the canons here because the story is pretty much the same across all of them. Oak's the grandpa and Gary Blue-Green is the grandson, and we don't know who that middle generation is, but we know that there might be some kind of relationship between Oak and Agatha. And Chantal of the Unova Elite Four notices a sort of similarity between Agatha and Bertha. I don't think it's just their name and just the fact that they're old ladies. It's a weird comment to make, and I think there might actually be some kind of connection there. Specifically because Oak has ties to the Sinnoh region. Oak studied under Professor Rowan in the Sinnoh region. Perhaps it was there that he raised his daughter, Bertha, who then had to go back to Sinnoh to be an Elite Four member, leaving Gary in the care of Grandpa Oak. And if you're like, okay, I don't like this, you know, this is meshing a lot of canons and I'm not sure about this, well, let's mesh one more canon for a final piece of evidence, which is in the one episode of the animated series where Bertha appears. She's looking after her cousin's son, I think they say, a character named Roland who doesn't look too dissimilar to Gary, so perhaps there really is some kind of relationship here. And if you think like, no, they'd be too distantly related, that wouldn't make sense, just look at Oak and then Samson Oak, they look pretty similar. I mean, heck, just look at Nurse Joy, there's a whole army of them. So I don't know, I don't think it's impossible, but it is admittedly a more flimsy Pokemon theory, but I like that it draws from a number of different canons. Number 6, okay, one more about people being related to each other in the Pokemon world, and then I promise I'll move on to actually talking about some Pokemon. But again, in the Kalos games, there are a lot of connections between Kalos and Sinnoh. Specifically, the Elite Four member Drasna, the Dragon Master, she has some comments that are really interesting. Specifically, she mentions that her grandparents came to Kalos from a distant region, from a place where the past lives on. This is very clearly a reference to Celestic Town. A town with a small shrine that dates back to ancient times where the past lives on, where Dragon Masters like Cynthia have come from. Now, I don't know if that means that she's directly related to Cynthia, or whether, like, maybe in the ancient past her relatives were related to Cynthia, or maybe that's something we'll see in Legends Arceus. But for sure, I am very certain that Drasna is from the Sinnoh region. Right, let's talk about some Pokemon with number 7, Phione and Manaphy. Have you ever wondered why when you breed a Manaphy, it turns into Phione? There's a couple of different theories for these, and maybe I'll talk about more in the future. Heck, it could honestly be a whole video of its own because there are so many theories about this one topic. But one I really love came from Hybrid Hero. And that was talking about how both Phione and Manaphy are based off of two real-world mollusks, two very specific and distinct species, one that can usually be found in northern waters and one in southern waters. And this kind of relationship between two mollusk-like creatures that are very, very similar but also distinctly different is reflected in Phione and Manaphy's relationship, with Manaphy being able to breed with a Ditto. Manaphy? I definitely just said Manaphy, with Manaphy being able to breed with Ditto to create a Phione egg. And Phione can breed with Ditto to create a Phione egg, so why can't we get more Manaphys? Well, the difference is in their Pokedex entries. Where Manaphy has a Pokedex entry that talks about how it comes from the cold sea floor. That's where its egg comes from. In fact, when we find the egg in Pokemon Ranger, the professor of the Pokemon Ranger region comments that it's probably drifted from very far away, so it come from the cold sea floor to get there. However, Phione is a Pokemon that drifts around warm seas, and you might be like, hang on, isn't Phione a Sinnoh Pokemon? Isn't Sinnoh going to have like really cold waters? I guess, but cold and warm is relative, and from the deep ocean sea floor, the surface is probably pretty warm for Phione. And in fact, that makes sense as to why you only get Phione eggs when you breed Manaphy on land, because it's so warm on land compared to the deep ocean floor that Phione is ultimately the result. You'd only be able to get a Manaphy egg if the Pokemon ranch that they were being bred on was like deep at the ocean's floor, and it's the temperature change that affects how these Pokemon look. Kind of like regional variation, to be honest. This isn't too dissimilar to just like Phione being a regional form of Manaphy in the Sinnoh region, and the region that Manaphy is originally from isn't Sinnoh, it's the cold sea floor. And all of this ties into the fact that mollusks are very adaptable, and a lot of their different forms across the world adapt based on temperature. So yeah, cool theory, and that's probably my favorite explanation, but there are some others that I like that maybe I'll get into in the future. For now though, number 8. Another quick, easy Pokemon relationship, Garchomp and Sharpedo. It's something I've talked about on this channel a lot before. It's a classic Sinnoh theory. Gibble is the land shark Pokemon. Sharpedo is a shark. They both have the rough skin ability. Heck, the other Pokemon with the rough skin ability is Druidigon, I'm dyslexic. Another dragon Pokemon with similar coloration, but you really see the relationship with Garchomp and Sharpedo, because as well as that rough skin ability, they have the star design on the head, and on top of that, if you look at Mega Garchomp's shiny, it is the same as Sharpedo's shiny. These Pokemon are very closely related. And there is in fact one more tie that I mentioned in my 3 terrible Sinnoh theories video, which is Crawdaunt. Crawdaunt, a Pokemon that you can find in Celestic Town, the town that Cynthia, who has a Garchomp, is from. Crawdaunt is also designed kind of to look like a Sharpedo underwater. Very tangential, that bit, and if we ever see a new form for Garchomp or Sharpedo that isn't the Mega Evolutions we've already seen, I'd love for them to, like, again, just reference this connection even more. Number 9, speaking of terrible Sinnoh theories, this is a Sinnoh theory that I've never properly been able to connect together, and I'm going to kind of leave this as an open-ended one that I want you in the comments, if you have any thoughts on this, help me connect this. The Sinnoh region has a big web of underground tunnels in which fossils can be found, as well as items that reference legendary Pokemon. There's red, green, and blue orbs, but as well as that, there's pearlescent orbs and there's diamond orbs. I forget what they're called. I think maybe even brilliant orbs? But long story short, they look like the lustrous and adamant orbs, Dialga and Palkia's orbs, that are forming deep underground under the Sinnoh region. As well as that, you can also find shards, which are thought to be shattered pieces of the Arceus plates, and you can even find Arceus plates in the Sinnoh Underground. So you've got all of these connections to fossils and legendary Pokemon under the Sinnoh region, and of course the Sinnoh region is known for being very icy. That's just a second part to this. And most recently, in the Crown Tundra, in Pokemon Sword and Shield, you have a big web of underground tunnels in the Max Raid Lair minigame, in which there are legendary Pokemon underground, and above ground in the Crown Tundra, there are fossils. Every fossil evolutionary line, apart from the Sinnoh fossils, can be found above ground in the Crown Tundra. My immediate thought is these tunnels must connect somewhere. There must be some big story about how these tunnels are related to each other, possibly to do something with Eternatus falling to Earth, maybe? Because I've already theorized that Eternatus and Arceus are related, so maybe there's some connection there. The only difference is in Sinnoh's Underground, the fossil Pokemon are dead. Well, apart from now, with the Pokemon Hideaways, we see living Pokemon in the Sinnoh Underground, but again, what's the connection? What's the story? I know there must be one there. In fact, in the Pokemon anime, we see that Byron, the Steel-type gym leader, who is the grandson of the Underground man who dug the Sinnoh Underground tunnels, has a giant Armaldo, possibly now sort of being seen and referenced in the Crown Tundra with Pokemon that go giant underground. Maybe that bit's a bit weak. All of it, though, does have the same types of inspiration and is a big callback to the kind of whole journey to the center of the Earth, Hollow Earth theory, in which there is supposedly a whole land on the inside of the Earth where ancient creatures, dinosaurs, giant creatures live. It's a super fantasy trope, but Pokemon have been playing off it for years, and it's more and more evident, especially in the Crown Tundra, especially with Gigantamax Pokemon, which are effectively kaijus that have come from the center of the Earth. So I'm just trying to figure out what the story is here. There is some connection here, but I will actually call this 9 not a proper theory because I don't know what the story is. I just know that there's a relationship there, and if you have any thoughts on that, I'd love to read them in the comments. And number 10, we got to talk about this theory, and I definitely wanted to revisit this one because so many people were arguing with me in the comments about this. Ash's Pikachu is, in my opinion, from the Sinnoh region. And I know you're getting ready to comment, oh, but Pokemon Journey shows Pichu in the Kanto region. Right. Let me just explain. First of all, in the Kanto region, in every iteration of the Kanto region we've ever seen, we've never seen a Pichu, only Pikachu in the wilds of Viridian Forest, for example. I know you're gonna be like, yeah, but that's because Pichu wasn't introduced until Generation 2. Generation 2 was a long time ago. We've still, as far as I'm aware, yet to see Pichu in the wilds of Viridian Forest or anywhere around Pallet Town, apart from in Pokemon Journeys where we see Ash's Pikachu as a Pichu. I will get to that. The only places where I think you can find Pichu in the wild are in the Galar and Alola region, where I don't think Oak's ever been. Samson Oak is of course in Alola, but it doesn't line up. But then he spent a lot of time, Professor Oak, in the Sinnoh region studying under Professor Rowan. He has a house in Eterna City, and you can find Pichu in Mr. Backlot's manor. In that manor house, in that garden, you can find loads of baby Pokemon, because baby Pokemon don't tend to survive very well in the wild, but we know Ash's Pikachu was a Pichu. We see it in Pokemon Journeys. But I suspect that that Pichu was brought over by Oak to the Kanto region for the Pokemon Journeys appearance. Not only because in the animated series, Ash's Pikachu doesn't recognize the wild Viridian Forest Pikachu, which you'd think if that was his family, maybe he'd recognize them, but actually in the Pokemon Journeys anime episode, the episode that I think actually reinforces this theory, Ash's Pichu, before it's Ash's Pichu, this Pichu is seen entirely on its own. The whole plot of the episode is that Pichu doesn't seem to have a family here. Here in this big garden that seems to be filled with Pokemon from all across the Kanto region, you realize this isn't the forest, and this isn't a forest that's surrounding Pallet Town. This is probably Oak's ranch, where trainers send him Pokemon from all over, and all of these Pokemon are hanging out in family groups. All of them apart from Pichu. This Pichu is out of place. There's no herd of Pikachu that it's come from. It doesn't know that there's any Pikachu up in Viridian Forest because this Pichu is entirely on its own because it's not from here. It's not from the Kanto region. It's from the only place where you can find wild Pichu that Professor Oak spent an extended amount of time in, and that is the Sinnoh region, specifically from Mr. Backlot's mansion. And from there, it was transported over to the Kanto region, where then it evolved into a Pikachu, and eventually Ash took ownership of it. And if you want a final bit of confirmation on this, the final bit of evidence that ties this all together, Ash's Pikachu, as well as the other starters that Oak gives out, their Pokeballs have seals on them. Seals like we see in the Sinnoh region. But that's just another short little theory. And those are just 10 Sinnoh theories that I love, but there are plenty more. I can easily think of another 10 that maybe I'll cover during Sinnoh Week, which is coming up. Brilliant Diamond and Shining Pearl are coming out, and I am so excited to share that journey with you. The day that the games come out, I will be live here on YouTube just doing a run through. I kind of have a bit of a surprise for it. Of course, if you leave a comment on this video, you're in with a chance of winning a copy of Legends Arceus. There are going to be a lot of new videos coming out. I am really excited for the next couple of weeks, so join me, because yeah, between now and then Brilliant Diamond Shining Pearl and then Legends Arceus is only 2 months after that. Yeah, the next couple of months are going to be wild, because you got Brilliant Diamond Shining Pearl, then Legends Arceus. And if you are still watching me and listening to me blabber on, I just wanted to give a special shout out to you, my kind of secret audience. Thank you for supporting as much as you do. You really are an absolute hero. Today's video, I'm going to be going through 10 more Sinnoh theories, because last week when I did 10 Sinnoh theories, there are just so many small theories about the Sinnoh region that I've been building up over the last 6 years. Before we jump into that though, don't forget to take the like button to the daycare center and leave it there. And when you say, don't worry, I'll be back, instead take your angriest Tyranitar, put that in the daycare center with it, and then leave it there forever. And of course, don't forget, because Brilliant Diamond Shining Pearl are in the title of this video, you are in with a chance of winning a copy of Legends Arceus if you leave a comment on the video as well. I'll be picking the winners when the game comes out. Right, here we go, 10 more very small Sinnoh theories. Let's do this. Okay, so here we go. And again, don't forget, if you want more Sinnoh theories, if you're not satisfied after this, I did another whole video on 10 Sinnoh theories just last week, and then I have another video on 3 Sinnoh theories that are
terrible because it's all Sinnoh focused right now. I'll be honest, I kind of thought that maybe they would do Gen 4 remakes, you know, after they did Gen 3 remakes. So I've been building up a list of Sinnoh topics for a long time. Oh, maybe nearly time to start a Google Doc for your Nova so that I'm ready for 6 years' time. Right, let's start with an oldie but a goodie. Number 1, Professor Sycamore is not only from the Sinnoh region, but is the parent of the player character that you play as in Brilliant Diamond Shining Pearl. Sorry, hang on, what? Yeah, you know, Professor Sycamore, the one with the fantastic hair, almost as good as mine. Well, Professor Sycamore studies Mega Evolution, and he studied under the main researcher for regular Pokemon evolution, which is Professor Rowan, who was inspired by Charles Darwin, the father of modern evolution as we understand it. So, naturally, it would make sense for Professor Sycamore to study under Professor Rowan, and actually that is in the lore. Professor Sycamore wasn't originally from the Kalos region. In fact, he got the train there, and you can find his letter from when he first arrived in the Kalos region at an abandoned train station. So we know that Professor Sycamore was an aide to Professor Rowan, and actually in Professor Rowan's lab, there is one of his aides is the father character of the player character of the Sinnoh games. And specifically, what do we see when we look to Dawn and Lucas? When we look to their attire, we see that Lucas is wearing what looks to be a beret, a very French-inspired piece of clothing, which of course Kalos is based off of France. So is there a possible connection or relationship here? I don't know, it's just one of 10 very small theories that we're going through today. Number 2, this is one that actually bothers me a lot because I talk a lot about the evolutionary tree of life and how Pokemon are related to each other, and people are always telling me that Magnemite is a man-made Pokemon, and it's not. It's just not. I get it because Magnemite is pretty synonymous with Voltorb. They're both Generation 1 2-stage electric Pokemon, but Magnemite's lore was expanded in a totally different way to Voltorb, whereas Voltorb is clearly found in the Pokeball factories and is a man-made Pokemon. Magnemite is not. Magnemite is natural. It's just not natural for planet Earth. Magnemite is an alien Pokemon, and we learn this when we start looking at the Pokédex entries of Magnezone that said when it started showing up, people started mistaking it for a UFO. Now, that on its own isn't enough. But you'll notice that the Magnemite line and the Beldum line look like they would be very closely related. When we look to these evolution lines, we see 2 3-stage evolution Pokemon, in which the first stage is a metal body with a single eye. By the way, the Beldum Shiny looks a lot like the silver of the Magnemite line. Then the evolution path is kind of the combination of more of the pre-evolution, so Beldum's coming together to make Metang and Metagross, and Magnemite's coming together to make Magneton. And both of these Pokemon have a very intentional relationship with electromagnetism being a lot of what they eat and what they're fueled by and how they float. And Beldum is found from meteorites that fall from space in the Alola region. It's found on the top of the mountain where, like, you can also find what's it called? Minior. You can find Minior and other space Pokemon on that same mountaintop because it's descending from space. Steven Stone is absolutely obsessed with meteorites that fall from space, and he is the only trainer in the whole Hoenn region who even has a Metagross. And in the Alola region, we even see, if you go to the power plant, you can even see Magnezone in the night sky flying around being drawn there because the Pokemon is an alien. And if you need any more proof of this fact, you can see Magnemite in the Ancient War 3,000 years ago with AZ. So between that and Magnezone, it is proof that Magnezone is an alien Pokemon, not a man-made Pokemon. Oh, I get very passionate about this. And speaking of aliens, let's move on to number 3. Number 3, we're going to talk about Porygon Z or Porygon Z, whatever you prefer. The Porygon line is absolutely fascinating. Obviously, it's kind of a quirk of technology in Generation 1 being made with the latest technologies according to its Pokédex entries in Pokemon Fire Red. And of course, it is a Pokemon designed to survey and explore cyberspace. However, throughout the history of the Pokemon world, and I'm having trouble kind of placing this, but I feel like Porygon has had a bit of a connection with just regular space. Maybe it's because it can survive in space, because it is a artificial being, I don't know. But what we do know is that when it evolved into Porygon 2, according to Porygon 2's Pokédex entries, it was designed to explore deep space. But then in Generation 4, we get this corruption, Porygon Z. A project that was, according to its Pokédex entries, originally designed to explore alternate dimensions, but something went wrong. Something went wrong in the programming or the coding. And Generation 4 is an interesting time to get this evolution because it is the generation that introduced us to the topic of other dimensions, time, and space. Diamond and Pearl. And specifically in Pokemon Platinum version, you could find the dubious disc in the Team Galactic headquarters. So is it possible that Porygon Z was an original project by Team Galactic to explore alternate dimensions to help root out Pokemon like Giratina? Again, it's a normal type, so that would be good, I guess, against Giratina because it can attack with elemental attacks, but then be neutral against or resist the ghost moves. It is possible, especially because all of the scientists that work in the Team Galactic headquarters in Diamond and Pearl all use Kadabra, a Pokemon that is commonly associated with Saffron City where Sylph Co is, and Sylph Co was the company that designed the original Porygon. So maybe some defectors from there. An alternative, though, is that it wasn't actually Team Galactic that developed this Pokemon and that maybe it was the Aether Foundation, because the dubious disc can also be found in the Aether Paradise in Sun and Moon, and I'm pretty sure like Gladion also has a Porygon Z, and again, a Pokemon designed to explore alternate dimensions. The Ultra Beasts are from alternate dimensions, so that would also make sense. So I don't really mind who you pick here, Aether Foundation or Team Galactic. I think both make sense. Number 4, this is a theory by Derek Triforce, and it's a really good one, and it's just why aren't there any Mamoswine in the Johto region? Because Piloswine and Swinub were introduced in the Johto region, but you can't find Mamoswine there. But Mamoswine is part of the Sinnoh Pokedex, so how come? What happened? Well, according to Pokedex entries, Mamoswine the numbers started thinning out when the Ice Age ended, and we know that there was an Ice Age, or there was a lot more snow and ice in the Sinnoh region relatively recently, because the Hisui region wasn't that many hundreds of years ago, if that even, and it was covered in a lot more snow than it is nowadays, and that snow has receded up to Snow Point, which means perhaps the snow stretched all the way down to Johto and even the icy path. There is the only place that you can find Swinub, but it seems like as the temperatures rose and the snow started disappearing, the Swinub found it hard to get to their full evolution Mamoswine, and the group of Mamoswine that had the ancient power move that it needs to evolve, again, an ancient power by the way, it's no longer really around because that group of Mamoswine died out. And I'm pretty sure the only way to teach ancient power to a Swinub is through an egg move, so it was unable to breed with anything that had ancient power and it could no longer access that evolution. I remember that the theory used to go that then what happened is that the Swinub and Piloswine had to get used to living in a non-icy climate, and so that's how they diverged and became the Pokemon Fanpy and Donphan, but I don't even think the original author of this theory even agrees with that anymore. I might be wrong, because while at first you look at Mamoswine and you look at Donphan and you go, oh, Mamoswine is a mammoth, Donphan is an elephant, they're closely related. Mamoswine technically isn't a mammoth. It's more likely to be related to Pokemon like Grumpig and Emboar because it is a swine. Mammo is just describing mammoth as in the size. It is a mammoth swine, a mammoth pig. So you'd actually assume it's probably closely related to pig Pokemon, although the pig in its because there are pygmy elephants, small elephants, which Fanpy is, so maybe they are closely related. Maybe it's more related to elephants. I would love to hear what you have to think about that in the comment section down below. Number 5, another Pokemon relationship that I kind of thought about a little bit last year and I made a video on, and that was that Dusknoir, how does it connect on an evolutionary tree of life? Ghosts in general are hard to place because people think that they are dead Pokemon, but they're not really dead. They are the ghost type, which is a type of living creature, and ghost in the Pokemon world, more so than death, tends to actually refer to otherworldly, in the fantasy science fiction-y otherworldly ghosts and ghouls kind of way. It's not necessarily specific to death because Pokemon can die and then they're just dead. They don't necessarily become ghost Pokemon. Anyway, the point of this is that many ghost Pokemon come from other dimensions, and we see this in Haunter's Pokedex entry that talks about how it's coming through from another dimension, even though it's made up of gaseous stuff, and Gengar has Pokedex entries talking about how it used to be human. Giratina is like the original ghost Pokemon from the Distortion world, another dimension, and we see in the animated series portals to the ghost dimension. Well, here I had a thought. That perhaps ghost Pokemon aren't just like the dead, but specifically they're the dead of other dimensions, giving them this otherworldly trait that make them ghost Pokemon. And that would make sense for Dusknoir because it has a connection with a Pokemon from another dimension.
Guzzlord. This is an Ultra Beast, and if you look at them side by side, you immediately realize that they look very similar, with their black-gray bodies, with a big yellow mouth in the center of it. When you look at their Pokedex entries, you learn that their stomachs are like black holes, or contain black holes, and they've got the stomach face, and then they've got the small mini face on the top with very big hands. So they look super similar, they've got similar Pokedex entries. And what's more, when we look at the Ultra Ruin, where you can find Guzzlord in Ultra Sun and Ultra Moon, we actually find a human who is dressed up kind of like Guzzlord. It's not hard to imagine that this human died or became stuck in this dimension, and then over time became the ghost Pokemon Dusknoir, and then using its antenna, it tried to pick up radio waves and made its way through to another dimension, much in the same way that Haunter does, and thus it is now a Pokemon. Dusknoir, the ghost type, the otherworldly type. Personally, I totally buy this, and it also explains how Pokemon like Gengar can have origin stories explaining how they used to be human, but then Haunter has Pokedex entries talking about how it's coming through from another dimension, and those two things can still be true. They're the dead of other dimensions. Number 6, let's talk about the Pokemon Kubfu, introduced in the Isle of Armor, and many of you already know what I'm going to say because perhaps you've heard me talk about this recently. I am fully convinced on this theory. Kubfu, while originally from Galar a long time ago, actually traveled around the Pokemon world and has been away from Galar for a long time, training in all sorts of places, learning different fighting styles, and was recently brought back by Mustard to the Isle of Armor, a place where the dojo shares a lot of aesthetic with Kanto, Johto, and Sinnoh, and the Marley City Garden in the Alola region. But what we know is that Kubfu trained to be strong in the mountains of other regions, and when we look to those regions and we look to their mountains, the only places that have really big mountain ranges that would make sense for Kubfu are maybe Johto, Kanto, and Sinnoh. I can't see Kubfu training on Mount Pyre. But Kubfu, given that it's a mythical Pokemon introduced in the same generation as the Diamond and Pearl remakes, you really start looking at the Sinnoh region, and Sinnoh makes so much sense, because before Sinnoh was Sinnoh, it was the Hisui region. A region where Pokemon used to fight in the style of Agile or Single Strike, is it? That's right, the strong and agile style, which are much like the rapid and single strike forms of Urshifu, the Pokemon that Kubfu evolves into. So clearly it went to Sinnoh, learned that fighting style, and then came back to the Galar region. Alola to the Galar region. And on top of this, to top it all off, Sinnoh is known for its honey trees, and Kubfu likes the honey from those trees, and in fact I think you need the honey, or the Gigantamax honey from a honey tree, to evolve Kubfu into Urshifu. So it all ties together. Number 7 is another one of those Pokemon relationships that is by my friend Loxton. I absolutely loved this theory when I first saw it, and that was that the Pokemon of the Galar region are supposed to have real reasons as to why they were chosen to be in the Galar region. This was talked about in an interview when the game was coming out. So there was this question, like, why is Frostlass there? Because Frostlass is a very heavily Japanese-inspired Pokemon based on a yokai that is a very famous, popular bit of Japanese mythology and folklore. But the answer is in the Pokemon Snorunt, Frostlass's pre-evolution. A Pokemon that looks not too dissimilar from Phalanx. Of course, it would just be one Phalanx, not 5 of them. And Loxton's theory is that a Snorunt is the runt of the litter of a group of Phalanx, the one that couldn't keep up with them in their marching. Look at them, they've got the small round black body, the little spiky head, they've got the blue eyes, and then the coloration of the thing that they wear is exactly the same, and it would explain why when it evolves, it becomes very ghost-like. Even if it becomes a Glalie, it's becoming very ghostly, being able to float, and I definitely remember thinking Glalie used to be a ghost when I was a kid. It's because that one Phalanx couldn't keep up and fell behind and became a Snorunt. But then the question is, well, hang on, how come there are Snorunt in regions where Phalanx aren't? And the answer to that is very, very simple. Phalanx not only marches a long way to come back to the Galar region, leaving behind loads of Snorunt everywhere, but also a Phalanx is only as strong as the entire formation, and the moment one falls behind, it's going to weaken the formation, causing all of them to fall behind, and suddenly you just have all of the Phalanx formations break down and become Snowrunts, groups of Snowrunts, which perhaps the reason they become Snowrunts specifically is because the snow is the hardest place that they have to travel through. They really struggle in that environment, so the entire formation breaks down, and then it just becomes a herd of Snowrunt. Now, just quickly before I move on to number 8, I wanted to say a thank you to those of you watching. I've started addressing the people that watched this far into a video about Pokemon theories as my secret audience. That is you, those of you who are watching. Thank you for the support, it really means a lot. That's it, just a little thank you. You're wonderful. Let's move on to number 8. In my last 10 Sinnoh Theories video, I talked about how there are so many theories about how Phione happens, and how when you breed a Manaphy with a Ditto, it becomes a Ditto. It becomes a Phione instead of another Manaphy, and like, why does that happen? I had a theory in that video, but I have a totally different theory in this video, and that is all to do with the way that Ditto breeds. Ditto cannot breed with Pokemon that don't have an egg group. Those are either baby Pokemon or legendary Pokemon, generally speaking. And Ditto is a Pokemon that copies information. That's what it does. It duplicates information. So the idea is it can't reproduce with a Pokemon that is like a baby Pokemon, because that Pokemon does not have the genetic information to be able to breed itself. The DNA, the genetics, they're just not mature enough for a baby Pokemon. So that makes sense. And then for legendary Pokemon, the idea is they are legendary and their DNA, their genetic structure is super, super complicated. So Ditto struggles to be able to obviously we know Ditto can transform into legendary Pokemon, but it struggles to copy that information and then be able to turn it into an egg, because that's how Pokemon reproduce. They don't do it the conventional way that you might be thinking about. They do it by copying information and then creating a magical egg, these cradles that contain Pokemon, but it's just too complicated for Ditto. But Manaphy is a mythical Pokemon that is just simple enough that Ditto can give it a go. But it is still a mythical Pokemon, and so the result that you get is like a Manaphy, but just not close enough. And that's what Phione is, and that's how you explain why Manaphy breeds and produces Phione with Ditto instead of more Manaphy, because it is, at the end of the day, a mythical Pokemon, just perhaps the most simple, genetically speaking. And that actually does sort of hold up with what we know from Manaphy's Pokedex entries. Because according to its Pokedex entries, Manaphy's body is up to 80% water, which means Ditto has a lot less work than it would have with, say, a Dialga or a Palkia. But here it still struggles because it's a mythical Pokemon, thus producing Phione. Number 9, I've been trying to weave this into a theory. This is less of a theory and more of an observation, I'll be honest. But the legendary Pokemon of the Sinnoh region, Mesprit, Uxie, and Azelf are the lake spirits. And they travel around the Sinnoh region, but they are responsible for bringing willpower, emotion, and knowledge to the Sinnoh region, in theory. I am wondering what their role is going to be like in Legends Arceus. Anyway, they are of course catchable in other games, like in Omega Ruby Alpha Sapphire. They're catchable via way of a Hooper portal. In Ultra Sun and Ultra Moon, you go through Ultra Wormholes to catch them into other dimensions. And then, of course, in the Crown Tundra, they appear in the big underground network that is the Max Raid layer, possibly traveling from all across the Pokemon world. And this idea of traveling through tunnels to get to other places in the Pokemon world lines up with the Unova region, because in Black and White 2, they appear in a nameless cavern, and this cavern looks a lot like the lake caverns that you see in the Sinnoh region, and it is said that this cavern connects to the Sinnoh region directly. At first I just assumed this was like a metaphorical tunnel, like, oh yeah, it connects to the Sinnoh region, but it doesn't really. It's just like, they're just saying that, it's just a little bit of lore, a little bit of flavor, but maybe it really does. Anyway, this lake trio then dissipate across the Unova region, and they all go to very specific locations that I now understand why they go there. Mesprit, the leader of the trio, appears at the Celestial Tower, and that makes sense because Mesprit is the emotions Pokemon. It's tied to human emotions, and the Celestial Tower is a grave site where emotions would be very, very strong. Uxie appears just outside the museum in Narcine City, I always get the name of this wrong, but appears just outside the library, and that makes sense because Uxie is the knowledge Pokemon, and a library is a place where you would obtain a lot of knowledge. And meanwhile, Azelf appears very randomly, it seems, on Route 23 of the Unova region, until you realize that Azelf is the willpower Pokemon, and Route 23 is just in front of the Pokemon League in the Elite Four. It would take a lot of willpower to get through Victory Road and get to the Elite Four, and so that's why the Pokemon appear where they do in the Unova region. And finally, we have number 10, Regigigas. There are many theories about Regigigas. I actually did one about a year ago now, which is this big live action spectacle. I'll leave a link to that in the description because I really love this video, but I don't want to cover that theory because it's quite long and quite complicated. However, earlier this year, I did do a theory about the fact that Regigigas probably fought with Heatran in the ancient past, and that's how Heatran is a legendary Pokemon, because there is a legend about it. See, we know that according to its Pokedex entries, Regigigas can move continents, but we've never actually seen that in action, have we? Well, it's possible this ties into an anime-only storyline where they talk about the fact that there used to be a volcano around Snowpoint City that, when it erupted, threatened the whole of Snowpoint City until Regigigas saved the city. Is it possible that Regigigas saved the city by moving the continent that had the volcano on, the island that is the battle resort in Generation 4? That island has a volcano, Stark Mountain, where you find the Pokemon Heatran. Heatran and Regigigas are next to each other in the Pokedex. They're also two legendary Pokemon that I found to be relatively paired together in like promotional events and that kind of thing. And so I do wonder, is there a history there? Is there an ancient legend in which Heatran's volcanic eruption threatened the Sinnoh region? Of course, we've seen the Hisui region map, and we do know during that time that the Stark Mountain volcano is still off of the mainland, so maybe it's not that. We also know there's an area called the volcanic, the Obsidian Fieldlands, and obsidian is a rock made as a result of volcanic activity, so perhaps I'm totally wrong on this and Heatran has a different history with the region. But if this ever got confirmed and that there was some kind of ancient war between Regigigas and Heatran, I wouldn't be surprised. Hey Pokemon Masters, Berkey here, and if you're a fan of Pokemon Theories on YouTube, then you've probably seen a lot from me and Lockstin in the last month, talking about Sylph Co and Shadow Pokemon and Porygon, the deep secrets of the Kanto region and what's really behind it all. You don't need to have watched all of these videos to understand this video at all, but I would recommend you watch them, and I'll leave links to them all in the description, because they all sort of tie in, and they paint this bigger picture behind the nefarious schemes happening in the background of the Kanto games. It's just been a really good month for speculation, and I watched videos from other Pokemon theorists, and I've been watching Lockstin's videos, and I've been, it's been getting the cogs turning. I've been thinking, I've been watching his videos through the lens of my own Pokemon theories, and now I'm going to talk about where I think Lockstin was wrong about Scientist Ross. Scientist Ross, the creation of Porygon, and Missing No. Let's take a look. Hey Pokemon Masters, I also have to apologize. It is an unbelievably hot day here today, so I am like very, very shiny. I'm a shiny Pokemon. I'm so sweaty. I'm the shiniest shiny Pokemon. Who is Scientist Ross? Let's talk about Scientist Ross. Scientist Ross is a scientist who you battle in the Team Rocket headquarters in Johto. Underground, he says that he used to be a member of Sylph Co. This kind of story we've seen before, and I've talked about on the channel before. Professor Fuji founded the Cinnabar Mansion, a research facility that Sylph Co owns. This is because there are Sylph Co documents that point to the creation of Porygon being on Cinnabar Island. And Dr. Fuji also then went on to work for Team Rocket on the Mewtwo project, again on Cinnabar Island. Now, we have so much to talk about when it comes to Cinnabar Island and what's going on there. It is a creepy place. Yeah, there's the Pokemon Lab, but there's also the Pokemon Mansion, which, as we can see in Let's Go Pikachu and Eevee, used to be a lab before it got destroyed, before it got completely abandoned. Maybe he was a Team Rocket scientist first who, after everything went wrong there, vowed to stop and then began working with Sylph Co. Sylph Co, as I've talked about in recent videos as well, has its tendrils all over the Pokemon world. They probably work in conjunction with the Devon Corporation, given that they share so many different technological advances. On top of that, something I've discovered since making that Sylph Co video is that the Devon Corporation were working on a machine that could turn people into Pokemon. The only time we've seen that otherwise was in with Bill. Bill accidentally uses a machine to turn himself into Pokemon, and Bill has definitely worked with Sylph Co in the past. And the creation of Pokemon Life, moving sentience between these bodies, transferring, trading, this is all technology that Sylph Co and Devon have their hands in. Whether it's the digitization of magical life using their infinity energy into Pokeballs or into the PC system, trading them, the trading of Pokemon using a link cable, potentially trading them when it comes to trade evolutions, which, according to a really old interview, I think it was an old handbook, I'll leave the screenshot here, Bill, actually the trade evolution thing might be an issue with his machine. We'll talk about that in a future video. It's just code getting mangled up, and that's why the whole Graveler Machoke theory exists, where Graveler gives its arms to Machoke becoming Machamp, and then Graveler gets the reptilian head when it becomes Golem. Anyway, that's besides the point. The other big areas that they have their hands in, obviously the creation of Porygon, the creation of Mewtwo in the old Cinnabar lab, whether that was part of Sylph Co or just Team Rocket, we don't know yet. But we also know that both Sylph Co and Devon, and we're going to focus on Sylph Co here, and we're going to focus on the Cinnabar lab,
the main function for that building is the restoration of Pokemon life, for fossil life. And that is going to become relevant in just a few moments. But first, we're going to talk about Scientist Ross. The whole theory around Scientist Ross is that he left Sylph Co with the codes and the plans and the dubious disc for Porygon Z, and thus Porygon Z, the glitch Pokemon, was able to come into existence. And a lot of people talk about glitch Pokemon and their minds turn to Missingo. That's what happened in Lockstin's video. Missingo is a glitch Pokemon, a bird type. It's a glitch that expresses itself in the game as a Pokemon, and it has a few different forms. It can look like the Lavender Town ghost, or it can look like the fossils of Aerodactyl or Kabutops, or it just appears in this kind of big brick shape. These are the glitches, the forms of Missingo, which can appear when you try and do a Mew glitch in Generation 1. And of all the places that this glitch Pokemon appears the most frequently when you exploit it correctly is just off the shore of Cinnabar Island. Mew, Mewtwo, fossil restoration, the fossil forms, it's all kind of coming together. Now, in Lockstin's video, Lockstin talked about the idea that perhaps Missingo was an attempt at creating Porygon, a sort of beta version, a code Pokemon. It sounds like Porygon, that makes sense. But eventually the project moved on, the code for Missingo was scrapped or maybe stored somewhere on Cinnabar Island as a backup before it escaped, and Porygon was the end result. Eventually they did it. They achieved their goal of creating Porygon, a digital Pokemon that could even travel into cyberspace, and then space as Porygon 2 according to its Pokédex entries, and then they were aiming for alternate dimensions with Porygon Z. All super cool stuff, but I say Lockstin, you're wrong. Let's flip it on its head. Porygon is not the end goal. Porygon is the beta version of Missingo. Missingo, that is the end goal. Well, how do I come to that conclusion? Well, let's take a look again at Cinnabar Mansion. The goal there was to create the ultimate Pokemon life form, Mewtwo. Then in the Cinnabar Labs, the goal is to restore ancient dead Pokemon to life. So much of it is about taking something that's not alive and injecting life into it. This actually explains what Sylph Co is doing in Lavender Town with the ghosts and the Sylph Scope, the item that allows you to see ghosts. All of it is about achieving something greater beyond Pokemon types or Pokemon classifications. They're trying to see what else is out there. For sure, the ghosts in Lavender Town are different to regular ghost type Pokemon, and the big ghost at the end that you can't catch, maybe Sylph Co used the scope to actually manage to see it and get hold of it and capture it and bring it back to the Cinnabar lab for studying. Trying to inject life into it, to take control of it. This is one of the many forms that the Missingo project took. Of course, that didn't really work out. But we're in the Cinnabar lab, where we have access to fossils of Aerodactyl and Kabutops, and again, trying to inject life back into these things. And perhaps for a moment that project succeeded. Missingo took on these forms, and in the process, they learnt how to restore fossil Pokemon to life. That explains how they got hold of that technology. But what about the blocky form of Missingo? What is it about? Why try and access or create something like that? Why dabble with code? Well, it's pretty clear to me, and I've talked about this as well in a recent video, that the characters in the Pokemon world understand that they live inside of a video game. This is clear by the Game Freak employees who live in the Game Freak offices, the people who offer you information on how to like use the menus and what the basic controls of the games are. The characters know that they live inside a digital space. And this is actually confirmed in deep Pokemon lore in the Sinjoh Ruins events, where Arceus tries to create a Dialga Palkia or Giratina egg, summons the unknown, and we see flashes of the real world. Okay, so Toby, you're rambling, you're hot, you're sweaty, you're a shiny Pokemon. Where are we going with this? The point is that Porygon, the restoration of fossil life, the pursuit of knowledge about ghost Pokemon, all of those are just byproducts of this process of trying to do something even grander, even greater. Sylph Co have warp panel technology. Their rival company or sister company or conglomerate that's working with them, Devon, has the link cable technology that can blast stuff through dimensions. They can open wormholes to literal other dimensions. They manufacture and sell the Pokeballs, making them the richest company that exists within this video game world. They've even created the Master Ball with its 100% catch rate. How? Manipulation of code. The people who work at Sylph Co recognize that that they live within a digital space, and by manipulating code, they are able to be the biggest powerhouse that exists within this world. And MissingNo is their secret project, a living creature made of the code of the video game they live in. Something that they could study, and from that could create all sorts of technologies to better themselves. MissingNo is the main part of the project. Porygon, fossil restoration, ghosts, and being able to see them, catch them, that is all just an offshoot.
Hey, Pokemon Masters, Birdkeeper Toby here, and welcome to the future! It is a very bleak future, mind. Things have changed a lot since you were here last. Things have gotten a little bit bizarre. Not to worry though, you are here now, and that's what's important. We can finally sit down and have that talk about alien Pokemon. And you can't deny alien Pokemon this time. I mean, we've spoken about Jigglypuff and Clefairy before, but I have reports from Alola talking about Miniors there, or Behemoths in Unova, and Cresselia and lots of the other legendary Pokemon are all said to have come from the stars. Here, take a look at this. In the Alola region, there's reports of a trainer who stumbled on a man who wanted to see a Solrock and a Lunatone. This man, when spoke to, said that he could finally go home and disappeared into the sky. Further reports from the same trainer speak of a Pokemon called Nebby. I'm not sure what species that is, and Nebby is not so much an alien, but rather cosmic dust particles that have become a Pokemon. That said, I see it as proof that life outside our own planet exists. So we know, Pokemon Masters, that aliens exist. You certainly know it now. But what you don't know is, where am I? I am in Neo Saffron City, a metropolis, a hub of human ingenuity, and home to the greatest tech company that the Pokemon world has ever seen. Talking, of course, about Sylph Co. Why, they produce everything from potions to Pokeballs, and, they probably even created the tech that developed my AI. This is Al, and Al has been deciphering and decrypting the information that I stole from the old Sylph Co building. Let's see what he has to say about alien Pokemon.
Hey Toby, I found something about them and their sister company Devon deep in the files of the old Sylph Co building. About a decade ago, a meteor headed on a collision course with Earth was discovered to be the alien life form we now know as Deoxys. The planet was saved thanks to a young Pokemon trainer. However, Sylph Co and Devon had their own plans to never leave the Earth undefended again. Porygon is an artificial Pokemon first developed by Sylph Co that can travel through digital cyberspace. He was made entirely from programming code before being actualized in the real world, thanks to incredible scientific advances. Its upgraded version, Porygon 2, is known for its ability to travel in deep space. It also knows the move Conversion 2, which makes the Pokemon the same type as the attacking opponent. This makes sense seeing as Sylph had no idea what they're up against in this line of defense. The last part here says that a Porygon 3 project was in production at a place known as the Aether Foundation, but never saw full development. Toby?
Yes, the Aether Foundation. Now, they are a very familiar foe of mine. I had to stop them before from opening up an ultra wormhole above a densely populated area. I mean, their CEO, was she mad? An ultra wormhole is not a good thing for this universe, Pokemon Masters. No, it is a tear in the fabric of reality. It leaves this version of reality open to, well, a creature that we are not ready for. We can deal with alien threats like Deoxys, we understand them. But the ultra beasts that come from ultra space, well, they are scary. And right now, there is an ultra wormhole open right above my head, Pokemon Masters. This city square used to be bustling with people and Pokemon, but ever since UB01 showed up, they've been frightened and in hiding. Many people have lost their lives, many Pokemon too. This is the apocalypse, and we should be trying to get out of here ourselves. Pokemon Masters, there's something I've yet to tell you. I am a member of an organization known as the International Police, and we've been researching the Ultra Beasts, and perhaps a way to defeat them. Al is right, there was a Porygon 3 in production that was meant for this task. It's no wonder that the Aether Foundation gives away Porygons. It was meant to explore alternate dimensions. You can find that much out in Porygon Z's Pokedex entries, but it's called Z and not 3 for a reason. Something went wrong, and I think it was a sinister hacking because the data of Porygon 2's upgrade is not correct. Instead of a second upgrade, we got a dubious disc, and all the data is corrupted. Pokemon Masters, I know you really want to save this world, but there's nothing more we can do. This is the darkest timeline, but don't worry.
I've built us this teleportation machine, and with it, we will go up right through the heart of the Ultra Wormhole to the parallel Pokemon world on the other side, and we can use what we've learned here to save that world from the Ultra Beasts. Isn't that great? Oh, there is one problem though. In order to use this machine, you need one of these, and well, this is the last one I could find in the old Sylph Co building. You don't mind if I just, soar high, Pokemon Masters! Hey, Pokemon Masters, Birdkeeper Toby here. What are you doing here? Your Pokemon don't look dead. You should go home. Pokemon Masters, Birdkeeper Toby here, and I think I am freaking out a little bit. I've just come back from Lavender Town, and I think I'm now suffering from Lavender Town syndrome. There's a noise, a tune in my head that's telling me to kill myself. Is that a white hand on your shoulder?
Toby, stop spooking the viewers, even if they do look kinda like a Marowak. Here, why don't you let my voice keep you company? Sound is always good in the dark. However, not the sound of Lavender Town from the original Red and Green version that could cause you to kill yourself. The story goes that after arriving in Lavender Town in the original game, many children began having headaches, vomiting, and hundreds ended their own lives.
So this was due to prolonged exposure to the music of Lavender Town, which after the incident, Game Freak had to recall all the original copies of Red and Green and release new copies with an altered tune. But of course, that's just a creepypasta, a story we tell ourselves, right? The quietest controlled environment on the planet is the anechoic chamber in Orfield Laboratories. This chamber absorbs 99% of all the sound in the room because of its foam walls. And scientists and researchers on site claim that just to stay in the room for 45 minutes with no sound other than the sound of your own heartbeat and the blood flowing through your head is enough to make you hallucinate.
Of course, what Toby is talking about is the absence of sound and light deprivation as well. But what it demonstrates is how the senses can cause the body to react. Smells can cause you to retch with disgust or become attracted to someone. Pokemon has sent children to the hospital before through sight in the episode Porygon Soldier. In this episode, different lights flashing at different times cause hundreds of children to vomit, have headaches, and even go to an epileptic shock. So what about sound? Can it really influence your actions? I already discussed on my own channel how people have a hearing range of 20 Hz to 20 kHz, whereas dogs can hear from 40 Hz to 40 kHz. However, our hearing diminishes as we get older, normally beginning around the age of 8, meaning that there are things that kids can hear that us adults can't. This is used in areas where teenagers normally loiter. Companies will install what is called a mosquito alarm, which will emit a constant frequency that only teenagers can hear to annoy them. So how does this translate to Lavender Town?
So yes, you can annoy somebody with sound, or you could make them hallucinate without it. You can also relax them with something called binaural beats. Binaural beats have become very famous in the alternative medicine community as they are said to induce relaxing states. The effect was discovered in 1839 and the premise is that your brain gets affected because of a difference in frequencies in each ear. Let's say you had 30 Hz playing in one ear and 40 Hz playing in another. The binaural beat is 10 Hz. Interestingly enough, binaural beats fits with the story of Lavender Town syndrome, which was said to only affect children who had headphones in, which is the only way that a child playing the games will be able to hear a difference in tone.
Claims about binaural beats state that the effects can range from relaxation to the effects of LSD, but could it cause you to kill yourself? Well, maybe. There's currently no known form of using sound to literally control someone's actions. However, after some experimentations, it has been discovered that some binaural beats can trigger negative emotions such as fear and paranoia. What is very interesting about this is how these negative effects are normally found in the much higher frequencies, such as the beta and gamma waves, and as I mentioned before, children are able to hear things us adults can't. In fact, we have been playing some high frequency tones this whole time that I have been speaking. I'm sure some of you guys were able to pick them up and others had no idea. This is what makes the Lavender Town Syndrome even more scarier, because there could have been something there, but a lot of us just could not hear it.
Now, as I mentioned earlier, part of the story is that the original Red and Green version had a different track to Red and Blue version, and this is in fact true. If you look in the game's code, the track in Red and Green was set an octave too high for children to hear, which supposedly caused headaches and nausea. It seems that this Pokemyth did have a basis, but I wouldn't feel too safe yet if I were you, because sound can kill you. Sonic weaponry is in development all over the planet, and while it may sound very Doctor Who, the truth of the matter is that if you get blasted with ultra high frequencies, it can turn your eardrums to mush and even kill you. Oh, and did I mention that sound can make you see ghosts?
In 2004, a man named Vic Tandy was investigating a haunting in his laboratory, only to discover that the apparition that had been appearing was in fact the result of a newly installed extractor fan. The sound vibrations affected people's eyes, making them see a ghost, similarly to how the original tone of the Lavender Town was also affecting children's vision. It seems that between the binaural beats that can cause you to be paranoid, or the visions that can be triggered by simple vibrations, the way that sounds affects us the most is not physical, but psychological.
So, if there's one thing that we know for sure, it's that the sound and information that our body inputs on a daily basis can be altered with. Our perspective is kind of a guard blocking us from seeing the truth. Did Lavender Town Syndrome really happen? Was there a mass suicide of children who were playing the original Red and Green games? It's unlikely. That said, every story has its basis. Did some lonely child become paranoid from hearing an odd sound? Perhaps saw an apparition because the sound affected their brain. Maybe a lonely individual took their own life, not out of control but out of fear for what they saw after entering Lavender Town. Who knows, Pokemon Masters? Anything can happen when you're alone in the dark. Hey, Pokemon Masters! Birdkeeper Toby here. Welcome back to my channel. I hope you enjoy your stay, because today's video might be a little bit more uncomfortable for you. Maybe it's just the serious way I'm looking into the camera, or maybe it's today's theory that I have for you about a brand new Pokemon which I think looks awesome, Mimikyu. Or at least that's its Japanese name. I'm kind of hoping its English name is Peekaboo. And it is an awesome Pokemon, but also terrifying. It has a terrifying backstory and maybe the answer to one of the biggest Pokemon theory mysteries out there. A theory that I've already covered in some depth with my theory about who is the ghost girl in Phoebe's room, and I came up to a conclusion different to this one. But this one is maybe a different possibility that's just as sinister. So be sure to leave a like, and a massive thank you to my patrons, including Cybernex, who is this month's big Patreon. Let's get on with this Pokemon theory. But why would Phoebe have anything to do with this newly announced ghost Pokemon? Well, we know that if any trainer in the whole of the Pokemon world is going to be linked to Alola in some way, it's Phoebe. Her look is certainly based off a Hawaiian beach hula girl. She's tan, she wears the right clothes, and of course, Alola is based off of Hawaii, and she shares the same dress sense. In fact, she even has hibiscus flowers in her hair and on her dress, which is the national flower of Hawaii, so there's a good chance she's even from this region. That much has been speculated before, and her links to ghost Pokemon don't end there. In fact, she has all of the ghost Pokemon in Hoenn. She's a bit of a ghost Pokemon collector in that respect, and she's of course a ghost type Elite Four member. But let's recap. What's this whole business about a ghost girl? Well, back when Omega Ruby and Alpha Sapphire came out, people were playing through, recording it on Twitch, playing it on their videos on YouTube, and then realizing, wait, what's going on in that frame there? A mysterious girl appears for just a few frames, and in fact, if you look back, you can see her in other frames, and you realize that what you're seeing is all from her perspective. There is a young girl in Phoebe's room. A ghost. Not surprising, because Phoebe is known to talk to the deceased, and this ghost is holding a doll, a Pikachu doll. Ah, now you see. A Pokédoll much like this one, and I speculated before differently about this Pokédoll, what it could mean, how it could relate, and why the Ghost Girl might be bound to Phoebe. But now we know Mimikyu exists, and there could be an even more sinister answer. See, as you have noticed, Mimikyu looks like a Pikachu, and that's no accident. Apparently it hides under a very special cloth, maybe the Reaper cloth, maybe old merchandise of a very popular Pokemon. A Pokemon that appears as a doll all over Alola, in fact. Pikachu! Everyone loves a Pikachu, and why wouldn't as a Pokemon you want to be loved? So the real Pokemon hides under the cloth, and as it's described on Cerebi, it hates sunlight. But don't try and trick it, don't try and remove the cloth, because Cerebi also says that those that try to remove the cloth are afflicted with illness. And this Pokemon looks a lot like Pikachu. In fact, so much so that a little girl passing by might see Phoebe playing with what she thinks is a Pikachu, go to pull it or hug it, and remove the cloth from her Mimikyu, a ghost-type Pokemon she will almost have definitely caught in her time in Alola. And this girl, of course, holding what she thinks is the skin of a Pikachu, runs away, she's crying, she's scared, and she gets afflicted with an illness and unable to return the cloth to the Mimikyu, passes. And now she is bound to the trainer of that Mimikyu, forced to watch her battle with Pokemon for all eternity. And that Mimikyu is bound with them. Of course, that's just one interpretation of what may have happened with this particular Pikachu doll. Of course, I've talked about it very differently in another video, so why don't you check that one out too? Just don't hold on to a Pikachu doll for too long, lest you become a ghost yourself. Soar high, Pokemon Masters. Hey Pokemon Masters, Birdkeeper Toby here, and I have a Pokemon theory for you today, although I say theory, it's not really a theory if it's true. Can I trust you, Pokemon Masters? I certainly hope I can, because I think I found out how all of this comes together. Birdkeeper Toby, what's going on? Why are you acting all crazy? Why are you acting all weird? Maybe you think I'm crazy, except I'm not crazy, it's not me, it's the aliens. Let's start with them. And the real aliens live in the sea. I'm talking about Clamperl, and as Spectre said, Clamperl isn't in fact a pearl, it's an egg, and the clam on the outside is usually a Shellder. And that pearl is able to give things psychic powers, like strength for example. The pearl on its head gives it its psychic powers, and then is like ingrown into the Grumpig when it evolves. But Baby Shellder isn't just a clam, maybe it's something else inside the clam that's eaten the egg, because then when that bites Slowpoke, that evolves into Slowbro or Slowking, and if you look in Slowking's crown, we've got the pearl again. Or the egg that grants it higher psychic capabilities, which, as Noggin said, Slowpoke is omniscient. But it really needs that pearl to enhance its psychic powers. It needs the Shellder, which is actually a possessed Clamperl, to bite the Slowpoke tail, or head, or arm. Still don't believe me that Clamperl is giving Pokemon psychic powers? Well, what else eats fish eggs? Ducks. Golduck, Psychic Gem, bam! So we're saying that the clam that is a Shellder that bites onto a Slowpoke tail is somehow possessing this weird psychic clam fish egg thing. So what's possessing it? Well, maybe it's a good thing to look next to Cloyster on the Pokedex numbers, because Cloyster is number 92 and number 93 is Ghastly. Oh yeah, and Ghastly looks an awful lot like Cloyster. And it and its evolution Haunter aren't just possessing other Pokemon, they're also possessing inanimate objects, like the Pokeball, which we all hold. It's the ghost inside the machine, they're infiltrating our whole human infrastructure. But of course, in order to get a Ghastly or Haunter, you need to breed a Gengar. And Gengar, as we all know, is the shadow of a Clefable, and as I've discussed in a previous video, Clefable is related to Jigglypuff who came from the moon. Aliens! They evolve via the Moonstone, that clearly their bodies are designed that way. And of course you find Clefable in Mount Moon, and of course Pokemon Moon is the next game coming out. Which I think means Game Freak is making their next move. They're coming towards us. And given the fact that the games are being released on November 18th, which is when the invasion begins, and 18th Pokemon in the Pokedex is Pidgeot, which is my channel mascot, then that means... Sorry, no, that means nothing. It was just a conspiracy theory. That said, the aliens are coming and their shadows are infecting Pokeballs and creatures in the sea and clams like Shellder. Wait a minute, there is a Pokemon that eats Shellder. Lord, save us, Helix! Pokemon Masters! Birdkeeper Toby here. Oh,
I keep on struggling to get to sleep. I've been having bad dreams, nightmares about a Pokemon. A Pokemon that I thought was my favorite, but now I find absolutely terrifying. I'm talking, of course, about number 143, Snorlax. Snorlax is the sleeping Pokemon. It is one of my favorites, a Generation 1 Pokemon. It is a normal type. With the ability Thick Fat, it is known for its enormous size and weight using powerful body slam attacks. It is rare, weighs just over 1,000 pounds, and has its own Z-move. This Pokemon is incredible. And its most common Pokedex entry says that this Pokemon is not satisfied till it eats at least 900 pounds of food a day, and then it goes promptly back to sleep. So Pokemon Masters, you might be wondering how Snorlax has become one of my favourite Pokemon. It started off as a bit of a joke, really. I mean, we all know I have an affinity for napping. Bird Keeper Toby, more like Bird Sleeper Toby. You've all seen Team Snooze, many of you are members. Yes, I love to nap and I love to eat, and those are things that just resonate with me. And so when I see those traits in Snorlax, I think this is the Pokemon that best represents me. It's a classic Pokemon and it was part of the generation I grew up on. It was a viewer favorite. So why am I now scared of it? Well, I want you to think about the Pokedex entry that was just read to you. Snorlax is known to eat somewhere between 880 to 1,000 pounds of food every single day. And that just seems like a throwaway number. The Pokedex over-exaggerates all the time, right? But actually, that number, based on my recent research and the nightmares I've been having, makes a lot of sense. It is a monstrous amount. Granted, that much food is how much it needs to be satisfied, not how much it needs to be alive, but if it's in the Pokedex, then that means that that amount has been recorded being consumed by a Snorlax. And you can believe it from everything you've seen. And while mostly we see domesticated Snorlax eating fruit, it is possible that Snorlax eat other Pokemon. The problem there is just how many other Pokemon Snorlax would have to eat. Just have a little look at the graph I have made measuring the pounds weight of Pokemon. Yes, it could eat a Steelix once a day. Of course, that's the same as eating 2 Tyrannitars or 4 Kangaskhans, 8 Hippopotases or 16 Azumarils, 32 Gumshoos or 64 Bulbasaur. Can you imagine it, eating 64 Bulbasaur a day? That's the same as 126 Torchics in weight, 256 Togepis, 512 Joltix, or 1,024 Minior cores. Every day. And even if it's just eating fruit, which I doubt, the world's heaviest fruit is 70 pounds, so it'd still need to eat quite a few of those every single day. Now you're probably wondering, but Toby, why? Why are you so scared of Snorlax? You already knew that it ate loads, right? Well, go back to what I was talking about before, Snorlax eating Pokemon. There aren't a lot of Pokemon that match that kind of weight, 800 to 1,000 pounds. And Snorlax is likely not a vegetarian. This is because it's based off of a bear, and bears are carnivores. And this is where I start drawing strings together, because Snorlax is a pretty rare Pokemon. It's said that when you battle it in the city, it returns to the mountains where it actually lives. That's what happens if you don't catch it. And sure, domesticated Snorlaxes are going to be eating a lot less because their trainers don't have access to that kind of food source. After all, consider that there's about 1,230 calories in a 1 pound steak, and a human's daily recommended allowance is somewhere around about 2,000 calories. If you do the maths, you're looking at Snorlax eating a day to be satisfied over 1,842,000 calories. That is a lot per day. 540 times our recommended daily allowance, and this is why I'm so scared, because Pokemon Masters, there is only one food source, one thing in the world of Pokemon that Snorlax is going to be able to eat each day to get that kind of calorie intake, to eat that many pounds and be satisfied. And that, Pokemon Masters, is other Snorlaxes. If you take into account that about 15% of our body weight is our skeletons, which presumably a Snorlax hopefully wouldn't eat, and you scale that up to the weight of a Snorlax and minus 15% of its body weight due to that being skeleton and bone, what is left in the organs and skins and furs and things of the like, that is what Snorlax would need to eat approximately to stay satisfied. The horrifying truth about Snorlax, and the reason it's so rare in the world of Pokemon, only appearing 1 or 2 per region, is because in order to survive up in the mountains, Snorlax are eating themselves. And if you don't believe me, then know this. Cannibalism is a real thing, even in the world of bears, especially in the world of polar bears, when food is in short supply, and they will eat their own cubs. Poor Munchlax! And all my research has led me to believe that the only reason they put that information in the Pokedex and have that information match the weight of Snorlax is it's letting us know that Snorlax are cannibals. And the only way they are satisfied is if they kill and eat one of their own. Either that or I'm just overthinking it because of a lack of sleep. I should probably try and get some Z's. You know what I'm talking about, Team Snooze. Anyway, I should definitely try and catch some sleep. Soar high, Pokemon. Ah! Soar high, Pokemon Masters. Well, hey! Pokemon Masters, Berkey here, and thank you for joining me. I don't want to be alone in this place anymore. It's really early hours of the morning now, and I'm trying my best to stay awake. I'm trying my best to stay stimulated, so I'm hoping having you here is going to help that. Team Snooze leader or not, I mustn't go to sleep, no matter what the time is. I love this watch. It's one of my favorites. It actually reminds me of a Hypno's pendulum. Isn't it gorgeous? Although actually, does that even make sense? A Hypno's pendulum, I mean, how can that send you to sleep? I've been looking up the physics of it, and well, here's what I found. Hypno is the hypnosis Pokemon, a creature feared throughout almost all of the Pokemon world. Always holding a pendulum that it rocks at a steady rhythm, it causes drowsiness in anyone nearby. It's based off of the Baku, the Dream Eater spirit of Japanese folklore. But is this possible, Pokemon Masters? Is it possible for perpetual motion to send you to sleep? They rock babies to sleep, or they say you could count Mareep because it's kind of mundane, it's boring, it will send you to sleep. Don't try it right now, I'm really trying my best here to stay awake. But the thing is, hypnosis isn't even really sleep. It's a meditation state, a state of focus. It is a trance through which a hypnotist, or maybe Hypno, will give you suggestions. For example, they give you the object, the pendulum or the spoon, and the idea is that you focus in on it, that you stare at it, that you get into a deep state of trance, and you just listen to my voice as I give you subtle commands, like to subscribe and hit the notification button because the sub boxes aren't working. Sorry, fourth wall break. The thing is though, when it comes to Hypno, I suspect its intentions are far darker than helping you out with your meditation. Putting you in a trance or in a dream, either one, it is feeding you dark thoughts, and then feeding off of those dark thoughts, powering itself and making you suffer. They say in the Alola region that Hypno leaves people alone because of the presence of a Pokemon called Kamala, a Pokemon that is permanently asleep, permanently comatose. It can't wake up to tell us any different, so I can't be sure, but I suspect that those Kamalas are in excruciating pain for the entirety of their lives. And Hypno gets an easy meal. Sleeping Pokemon Masters just feels like a silly thing. I mean, evolutionarily speaking, why would we evolve to lay motionless for hours every single day while there are predators out there? And again, first thing on a Monday morning when you're absolutely exhausted, just staying in bed a few more hours. But no, I can't go to sleep, especially when the predators live in the world of your dreams. I have been studying the world of the dreams of Pokemon. I've been sharing my research notes with Dr. Fennel from Unova, who tells me that that space, their dreams, it's like a real place, an alternate dimension, much like Ultra Space. Funny, because there is an Ultra Beast that shares its connections with the night sky. Of course, I'm talking about Lunala, a creature that opens up ultra wormholes and lets creatures from its world into ours to destroy them. Much like Necrozma, a creature that will shroud our world in complete darkness. I've been alone in the dark, listening to the sounds of Lavender Town. I have been to the old chateau and met the spirit of a young girl. I could barely survive the night there myself. And I have seen the end of the world caused by the Ultra Beast, and even beyond into the apocalypse. I am Birdkeeper Toby, ultimate Pokemon adventurer! I'm so sorry, Pokemon Masters, I am just so sleep deprived, I am so exhausted. Problem is, stay awake, something bad could happen. Go to sleep, something bad could happen. Stay awake, it could mean that I am a fatal familial insomniac. There's only really 100 cases known around the world, and these people never sleep. And as a result, their brain doesn't get the chance to recharge, it shuts down, and they die. Of course, go to sleep, and I might suffer from sleep paralysis, a condition in which the victim believes that they are awake. The dreamer thinks that what they're experiencing is real, when goblins, demons, or reported monsters sit on their chest. That's what they see. They believe it's real, and they cannot move. They scream for help, and they cannot be heard. Anyone who's gone through this experience knows that it is completely terrifying. And here in the Pokemon world, there are monsters in our dreams, especially here in the Canalive Inn, the hotel on the harbour. This is where a particular legendary Pokemon lives in the world of dreams. It is terrifying but I think I'm gonna have to go to sleep. I think I have to face it. If I don't wake up, Pokemon Masters, then you can consider this my final snooze. It means that I've met the mythical Pokemon Darkrai, the nightmare monster that parents warn their kids about. Don't be naughty or Darkrai will get you. But it's no laughing matter. According to its Pokédex entries, Darkrai is probably just protecting its own habitat. Perhaps the Harbour Inn was built on Darkrai's home, and now it takes people in their dreams to warn people to stay away. And by rights I should probably do that, but if there's a chance that I can save those who have been taken before me, then I have to try it. If I don't wake up though, I will be in a coma. A coma is an extended period of unconsciousness in which I won't be able to respond to the outside world or outside stimuli. I will be in the world of dreams forever, potentially never waking up. Pokemon Masters, if I don't wake up, if I don't make it out of there and I can't beat Darkrai, then it's a good thing you're here. My research has indicated there is another legendary Pokemon, part of the Luna duo, that has the power to repel Darkrai. If I don't wake up, do me a favor, find that Pokemon and bring me out of my snooze. I can't believe I'm saying that. Sleep well, Pokemon Masters.
Oh, Pokemon Masters, Birdkeeper Toby here, and welcome to the Lost Tower of Sinnoh. I know what you're thinking. Toby, are you a ghost now? And like, no, obviously not. Look, give that here. This is just my good buddy Gallade. But, you know, it's hard to tell in the Sinnoh region. After all, Drifblim soars across the skies, taking children to who knows where. And at the Hallowed Tower, the odd keystone is filled with 108 angry spirits. Who knows where they came from? And more so than in any other region, human ghosts plague the Sinnoh region. But why? Hold on to your hats, kids. It's not just Gallade who's going to need a revive today. Ah, yes, Pokemon Masters. So when I'm talking about hauntings in Sinnoh, I'm not just talking about ghost Pokemon. Sinnoh has more than its fill of human ghosts that appear across the region. In fact, it's more frequent than in any other region. We've seen a few human ghosts in Hoenn, for example, the little girl that lives in Phoebe's room, and we've also seen one in Kalos, the one that comes out of the elevator. Very creepy. But Sinnoh has more than any of these other regions, and in fact even has impact in other regions. For in Unova, there is a young girl who has been haunted by a Darkrai. She died in her sleep and is now stuck roaming the world of the living. Speaking of Darkrai, Pokemon Masters, while it's not exactly a ghost-type Pokemon, in relation to its Sinnoh event, you will meet ghosts. If you find yourself in Canalive City with a member's card, the event item, don't go to the northmost house. That is the Harbour Inn, and home to someone who's been there for a very long time. This man in the Harbour Inn will literally tell you that he's had this reservation for a long time, and when you check the item description for the member's card, it'll reference that the last date on there was marked as being 50 years ago, and I don't think the player characters of Diamond and Pearl are 50 years old. This character seems to take complete control of you, moving you over to the bed, where you then enter the nightmare world of Darkrai. You'll end up being able to battle and catch Darkrai, and after confronting the creature, you'll wake back up in the Harbour Inn, but the man will be gone. Given what we know of the ghost girl of Unova, who was trapped by Darkrai until you use the Lunar Wing to free her, it seems that this man was likely a ghost, trapped in the mortal realm for over 50 years by Darkrai's nightmarish powers. But now Darkrai is in your Pokeball, and you have freed him. And Darkrai is just the beginning. See, I've been to an old house like this before. You may remember my visit to the old chateau, and while I didn't see any ghosts myself, I've heard stories of an old man and a young girl seen wandering the hall through the windows in the woods. No special event needed for this one. These two can be seen patrolling the chateau and seem to be tied to the backstory of Rotom. This is something that I discussed in my video where I visited the old chateau, and I'm likely to discuss again in the future, because I think this might tie into the backstory of Cyrus of Team Galactic. Theories aside though, these two definitely did meet a horrible fate. There's an old notebook, part of which can be found in the old chateau, and the other half of which can be found in the Team Galactic headquarters in Eterna City. There you learn of Rotom, the Pokemon of the old chateau, discharging electricity beyond its usual power range. Is it possible that this was the shocking event that killed these two individuals, trapping them in the old chateau? The sudden and unexpectedness of their deaths, their ghostly bodies now floating through the halls, warning people not to come in. Don't come into the old chateau, and definitely don't go up to the old TV room where Rotom still lives. And it's not just in Eterna Forest.
Up in the frozen north of Sinnoh, ghost Pokemon have been seen, blending in with the snow.
This is because on Route 217, just below Snowpoint City, there is a house sitting as a beacon of safety within the snowstorm. However, when you enter, the lady inside the house will be shocked. It's rare for visitors to appear in these snowy conditions. She'll give you the spell tag, an item that boosts the power of ghost-type moves, and when you leave the house and then return in, she will be gone. Did you really encounter anyone? Or given the spell tag, did you encounter a ghost? Or perhaps what you encountered was the spirit of a woman in her final part before she transcended and became the Pokemon Frostlass, whose Pokedex entry reads, "Legends in snowy regions say that a woman who was lost on an icy mountain was reborn as a Frostlass." That sounds like what just happened to me.
Pokemon Masters, I know the question you want the answer to then is, why are there so many human ghosts trapped in the Sinnoh region, stuck between the realm of the living and the realm of the dead? Well, I've done a lot of research on the topic, and I think it might have something to do with one of the 4 big deities of the Sinnoh region. That's right, 4 big deities. I know Dialga and Palkia have lots of statues and songs to them, there's legends and stories of Arceus, but there is one other forgotten deity who lives on the reverse side of reality, one other whose presence can be felt all across the Sinnoh region. I'm talking, of course, about Giratina.
Giratina is the renegade Pokemon and the guardian of the Distortion World, a realm that exists on the other side of our dimension. Something I've theorized about before and that we've discussed on Hoops and Hip Hop's channel is the idea that the Distortion World might also be the ghost dimension that's referenced occasionally in the animated series as well as in Pokedex entries like in Haunters that states that it's trying to come through from another dimension. Ghost Pokemon aren't actual ghosts. They're not dead people in the way that these people that I talk about in this video are. They're also not ghosts in the same way that in Lavender Town you can encounter, actual ghosts. Instead, these are Pokemon, and the ghost is simply a type that we use to describe a specific type of life form. They are alive. Ghost just represents a certain kind of energy type, something on the spectrum of infinity energy, and they seem to come from an otherworldly dimension, and that's really what ghost should mean, otherworldly. Sinnoh's own Duskanoir also references this. The antenna on its head captures radio waves from the world of spirits that command it to take people there. This feared Pokemon is said to travel to worlds unknown, and when we look to its pre-evolution Dusclops, we learn that its body is hollow and perhaps like a black hole, and black holes are thought to be gateways to other dimensions. So perhaps the Distortion World is this. It is the world unknown, the world of spirits, the ghost world, the Distortion World, the realm where Pokemon like Giratina really thrive. Giratina is, after all, the first ghost. And this makes sense, because Giratina can be found in the Turnback Cave in the Sinnoh region, and behind Giratina there's a pillar that reads, "This is that where life sparkles. This is where life has faded. A place where the two worlds overlap." Perhaps this is why there are so many humans who are stuck between the worlds of the living and the dead, so many ghost Pokemon with references to other dimensions in the Sinnoh region. Perhaps this is why all of these sightings happen, because the Distortion World energy bleeds out from this place, all across Sinnoh, and when that portal is open, some people get trapped between the two worlds. All I know is one thing is for sure.
This region truly is haunted. So hi, Pokemon Masters.
Slowpoke is the dopey Pokemon. It's a psychic and water-type Pokemon from Kanto, and according to its original Pokedex entries, it's incredibly slow and dopey. It takes 5 seconds for it to feel pain when under attack. In fact, the only thing it's really good at is fishing. Although slow, it's skilled at fishing though with its tail. It doesn't feel pain when its tail is bitten. This is why across the Alola region and many areas of the Pokemon world, Slowpoke tails are eaten, either as part of the black market being sold by Team Rocket, or in Alola just as a delicacy that everyone here is cool with. The point is, ethically it's questionable, but clearly by some people decided that, you know what, Slowpoke doesn't feel that pain, and that makes sense. While not mechanically in the games, in the TV show, we see how Slowpoke evolves. By dipping its tail in water and fishing up a Shellder, it will evolve into a Slowbro, and in fact the only example we've ever seen really of de-evolution in the show is when a Slowbro loses the Shellder and becomes just a Slowpoke. Although it is interesting to note here that Shellder looks nothing like Slowbro's tail. Or, in the case of Generation 2's Slowking, nothing like Slowking's head. So what is the mini theory here?
It is simply that the reason that Slowpoke is dopey, the reason that it doesn't feel pain intensely, is because it has so much rushing through its mind, far more than its brain can even really process. Its psychic powers are immense, which is why Slowking is so intelligent. Slowbro isn't that much of an advancement. The Shellder bites down on its tail, and even as far back as the Silver Pokédex entry, we can see that poison seeps into the tail from Shellder, giving Slowpoke some level of pain to focus onto. That pain, that grounding allows it to stand up and function as a Slowbro, and if the Slowpoke gets lucky and fishes with its head, the poison will be closer to its brain, allowing it to kind of focus a little bit more and hone in and channel on its omniscience. So that's kind of where the original mini theory ends. Slowpoke has always been as intelligent as a Slowking, it's just unable to process that vast amount of information. That is until the Shellder bites down and starts seeping poison into it. And this relationship would seem to be symbiotic. The Pokédex entry talks about with Slowbro, for example, about Slowpoke's tail being crunchy, almost as if the Shellder gets a little bit of a meal out of it. Maybe it gets nutrients that Slowbro intakes, and Slowbro and Slowking get a kind of better quality of life. It is a symbiotic relationship. And we see this even further in the Galar region, where Slowbro's arm has been bitten by a Shellder, and again it gets that same kind of toxin that keeps it alive and awake and ready to go. But at the same time, it gives Slowbro a new weapon to work with defensively. This is all a very good example of symbiotic relationships, two creatures teaming up to help one another. But then we look to Galarian Slowking and we see something entirely different. A Shellder bite sets off a reaction between the chemicals secreted by Galarian Slowpoke's brain and the spices inside its body, causing Slowpoke to gain the poison type as it evolves into Galarian Slowking. The Shellder's intelligence also skyrocketed, giving the Shellder psychic powers. Powers that put other psychic Pokemon to shame. We also see on the Pokemon website this little bit of info. Galarian Slowking have been observed uttering incantations in order to communicate with each other. They also appear to chant mysterious spells when using moves in battles. Exactly what these Slowking are saying has yet to be fully understood. And that's really interesting because we have seen Slowking being able to talk before in the Pokemon movie 2000. Slowking can communicate, it is just that intelligent. But what if what we're seeing here is not Galarian Slowking trying to communicate, but rather the Galarian Shellder trying to communicate with others of its kind? After all, this Shellder has gained psychic powers that, according to the website, put other psychic Pokemon to shame. Other psychic Pokemon like Slowpoke and Slowking. What if, and here is the mini theory, in Galar, the spices that make Galarian Slowpoke so fast and run around all the time, in here, in the Galar region, actually hinder Slowpoke's evolution into Slowking. And here, the Shellder that would normally help it become a Slowking and help it kind of reach its full potential with its intelligence, instead cause a chemical reaction that actually allows the Shellder to become more powerful than the Slowking, and the Shellder has now taken over Slowking's body. This relationship has moved from symbiotic to parasitic, and the Pokemon that are talking to each other are not the Slowking. We already know Slowking can talk, we should be able to understand what they're saying, but it is instead the Shellder on the head communicating with one another, making Galarian Slowking really a Parasect meets mushroom type situation, if you know what I mean. Exactly, Eternatus and Arceus could be related and what the deal is there. And of course, you have to let me know what you think about this theory in the comments. And thank you to all of you, by the way, who are watching the video, seeing them all the way through, checking out my other Pokemon theories, checking out my other videos. It all helps the YouTube algorithm push my videos out, and it just means more people will get to see them, and I get to keep making them, and I'm really enjoying what I'm doing, so thank you. Seriously, really appreciate it. I will try and come up with more theories as well. I know you all really like them. So, here is this one. So, this kind of first, I guess I first really started thinking about this for two reasons. One is that when it comes to Zacian and Zamazenta, Eternatus just doesn't fit. Like, what's Eternatus really got to do with Zacian and Zamazenta? The heroes of legend, they used Zacian and Zamazenta to fight an ancient Eternatus, or perhaps just Dynamax Pokemon in general to stop the Darkest Day. They never really fought Eternatus properly in the ancient days. I don't think that's the case. Judging on the room where you find Eternatus in Pokemon Sword and Shield, it looks like it's recently broken out of this egg-like container, where Chairman Rose has been draining it, using its power to fuel the Galar region. Eternatus comes from space. Zacian and Zamazenta are just inherently part of the Galar region. They're from the Slumbering Well. And Eternatus. A name like Eternatus implies kind of godliness to it. Eternatus, eternal. It's been there since the beginning. Since the beginning of time. And its Gigantamax form is like one of, if not the biggest Pokemon ever. This giant, dark hand that seems to twist time and space around it, showing you different parts of the region. This Pokemon is so ridiculously powerful that you have to get it down to 1 HP before you're even allowed to catch it. Not like some other Pokemon I know. Arceus, you godly Pokemon. Okay, so Eternatus is clearly strong, and it doesn't necessarily fit in with the world of Pokemon Sword and Shield, and I am expecting Diamond and Pearl remakes next. So how does Eternatus fit into that? Well, the first little bit of evidence that I want to draw you to, the first thing that you need to know, is that Eternatus becomes its Eternamax form, its Gigantamax form, by channeling Gigantamax energy that flows all throughout the region. It causes Pokemon to Dynamax. It's what you find in raid dens. It's that red beam that shoots up into the sky. And it's very similar, if not basically the exact same thing, as Infinity Energy. The concept of Infinity Energy goes back to Pokemon X and Y, where it was introduced. It then expanded further into Pokemon Omega Ruby and Alpha Sapphire. It's very similar to Gigantamax Pokemon and Gigantamax Energy. Infinity Energy is the energy fired off by the ultimate weapon, by AZ. AZ is a giant because he's lived for so long and been exposed to this energy. It's the same energy that allows Pokemon to mega evolve, and in the primal days, this energy just used to flow throughout the Pokemon universe, causing primal reversion for Groudon and Kyogre. This is the same energy that was harnessed by the Devon Corporation and used in technologies like Pokeballs. And one of the things one of my lovely viewers drew my attention to, and thank you very much for that, is that the red beams that shoot out of Pokeballs that allow the Pokemon to come out, they are very similar to the red beams of light that shoot up out of the ground where there is a raid den, where there is a Dynamax Pokemon. Infinity Energy is the life force of Pokemon, the life essence of Pokemon. There's some very dark theories about the Devon Corporation and how experimentation on Infinity Energy led to the death of a number of Pokemon and actually is what caused the Spiritomb to appear in New Sea Marvel. There's loads of theories about that, and back in the Sinnoh myths that you can find in the Canalive library, we hear about how Arceus came from an egg that just contained an original spirit, an original essence. This is the life force of everything. It's very easy to see the relationship there between that and Infinity Energy, and again, Gigantamax Energy, Dynamax Energy. Again, it is the overflowing of that energy that causes Eternamax to kind of warp space and time around it. Probably one of the reasons that you can't throw a Pokeball at it until it's basically knocked out. And warping space and time, again, that very ties in to the origins of the Pokemon world, because Arceus, as we all know, created Dialga and Palkia. Arceus is said to not necessarily be a god, but perhaps to be what is left of that god. That if the original egg contained Arceus and then the life force, the life essence of all Pokemon, then it would be that energy, perhaps a Mega Evolution or a Gigantamax form of Arceus that would really be a divine Pokemon. Arceus is just the remnants, the leftovers. Interestingly enough, Arceus does have ties to the Galar region. You can find only one of its plates in the Galar region, that being the Pixie Plate, Fairy type, quite strong against a Pokemon like Eternatus. And by the way, those very plates, you can find information about them through playing Diamond and Pearl, and one of them talks about how the plates were made up of slain giants, Gigantamax Pokemon. The ties are all there. But then what does that make Eternatus? If Arceus is God, or what's left of a god, within the world of Pokemon, and Dialga and Palkia are kind of these time and space beings that are made under it, Giratina dealing with the reverse world, and Azelf Mesprit dealing with the lakes and with balance and order in the Pokemon world. What is Eternatus? A Pokemon where, according to the Sinnoh myths, you can see the parallels here. Arceus within an egg filled with energy, Eternatus within an orb egg filled with energy that's being used by Chairman Rose. They are so similar. So what is it? What is Eternatus to Arceus? Is it like the Pokemon version of Satan? A devil? A demon? Well, no, really Giratina is that. But perhaps Eternatus is something different. Maybe, like I mentioned earlier, Arceus is just what's left of the creator of the Pokemon universe. We already know Arceus is separated into parts. You find its plates all over the Pokemon world. We know that it used to kind of wield this great energy that was part of it. And if Diamond and Pearl remakes are coming, just like how there's a Deoxys event at the end of Omega Ruby and Alpha Sapphire, a mythical event, you can bet there's going to be an Arceus event on the top of Spear Pillar to make up for the one that we never got through distribution. With yeah, probably a Dynamaxed or even a Eternamaxed version of Arceus. And I think that's where we'll find the real truth. Because there is one other bit of evidence that really interests me. A Pokédex entry about Arceus talking about how it made the universe with its 1,000 hands. That's how it created and shaped the world. Now, we've seen theories talking about the unknown and how its 1,000 hands are probably the unknown helping it shape the universe. And you kind of see that in the Sinnoh Ruins event, where Arceus creates, with the help of the unknown, a Giratina, Dialga, or Palkia egg, depending on where you stand on the platform. And the unknown definitely are very powerful and have something to do with the origins of the Pokemon universe, and we know that they're givers of life. In Pokemon Crystal, it's heavily suggested that it was them, collectively with the power of Ho-oh, that helped create at least Suicune out of the legendary beasts. That's only really in Pokemon Crystal. In Gold, Silver, and Gold and Soul Silver, it's just Ho-oh using its revival powers. But we know the unknown have the ability to influence life, and yeah, the unknown would act as could act as a bigger part of Arceus. But they're not its many hands, they're its many eyes. They help it see the universe. But we do have a Pokemon that could resemble one of its 1,000 hands, Eternatus, in its Eternamax form. Eternatus is very skeletal in nature. I don't know if you've noticed just looking at its design, it kind of resembles this skeleton with this big cannon in it that contains, of course, Eternamax energy, Dynamax, Gigantamax, Max energy. And so I guess this is my theory. This is where my theory and my hypothesis comes in here. What if Eternatus is one of Arceus' 1,000 hands that for whatever reason didn't hatch from its egg, that instead fell to the Pokemon world, causing the darkest day? With its overflow of energy, all of the Pokemon of Galar turned into Dynamax Pokemon, which caused them to rampage and caused the darkest day to happen. Ultimately, the twin heroes managed to stop them with Zacian and Zamazenta, and they hid the egg away, the orb, deep under the castle of Hammerlock, where eventually, one day, Chairman Rose would dig it up. And with this egg not hatching like the rest of Arceus' hands that were presumably out there helping to create the universe, it's kind of turned bad. And Chairman Rose plugs in all of these tubes into the egg, draining it for power and powering up the Galar region. And then, one day, he decides to awaken it, to hatch the egg and reveal the Pokemon, the skeletal Pokemon that's left inside. Eternatus, a Pokemon that does not look how it should anymore. I'd be really interested to see if there is a Gigantamax version of Arceus that resembles a giant white hand. That could be pretty interesting. Or even if its Gigantamax form looks like it just has anything to do with Eternatus at all. It'll be very interesting to see. Again, Eternatus' Gigantamax form has the ability to warp time and space. It appears in an orb. The orb is drained of energy, which is basically the same as infinity energy, and energy like that is the life force of Pokemon, which is talked about in the Sinnoh myths, coming from an egg that is like Arceus's. Arceus has the 1,000 hands. It's a giant hand. To me, this theory makes sense. But I want to know what you think, of course, in the comments. You're gonna have
10 Alolan theories. Number 10, who is Hao's father? This is a question that I'm hoping gets answered in Ultra Sun and Ultra Moon, but at the end of Sun and Moon, we hear about Hao's father, or rather, Harla's son. A free spirit that Harla couldn't control with his strict temper. We don't know a lot about this character, however, it's suspected that he may have gone to Kanto at some point because Hao asks, how far away is Kanto? And then he says that his father went and traveled the world. So it's like, maybe, and people have come up with all sorts of answers for who this character could be. Could it be Crash or Wake or Chuck? But my favorite is Brawly. Brawly got a redesign in Generation 3 to be more tanned, as if he came from a more tropical region of the world. His personality definitely matches that of Hao's, and he's a surfer dude, and Hao's first cool Pokemon is a Pichu that becomes the surfing Alolan Raichu. Also, Brawly, while not from Kanto, is said to have trained in Kanto alongside Bruno. This according to text that you can find in the game, so that is pretty neat, and definitely I like how this lines up, but I'd like to see how it plays out in Ultra Sun and Ultra Moon. Next up is of course the new character, which we will definitely be learning more about, Ryuki. And who is he? He came from another region that was not Alola. He's a rock star and dresses in radical clothing. So who is he? What's his deal? Well, one of the top theories that came out around that time that I covered on the channel was that it's Benga, the grandson of Alder from Generation 5. Benga is also really into music, and in fact his name means a certain style of music. Of course his name isn't the same as Ryuki's, but there's every possibility that this is a stage name given Ryuki's dress, and it means Dragon Tamer, which by the way, he has dragon Pokemon. On his team he has all of the Alolan new dragon Pokemon, as well as specifically Dragonite and Garchomp, and those are the two Pokemon that Benga has, and he actually gives away a shiny Gible or Dratini depending on the version of Black 2 or White 2 that you have. He also has the same wild, tooth to him, and it makes sense because Benga lives in the town one across from where the PokeStar Studios is, a place where he'd have access to loads of different props. So you can definitely see a connection, and I'd love to see it confirmed in Ultra Sun and Ultra Moon. Number 3 is Porygon Z, an Ultra Beast killer. Okay, so you've seen me cover this in my video about Ultra Beast, but let me explain it in detail, because the idea was actually first come up with really by The Alchemist. The Alchemist did a video talking about how Porygon 2, with its defensive nature and defensive move conversion to, was probably created as a first line of defense against alien Pokemon. For example, Porygon was made to survive in cyberspace and Porygon 2 in deep space. But what about Porygon Z? Well, the project messed up, the data got corrupted with the dubious disc, but the idea is it was designed to explore alternate dimensions. And isn't that the topic of Sun and Moon? Oh yes, capable of firing laser-type moves like Signal Beam or Tri-Attack, Porygon Z might have made for a good combatant against the Ultra Beast. And on top of all of this, you find Porygon and its relevant upgrades in the Aether Foundation. Oh, and how can I not forget that Gladion has one on his team as well. So yeah, the idea is Porygon Z designed to fight the Ultra Beasts before they started working on the Type Null project. Okay, so number 4 isn't one that I came up with, it's one that the community came up with, and it's about Kamala. The idea is that Kamala, the koala bear that clings to its log and sleeps all the time, isn't a Pokemon. That's just a decoy, much like Wobbuffet's body. No, the actual Pokemon is the log. Seriously, just bear with me. There's 2 big bits of evidence for this. Number 1 is that when you look at the regular and shiny forms of Kamala side by side, the only thing that changes color is the log. Okay, maybe that's just coincidental. Well, how about this? In the coding for Sun and Moon, there's walking animations for all of the Pokemon, and with Kamala's, it doesn't walk. The log just moves. So the idea is the ability for it to be asleep all of the time. That's because it doesn't have a lot of energy to expend to a head that isn't even really real. Instead, this log Pokemon is just trying to stay alive. Number 5 is the relationship between the Elite Four member Acerola, I still can't pronounce her name, and Olympia from the previous games. First of all, you can't help but notice the visual similarities. But also, Acerola's family is said to descend from royalty within Alola, a kingdom that likely used to exist in Po-Town, but before Po-Town was destroyed and she had to move all of her books to the Mali City Library on the same island. So that's pretty cool. On top of that, on the same island is the Lake of the Sun or Moon, a place of worship that seems to be abandoned now. Hopefully we'll revisit there in Ultra Sun and Ultra Moon. And wouldn't you know it, Olympia from the previous games, her whole design, by the way, is about stars and moons. I mean, in the show, her gym is an observatory. But on top of that, she runs kind of a cult and she dressed like a cultist. It seems very likely that she's from this same lineage, this same family, and she's tanned like the people of Alola, so that makes sense. Okay, 6th on this list is Beast Balls. How do they work? Why do they work? Because they're not very effective on regular Pokemon, but Ultra Beasts, they've got a little boosted advantage. Well, you may have heard that each Pokeball contains an environment that's best suited to a Pokemon. That's why Dark Balls are, probably have darker insides that are more likely to catch Pokemon that you'd find at nighttime or in caves. Net Balls are better suited for water Pokemon. And what about Beast Balls? Well, we know that the Ultra Beasts are actually drawn to wormholes and wormhole energy. That's why they go after Fallers. And when you send a Pokeball out with the Beast Ball, it creates a little wormhole effect, which is kind of cool. Well, the Beast Balls were likely created by Faber, the Aether Foundation scientist who specializes in psychic-type Pokemon. And for a time, the Aether Foundation had hold of Cosmog, who shares design elements with the Beast Ball. Cosmog has the ability to open up ultra wormholes. Do you see where I'm going here? The idea is that it doesn't just catch a Pokemon, it sends it through an ultra wormhole to a contained little bit of ultra space. The environment inside a Beast Ball is ultra space. And that's kind of cool, and that kind of makes sense why it would have such a heavily boosted chance of catching Ultra Beasts. Because Ultra Beasts love that stuff. They want to be inside the Beast Ball, they want to get caught. And you thought the fact that they were easy to catch in Sun and Moon made no sense. Well, there's lore involved. Number 7, let's talk about 2 of my favorite characters, Ilmia and Mina. Specifically Mina, I think her design is great. Mina is a trial captain who's just got back to the Alola region in Sun and Moon, and she doesn't actually have her island trial set up, but she talks a little bit about Ilmia. It seems that the two know each other, but the relationship isn't really developed on, and again, I'd love to see that developed on in Sun and Moon. However, if you read between the lines, there's an even bigger connection here. Mina is an artist, and Ilmia's main Pokemon is a Smeargle, the artistic Pokemon. And in his house, there is a portrait describing a lovely area. Now, it says that Ilmia studied in the Kalos region, and in the Kalos region, there is a very serene route that apparently attracts a lot of artists, and in fact, all the artist class trainers in the game are on that one route, painting the route, painting the scenery,
One of them's even called Mona. Maybe a relative, maybe the same girl with a misspelled name. I don't know, but here's the kicker. All of those trainers have the Pokemon Smeargle. So the idea is that Ilmia met Mina while abroad in Kalos and made friends with her. In fact, it could well be the case that that picture in Ilmia's house was a gift from Mina as well as the Smeargle. Smeargle. So who knows what the relationship is here? Maybe just friends, maybe something more. I hope we find out in Ultra Sun and Ultra Moon. Number 8. Sun and Moon confirms a world where Ash is in the games. Let's talk about a number of little bits of evidence. Number 1, in the Sun and Moon demo, you can get hold of the special Ash Greninja. So Ash already in the game in that sense. But number 2, in Mimikyu's trial room, there is a little picture of Pikachu on Ash Ketchum's shoulder. Mimikyu is absolutely obsessed with Ash Ketchum. And we do know that Red exists in the world of Sun and Moon. He's wearing this awesome shirt, which you can get on TeePublic by following my link and help out the channel. I'll stop now. But the reason, according to the Pokemon website, that Mimikyu hates Pikachu so much is because of the popularity that Pikachu gained 20 years ago. Wouldn't it be interesting if Ash Ketchum and his time and all the adventures of the show happened 20 years prior to the games? Okay, it's very unlikely, but if that's the case, that would explain why Pikachu became popular. Sadly, it can't be Red's Pikachu because Red existed, all of his stuff with Pikachu was 10 years ago. Yeah, potentially Ash Ketchum made Pikachu popular, which is why Mimikyu dresses up like it and now hates it, and that would explain why it's got a little photo of Ash's Pikachu in its room. Number 9, Alolan Exeggutor is the original. I mean, this is heavily hinted at Dex entries. I mean, the people of Alola claim that the Alolan Exeggutor is the correct one, which you might go, hang on, no, because Execute is Grass Psychic, and so surely the Grass Psychic Exeggutor is the real one, but you know, type changes do happen. Potentially it was meant to become a Grass Dragon, but sadly its growth was stunted when it was exported to Kanto. The one place that you get Execute in Kanto is the Safari Zone, the place where you catch loads of dragon-like Pokemon. I mean, Execute later evolves into a dragon-type Exeggutor. You can catch Magikarp there, which, okay, while Magikarp and Gyarados aren't dragon types, they're used by dragon tamers, and of course, that is the one place that you can get Dratinis and Dragonairs. Potentially, the Safari Zone was set up as a location where dragon Pokemon would be a spectacle. But for whatever reason, dragon Pokemon don't really thrive in the Kanto region, which explains why they're so rare there, why you don't get Kingdras there, for example. Just Horsey and Seadra, no Kingdra. The only dragon type that really thrives there is Dratini and very rarely Dragonair in the wild. Every other dragon Pokemon has to be trained. Potentially they moved over these Exeggutors into the Safari Zone to grab attention, the wonders of the Alola region, but over time, due to the lack of sunlight and environment, Exeggutor's growth became stunted and it became the new Kanto form. It actually makes a lot of sense. And finally, number 10, Mimikyu again. Do you remember when Omega Ruby and Alpha Sapphire came out and people were playing through it and then they saw a frame with a ghost girl in Phoebe's room? I mean, Phoebe is a ghost girl, literally. She is a girl who uses ghost type Pokemon, but behind her, there is a girl who just appears for a frame. She's a ghost. Ghost girls are a very common part of Pokemon lore, but this one can be explained because when you look at the 3D model, it's holding a little Pikachu doll. And everyone has speculated, and I hope that there's some evidence towards it in Ultra Sun and Ultra Moon, that if there's any region that Phoebe did come from that wasn't Hoenn, it's Alola. Look at her, she's so Alolan in her culture. She's tan, she's got the Hawaiian hibiscus flower, like, she just makes sense for that. And it is said that if you remove the cloth off of a Mimikyu, which you find in Alola, then you will be cursed and I think die? I don't know, you suffer something horrible. Either way, what if that's what this little girl did? It took the cloth off of a Mimikyu. Mimikyu is a ghost type, which is the specialism of Phoebe. So potentially Phoebe had a Mimikyu and this girl took its cloth. And now this girl is bound to Phoebe and must sit around and go wherever she and her Pokemon go. These are just some of my favorite theories. Lots of these are ones that I myself have come up with. Links to anyone else who came up with these in the description, of course. But yeah, I'm looking forward to Ultra Sun and Ultra Moon coming out and having even more Pokemon lore to work with to make even more Pokemon theories. Hey, come back! You gotta let me out! You're gonna destroy the world! Pokemon Masters, come here! It's me, Birdkeeper Toby. I've snuck aboard Team Aqua's ship. Oh, you've got to help me. Team Aqua are going to unleash the legendary Pokemon Kyogre onto the Hoenn region, and that cannot be allowed to happen. There's archaeological evidence, you see, proving that Kyogre has awakened in the past and flooded the entire region. Everyone is going to drown. Everyone is going to die. They called me crazy, said that no, this is for the betterment of the people of Hoenn, but it can't be serious. I'm going to tell you about the times in the ancient past that Kyogre flooded the Pokemon world.
Rumours of an ancient flooded Hoenn first got Ruin Maniac's attention when deep inland the Hoenn region they found fossils in the desert. At the heart of this desert, they're a fossil for the ancient aquatic Pokemon Lileep and Aranith. Lileep and its evolution Cradily are based off of a sea lily, and Armaldo too is a water type. That's not right, it's a bug type, so never mind. Or is it? Hang on, Armaldo? Rock bug. And Aranith too is a trilobite that would have lived in the ancient oceans. What is a desert doing in the middle of the land? Well, this is kind of like the Sahara Desert here on Earth. The northern Sahara used to have an ocean running through it, but after the oceans and waters receded, the desert was all that was left. So this suggests that sea levels may have actually once been high enough to pour over the canyon surrounding the desert of Hoenn and fill in this land. And this would actually explain quite a few oddities in Hoenn. In Four Tree City, there are houses in the treetops where the trees grow exceptionally high. Why are the houses built so high up? Well, likely to help people in case of a flood. The grassland south of Four Tree grows incredibly tall enough that you can't even cycle through it. This may be the case so that the grasses can still reach sunlight should the water level rise higher and higher. We see a microcosm of this in Shoal Cave that demonstrates that changing tides naturally do have quite a big effect on the areas of Hoenn. There are mudslides as well all over the Hoenn region, suggesting the presence of soft ground, which is the result of water mixing with the dirt. I did a video a long time ago as well about Laveridge Town, a town that in modern day is inaccessible by any roads. It's awkward and inconvenient, out of the way. You have to get a cable car up to the top of a volcano to then make your way down to the town. But perhaps once upon a time this village grew because the sea level was much higher, and this was a safer place to have a village above sea level but away from the ash of the volcano. Evergrande City is also built oddly high on the top of a waterfall, so perhaps this is a way to guarantee its safety should the sea levels raise once again. There are also Mirage Islands all across the oceans of Hoenn, and it's possible that these islands hide themselves as a result of some kind of mysticism, some magic that means they're there one moment and not another, or it could simply be the case that these islands are so close to sea level that sometimes they disappear entirely under the waves, only to appear very rarely. The Pokemon biology reflects this too. Lotad and Surskit float on the water's surface. Tropius has a long neck and can fly to get away from the ground and to get food far above the ground, should the ground disappear underwater. Barboach and Swampert suggest a world where the earth and ocean meet and water levels change. Perhaps this finally explains as well the biology of Spoink, which is ridiculous. According to the Pokédex entry, it needs to keep bouncing to keep its heart pounding, but this would have made a lot more sense if the ancestor of Spoink actually used to live in the water and it was simply swimming, which sounds far less exhausting. That would also mean that the psychic energy that's left in Spoink's pearls when a Spoink does pass away in the ocean will go to the bottom of the ocean floor, providing as an origin story for Clamperl. There's also Seedot and all the Pokemon of the forest like Beautifly and Dusclops and Slackoth that ultimately would thrive high up in trees. And if the world did become flooded again, it would mean that all three of the Regis chambers would have been effectively islands. There's already one that's an island, but Registeel's chamber in particular is quite odd in its placement, just randomly, on some raised plateau in the Hoenn region. But perhaps, once upon a time when the ocean levels were higher, this was an island. So at the end of Pokemon Sapphire version, when Kyogre starts using its power, you can really see the effect that it might have on the region, and the background storytelling that's always been hinting towards this. If Team Aqua access its power, then towns like Littleroot, Petalburg, and Rustbro may end up completely under the waves.
Pokemon Masters, we've got to do something. If we don't stop Team Aqua, they're gonna destroy the world. And it's unlocked, of course it is. Come on, let's go. We've got to stop Team Aqua. Pokemon Masters. Him? Don't worry about him. He's a member of Team Magma. Caught, like me, probably sneaking aboard. Unlike me, he was trying to steal the Red Orb, an artifact that was going to awaken the legendary Groudon. Yeah, they're just as bad, so you don't have to feel bad for him. Groudon, in the ancient times, eliminated entire civilizations when it removed all of the water from the Hoenn region with a drought so strong that, there were civilizations that used to exist. There's evidence for this under the oceans of Hoenn. Fine, I'll explain that now.
Team Magma then are trying to awaken Groudon, whose drought can be seen across the Hoenn region, and if the Hoenn region were more dried out, that would also make sense. The only regions to have access to the dive mechanic are Hoenn and Unova, and in Unova it's just at the Abyssal Ruins. We know that the Abyssal Ruins were once above the water, suggesting that the areas of Hoenn that you dive to were also once above the water. This makes sense for the ruin chambers below routes 132 and 133, suggesting that the sea levels were once much lower. You also notice that the information on how to access the Regi chambers here is in Braille, which is a wonderful form and way to communicate to people if the sea levels are to rise. If you write all of your top secret information with pen and paper, well, in vast drought, the paper can set on fire, and in deep rain, the paper can get spoiled and ruined. But in Braille, if carved definitively enough into the granite walls of the cave, this could last for generations through all kinds of weather conditions. It also means that if these routes were once dried out, then there would have been a walking route, a pilgrimage that would have connected from Pacificlog Town, where outside of course is the Sky Pillar, all the way to Granite Cave, where we also see evidence of the Draconids, who probably left the ancient Regi caves there along the way. It's also interesting to note that the Granite Cave and the Cave of Origin have many floors below the cave surface, below the island surface, suggesting that yes, the sea level was once much lower and people could dig and excavate down. The Draconids, of course, are the ancient lore keepers of the Pokemon world who knew about the Regis and the Latties, and of course Groudon and Kyogre. They built their main base of operations, the Sky Pillar, and nearby Pacificlog Town, a town that's built to float on the water. The kind of thing a civilization might build if the sea level was once much lower, but they suspected Kyogre would strike again in this never-ending clash between these two titans. Sky Pillar is a tower that goes up far beyond where the sea level can rise to. It seems also that its surface level has raised up from the ground, or rather the water level has receded since it was built. So they've had to create a new entrance on a level of rock below it. The Draconids have built this way because they're predicting that the sea levels and land levels will constantly rise and fall across the region's history. And it seems modern Hoenn people have noticed this as well. They've built the cycling road far above the ground for this exact reason. And in fact, there was a project at the Sea Marvel that was supposed to be an apocalypse bunker they were building, a new Marvel that descended below the Earth with security doors that would seal up. There were many notes across the Sea Marvel that alluded to this building being a self-sustaining city of the future. However, the power needed for this project would have had to have come from the life energy of Pokemon, and so ultimately the project was cancelled. No, the Draconids had the right idea. You need to build upwards into the sky. They used Mount Pius specifically as a sacred site where the deceased would be safe, as well as the orbs of red and blue, being hidden away by lore keepers here from the evil Archie and Maxie, who try to use them to control Groudon and Kyogre. But trying to utilize these Pokemon's powers, it's tempting with fate.
We've made it! The Team Aqua hideout, Pokemon Masters, and I know exactly what Archie is keeping in here. The red and the blue orbs should be inside. They've got these little symbols on them, the Alpha and the Omega, which sort of appear on Groudon and Kyogre's body, which would lead me to believe that they're related, like maybe even biologically. If I had a Tree of Evolution poster, I would know. But then that makes me wonder if they're connected to another Pokemon, a Pokemon that shares symbols, the Delta Rayquaza. If the red and blue orb aren't enough to stop Groudon and Kyogre, then I'm going to need to turn to the Draconids for help. Let's see what we can do.
Thankfully, there is this third Pokemon, Rayquaza, that seems to come down from the heavens, summoned by the Draconids. Some believe that Rayquaza might exist because of a wish, perhaps the result of Jirachi, the wish-making Pokemon. That would explain why these three Pokemon with wildly different biology all have the same markings inscribed upon them. It's possible that they're all created by the same kind of magic. But however, Groudon, Kyogre, and Rayquaza existed, whether they are the results of biology or the results of Arceus creating them, there is one thing for sure. Rayquaza is the only reason the region is now in a constant state of balance, half in the sea and half on land. Because when Kyogre is summoned, it begins to rain. Quite a lot. And when Groudon is summoned, the drought gets really, really hot. and both the heat and the rain need to travel through the sky to reach the Hoenn region, and that's where Rayquaza lives. I believe that the reason Rayquaza will save us all is not because of prayer and wish or prophecy or anything like that. It's effectively happening because Groudon and Kyogre are arguing over the thermostat of the place where Rayquaza lives. And so Rayquaza has to come downstairs to knock their heads together and knock some sense into them. And that's why the region is currently in a perfect 50-50 split between Groudon's domain and Kyogre's.
So what is the dream world in Pokemon? Join me, Team Snooze. Let's investigate the world of dreams.
Long ago, I was the leader of one Team Snooze, an organization so powerful it rivaled Team Rainbow Rocket. Unfortunately, everyone fell asleep on the job, and all of the grunts disbanded. Though who knows, maybe they're out there taking over radio towers trying to call back Team Snooze. Who am I kidding? Everyone's having a nap. And where those Team Snooze grunts will be going, along with their Pokemon, is the world of Pokemon Dreams, which is a real physical place in the realms of Pokemon. It is the main existence, of course, where Pokemon trainers live with their Pokemon. This is where most of us spend our time in the world of Pokemon. But layered on top of that, there are other dimensions. The Distortion World, Ultra Space. In the animated series, we also see the Mirror Dimension and Reflection Cave, a dimension to a sort of ghost realm. So there are many realities stacked upon one another in the Pokemon cosmos. And the plane of existence where sleeping Pokemon go, where their minds travel to physically be, well, you could play that through the Dream World game that used to exist on the internet. You'd connect your DS up using Black and White or Black and White 2, and your Pokemon would go on adventures, play in mini-games, go to real locations, and you could even catch Pokemon in Dream Balls. Additionally, there was a 3DS download title called The Dream Radar, where one Professor Burnett of the Alola region was researching the Therian forms of Landorus, Tornadus, and Thundurus. She speaks in Pokemon Sun and Moon of the world of dreams as if it is another dimension that she really was researching. There too, you can catch Pokemon in Dream Balls. And off the northern coast of the Sinnoh region, for an unlucky few who go to sleep, they might not wake up, as they're haunted by the Pokemon Darkrai. Darkrai exists on the Nightmare Isle, and while you can go there via boat, because again, it's a physical, real place, you can also access there telepathically, and most people get trapped there by way of dreaming in the wrong hotel. It's like the island and these other realms are mirages. Sometimes there, sometimes not. The doorway only open in specific circumstances. This is like the Mirage Islands across the Hoenn region. There's a Mirage Paradise in the animated series as well, where Togepi lives, and that's going to be important later. There's obviously the main Mirage Island, where Wynaut can be found. Wynaut are said to have ties to the Unknown, who are also from another dimension, but I digress. And of course, two of the key other ones are the southern islands of Hoenn, where Latias and Latios are said to be.
Pokemon Masters, I've taken a stunning old trip out to the beautiful city of Altamar. There has been sightings here of the legendary Pokemon Latias and Latios, but sightings are hard to come by because the Pokemon seem to disappear whenever hunted. I think it has something to do with a Mirage Garden.
Yes, connected to the world of Altamar in the 5th Pokemon movie, there is a sort of mirage garden that Latias and Latios can bring people it trusts into. This is not too similar to the previously mentioned Mirage Paradise that Togepi is connected to. And I've done Pokemon Epics talking about Togepi and Latios before. The Pokemon seem likely related, my Pokedex entry talking about how they only like to appear before trustworthy people and only at peaceful times, and how their designs ultimately, with Togekiss being a winged plane-shaped Pokemon, and these two Pokemon Latias and Latios being the shape of jet planes, as well as the red and blue and the triangles on their body matching the triangles of Togepi's eggs, suggests some kind of connection here. There's a Pokedex entry for Togepi that says that a proverb claims that happiness will come to anyone who can make a sleeping Togepi stand up. So again, we have our connection to dreams here with Togepi, and on Southern Island, when you interact with the rock that's at the center of the island, after capturing Latias and Latios, the rock says, "All dreams are but another reality. Never forget." So once again, we have our symbolism here of dreams and being another realm, another reality. A reality that exists outside of time and space completely. Togepi has lots of traits that makes it kind of similar to a fossil Pokemon. It learns ancient power. In the animated series, its egg is found as a fossilized egg inside a sort of fossil dig site. But at the same time, and I've done a video about this recently, it's possible that Togepi's egg came from the future. An imagined, more peaceful future. If you want to learn about that and how it might be connected to Celebi's Pokédex entry, talking about how it leaves behind eggs that it brought from the future, as well as the relationship to the Kimono girls and how all of that relates to one another. I'll leave a link in the description. The other places that you can find Togepi in the wild are in the White City of Unova, itself a city that doesn't seem to be very stable, fluctuating and changing every time you exit and enter. You can also find Togepi through the Dream Radar game, so yes, this Pokemon is very likely from there. But Pokemon trainers and people can access the Dream World, either by going to sleep, and maybe that's what's happening during when you're playing Pokemon Sleep, or of course, by using the power of Marshuna and Masharuna and Muna. Wait, what are they pronounced? How are they said? What are their names? Pokemon that produce a dream mist.
I now find myself in Central Park, which is another part of the Unova region known as the Entry-Link Forest. You might remember this place from the World of Your Dreams, but you can't picture it quite. And that's because you can't actually access it now in Pokemon Black and White or Black and White 2. You had to connect up your game to the Dream World game online. There you could catch Pokemon in Dream Balls. They'd have special Dream World abilities. That's what the hidden abilities used to be called. And of course, the Dream Balls had an aesthetic that matched that of Muna and Musharna. These Pokemon create a special dream mist that takes people and Pokemon to the world of dreams, and they're kind of the Gen 5 equivalent of Hypno, the poster child for Pokemon theories generally. But the world of dreams and entering dreams extends far beyond Generation 5 and all the way back to the early days. Yes, there was Hypno, and also there was the classic Dream Eater Gengar, but then there were other legendary Pokemon as well that really delved into the world of nightmares.
The Nightmare Pokemon Darkrai, the Pokemon that heals those dreams, Cresselia, Latias, and Latios. There are many legendary Pokemon and mythoses tied to the world of dreams and Pokemon. But there are also 3 other Pokemon. Well, 4, technically. The forces of nature. Landorus, Tornadus, Thundurus, and Enamorous. Each of these Pokemon have the form that exists in our world, much like Giratina, and then they have Therian, or in the case of Giratina, you'd be looking at an origin form. A form that's more comfortable, changing the biology to match its original environment. They float on clouds, the clouds possibly made up of dream mist. And Enamorous aesthetically just looking a lot like the Dream Ball. These Pokemon are all also connected to the Dream World and everything we've already talked about. I actually did a video a few years ago on Enamorous, and that video got so many views despite the fact that disappeared was spelt wrong in the thumbnail. I didn't change the thumbnail because the video was doing well. But I will leave a link to that video down below because it's a really good one. It talks about how Cynthia and Alder are hooking up. Anyway, that's besides the point. The main key feature here is tying together a few Pokemon theories, like the one I previously mentioned about Celebi. We have the shrine in Ilex Forest, which looks like the shrine that appears in Unova, the Abundant Shrine to these 3 dream Pokemon, which also looks like the shrine in Celestic Town, the town that was ultimately built over the ancient retreat where Kogita from Pokemon Legends Arceus hangs out with Enamorous. While at first, all 3 of these shrines seem completely unrelated, with the one in Sinnoh being placed next to cave paintings of Azelf, Uxie, and Mesprit, one of course just being in the wilds of the Unova region, and one being deep in the Ilex Forest where Celebi is thought about, suddenly their lore ties together. Perhaps the reason that these shrines are all aesthetically similar is they're not shrines to any one of these Pokemon, but instead shrines reminding us of a gateway to a reality, a realm beyond our own, a gateway to the world of dreams. I do find it interesting though that the Dream World was first officially introduced in Generation 5 in the Unova games, and now with the Blueberry Academy we are heading back to the Unova region to discover the truth about Terapagos and the other element of dreams, the Paradox Pokemon. No one's quite sure where they came from, whether they really came from the past or the future, or whether they came from the dreams of people. The 3 loyal ones of Kitsukame, all of whom have Pokédex entries talking about how they were once smaller, meeker, weaker, or less beautiful, until they wished and dreamed and wanted for change. It may be the case that while there is the realm of literal dreams, as in dreaming and sleeping, this also somehow fuels the power of the dreams, wishes, and wants of people. There are many more legendary Pokemon that can grant wishes, including Jirachi, Arceus. The Unknown can tap into the mind of the dreamer and make their thoughts reality. The Unknown do this using a crystal-like power, and so too then is their Terapagos, the Pokemon that uses its crystal and shapes reality into the form that is wanted by a dreamer. Hey, Pokemon Masters, Berkey Toby here, and it just happened. One morning, a boy with extrasensory powers woke up and found he had become a Kadabra. This is Kadabra's Pokédex entry from Pokemon Fire Red version, and is this true? Is this really something that happened, or is this the Pokedex embellishing? We know that in Pokemon Let's Go Pikachu and Eevee, we learn that Red and Blue are the people writing the Pokedex entries, but is it based on anything? Is it based on scientific research by other professors like Professor Oak? Surely all of these Pokedex entries can't be real. Just look at Rhyhorn. In Pokemon Yellow, it says that this Pokemon has a single track mind, and when it starts charging, it doesn't stop until it falls asleep. But what happens if it meets a wall or needs to change direction? Surely this can't be true. And Pokedex entries about a Pokemon's origins like this. I mean, Ghastly's origins talk about how it's made of gas, but then Haunter's Pokedex entries talk about how it too used to be a human. What's going on here? Well, the answer, at least for Haunter and Kadabra, may be to do that they share origins, and that this ties in to Pokemon trading. Let's take a look. Okay, Pokemon Masters, yes, so today is all about Pokemon trading, and we're going to be looking at Kadabra and Haunter specifically, but before we do, I just want to show you something. This is from a official Pokemon handbook or guidebook in Japan, I'm not really sure, but it was posted up by Hi-Res Pokemon on Twitter, who I strongly recommend you go and follow, and here we see an image of Bill. Bill is the person who made the Pokemon PC, as well as the Time Machine in Generation 2, and this document reads that according to the author, that Bill was born on November 27th, 1967 in Town. After graduating from a technical college, Bill worked as a computer engineer in a research institute for home appliances, and then from a chance meeting with Professor Oak, he eventually began working at the Pokemon laboratory on Cinnabar Island. During this time, he's built the foundation for his Pokemon transfer technology. And before I continue with the rest here, this is yet further proof, and I've been talking about it in so many videos lately, that Sylph Co and the Devon Corporation are linked. Because the Devon Corporation created the link cable, a way of transferring data, information, meteorites through Pokemon dimensions, and here we learn that in the Cinnabar Pokemon Lab, Bill created the Pokemon transfer technology, which you transfer Pokemon by way of a physical device called a link cable. Okay, maybe you don't with your wireless and your Wi-Fi and your 5G. This is how we did it back in the day, okay? And all of this is important because the Cinnabar Mansion is owned by Sylph Co, because we learn in Sylph Co that it was at the Cinnabar Mansion that Porygon was created under the control of Sylph Co scientists. Anyway, you can check out my older videos if you want to know more about that. Let's continue. We also learned that at the moment it is believed that Bill is working on being able to trade away every Pokemon in the world. This causes mutations and evolutions when some Pokemon are traded, the cause of which is currently unknown. Is it a defect in Bill's technology, or could it be that he's discovered a new evolutionary path? And yeah, let's talk about trade evolutions, because they're so wild. Do Pokemon not evolve into these forms in the wild, or not commonly at least? Machoke, Graveler, Kadabra, Haunter, all in Generation 1. In Generation 2, a bunch of Pokemon are trade evolutions, but rather than trade them with another Pokemon specifically, they have to be holding an item. The idea being, I believe, that the item is getting infused in their DNA. The document references genetic mutations, so perhaps what we're seeing here is when the Seadra is given the Dragon Scale and traded, the dragon energy of the Dragon Scale infuses with it, creating Kingdra. Similarly, the metal coat for Steelix or Sizzle, giving them the steel typing, the upgrade for Porygon to Porygon 2, which again was developed in the Cinnabar Mansion, Cinnabar Lab, sorry. Whereas other item-based evolution happens as a result of the radiation of, say, the evolutionary stone, changing the form and genetically mutating the Pokemon. Here, the item is sort of becoming infused with the Pokemon itself when it's traded. That makes sense. But then what about those Generation 1 trades? And heck, in later generations as well, we see Gurdurr and Boldore, we see Phantump and Pumpkaboo. Now interestingly, these Pokemon, you don't need to trade them with each other. You can trade a Phantump with any Pokemon and it'll evolve into a Trevenant. But when we looked at Generation 5, both Carablast and Shelmet have a very specific kind of evolution. When you trade them with one another specifically, they'll evolve into a Selgor and the other one, Excavalier, it'll evolve into Excavalier. And you can see how these Pokemon share one another's traits. It's more clear with Excavalier that the Pokemon have traits of both a Selgor and Carablast. You can see the genetic traits have been swapped during the trading process, a glitch in the machine or part of the design of what Bill developed all the way back in Generation 1. If that was the case,
The question then becomes, was this the thinking during Generation 1, that was how trade evolution worked? Well, no, they maybe didn't have the technology in Pokemon Red and Blue to guarantee that you were always trading specific Pokemon to evolve specific Pokemon. Perhaps back in Generation 1, it would have been too complicated to program the idea of trade evolutions being specific to one another, but when we look at the designs of Graveler and Machoke, and I've talked about this theory several times over the last few months, when they trade with one another, the reptilian head of Machoke appears on Golem's body, and Golem loses 2 arms. Those 2 arms go where? Well, they go to the Machoke line when it becomes a Machamp. This is the swapping of DNA, the trading of genetic material. And if that always was the intention in Generation 1, and it's being referenced in Generation 5 with Carablast and Aselgor, then is it the case for Kadabra and Haunter? These Pokemon certainly seem to have a sort of parallel about them. Perhaps it was just the fact that in Generation 1, these 2 Pokemon were arguably the most powerful non-legendary Pokemon, with Gengar and Alakazam both being the head of a 3 evolution stage line, each being Ghost and Psychic type, which were at the time the most powerful types in the game. But on top of that, their identities are linked with Lavender Town for Ghastly and its evolutionary line, and then Saffron City for Abra and its evolutionary line, belonging of course to the main gym leader, Sabrina. In fact, of course, famously in the animated series, the way that Ash beats Sabrina's Kadabra is by way of Haunter, because ghost Pokemon are strong against psychic Pokemon, or because it made her laugh. However, when we look at Kadabra and we look at its Pokedex entries, we learn that yes, it used to be human, but also that it has strong spiritual powers. Spiritual being something that you would more likely tie to Gengar, a Pokemon that, well, you know, and the whole Ghastly line lives inside the Lavender Town Pokemon Tower. Where, and I'll talk about this in the future, but in Lavender Town in Generation 1, some weird stuff is happening. There's a healing circle halfway up the building. Pokemon ghosts appear, like not just ghost type, but actual ghosts. In the original Japanese, I think there's some translated stuff that got changed in the West to sort of represent and identify spiritual powers happening inside the tower. This stuff is super indicative of the ghost type of Ghastly, of Haunter, but not so much of Kadabra or Alakazam. Their spiritual powers are more psychic powers of the mind. Additionally, that when we look to the Kadabra and Alakazam line and their Pokedex entries, we learned that they can cause headaches by emitting special alpha waves, and they can also make shadows appear on television screens. And that to me reminds me of the television room in Pokemon Generation 4, where if you've got Fire Red or Leaf Green in the bottom cartridge of your DS slot, you can find a Gengar. And after all, Haunter and Gengar are frequently described as shadow Pokemon, shadows appearing. So I think the 2 Pokemon are probably related. And while Gengar doesn't cause headaches, it can cause people to shudder, just its very presence. Sadly, you can see how a lot of these traits, shadow casting, making people feel uncomfortable, being once a human, how these traits can apply to Gengar, but you can't see a lot of how Haunter's traits would apply to Alakazam. The only thing in Alakazam's Pokedex that points to anything is that according to its Pokedex entries, it's only those with a strong psyche can control and train this Pokemon. Is that because Alakazam has some ties to the afterlife? We don't really know. However, it is interesting to note that Alakazam does have a Pokedex entry that says, when it Mega Evolves, its hidden psychic power has become unleashed. A glance at someone gives it knowledge of the course of that person's life, from birth to death. So here in Alakazam's Pokedex entries, we see ties to the afterlife, ties to death. And again, Haunter and Gengar have Pokedex entries talking about how they used to be human in the life beforehand. But there, I'm stuck. How do these Pokemon connect? I'm not ready to give up on the idea though. After all, I've been talking loads on the channel recently about Sylph Co. I talk about the warp panel technology and how it was likely developed from Abra, given that the teleport animation is the same in Generation 1, and also that the Sylph Co building is in Saffron City, where Abra is again a big focus point. And this teleporting may be interdimensional, and Haunter has Pokedex entries talking about how it's slipping through from another dimension, so perhaps there is a tie, a relationship there. Additionally, Alakazam is extremely powerful. In fact, it's the second most powerful psychic type in all of Generation 1, next to Mewtwo, a Pokemon of high interest and studying to the people of Cinnabar Island, the Cinnabar Mansion, and the Cinnabar Lab. And again, we tie back to the Cinnabar Lab with Bill. who is developing this technology. But you know, there's something to note here, and I might have even said it incorrectly earlier in the video. Haunter doesn't have any Pokedex entries about being human, but Gengar does. Gengar has a Pokedex entry saying that it used to be human itself. Haunter doesn't reference this. Ghastly doesn't reference this. Ghastly is instead said to be made of gases in the air. Meanwhile, Kadabra, it says that it used to be a human person, and then Alakazam, no references of this. Perhaps the big trade trait that Kadabra gave to Gengar is the fact that it used to be human. Gengar used to be human only in the sense that its DNA came from a Kadabra, which was transformed from a human. And in Emerald, it specifically says that it's rumored that a boy with extrasensory powers was transformed into Kadabra when taking part in research. And now it all comes together in a little kind of way. Because if we have Sylph Co, and they've got the Cinnabar lab, and they've got the Sylph Co building, and they're doing research into Abra and teleportation, perhaps one day a human ends up accidentally transformed into a Kadabra themselves. That Kadabra is then traded as part of Bill's research with a Haunter, and the Gengar that results from it also used to be human. That same boy who was transformed into Kadabra after taking part in the Sylph Co research. Because that's what happens to ex-Sylph Co employees, and that explains why Sylph Co would be interested in developing the Sylph Scope, an item that allows them to see ghosts. Meanwhile, by trading Haunter with the Kadabra line, Kadabra would evolve into Alakazam, and the people of Sylph Co would be better able to understand Haunter's natural interdimensional powers to help them in assisting with the creation of teleportation and the warp panels. Again, it's all just kind of speculation, but if Graveler and Machoke really do so clearly trade traits when they are swapped, and there's this old document, this handbook, that talks about how when Pokemon are traded, they undergo these genetic mutations, and in Generation 5, it's directly referenced with Aselgor and Shelmet, then why wouldn't Haunter and Kadabra be connected in this way? But that's just a theory. Hey, Pokemon Masters, Toby here, and did it ever bother you that Lance has 3 level 47 Dragonites, even though Dragonair doesn't evolve till level 50? I'm sure he probably just transferred them from Let's Go or something. I don't know, maybe SOS chained for a level 1 Dragonite in Alola or something. Or maybe he's just a big fraud. Let's dive in. Okay, so hey Pokemon Masters, yeah, there are champions of the Pokemon world that are pretty well known, right? You got Steven Stone, the champion son of the Devon Corporation, right? I mean, he's the son of the Devon. He's the son of the guy who runs Devon Corporation. You've got Cynthia, the woman literally steeped in the myth of the Sinnoh region. Then you got Lance, who in Generation 1 really didn't have much of a story, and in fact is barely even a champion. He addresses himself as the leader of the Elite Four, but we don't see this in any other Elite Four. Like, Karen isn't the leader of the Elite Four of the Johto region. Presumably, again, it's Lance, the champion. Because yeah, he makes a return as a champion. Drake is not the leader of the Elite Four in Hoenn, as far as we know. And in fact, by the time we get to Generation 5, the Elite Four members can be battled in any order, so this idea of a best one is out of the picture. So Lance is a little bit of an enigma. We know that he's a strong trainer, but is he as strong as we all make out? Because there's been questions about Lance for the longest time. Not only does it not make sense to have a dragon champion in a region that literally only has one family of dragon Pokemon, or the fact that in Johto, 3 of his Dragonites are under the level they would need to be to evolve, and several of his Pokemon have moves that they shouldn't know, like Aerodactyl knowing Rock Slide, or Dragonite knowing Barrier. But just in general, like in the relationship to the Kanto region, who is he? We know in Johto he came from the Dragon Den, an order of Dragon Masters going back generations. I don't have an actual date, so I just say generations and it sounds right. And he is the cousin to the Blackthorn City gym leader Claire, who reveres him as much stronger than herself. But aside from that, we know nothing about Lance. And the more I look at Lance, the more I can't help but feel like he's for show. And look, this theory is more speculation. It's more like I'm waiting on that final big bit of evidence. I'm waiting for the penny to drop, and I think it might even do soon. But if Lance isn't kind of who we all think he is, if he's not really a champion, then how does that work? Why would I even really think that? Well, my suspicions arose first when I first saw him in Let's Go. You know, that aside from the moves that he shouldn't know or the underlevel Dragonite. In Pokemon Let's Go Pikachu and Eevee, Lance is the only one of the Elite Four to take on a really dramatic redesign. His costume entirely changes, and actually it looks just like that, a costume. But he also, and it might just be the chibi art style here, looks way younger than any of his other appearances. He goes from expert of the dragon type, master dragon tamer, to teenage heartthrob in a cape. My fabulance! Lance is referred to canonically in the world of Pokemon as Fabulance. He is a little bit of a celebrity, he is a little bit of an idol. And again, this is like one of the only bits of Gen 1 extra knowledge we have about him. In the Celadon City department store, he buys the same cape over and over again, like it's a costume, like it's a bit of an act, it's all for show. He does have a bit of a fan following, and he's known for being heroic specifically. My guess is that Lance isn't just a champion, but maybe he's like a TV star, maybe he's an actor. Because also in Let's Go, we finally get a little bit of a mystery about Lieutenant Surge solved. Lieutenant Surge, constantly referenced for being in the Pokemon War, you know, the theory that grips the minds of Pokemon fans across the world. But at the end of the battle with Lieutenant Surge, he gives you his autograph. Almost like the Pokemon War is not a real thing, it's a TV show, and that him being a lieutenant is a little bit of an act. It's actually really awesomely the same gym badge that we see in Pokemon Ultra Sun and Ultra Moon in the room of the protagonist that's been signed. So is it possible that characters like Lance are just for show? And that he's not actually a champion? Well, maybe. We do know from other Pokemon canons that he is a powerful Pokemon trainer. We see him take on Team Rocket in the Gold and Silver arc, and in fact we also see this in Pokemon Generations, although oddly enough, he does sort of just like outright attack people with Dragonite's Hyper Beam, which is a very evil team thing to do. And speaking of evil teams, in the Pokemon Adventures manga, half of the Kanto Pokemon League are like related to Team Rocket and involved in the Team Rocket plan. If Lance really is the champion of all this, then he's not done a very good job of keeping it very well in line. And in fact, he's not had to battle in a while. Agatha is known for saying, it's been a while since anyone's been able to collect all of the gym badges to take on the Pokemon League, and that's partly in due to the fact that Giovanni, a member of Team Rocket, well, the head of Team Rocket, runs the final Pokemon gym, so yeah, no one's been taking the Pokemon gym on. Which means Lance really hasn't had anyone to battle. And this whole idea of Pokemon battles being shown for television, for spectacle, it's not only reflected in the first ever Pokemon episode where Ash is watching a member of the Elite Four doing a battle on TV, that being very clearly Bruno, but also in the latest episodes of the animated show, we see specifically Lance go out to battle the other lovely L-named lad, Leon, and have a dynamic dragon battle with him. These two characters are very, very similar. For one, they both wear capes, which, okay, that's not really a similarity, I don't know why I bother bringing it up. But also, Leon specifically is someone that the Pokemon community for a while have been wondering, are his matches rigged? Is it possible to rig a Pokemon match? After all, Leon is supposedly an unbeaten champion, and yet, when you battle him in Sword and Shield, presumably, if you finish the game, you manage to beat him. And the only thing that's new, the only thing that's different since all the previous battles and the one you have with him, is that he's no longer under the control of Chairman Rose, the person who basically ran the Pokemon League in Galar. So is it possible that there's someone pulling similar strings in Kanto? Maybe Team Rocket, maybe Giovanni, maybe this whole idea of a league and dragon Pokemon, it is all very showman-like. In fact, again, half of Lance's team's not really a dragon. Aerodactyl, Charizard, Gyarados, Seadra in Let's Go, all because Seadra evolves into Kingdra in later games. Oh, and of course, Alolan Exeggutor, which hardly counts as a dragon, come on. What blew my mind even more is that Lance's appearance in the TV series alongside Leon is in a fight where he's using his red Gyarados against Lance's Charizard. A fire type versus a water type, and somehow, of course, Lance, even though he's a champion, loses. And this idea of rigged matches isn't even just in the minds of the fans, because while it seemed that way up until the game launched, after the Isle of Armor came out, we got the leak card of the old champion of Galar, Mustard. And according to Mustard's leak card, he was the champion for 18 years, undefeated, until he was asked to win a rigged match. Now, we don't know anything about this match, who it was against, whether it was against Leon. I mean, after all, Mustard's league card number is 0 and Leon's is 1, so potentially Leon is the champion that follows. Is it possible that this is the match that was rigged, maybe being run by Chairman Rose or a different chairman at the time? There's a lot of questions about this and a lot of mystery about this that we covered in the Leon being a cheater kind of video. But what we do know is this idea of rigged matches is out there, and this all leads to one big question. How do you rig a Pokemon match? I mean, do you do what Clara did in the Pokemon Isle of Armor DLC and throw out Toxic Spikes onto the field early? Or do you maybe bring Gigantamax Pokemon when that was never in the rules before? For example, one of the things we know about Mustard through the Pokemon website, I'm going to put a screenshot there if I can still find it, is that Mustard never used Gigantamax Pokemon in his battles, but of course Leon does. Using something that's not quite in the rules of the league, is that what makes a rigged match? How about using a Pokemon that knows moves that it shouldn't know? Does that make it a rigged match? Or Pokemon that are underleveled, or perhaps came from entirely different regions, like SOS chaining or playing Pokemon Go, which I'm pretty sure Lance didn't do. I don't know. It feels like something is suspect there, something is up. But ultimately, as I said before, this is speculation. It feels like it's still waiting on that one big bit of evidence to drop. That said, there is a question that still goes unanswered, which is, if someone is pulling the strings and that Lance is just a TV personality, fabulous! If that is the case, who is it pulling the strings? Is it the real champion of the Kanto Pokemon League? Because oh yeah, Lance isn't even the champion of the Kanto League. He's one of the Elite Four. And sure, the champion at the end of the battle is your rival, but who was there before your rival? Hey Pokemon Masters, Bookkeeper Toby here, and I am here at the Temple of Sinnoh, and it's time to rock and roll. This is the Lustrous Orb, a piece of the legendary Pokemon Palkia, and so too is there an Adamant and Greasious Orb connected to other legendary Pokemon. Stones of Power appear everywhere in the Pokemon world, from the Mega Stones of Kalos to the Z Crystals of Alola, or of course terrestrialization that's been discovered in Paldea. A region where crystal-like structures in battle will envelop a Pokemon, changing their power level and even their shape. Stones of Power are a common trope in fiction, whether that's the Infinity Stones, or Sonic's Chaos Emeralds, or Zelda's Spiritual Stones, or the Dragon Balls from Dragon Ball. Pieces of rock, pieces of geology connected to the gods that can control the fabric of reality itself. Now, in the Pokemon games, we don't go around collecting these orbs and stones, but instead we collect the Pokemon themselves. There are legendary Pokemon that fill this role, like Dialga being the emissary of time and Palkia the emissary of space. But the more I look at the diamond in Dialga's chest and the pearl in Palkia's arm, the more I realize that these legendary Pokemon may be connected to gemstones in a really big way. Just look at Arceus, that even has bits of jade around its golden ring. And in fact, through this video, you will realize that the majority of legendary Pokemon fit into this. Because this is such a seismic theory, though, I have been joined by the wonderful Captain Fidget, who, by the way, I've been watching his videos a lot lately, and I think he's great. If you want to support a new and upcoming Pokemon Theory channel, please head on over and subscribe. He's really helped me dig to the bottom of this geological problem.
Hey Toby, thanks for having me. Let's talk about stones. The franchise as a whole has made reference to gemstones since the days of Gold, Silver, and Crystal, and now Legends Arceus is here to shine a huge light on a number of powerful stones. The Origin Ore, Greasious Core, Adamant Crystal, and Lustrous Globe can be found throughout the game. These ores can each be refined into items of power. For the ores of the Creation Trail, we know over time they will change from being simple chunks of ore into fully fledged orbs, held items that can boost the power of their holder. For Giratina, it reverts it into its origin form, but for Dialga and Palkia, it seems that the refinement process that turns these gems into orbs has left them without enough power to transform the rulers of space and time into their origin forms. It's interesting to note that Pale and Prism spheres can be found in the Sinnoh Underground, likely smaller fragments of those same ores that have chipped away over time. With the aptly named Origin Ore, you'd expect it to be connected to Arceus, but you'd be wrong. The red glow seems to relate to the gemstones we see on Azelf, Mesprit, and Uxie's head, possibly Manaphy too. This ore is connected to the material used to create the red chain, which we know can be artificially created using the Lake Trio. The red chain has the power to restrain legendary Pokemon, and the Origin Ball, which is formed from this ore, also seems to have a 100% catch rate even on godly Pokemon. So Origin, Greasius, Adamant, and Lustrous, 4 ores representing 4 groups of legendary Pokemon. And then Arceus, who has green gemstones upon its body. But this is only the beginning of the connections that stretch back so much further than this generation.
Recently in the Galar region, they discovered the body of a Pokemon called Eternatus. The parts of its body weren't all in one place, they were scattered all across the region, all across the wild area in the form of wishing stars, a sort of purpley red rock that emits a special energy that causes Pokemon to grow. Similarly, in the Isle of Armor and Crown Tundra, we find more ores, the Amorite and Dynite ore, that again share the same colour scheme of Eternatus' body, purple and red. Could they be part of this Pokemon's body? In the Alola region as well, we see Necrozma, yet another prismatic space dragon that's body has separated into shards known as Z-crystals, the same energy shared by the totem Pokemon that are made bigger by a special energy. Much like normal Pokemon from the Hisui region. So it seems like there's a lot of connections here, relating all these Pokemon and energy types together.
In Pokemon X and Y, the main trio don't really have that, although of course there are gemstones in Xerneas' crown, and of course in the cores of Zygarde's body. But the biggest gemstone in all of the Kalos region is the Anastar City Sundial, a sundial which seems to be connected to the source of Mega Evolution energy. And in fact, as you can see, its coloration is very similar to the mythical Pokemon of that region, Diancie, whose body is made of the very same crystal. Also, since X and Y, there have been so many locations featuring gemstones from space, either deep in the earth or in caves. The mines of Galar, the Glittering Cave, and the Alolan Pokemon League all feature gemstones prominently as part of their design. And the legendary space rock Pokemon continue to be everywhere. Just to run through a few more, Latios and Latias have the Soul Dew. Manaphy, Phione, and Meloetta all have gemstones in their head. Many legendary Pokemon have exclusive Z-crystals like Mew and the Tapus, and of course a few have Megastones like Diancie, the Latis, and Mewtwo. Even in the Generation 1 movies, there are special sacred stones dedicated to Zapdos, Moltres, and Articuno.
And the connections go back even further. In Generation 3, Groudon and Kyogre were controlled by the red and blue orbs. In Heart Gold Soul Silver, the Jade Orb appeared, which was used to control Rayquaza. However, this orb is a little different to the red and blue ones. For starters, it didn't reappear in Omega Ruby and Alpha Sapphire like the other two did, where they granted access to the primal reversion mechanic for Groudon and Kyogre, which in itself is not too dissimilar from the origin forms we're now seeing with Dialga and Palkia. Additionally, in the cutscene where Groudon and Kyogre first primal revert, their whole body becomes one giant ore, further pushing the idea that these stones and their bodies are connected. So, just like Dialga and Palkia are the living manifestations of the Adamant and Lustrous Orb, stones of time and space, so too are Groudon and Kyogre living manifestations of the red and blue orbs, stones of earth and sea. But then also, in the manga, the Jade Orb exists, but only as a man-made artifact, and failed to be much more than a glorified power gem, just like any other power-boosting gem we see in the games. It's likely that creating a true Jade Orb would be impossible, as this would have to come from the one ore we haven't seen yet, Arceus' ore. And the reason for Jade, well, Loxton did a whole video on this, but the Hisui region translates from Japanese to the Jade region. Jade is a very important material in Japanese mythology, with Jade Magatamas being the substance used by gods to create gods. You may recognize this symbol from the Calm Mind podcast. Toby, did you really just script in for me to give your new podcast a shout out?
Oh, what, the Calm Mind podcast featuring my good friend True Green 7 that we release every single week on a Friday at 8 PM BST on the Calm Mind YouTube channel. No.
Yeah. You might recognize this symbol from the podcast, or more likely, from the face of the Pokemon Minior, who also ties into this, being a flying space rock who, in its shiny form, looks like Necrozma, and according to its Pokedex entries, it lives in the ozone layer, where it becomes food for stronger Pokemon, likely Rayquaza, who lives in the ozone layer, and, wouldn't you know it, ingesting a meteorite in the atmosphere is what gave Rayquaza access to Mega Evolution.
In the Generation 5 era, we never see Kyurem in its full form, but it is separated into the Tau trio, Zekrom, Reshiram, and Kyurem. And Reshiram and Zekrom await in the Dragon's Pulse Tower in a stone form, the white stone and the black stone. They wait to combine with Kyurem, who is in itself a giant ice crystal structure, and we know that Kyurem in its full form is called the original dragon. It may be that the original Kyurem is the source of all dragon energy that we learn about in Reggie Drago's Pokédex entry, where it talks about how it was once composed of crystallized dragon energy. And the Reggies, of course, themselves, other than Regieleki, I suppose, all seem to be elemental rocks. So putting aside for a second the Z-crystals and megastones that I just mentioned, as well as Moltres Zapdos and Articuno spheres that appear in the movie if you don't treat that as canon, as far as we can tell, generations 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, and 8 all seem to reference some kind of giant crystal that comes from space that has its ties to a legendary Pokemon, usually a dragon. And each of these tie to an energy. Kyurem has the dragon energy, but then there's Infinity energy, Z-crystal energy, noble Pokemon, Gigantamax or primal energy. All of these energies connect back, of course, to Arceus, a Pokemon that also has gemstones in its body. As I mentioned earlier, the Jade Ore is the one that we haven't really seen, and in fact I suspect that if you could get Jade Ore and refine it, that would be the thing that's coating the Strange Ball, the Pokeball that allows players to transfer the old weak Pokeballs of Hisui into the future, allowing them to travel through time, wrapping around them and protecting them from being destroyed. By the way, this whole video came about because the captain and I were just trying to figure out how the Strange Ball worked, and it turned into all of this. Looking into gemstones and ores in the Pokemon world is a gift that keeps on giving.
It is important to note that across Hisui there are ores found pretty much everywhere, which is a stark difference to modern day. These ores give you Tumblestone, named so for the process used to give them their smooth and rounded appearance, tumbling. Inside these ores, you can also find iron, a pretty typical compound, but sometimes stardust. Which means these ores originated from space before crashing down into the lands of Hisui. And all these connections we've been drawing between stones and aura, or the life energy of Pokemon, is reflected again here. As we know from the research found at Sea Marvel, the Devon Corps used infinity energy of Pokemon in their Pokeballs. When it comes to modern day Sinnoh, we suspect that one of the reasons the ore is gone is that it's all been mined. Notice that we never visit the Iron Island in Hisui, but in the time of Sinnoh, just a few hundred years later, Iron Island has been completely mined. Not of iron, there's plenty of that there, given the fact that there's wild Steelix who evolved by ingesting iron. No, instead, mined completely dry of all the ores used to create Pokeballs. The lingering presence of life energy or aura are evident though, given that this is the only place in Gen 4 where you can find a Lucario being trained by an Aura Guardian. Not that one. Riley.
Across Pokemon, there are in fact many other items filled with the life energy of Pokemon, such as the fossils that are easily restorable but are ultimately rocks, explaining the rock typing of the fossil Pokemon, and the evolution stones which radiate with a special energy causing Pokemon to evolve. All of this is to say that the same technology that creates Pokeballs also comprises various evolution items and other items across the Pokemon world. Mega evolution items, Z-crystals, and pretty much anything you can think about. It's all to do with stones of power to varying degrees. Now, I know what you're thinking, Pokemon Masters. Of course, there's connections to all of these things in the later generations. They've been thinking about all of this stuff when they're developing the Galar region. What about back in the days of Gen 1 and 2? Well, in Cerulean City, there is a cave, the dungeon where Mewtwo sleeps, where there are giant crystal-like structures that actually have a very specific effect on Melmetal, turning it a kind of golden color. It's really interesting. You should try it out in Let's Go. And these crystals kind of remind me of the Stargazer room in the Sinnoh region. Oh yeah, in the Sinnoh Underground and the Grand Underground, right at the center of the region, and only at the center of the region, there is a giant crystal in a room called the Stargazer room. So once again, we have our connections to the stars and the cosmos and giant crystals. It would actually be perfect if this was green. This would be Arceus's Jade Ore. Or perhaps this is the origin ore, changed over time from the color of red to the color of blue. It's all speculation at this point, but as I just mentioned, the blue stone does seem to react strangely to Meltan and Melmetal. If you take any Pokemon into Cerulean Cave and Let's Go Pikachu and Eevee and take it up to these stones, none of them will change in the way they look. But for some reason, the lighting and the coloring on Meltan and Melmetal changes to gold, which makes sense because Meltan and Melmetal came out just after the Alola region, a region all about alchemy, and the main purpose of alchemy is trying to find a Philosopher's Stone that can bring eternal life and turn metal to gold.
Speaking of gold, finally we have Johto, where the only Pokemon with a crystal-like structure on it is the crystal Pokemon, Suicune. Suicune's origins are pretty much known to us, and I'm fairly certain it didn't come from space. Instead, it was resurrected by Ho-oh, perhaps using the power of the unknown, who, as we've seen in the third movie, do have the ability to create Pokemon out of crystal. There is one line in the Pokemon Crystal game that implies Suicune to be the leader of the beasts and to have a special connection with the unknown. Perhaps some future Gen 2 remake with new forms for Lugia and Ho-oh will shine a light on the history of this region, much in the same way as Omega Ruby and Alpha Sapphire did for Groudon and Kyogre. We also know Ho-oh to have a connection to the unknown that appear in the Ruins of Alph, which once again ties back to the creation power of Arceus as seen in the Sinjoh event of Heart Gold Soul Silver. Additionally, in the original anime, Ho-oh appeared as pure gold, a phenomenon that was also briefly seen in the card game with Break Pokemon. Then, when it comes to Lugia and Or, we can see the fact that, as opposed to Ho-oh's Rainbow Wing, which is simply a feather, Lugia's Silver Wing is clearly made from pure silver. Yet another rare earth material extracted from ore.
Diancie, Uxie, Azelf, Mesprit, Dialga, Palkia, Giratina, Arceus, Kyurem, Groudon, Kyogre, Rayquaza, Necrozma, and Eternatus. All of these Pokemon have ties to space rocks and that power up Pokemon using the life essence of Pokemon. All of them have ties to space somewhere in their background, and all of them have mysterious origins. I propose that each of these Pokemon is perhaps not born biologically, but instead from these ingots of power. Or perhaps it is the case that the ores are born from them, sort of like a godly poop. Where did these stones come from? Maybe they came from Arceus. There are inscriptions on the plates of Arceus that suggest as much. But being a bird keeper, my favorite is the inscription on the sky plate. The being poured the remains of its power into stone and buried it deep. Of course, we know that the power of Arceus is likely the life force of all Pokemon. We see in its own movie, the Jewel of Life. This life force of Pokemon expresses itself in Pokemon X and Y as infinity energy, and is fired off by the ultimate weapon from a giant crystal-like weapon. Where it lands? Possibly at the heart of the Paldea region, where it lands at the very center of the region and burrows down, creating the crystal rage dens that we see throughout the region, and of course terrestrialization, which is the newest feature. 1 billion years ago represents the cosmetic difference between a Jigglypuff of today and a Screamtail of yesteryear. A billion years? Is that really true, or is that Pokedex entry just made up information, or perhaps paranormal propaganda? If that's really true, the oldest Pokemon that we know about before this were 300 million years old, which is like Kabutops and Genesec's ancestors, which might also be Kabutops. But 300 million years? That's a 700 million year difference between the existence of Kabutops and Screamtail. Here in the real world, we didn't even have animals back then. People didn't exist, most plants didn't exist. In fact, it was mostly just single-celled organisms floating around this rock. So can Screamtail, Jigglypuff's ancestry, really date back that far? To 1 billion years?
Well, maybe not. It seems the dex entries for the Paradox Pokemon like Screamtail are somewhat fanciful in nature. So perhaps they shouldn't be taken literally. But all the same, the timeline of Paldea and how it is connected to the larger Pokemon world is fascinating. So shall we journey together through time itself to cover the entire timeline of the Paldea region and how it connects to the other events of Pokemon history.
Sounds good, but we are going to have to ignore some of the inconsistencies in Scarlet and Violet, like the Pokemon Brute Bonnet, which has a pattern on it that looks like a modern-day Pokeball. This is a Pokemon from the ancient past, but Fungus has a Pokedex entry talking about how it inspired the look of the modern Pokeball, so they can't both possibly be true, can they? Yeah, good, an explainer video for that. I'm going to guess Wibbly Wobbly...
Wibbly Wobbly, timey-wimey stuff, yes.
Ah, yes, okay. Well, I'll leave that link at the top of the description. But for now, let's start with the first factual event stated in the games. Just a wee little bit on from 1 billion years ago with Screamtail, Mrs. Rifle, my favorite history teacher, gives us our first date on the timeline. 1 million years ago.
1 million years prior to the events of Scarlet and Violet was, according to Mrs. Rifort, the formation of the Great Crater of Paldea. History at this time is effectively unknown, and there is a lot of that aforementioned wibbly-wobbly timey-wimey stuff going on within the Great Crater, so we're taking this one with a pinch of knackly. Get it? But if that is true, then it was likely created by some kind of meteorite, or perhaps the as-yet unseen third legendary Pokemon, as, you know, people weren't exactly going around causing large explosions that create craters 1 million years ago. It just wasn't happening. In the rest of the Pokemon world, at that time, not much happened in recorded history, though that's to be expected with such a distant past. It's around 20,000 years ago that we finally start seeing things pop up in recorded history. Things like Claydol being created by humans, and Eternatus first falling from the sky. Of course, many Pokemon did roam the world at the time, like Relicanth and the various fossils, but much of their DNA dates back hundreds of millions of years, so relatively speaking, the crater's formation happened basically last week in comparison to that.
Now, the next oldest date is quite a skip along the timeline, being 2,000 years ago, and this is the time that the Paldean Empire came into being. And yes, you heard me right, I said 2,000 years ago, not the common date of the Pokemon world over the last several generations of 3,000 years ago. We know that AZ's war happened 3,000 years ago, and so too did a number of other events, but the Paldean Empire specifically didn't exist then. We actually don't know much about the region's history before this point, but 2,000 years ago, the Paldean Empire and the Great Exploration began, and it lasted for a millennia, 1,000 years. So at this point in time, the Galarian, Unnovan, and Kalosian empires are all up and running and warring and have started. But it's interesting to note that the Paldea region specifically is described to always be at war at this time. With old abandoned watchtowers and castles, ruins all over the region, it seems like this was a world at war with itself. Elsewhere in the Pokemon world 2,000 years ago was also the destruction of the home of the Draconids and the creation of Meteor Falls. The Draconids seem genuinely very absent from this game, which, as modern Pokemon games go, is quite odd. The Draconids tend to pop up absolutely everywhere, but they seem to have no connection to Paldea at all. It's believed that the Draconids may have become the original Celestica people who entered Old Hisui, and actually around the time they would have been settling in Hisui, the original Celestica people, is when the Paldean Empire fell. But from 2000 to 1,200 years ago, the Paldean Empire was reigning strong.
Then, around 1,500 years ago, or during the Paldean Empire, somewhere during the reigns of the rulers, kings, queens, and emperors, the Pokemon Gimmighoul was said to be born in a chest. Though there is already a theory on this channel exploring how this may tie into the Quartet of Ruin and their appearance in the region, so we won't say too much about them here. Other than that, though, we know little about the events that happened during the Paldean Empire. Of course, the closer we get to modern day, the more records are being kept, and that makes sense. All over Paldea are ruined castles and watchtowers where Gimmighoul live, suggesting a region at war, which we've previously mentioned is the case. And during times of war, it's typical for bits of history to be lost, especially if all that knowledge is being kept in the buildings that are being destroyed. In other regions, wars had seemed to have largely stopped. And 1,500 years ago, the universal language of the unknown was being put into place with the creation of the Tamboy ruins in the Sevi Islands. So while other nations were collaborating and expanding into language, communication, and other technologies, Paldean Empire was constantly in a state of division and war over whatever treasure lay in the Great Crater.
805 years ago, we get this event referred to in the history classes as Unification, the formation of Paldea, and this is when the school was built. The school is the oldest standing building in the region, and as a result, Mesagoza City is also likely the oldest standing city in the entire region. As we've mentioned, the watchtowers and the forts, it seems like those may have predated the school, but the school is the first time where people started to come together and collaborate, sharing knowledge. The school acts as a sort of giant library, but also exchange of knowledge for all the people within. This school isn't like any old Pokemon school. This building instead represents a point when the region stopped being at war with itself and started working together. The only thing to note that's happening around this time is to the north in the Kalos region, Yveltal or Xerneas are falling asleep or waking up depending on the version. This would represent a giant shift in the infinity energy in the world, so perhaps that is somehow responsible for the end of the wars of Paldea and the unification happening. And while at first it's not even clear that these games are happening alongside the Kalos games in some kind of mega evolution focused timeline, notes that we can find teach us that Roaring Moon looks like a phenomenon happening in another region, i.e. mega evolution, so clearly it does have a lot of Kalos connection.
200 years ago, an expedition team led by a man called Heath finally reached the depths of the crater. There, they discovered Paradox Pokemon, already thriving, as one even attacked them. So how long have they been there for? Since the crater was made? Since 1,000,000 years ago? Or was Heath's appearance in the depths of the crater somehow responsible for these Pokemon's presence? He did, after all, descend with Cyclizar, and when he returned, he wrote the Scarlet and Violet book depicting Miraidon and Koraidon on the cover. So, is it possible his Cyclizar transformed into one of those Pokemon? Or maybe the presence of his Pokemon somehow brought about Paradox forms? Yeah, we simply don't know. What we do know is what Heath found at the heart of the crater, a giant crystal treasure seemingly the source of terrestrial energy, though at the time no Terra Pokemon had been discovered. There's also a paragraph that mentions how Heath blacked out and had a conversation with someone, or something. He awakes with scribbled down notes for what we now know to be the time machine. It's in his handwriting, and he recognizes it, though he has no memory of writing it at all. These notes would later be used by Sada and Turo to help construct said time machine. Whilst Heath's team are in the crater, they also dig up some metal slab with what looks like a sextant on it. A sextant is a tool, one used for traversal, so possibly more time machine instructions, perhaps left there by the Paldean Empire, or someone from the future sent back in time. When Heath returned to the surface, he also brought with him the Herba Mystica. However, before they had a chance to farm the ones that they planted on the surface, Pokemon had already been drawn to them and eaten them, becoming the first Titan Pokemon. Around this point in time across the rest of the Pokemon world, the main thing of note is that humans were finally settling in Hisui. You've probably even played this part of history yourself, involving a time traveler, or two. With all this mention of time travel, it makes you wonder, perhaps there is something going on in the Pokemon world making 200 years ago a place that attracts time travelers. It's worth noting as well that the Pokemon of Hisui were said to be more savage than those of other regions, and that's verified here. As not only did Heath travel with a partner Cyclizar, something that would be unusual in Hisui, but when a member of his team is attacked by the Great Tusk or Iron Tread's Pokemon, this is seen to be an unusual occurrence. Pokemon don't usually attack people.
We don't currently know what happened to Heath, but the last page in the Scarlet of a Violet book mentions a third legendary Pokemon with a giant shell filled with hexagons. We may see similar patterns on the floor or on the ceilings of the Time Machine room, and while we know this Pokemon is responsible for terrestrial energy, it seems likely that this Pokemon is also responsible for the creation of time travel, somehow. It is also mentioned as being seen by Churro and Sada, so maybe Heath was zapped back in time or into the future by this Pokemon, we just don't know. It's unknown if Heath was alive 140 years ago when the first terrestrial Pokemon emerged from the crater, but given he was already middle-aged / an older man at that time, it seems unlikely. So after he died, and by the time these terrestrial Pokemon were being discovered for the first time, he was being discredited and ridiculed for his wild assertions. 140 years ago, though, does point to something a little bit odd, because the only other thing happening in the Pokemon world at this time was the burning down of the two towers of the Johto regions around 150 years ago. And at first, this seems completely unrelated to the Paldea region. It would seem to have no connection to the Scarlet or Violet book. But interestingly enough, inside the Scarlet Book, which was written 200 years ago, there's an image of a creature that seems to be a combination of Raikou, Entei, and Suicune. Pokemon that 200 years ago shouldn't have existed, because their origins lie in those towers being burnt down 150 years ago. So what's happening here? Is the Pokemon in the book real? Did Raikou, Entei, and Suicune look like this before the tower was burnt? Or is the person drawing this having some kind of premonition of the future as a result of the wibbly-wobbly, timey-wimey powers of the creature that lives within the crater? Hopefully a future DLC can shed some light on this.
Explorers kept researching at Area Zero, and 87 years ago, research stations were built into the various layers. Understanding Area Zero itself has required generations of work. Of course, none of the characters we interact with in Scarlet and Violet ever actually worked in these stations when they were first built, and we don't really know anything about who would have operated them. I will say as well, this is kind of an odd date, and a weird one that's specifically pointed out. It's a bit of a dead spot in the Pokemon timeline, as nothing else really happens across the rest of the world. Not that we know of anyway. That is, until you realize that 87 years ago for Scarlet and Violet are not 87 years ago for, say, Red and Blue. Generally speaking, the games have fallen along the same timeline as their release, with Scarlet and Violet being set around the Pokemon world's equivalent of 2022. This means 87 years ago for Scarlet and Violet is actually around 65 years for Red and Blue. This, of course, would change the previous dates we've discussed, but when you go over 100 years, people start to generalize. People will say this thing happened 500 years ago, even when they could actually mean 520. It's all a bit vague. So if we take that to be the case, what happened 65 to 87 years ago in the Pokemon world? It's still not a whole lot, actually. Some of Pokemon's oldest characters, like Oak, Drayden, Drake, Agatha, and Kurt, were all being born around that time. So I guess that's something.
And now we enter the true recent history. We know that Arven was born around 16 years ago, and if you place that alongside my timeline from the My Complete Timeline video, that would be just about sometime before Generation 5 is happening. At this point, Sada and Churro are working in the research stations together and building the time machine. According to the notes, time travel was created around this point, and the first Paradox Pokemon they successfully brought through was Koraidon and Miraidon. They tried to bring this Pokemon to the surface, but when people saw it attack a wild Pokemon, they returned it to Area 0. Arven stopped seeing his parents around then, instead going to study at the school. Around 6 years later, or 10 years ago, they would master the creation of the Terra Orb, with Clavel working on this project alongside Sada and Churro. So this is about when Black and White are actually starting. This would have been around when Arven was 5 or 6, and we don't have a specific date, but we do have this photo of Arven and... Sorry, I'm just reading my script here. Obviously, the Pokemon is Mastiff, but I have Master Chief written here. So this is Arven and Master Chief are in this photo. And then he went and gave the Covenant back their bomb. Anyway, he looks to be around 5 or 6 years old in this photo, and one of his parents, Sada or Churro, depending on the version, would leave to spend more time with him, and using modern technologies the professor left behind, Sada or Churro would create an AI companion to help them. Interestingly enough, in Black and White 2, which is about when this would be timed, the Pokemon World Tournament is happening, which features trainers including the mob boss Giovanni from across the Pokemon world, all of them de-aged from where they should be in the timeline. So I wonder if this can now be explained as the existence of more AI, as we know the technology exists around that time.
Sometime around this point, Sada and Churro have raised Arven in the crater, with either Miraidon or Koraidon. So that's how Arven knows the Pokemon. However, depending on the game you play, because of either Sada or Churro's obsession with Paradox Pokemon, the other parent had to take Arven away from it all. As for Clavel, at this time he doesn't seem to be involved anymore. So instead, Sada in Scarlet and Churro in Violet and their AI companion continue to pull Paradox Pokemon in from the past or the future. Now, I find it interesting that there had been no mention of Paradox Pokemon for about 200 years at this point. Not since their discovery by Heath's team, but we know that Sada and Churro are sending back a multitude of Master Balls, possibly to scoop up the very Pokemon that Heath's team found, and perhaps that's why they disappeared for so long, only popping up again 10 years ago, once they were being re-released into the crater. And let's not forget that singular Great Tusk, or Iron Treads, that did manage to make it to the surface. If you're wondering how Sada and Churro got their hands on so many Master Balls, then you need to understand that typically Master Balls are given to researchers of high standing, and not in plentiful amounts. But in Paldea, this works slightly differently. You can get given Master Balls for entering the Academy's Hall of Fame, by showing excellence, which Sada and Churro both did. Around this point in time, they also pull through another Miraidon or Koraidon and release an army of Paradox Pokemon, which then reproduce in the crater. All these past and future Pokemon, though, are not a good recipe, and this is where the incident at Research Station 4 happened. We're told by the AI companion of the professor that the real-life professor had already died in an incident that happened at Research Station 4. If we look at Research Station 4, we can see crystals jutting out of the ground. We're also told that the professor tried to contain the power of a Pokemon. That Pokemon is never revealed to us exactly what it is. Given the crystals we see, though, I believe it's something to do with the third legendary. You may think that's it, that we're up to date, but Scarlet and Violet are about the past and the future, so there's one final chapter to tell. What happens to Sada and Churro at the end of the game?
Well, we know that Sada's AI goes into the past and Churro's AI went into the future. And this is just speculation, this bit, but I believe the opposite character did the same thing depending on the version you're playing. Allow me to explain. In Pokemon Scarlet, we never meet Churro. I suspect, though, that after helping to raise Arven, in Scarlet version, Churro uses the time machine, following either natural curiosity to see the future, or perhaps looking to undo the incident at Research Station 4 to go into the future to see if he could find anything that could help out that he could send back in time later on. Meanwhile, in Violet, I believe that after revisiting Arven, Sada goes back in time, again out of natural curiosity, or to prevent this disaster in Area 0 from even happening. This is why we don't see Sada and Churro, despite the fact that they're mentioned in Violet or Scarlet, respectively. And this speculation isn't based on nothing. It's all to do with this metal plate that was dug up by Heath's team. They can't date it. They say maybe it dates back to the Paldean Empire, but it's written on a metal that seems to be unknown to science of the time, science of 200 years ago. I believe the metal is from the future, wherever Churro went, but the engraving is written by Sada in the past, and that's where it was buried. This is a piece of communication between the two professors from across time. Again, the image on here is the sextant, which is about traversing, so perhaps this is the instructions for time travel and how to master time travel. This is information that they're sending back and forth to each other in the past, future, and present so that they're able to read it and create the time machine. While at the end of the game, they look to try and shut down the time machine, they also have to create it. For one simple reason, and it's kind of beautiful. It's for Arven. Because as far as we know, Sada and Churro came together because they were working on the time machine. It's possible that if they weren't ever working on the time machine, Arven would never have existed. So while it's important for them to get the time machine shut down, it's also important to them that it must be made in the first place. Because if it wasn't, if they instead decided to send information back in time to stop the time machine from ever existing, Arven may never exist as well, and they can't have that. And so that's what I believe that Churro is doing in the future. There is one more date super close to modern day, which is about a year and a half ago, to do with the Team Stars story, which according to the timeline would be just after Sword and Shield happened and the DLC happened. I don't really have anything here to say though. Team Stars seems infinitely less impressive than the metal plates and notes being sent from the future back in time to guarantee their own creation.
Well, they did make the entire school change their staff. No small feat. And interestingly, Penny was sent home to the Galar region right after Sword and Shield, so it's possible she could be somewhere among the NPCs in the Crown Tundra, or somewhere on the mainland. Let's keep a lookout for that Easter egg. But in terms of the instructions for time travel, that would make the writing a bootstrap paradox. It exists because it was sent from the future to the past, but only goes to the future because it existed in the past, and was read in the present, and was taken to the future. This may also, in fact, be how the creation of Pokeballs work, given we see Master Balls sent through the time machine, and sure enough, Among Us of the ancient past looks like a Pokeball. But for more on that thought, you're gonna have to go over to the video on my channel.
Thank you. Dinosaurs and robots. The idea of past and future Pokemon stretches all the way back to the days of Generation 1, in which Porygon and Kabuto and Omanyte were given life in the exact same building on Cinnabar Island. But now this idea doesn't belong to just a few special Pokemon. No, instead there are the Paradox Pokemon, a whole roster of Pokemon that look as if they are from the past and the future, filling up the crater at the heart of the Paldea region, known as Area Zero. Their biology and what we know about them suggests that they could be as old as 1 billion years, or from 1 billion years in the future. They change what we know about the history of the Pokemon world, if what we know about them is to be believed. Because I did a number of videos on this topic last year, so did a whole bunch of other YouTubers, and people talked about it on Twitter and on Discord. And no matter where you go, when you talk about Paradox Pokemon, the same comment comes up time and time again. Yeah, but the history about them can't be factual because they're not really real. No, Toby, don't you know that these Pokemon were created by the imagination of Professor Sada and Professor Churro? Except, hang on a second. No, look, it says it right here. Heath's team even took photographs in the Scarlet and Violet book. You can literally see these Pokemon existed 200 years ago. So how could they be created by the imagination of today? Maybe it's something to do with the time machine? Is the time machine a time machine or some kind of imagination dream machine? When taking on this topic, I thought it was going to be really straightforward, just to make a pros and cons list, a real or fake list. I thought this would be no big deal at all. But it turns out that's just the A plot of this video, because when I jumped in a call with fellow Pokemon theorist and YouTuber SB Juju, we found out that no, there is a whole big missing puzzle piece that tells the entire story and explains exactly where Paradox Pokemon come from, and it's to do with the 3rd disc legendary Pokemon, but I'm getting ahead of myself.
Hey Toby, in fact, we are so confident in our assessment that we're even willing to say spoiler warnings here for the DLC, because it connects in so well with everything laid out to us in this and other Pokemon games. I would say we are 100% sure that at least 90% of this is correct. Are you ready, Toby?
Oh, I'm ready. So I thought the easiest way to tackle the question on the thumbnail was to make a simple sort of pros and cons list, a real or fake list, dividing up the evidence that suggests that these Pokemon really are truly biological and have ancestry in the Pokemon world, or whether they're some kind of imaginary being. So let's start with the evidence that suggests these Pokemon are real, because at first it seems so simple. In the game, Sada and Churro are working on a time machine, a technology that we know exists in the world of Pokemon. Bill from Generation 2 has his time capsule trade machine, and a character in Generation 5 who gives you the cell battery is eager to make a time machine. And actually, based on how the Pokemon timeline lines up, Sada and Churro successfully completed theirs around the same time that this Gen 5 dialogue happened, so I wonder if there could be a connection there. This happening 10 years before the events of Scarlet and Violet. They do it. They create a time machine, and by sending Master Balls through, they're able to catch Pokemon that appear to be of the ancient past and far future. The game calls it a time machine, they call it a time machine, their AI counterparts call it a time machine, and all of the research notes across both labs suggest that yes, they are in fact making a time machine, and of course the Pokemon that return to them from the past and future, if they really are the past and future, are exactly what you'd expect for a past and future set of Pokemon.
Pro or real number 2. You know by now Roaring Moon looks like Mega Salamence. And if you've seen the video on Lumio's post channel, you'll know that Mega Aerodactyl refers to the fact that it is the closest to what Aerodactyl would have looked like, meaning the forms of Mega Pokemon really represent what Pokemon may have looked like in the past. With fossil Pokemon, it's a bit different due to the resurrection machine guaranteeing the rock type, and so changing the form a little bit due to the changing of the genetic structure of the Pokemon. However, Mega Salamence and Roaring Moon are stated in the games to look like each other. Furthermore, the Mega Evolution phenomenon uses Infinity Energy, also known as Primal Energy in Omega Ruby Alpha Sapphire, which is also a term used by Arven in the Great Crater. These Pokemon match the biology of their ancestors infused with ancient energy, clearly shown by both Mega Salamence and Mega Aerodactyl.
But I think the biggest bit of evidence and the most definitive that these Pokemon really are biological creatures from the ancient past, at least, is that records of them seem to go back at least 200 years ago, according to the records of Heath, from where there are photographs, and maybe even 2,000 years ago. Because, according to Miss Rifle, back when Paldea was an empire, people sought out the treasure at the heart of the Paldea region in the Great Crater, but none returned. Now, possibly that's just because they didn't have the right climbing equipment, or what seems more likely is that they were attacked by these savage monster versions of Pokemon that are barely even considered to be Pokemon. We know that when Heath's team descended 200 years ago, his team was attacked by these Pokemon as well, which is unusual for the time in Paldea, because where in Hisui, Pokemon are thought to be a little bit more savage, here in Paldea, Heath and his team worked alongside Pokemon. Just take a look at Heath with his Cyclizar. So with all of this evidence there, why would anyone think that these Pokemon are imaginary?
While there is basis for this in the game, this actually started as a result of leaks. Riddler Koo on Twitter, a well-known leaker, mentioned that these Pokemon are somehow imaginary, and we do know for a fact that there are imaginary Pokemon in the games. They are in the Scarlet and Violet book. Some kind of past fused version of Raikou, Entei, and Suicune, and some kind of future version of Virizion, Cobalion, and Terrakion. So far, we don't know for sure these are actually Paradox Pokemon, and probably neither did Koo. But given Iron Valiant also appears to be a future fusion of both Gallade and Gardevoir, it seems like a safe assumption to make, as fusions are clearly shown to exist in Area Zero. If the information Koo had at the time of leaking was the same as the info we have now in-game, then it's possible Koo is just theorizing that the fusion Pokemon are the same as Paradox Pokemon. But because he's known as an accurate-ish leaker, it's now accepted as fact. One way or another, the idea that Paradox Pokemon are imagined reached into public discourse before the games even came out, meaning people read the clues for them being imaginary and ignored the elements that suggest they are real on their first playthrough. This doesn't mean they're wrong, of course, just that there is a certain observational bias going into the game. So what are the pros for Paradox Pokemon being imaginary?
Well, as I mentioned earlier, the descriptions of these Pokemon in-game are ridiculous, talking about a billion years in the past, or the future, or the age of dinosaurs. I mean, they're a little less ridiculous in Scarlet version, or at least for the prehistoric Pokemon. In Scarlet version, the information about these prehistoric Pokemon are described as factual notations from a research journal. It's the future Paradox Pokemon that are part of a dubious scientific magazine. Of course, in Violet version, this is flipped, and those future Pokemon are thought of as being very real, part of a research journal, and the past Pokemon from some kind of supernatural magazine. In both cases, the magazine being talked about, however, is the Occulture magazine. Occulture coming from the word occult and culture, and magazine coming from magazine. Occult coming from strange, supernatural, and phenomena, so it fits these Pokemon really well. Now, it would seem that there is a magazine issue covering each of the Paradox Pokemon, both past and future, that exists in both games. This is because in Scarlet version, for example, the notes for the prehistoric Pokemon can be found all throughout the school, the Poké Lab, and of course, the research stations. In Violet, this flips over to the future Pokemon, but in Scarlet version, the Pokédex entries for the future Paradox Pokemon are the same as the magazine entries from Violet Violet version and vice versa, which means there is an issue on all of these past and future Pokemon. The only different description of these Pokemon that exists in the game, as I mentioned earlier, is that in Scarlet version, those prehistoric Pokemon are mentioned in the Pokedex to be much more factual, annotations from a real research journal talking about the Scarlet book, and in Violet version, it's the same thing for the Violet book and the future Pokemon. But when the Scarlet and Violet book first came out, people did not believe the findings that were in there. They didn't believe the writings of Heath at all, and I believe that a local magazine in Paldea took those books and said, hey, bad scientific finding, but great idea for a weekly Monster of the Week series, or Monster of the Month. In Violet version, for example, they would have taken all of those future Pokemon and done a different monthly issue on each of them, and then once they had run out of ideas, they started drawing out the past Pokemon to keep that series going. With this happening ever since the publication began sometime after Heath returned to the surface, Sada and Churro grew up on these stories, and in fact, so did the whole of the Paldea region. It entered the public consciousness as being the stuff of fantasy.
Sada and Turo dreamed of all this too, wanting to build a time machine to meet the Pokemon they read about as children in the Scarlet or Violet book. But it was more for them. It was an obsession. I mean, it took over their entire personality after reading the book, which is why Sada is dressed to look so archaic even in modern times. However, when speaking to Arvin after the game, he mentions the fact that the Paradox Pokemon existing before his parents' time machine doesn't make sense and hints that his own mother made her obsession a reality. So the talk of these Pokemon being fantastical or being imagined isn't out of the game subplot. It is in fact strongly hinted at in-game by a main character. Additionally, on one of my replays of the game, I noticed in Clavel's office the fossilized footprint of a Cyclizar. However, it doesn't look like a normal Cyclizar. It looks much larger than what we would normally see. This suggests that ancient Cyclizar used to roam around Paldea, and if that is the case, then how could Koraidon realistically exist? Some may be thinking, how do we know that is a Cyclizar print and not Koraidon's? Well, if you study the feet of both Pokemon, you weirdo, you will see Koraidon has a much different foot than the fossil print, being four-toed and even webbed. So it all but guarantees that this print definitely belonged to a Cyclizar.
Another piece of evidence for all of these Pokemon being created or imaginary somehow is that all of them have the same ability, and while that shouldn't at first seem totally weird, after all, Pokemon of different species have the same ability, it's every single one of them. No matter how diverse they are, they all have the exact same ability. It could be something to do with the environment of Area Zero, but it just seems really unlikely that such a diverse array of life would all have the same ability, and it all seems tied to the abilities of Koraidon and Miraidon that seem to power this up. On top of that, Sada and Churro have created the power boosting item that boosts the power of their ability. As if Sada and Churro alone understand the biology of these Pokemon a little bit better than anyone else. On top of that, there is one other thing. This is a hard one to notice, but if you look at the version exclusive list of Pokemon, it seems that Fluttermane cannot live in a world where it will one day evolve into Mischievous, because Mischievous is a version exclusive Pokemon that doesn't exist in Scarlet version, only in Violet. The same is true for, say, Iron Jugulus. How could a Hydreigon have evolved eventually over time into Iron Jugulus if Hydreigon doesn't live in the world of Pokemon Violet, it only lives in the world of Pokemon Scarlet? This is also true for Tyranitar and Iron Thorns and Salamence and Roaring Moon. And the final big bit of evidence that feels like a nail in the coffin that these Pokemon are absolutely imagined is when you look to the Scarlet and Violet book, you see these two creatures, for which we don't have names yet. In Scarlet version, it's the combination of Raikou, Entei, and Suicune, which I will call the legendary beast for now, and Virizion, Cobalion, and Terrakion, the Swords of Justice, that I'll call the legendary future sword for now. And these Pokemon are directly stated as they've been drawn to be imaginary. So if these Pokemon are also Paradox Pokemon, which we don't know for a fact yet, but if they are Paradox Pokemon, then that would stand to reason that all of the other Paradox Pokemon are also somehow the creations of the imagination. At this point in the video, I was just going to leave the pros and cons list, the fake or real list, up on screen for you to make up your own mind in the comments down below, seeing as there seems to be strong evidence both ways, and I initially wasn't sure about how these bits of evidence could fit together to tell the same story. But like I say, this is just the A-plot. And when we uncovered what we're going to talk about next, it changed everything and brought these bits of evidence together to make one cohesive story that explains everything. What's coming in the future flipped everything on its head. Epsy, why don't you explain?
While on call and discussing these pros and cons, we found that we couldn't quite mesh them together into one cohesive story. Something was missing. That something is the third legendary, the disc Pokemon spoken of on the final page of the Scarlet and Violet book. This Pokemon has been met by at least 2 people, technically 3, Heath and Sada and Turo. They are the only ones with records of the Pokemon. Sada and Turo 10 years ago when the time machine was finished and when they brought through Miraidon or Koraidon, and Heath 200 years ago when he and Cyclizar— wait, Heath is Cyclizar? Scarlet and Violet book. They're covers. This is it. This makes sense. This is how it all comes together. Okay, it's time. Let's take it from the top. Allow us to run through the story here beat by beat, and we have it all explained. The Pokemon are both real and imaginary. Not ancestors or descendants to modern Pokemon though, but Sada and Turo didn't make them and neither did Heath. Heath just shows us how they are made. Okay, are you ready? Let's get into it. Take it away, Toby.
3,000 years ago in Pokemon canon, there was a war unlike any other. Mentions to this war and its ripple effects can be seen all across the recent generations of Pokemon. You've heard it all before, from Melmetal disappearing 3,000 years ago after turning giant, to Eternatus being brought down from the sky and causing the darkest day. Meteorites fell down on the Hoenn region 3,000 years ago, and they've continued to fall down every 1,000 years since then. And of course, this was all probably caused and the result of the war. AZ's war 3,000 years ago against his brother, who wanted the Kalos region for himself. We don't know whether he was a rival king of Kalos or the king of another region going to war, but this war was huge, and what was created after AZ's Floette passed away was the ultimate weapon. Using the power of Xerneas and Yveltal, the life and death trio, which also comprises of Zygarde, and that'll become relevant in a moment, he used this device to give life back to AZ's Floette, and then used the weapon to end the war completely. One shot fired up into the sky, came back down onto the earth, and ended the war full stop. This blast must have been powerful enough, I'm sure, to create Area Zero.
Mrs. Ryfort says the crater was 1,000,000 years old. However, this seems to be a guess or over-exaggeration for flair, or even possibly a lie to hide something bigger. Plus, dating the crater may be difficult due to the timey-wimey nature of it. Additionally, there are far too many Kalos connections in this game, which I'm sure Toby will talk about in a future video. It stands to reason though this would be the impact point that ended the war. Paldea as a region is relatively sparsely populated, with communities separated by vast open land, unlike any other region to date in Pokemon. I mean, there are a few ruins of castles, forts, and watchtowers from a time before these cities, but the oldest intact building still standing is only 800 years old. So what gives? Well, we believe that the king of Paldea, potentially AZ's brother, had a partner Pokemon, and this partner Pokemon was this third legendary wearing a crown upon its head. It definitely gives an aura of royalty with the cloak and crown shown in the art, and definitely ties into Zygarde with its snake-like head and hexagonal patterns or crystals. You can clearly see the connections to Zygarde, and given Zygarde is the master of the life and death trio, which connects to the ultimate weapon fired upon, likely, Paldea, I suspect this Pokemon and Zygarde are somehow cross-generational counterparts, or even crazier, brothers like AZ and his brother at war in the Paldea region. AZ ended the war by blasting the life force of Pokemon in the air and back down on Paldea, where the impact landed and, as you all likely know by now, created Ground Zero in Paldea. Ground Zero is described as being the explosion or impact site of a meteor or detonation. This and AZ are where Area Zero gets its name, and this devastated the once centralized city of Paldea, blasting the region back to the Stone Age and ending the war. A blast so powerful it may well have blasted this third legend into another reality or dimension, not too dissimilar from opening an Ultra Wormhole like we see in Ultra Sun and Ultra Moon, or a regular wormhole like we see in ORAS, both of which are manipulated by this very energy. So the blast did so much damage to the third legendary and the point of impact that it created a portal or wormhole to another point in space and time.
It's at this point that the story of modern Paldea truly starts. There's no history of Paldea before 2,000 years ago, and that's because after being absolutely obliterated with very few people and relics surviving, it took 1,000 years before Paldea could even re-establish itself into what it would call an empire. And all the while, there was something down in the crater, some kind of drive calling people to seek out the treasure within. Promises of treasure at the heart of the Great Crater, or perhaps even a paradise referenced by Sada and Churro in their AI form. Anyway, at this point, the Empire wasn't much of an empire. Instead, it was a group of different factions with different rulers and emperors who fought against each other, all of them going for the treasure at the heart of the Great Crater, and no one returning. 800 years ago, they finally decided that if they were going to get down and get the treasure at the heart of the crater, they were going to have to unify, and so an event called Unification happened. This is when the school was built, and under the banner of education and learning, not warring, they were able to establish what would become the modern-day Paldean region. But even with this vast sharing of knowledge in the school, it would still take 600 years before Heath and his team would finally descend into the crater and have a successful expedition. When Heath and his team descended, they were attacked by a Pokemon that seemed monstrous, but this was very unusual in this region. We know that 200 years ago, this was normal in other areas like Hisui, as I mentioned earlier, where Pokemon are described to be more savage, but here in Paldea, people and Pokemon were already working together side by side. Heath had his Cyclizar, and much of his team had Pokemon as well, so these Pokemon that were attacking them were unlike any others, and they were documented as such. Heath still continued his descent, and he was given all sorts of strange revelations. He had a conversation with someone and ended up with notes of his own writing that he didn't remember making. A metal tablet was found made of a metal that was beyond modern science, with inscriptions that don't quite make sense. And his sketch artist, inspired by the creatures that they found down there, imagined Pokemon that wouldn't even exist yet. This combination of Raikou, Entei, and Suicune. Raikou, Entei, and Suicune, according to the creation story we know from the Burnt Tower in Johto, wouldn't happen for another 50 years. In the final pages of the Scarlet and Violet book, though, we see a location that is unfamiliar to us. We can't visit this today, these big crystals. I believe that in the secret area of Area Zero, Heath made contact. Not physically with this disc legendary Pokemon that appears on the final page, but instead he was able to commune with it. He had followed its voice, the voice that had been echoing out through the Great Crater to all the people of Paldea. Come and find me, come to the Great Crater. And he describes it to his sketch artist, and he describes seeing it in a space that is definitely not Earth. And at this point, this Pokemon demonstrates its power by transforming Heath's Cyclizar, or perhaps duplicating Heath's Cyclizar, and creating for the first time Koraidon on Miraidon. Heath would put these Pokemon on the cover of his Scarlet and Violet book, and when he returned to the surface, he expected to blow the minds of the Paldean people with his findings. But his findings were ridiculed. And after doing the rounds, it was decided that this was the work of fantasy, not the work of real scientists. And a culture magazine picked it up and started doing issues on the creatures that were found within the crater. These creatures entered the public consciousness, but sure enough, this is the very thing that would make those Pokemon become real.
Sada and Turo now believed in the Paradox Pokemon and made their way into the crater to do their research, and 10 years ago completed both the Terra Orb and the Time Machine. They of course encountered Paradox Pokemon down there, but once the Time Machine was made, they brought through more, released them, and even brought through the previously made Koraidon or Miraidon to live in the present. Of course, at the end of the game, after you beat Sada or Turo, AI Sada goes to live in the past and AI Turo to the future. But even in their opposite version games, Sada or Turo is missing, but it seems they likely traveled to the past for Sada, and in Scarlet version, the non-AI Turo goes to the future, as it says they left long ago and left Arven with only one parent. This ensures there is both at least one version of both Sada in the past and Turo in the future. AI or real, both times have one of Arven's parents. With this occurrence, Turo could go to the future and send the plate with metal from science beyond our understanding back in time with the engraving on it, that is the instructions for the time machine in the first place, and Sada in the past would bury it at Area Zero for future Heath to find. These past Sada and future Turos in both timelines could very well be who is sending back their captured Pokemon into the time machine to make the machine work like the professors wanted. There is also the fact that besides just sending Pokemon to present Sada and Turo, both professors would use the time machine to send Pokemon into the past, once again making these Pokemon for Heath to find in the crater to photograph and sketch and make the Scarlet and Violet book. You see, those dreams of meeting Paradox Pokemon are after all what has got them working on the Time Machine project, and of course, that meant they'd get together and Arven would be born. In order to ensure that this happened, these Paradox Pokemon needed to exist to get Heath involved and create that interest in their present day selves. But the initial Paradox Pokemon, where did they come from? That's why it's a paradox, just like Paradox Pokemon. It is a bootstrap paradox. They have no origin point, or their origin is because of a god in the machine, if you will, which is the third legendary Pokemon taking the imagination of Sada, Turo, Heath, and the collective consciousness of the people of Paldea to create these Pokemon. This third legendary sees the wishes or dreams of the Paldean people and can create things to achieve that, including making Paradox Pokemon. Once the initial Paradox Pokemon is created at any point in the timeline, boom! The paradox occurs and is a never-ending circle. Not to mention that a king Pokemon that can see into the future isn't odd or rare either. It's one of the many references the Crown Tundra makes to this generation with Calyrex, a legendary Pokemon king that can see through time. All this said, the first Paradox Pokemon in the crater appeared either by way of Sada and Turo sending them back in time, or created at the time of impact by the third legendary, as it was hit with immense infinity energy. This creation of the Paradox Pokemon by the legendary due to the wishes of people like Sada and Turo, and then the fact that these Pokemon are sent to the past by Sada and Turo to make themselves obsessed with them in the future so they can wish them to be true, so the third legendary creates them, is a never-ending loop. It's a true paradox, don't you see it? This is why these Pokemon are Paradox Pokemon, created by the all-powerful third legendary with a plan.
So the question then becomes, what does this Pokemon want? Why? Why is it doing what it's doing? Why has it been trying to get people to enter the Great Crater? Why did it want Heath to go down there? And why did it want Sada and Churro to create a time machine? Well, it didn't. But in creating the time machine, Sada and Churro also achieve something else. They create the Terra Orb. It seems to me that this legendary Pokemon is stuck in a reality outside of ours as a result of being struck by the ultimate weapon 3,000 years ago. It took 1,000 years for the Paldean Empire to eventually reform. It took a longer time for a successful expedition, and then with those stories it would inspire Sado and Churro to eventually pursue the time machine, and of course, the Terra Orb. It's looking for a way back into reality, and I believe the Terra Crystals and Terra Pokemon battles are its way of doing so. Because look closely at Terra Pokemon battling. All of the Pokemon, when they terrestrialize, have hexagons on their head with eyes, which, by the way, are not too dissimilar from the Zygarde cells that make up Zygarde, another connection between these two Pokemon. Including, of course, the hexagonal patterns that appear all over them, the snake-like face that they can both have, and the crowns that can appear on both of their heads. I believe that they were brother Pokemon at war at some point. For this disc legendary Pokemon, it's using the crowns, it's using the crystals to observe the Pokemon world. And those observations are represented in the Terra Crowns themselves that represent humanity over the last couple thousand years. Axes, boxing gloves, temples, the earth as seen from above, light bulbs. All of these very unnatural things that appear on the Pokemon's head are because they're the observations of this disc legendary Pokemon who is looking and watching the earth, hoping to find a way back into reality. Perhaps enough Terra battles will create enough Terra energy for it to reopen a wormhole and come back to Area 0. By the way, given the similarities between Zygarde and this disc Pokemon, it also reminds me of the similarities between Zygarde and Guzzlord. I wonder if Guzzlord is some other version of this Pokemon, blasted through to a different reality, to Ultra Space. Anyway, whatever the case, this disc Pokemon wanted Heath as part of its plan because it needed Heath to inspire the Paldean people to think about these mystical paradox Pokemon. This, of course, would inspire Sada and Churro, who would then pursue those Pokemon and pursue the time machine. And in doing so, they would put the power of terrestrialization into the hands of Pokemon trainers everywhere so it could increase its own presence in the region. But this means that its plan isn't yet finished, and I believe that's what we'll see in potential future DLC. We'll see the imaginations of those beasts and the swords of justice. We'll see them as the next part of its plan. Because as much as it needed Heath to go down there to talk about the Paradox Pokemon, to inspire the Paldean people, it also needed Heath's sketch artist to go down there, who would create these Pokemon for some other region. And all of that ties into exactly what dimension this Pokemon has been residing in. SP?
The unknown dimension has too many connections to be a pure coincidence in our opinion. In fact, the third Pokemon movie features a book with strange depictions of legendary Pokemon thought to not be real. The unknown themselves could even function as seeing eyes for a larger Pokemon or ruler, which is hinted at in many theories such as Unknown being the 1,000 arms of Arceus. And like Toby said, it seems we get another taste of that with these Terra Orbs. Crystals, of course, are another big relational point between the third legendary of Paldea and the Unknown. Everyone that has seen the third Pokemon movie knows that Unknown bring imagination and dreams to reality through crystals like they do for Molly Hale. They are even able to bend reality to the point of creating legendaries and boosting the power of their created Pokemon. Much like how the crystals used by the third legendary of Paldea can change factors of a Pokemon like terrestrialization, changing a Pokemon's base typing at will. And of course, not to mention all the other crystals found around Paldea. And of course, Suicune has a tie-in to crystal power as well. First mentioned in Pokemon Crystal, where a sage mentions Suicune's giant crystal on its head is thought to have a special connection to the unknown. Speaking of Suicune though, and its new form we will likely see soon, it's thought that the legendary beasts were created by Ho-Oh 150 years ago after the Towers of Johto burnt down. But this means they came around 50 years after Area Zero sketch artist drew this Pokemon. Well, it seems like much how our Disc Legendary can tap into the minds of people to create Pokemon, so too can Ho-Oh, and most importantly, the Unknown in Johto. What the Unknown or Ho-Oh saw, though, was the people's different interpretations of a creature from a book they had recently read that was thought to be fiction across the entire world, the Scarlet and Violet book. We know it was likely making its way around the world at this time because in Pokemon Legends Arceus, Kogita has a book in her tent which seems to be a totally unique model of one very violet-looking book. Not definitive evidence, of course, but it would explain the creation of the beasts from this image in regions outside of Paldea. In fact, it could be that the distance from Area Zero is why the imaginary Pokemon is created in 3 parts instead of 1, too far from the source of power. It could also explain the appearance of the Swords of Justice. However, we know a lot less about their backstory, just that they happen to have a not too dissimilar origin story to the legendary beasts. All of them part of a trio. All of them born by fire. The shared heights among the trio, like Entei and Cobalion, being the same height, and their tie into the Paldea region through the Scarlet and Violet book.
Finally, with this idea that crystals can create reality, this may also tie into the Terra raid dens that appear all across the Paldea region. In fact, when it comes to the event Pokemon Charizard and Cinderace specifically, which aren't native to the Dex, it may be because the people of Paldea are thinking about it, because shortly before the events of Scarlet and Violet were Sword and Shield, where Leon, the undefeated champion, finally got defeated. I'm sure that match was watched all around the world many times over, and both Charizard and Cinderace are his ace Pokemon. With all this in mind, this means that the Paradox Pokemon have likely existed in the crater for a long time, perhaps since just after the Ultimate Weapon struck 3,000 years ago. These Pokemon were generated by the life force of Pokemon that was landing down and destroying the world. This explains why Roaring Moon and Iron Valiant at least look a little bit more like their Mega counterparts. But ultimately, these Pokemon exist because of the future idea of these Pokemon, and of course the Pokemon ultimately also being sent back in time by Sada and Churro in the future. They exist because they exist, which is why they are Paradox Pokemon. They are biological though, and they do date back to potentially up to 3,000 years ago and at least 2,000 years ago. They do have biology that mimics the real counterparts of these Pokemon that do definitely exist. But they certainly don't share a direct ancestry with these Pokemon. They're kind of like convergent evolution, which of course is referenced for the first time properly in this generation, with convergent evolution being a thing. Except these Pokemon didn't evolve. They were created by the Disc Pokemon, which tapped into the imagination of the Paldean people to drive Heath and then eventually Sada and Churro to create the Time Machine, and more importantly, the Terra Orb, for the next phase of its plan, which I'll describe in a video about the DLC in the future. This is the brand new Pokemon Terrapagos, the Indigo Disc, that's coming out with Part 2 of the Area Zero DLC. It is the Turtle Disc Pokemon that we've seen in Heath's Expedition Journal, the Scarlet and Violet book, and now everything makes sense. The history of this Pokemon, the lore of the Pokemon world, that video I did explaining the Paradox Pokemon and how they came to be and how they are part of this Pokemon's will, now it all makes sense. It even makes sense, the line where Mrs. Rhythorn talks about how the Great Crater is 1,000,000 years old, a line I previously disagreed with her on. But now, actually, everything is clear to me, so let me break down the lore and the story for you right now. Terrapagos is 1,000,000 years old, and if you've seen the tweets, and you might have think this is all just a meme, but there are images out there of the Paldea region and how it kind of looks like Terrapagos. It looks like it's the exact same shape, with the Great Crater representing the diamond in the middle of the back. The little head can clearly be seen. The tail can be seen where the clouds are in the top right-hand corner of the map. Is it possible that the Paldea region was once a giant Terrapagos, or perhaps this very same one that we saw in the DLC? I actually think so. Game Freak doesn't design things like this unintentionally, and I am pretty convinced. Assume this with me, that over 1,000,000 years ago, there was in fact a giant turtle, Terrapagos, which by the way is inspired by both the Galapagos turtles, but also the world turtle mythology, the mythology of a turtle who carries the world on its back. This turtle was giant, absolutely huge, possibly the biggest Pokemon we've ever seen, bigger still than Gigantamax or Eternamax Eternatus. It drifted upon an ancient Pokemon sea, and as it grew in size, it didn't have a lot of places left to move, so it docked south of the Kalos region, and there its shell became still enough for Pokemon and people and plants, much like Torterra, which shares that same world turtle inspiration, to grow and begin to thrive on the surface of its shell. It's interesting to note that turtles do in fact shed their shells, and this would be the case with Terrapagos, who once settled would stay still for tens of thousands, hundreds of thousands, maybe even 1,000,000 years. Its back becoming an island, its old shell becoming the shape of the Paldea region, as we've seen in the tweets and the memes. And at the core of this Pokemon, on the back of its shell, something special, a power that has allowed it to grow so incredibly big and live so incredibly long, a form of infinity energy. Now, we've seen this throughout the franchise, and no matter what you call it, whether it's infinity energy, whether it's aura, whether it's primal energy, whether it's Gigantamax energy, whether it's the power of the Z crystals, the light that Necrozma produces, or even that of the Ultra Wormhole that allows Pokemon to become big, becoming totem Pokemon, or perhaps the power of Arceus that causes the noble Pokemon and alpha Pokemon to be huge, and we also see this same energy, the Gigantamax energy, transforming Eternatus into the Eternamax Eternatus. We know what this energy is capable of. Generally speaking, no matter what form it takes and what label you give it, it has the same powers. The ability to grow and shrink Pokemon, the ability to power up moves or change the form of a Pokemon, and the ability to manipulate the life force of Pokemon as well. We see this in AZ and AZ's Floette, who have lived for an exceptionally long time, or the Life and Death trio in general, with Xerneas and Yveltal having the power to manipulate life. These I've mentioned before: Zygarde, Eternatus, Necrozma, and now this, Terrapagos, I believe is the fourth part of what we call the Arceus, the thing that Arceus gets its name from. But I'll digress from that for now, because I'm sure you've heard about that in my other videos. This enormous turtle was asleep underneath the Paldea region for over 1 million years, and that is how the Great Crater has existed for so long, the peak point that is in that turtle's back. But there was something down there, something that people of other regions wanted, and as I've expressed in my video about the history of the Paradox Pokemon and the history of the Paldea region, I believe this is when the war with Kalos happened 3,000 years ago. The ultimate weapon fired, infinity energy went up into the air, and when it came back down, it was drawn to an incredibly powerful source nearby, the back of the shell of this Pokemon. And what that blast did ultimately was change the Great Crater into Area Zero. I also believe it caused the power of the infinity energy that was sourced there to ripple out across the region, creating terror rage dens and terrestrialization in general. Again, watch that other video to find out more about that. But what effect did it have on Terrapagos? Well, in that previous video, I mentioned that perhaps it opened a wormhole which blasted this Pokemon through to another dimension, which is why in Heath's drawing, it appears to be in some other dimensional space. But now, if we're working with the assumption that Terrapagos at that time was not a weapon being used by some king of an ancient Paldea, but instead a creature slumbering underneath the Paldea region, a region that used to be its shell, this Pokemon would have been affected by the blast. And I think the key thing that happened to this enormous Pokemon is that it shrunk in size. We don't actually know the current size of Terrapagos. It might be, in fact, that it is an exceptionally big Pokemon, but I suspect for game balancing reasons, the Pokemon will not be as big as an entire region. I suspect struck at the core of its back, this Pokemon shrank, and all of the energy that was inside it was released into the region in the form of Terra energy. In fact, it might be this that changed Terrapagos to have all of the elemental types on its back, or it may be the case that it already had that. It doesn't really matter. The point is that at this point, Terrapagos left from underneath Area Zero. Perhaps by choice, it left into the depths of the ocean, or what's more likely, based on the depiction in Heath's journal, flew off into space. We don't know the specific typing of this Pokemon, but it certainly, I wouldn't surprise me if it was dragon and had the ability to fly in some way. It's interesting to note that it was only in a recent game in Pokemon Legend Arceus where Professor Laventon said that Pokemon have a natural ability to shrink, a sort of reverse of Gigantamax and Dynamax, where in the Dynamax rage dens, a big red light kind of spews out of the top of the rage dens, not too dissimilar to the red light that comes out of a Pokeball to then shrink the Pokemon back down. I believe that while Eternatus, which was likely hit 3,000 years ago because that's when the Darkest Day was as well, flying through the sky became Eternamax Eternatus and grew in size, the opposite was true for such a big Pokemon in Terrapagos. Instead, it shrank down and then disappeared into space, into another dimension, or maybe into the depths of the ocean. Perhaps it moved offshore and a new metallic island was built on top of it, and that's the area that we're going to in the DLC. I guess that remains to be seen. But that truly explains how the crater where Area Zero is now is in fact 1 million years old. And in fact, we might be seeing another reference to Gigantamax in the fact that Gigantamax Pokemon are usually depicted with clouds circling around them. And if Terrapagos really was once as big as the entire Paldea region before it shed its shell and left this region alone, is it possible that those clouds at the heart of Area Zero are a swirling form of energy similar to Gigantamax? I digress. There is one more bit of evidence that I think is absolutely fantastic that harkens all the way back to the days of Pokemon Red and Blue, and that is in the Pokemon Wartortle, and this is going to blow your mind. For Wartortle, much like Terrapagos, is similarly shaped. It's a turtle, and a tortoise instead of a turtle. It has that fluffy tail, which is said to be a symbol of longevity. Why? It is thought that Wartortle in particular, not Blastoise, not Squirtle, is able to live for over 10,000 years. But where would this idea have come from? Well, perhaps it was from the people of Kanto who saw Wartortle and played a little game of mental association all the way back to the ancient stories of Terrapagos, a blue turtle that looks not too dissimilar with a big fluffy tail, a sign of longevity, an ancient Pokemon, and that's where the stories of Wartortle come from. And that is how Mrs. Rifle is completely correct in that the crater around Paldea that will one day become known as Area Zero is in fact over 1 million years old, because the Paldea region is the back of an ancient Terrapagos, this same one that we'll meet in the DLC that had been struck by the ultimate weapon and ultimately shrunk down. Make sure to subscribe, I'm only giving you my best from now on. So hi, Pokemon Masters.
Terrestrial Pokemon, don't they look brilliant? I love the way they gleam and shine, but what's the face about in the crown of each of these Pokemon? I'll be honest, I think I would have preferred the design of terrestrial Pokemon if they didn't have their hats, but clearly they do. It's an important part of the design, and every single one has the gem on the forehead with what looks to be an angry pair of eyes inside. I think I know what it's about. It's about the third legendary, or perhaps even about Arceus, so let me explain. To look to the future though, we need to look to the past. Arguably, no generation's legendary group has had more impact in the series than Generation 4. Up until that point, legendary Pokemon like Lugia and Ho-oh, Mewtwo, Groudon and Kyogre, they were big, powerful titans of the Pokemon world, but not really tied into the creation mythos in any way. Generation 4 changed all of that by having legendary Pokemon that were more than legendary Pokemon, the deities. Underneath Arceus, the legendary dragons Dialga and Palkia, each of them with a representative gemstone, a diamond and a pearl, the adamant and lustrous orb. Arceus itself with gemstones in the body, it's going to be relevant for a number of videos on the channel coming up, but here's the thing, that trend continued hugely. Into the next generation, Generation 5, Kyurem, Zekrom and Reshiram, they were once known as the original dragon. Kyurem takes on this crystallized ice form, and it is thought that dragon energy in the Pokemon world used to be crystallized. Just look to Reggie Drago's Pokedex entry for that. This is the origin of dragon energy in the Pokemon world. And then, from there on, first we had Zygarde, a dragon-type Pokemon that had a perfect form. It wasn't complete until you combined together all of the cores to get 100%. Those cores, while they were cells, did seem to have some kind of rock-like element to them, which explains the ground typing of Zygarde. Zygarde had a mastery over life and death, and it's that same energy that's responsible for Mega Evolution. Then, in the next generation, we get yet another dragon, this time the Necrozma. Now, Necrozma is not in its dragon form until it's in its perfect form and it's absorbed Solgaleo and Lunala. It too exudes a special energy in the form of rocks with the Z crystal that is said to be part of its body. Interestingly, that same energy seeps through the Ultra wormholes, causing Pokemon to become totem Pokemon, changing their form, much in the same way that Mega Evolution changes the form of Pokemon. Still, totem Pokemon were only changing the size of the Pokemon. Oh wait, another generation later we get yet another dragon with Eternatus, which has a more complete form, a final form. And yes, it's a dragon, and yes, it exudes energy, and that energy comes in the form of rocks, the wishing stars that are part of its body, and that energy allows Pokemon to, once again, transform and become bigger. So this idea of space rocks coming from the bodies of dragons that have their normal form, that are as powerful as any other legendary Pokemon, but then these exceptionally powerful forms, the Perfect Zygarde, Ultra Necrozma, G-Max Eternatus, these Pokemon go above and beyond what other Pokemon are capable of doing. They also channel a great energy that allows them to transform, size up, and influence other Pokemon. We actually see this power as well in Legends Arceus being projected by Arceus to create the Noble and Alpha Pokemon. So it seems that all of these energies are different reflections of that same power that Arceus wields. In fact, it's been described multiple times that Infinity Energy is the life essence of Pokemon. It's the same thing that Aura is described as, and this too translates to the Z Crystals and Totem Pokemon, and of course Noble Pokemon and Gigantamax Pokemon. They're all different expressions of the same energy, so we're all on the same page, and all of these come from gemstones that are part of the body of a middle legendary Pokemon. So, what do we think about terrestrialization? Is that the right word? Terra Pokemon. What do you think? Where do you think the gemstones come from? The rocks that cover their body and power them up? Potentially a middle legendary Pokemon, and that face on their head, the face of
a legendary Pokemon? We know that all of these energies share a tie to the life essence of Pokemon. Is it possible that the rocks that are bestowed upon the Pokemon that are in battle when they terrestrialize are alive? That those faces are actually the consciousness of the middle legendary so far unrevealed for the region? I think it's likely, and I think it's likely that that Pokemon will be a dragon, but there's another element to this that ties it all together so perfectly. Arceus. We've just had Legends Arceus, a game where I theorized that Arceus should have a more complete form, and Arceus talks in the game about having chosen this form, this body that it uses. I suspect if we could see Arceus's true form, we wouldn't really even be able to perceive it. It is a form greater than anything else. The word Arceus comes from a term in alchemy, the Arceus, and if you've watched a bunch of Lockstin's videos, you'll know all about alchemy and how it was all building up and spilling towards the end of Pokemon, back when Generation 6 was coming out, but I don't think that was the case. I do think something big is going to happen with Gen 10 though, because this generation with the Crystal Pokemon marks the end of something that Pokemon has been building up to since Generation 5. See, the Arceus in alchemy is made up of 4 components, 4 key components. I'll tell you 3 now. They are life, light, and poison. These are easily attributable to the main legendary Pokemon of the last few generations. Zygarde is the Dragon of Life, wielding the life energy of Xerneas and Yveltal and projecting that into Mega Evolution. Necrozma is obviously the essence of light. It is the Dragon of Light and wields that energy and turns it into the Z crystals. Chemical makes sense for the poison type Eternatus, whose energy seeps into the ground of the Galar region, into the Wishing Stars, and into the bodies of yet other Pokemon, transforming them. So what is the 4th part of the Arceus? What is the 4th element? Well, it's a term called reflective. And reflective is a word that I thought initially might apply to the original dragon. After all, Kyurem is a giant ice crystal, so maybe that's reflective. But do you know what's more reflective and more of a crystal than a giant piece of ice? The actual crystallization of Pokemon. You even see in the raid den the reflections of the Pokemon as you have to battle them. The big middle legendary of Scarlet and Violet is going to be a Pokemon that represents reflective. I expect it to be a huge crystal dragon, and given that it is able to reflect multiple types, I expect it to be some kind of giant multi-type creature, and this is what we're going to see, something that can channel into the many types of Arceus perhaps. But basically some giant crystal dragon that will have a base form, much like Xerneas, much like Eternatus, much like Necrozma, but then it will have a more complete form, a form that is a final boss of the game. And if you were, in my opinion, to take those 4 big bosses and combine them with Arceus, you would have the true god of the Pokemon world. I think by this game focusing on Crystal and that 4th part of the Arceus, as it's known in the real world, we're seeing the end of some kind of journey here. Not a reboot theory, I don't think Pokemon's going to reboot, but we have to remember that the next generation is Generation 10. Gen 10, and we'll have hit over 1,000 Pokemon either just before or just after that happens. It's 30 years for the franchise, and the franchise has to be thinking about its future, so I do expect some kind of big shift in the way Pokemon operates after this game. I think that means something big is coming as we now begin to understand the Pokemon Pantheon just a little bit better, with Arceus at the top and Dialga and Palkia being emissaries of it, Giratina as well. But then there are these 4 micro-gods, I guess. Zygarde, Necrozma, Eternatus, and whatever the face in the crown represents, that is going to be the final 3rd legendary and the final piece of Arceus that will appear in Pokemon Scarlet and Violet. We all know the tale of the legendary beasts from 150 years ago in Ecruteak City, deep in the heart of the Johto region. However, Pokemon lore has been flipped on its head recently with the introduction of the Scarlet Book, which depicted what I will be calling for this video the Scarlet Beast, a creature from 200 years ago before the existence of Raikou, Entei, and Suicune that looks an awful lot like them. Now, with the release of Walking Wake and the presumed existence of future Paradox Raikou, Entei, and Suicune as a trio, there is some explaining to do. And no, this video is not just an excuse to show off some nice artwork by Alex Allen, but I will say, dang, good job, Alex Allen. go follow on Instagram. So let's start with what we know about Paradox Pokemon, and I've already done a whole video recently on exactly how Paradox Pokemon work, linked in the description. So Paradox Pokemon seem to sit somewhere between reality and imagination. People aren't quite sure or decided whether they are the result of the imagination of the professors or the people of Paldea, or whether they are somehow from alternate timelines, allowing the time travel aspect of the story to be real. All you need to know is that it is up for debate as to exactly how Paradox Pokemon link into their biological counterparts, and it seems that they are unrelated. However, I think for the legendary beasts of Johto, there might be a special exception here. They might be different to other Paradox Pokemon, similar to how Koraidon and Miraidon are similar to Cyclizar in a way that seems different to the other Paradox Pokemon's connection to their biological living counterparts. So if the Pokemon timeline is anything to go by, Pokemon Scarlet and Violet are happening around 20 to 25 years after the events of Pokemon Gold and Silver. Gold and Silver is happening 150 years after the events of the Burnt Tower, which means Scarlet and Violet are happening about 175 years or 170 years after the events of the Burnt Tower. Don't worry, you don't need to keep that in mind. I'll bring up the numbers when they become important later, but for what you need to know right now is about 170 to 175 years before the events of Pokemon Scarlet and Violet, there were two towers in the Johto region in Ecruteak City. There was actually another tower previous to this that was in Goldenrod City that became dilapidated. It's where they built the Goldenrod Radio Tower, and that's why the director of the Radio Tower has, depending on the version of the game you're playing, a Rainbow Silverwing or Crystal/Clearbell to give you. It's possible at that point that this was Ho-oh's roosting spot, explaining why it's called Goldenrod City because of the golden nature of Ho-oh, and it being close to the ruins of Alph where Ho-oh is depicted. Anyway, I digress. In Ecruteak City, 175 years prior to the events of Pokemon Scarlet and Violet, there were two towers, one in the east and one in the west. The western tower was the home of Lugia, and the eastern tower the one of Ho-oh. However, and the story is different depending on the canon that you're looking at, whether that's the manga, the main series, the Pokemon Generations episode, or the games. A different set, but similar set of events happened. The tower was being burgled, it was a time of war, it was a freak thunderstorm, or perhaps if you believe the theories, the thunderstorm was created by the flapping of Lugia's wings, as referenced in the Pokedex entries. Either way, the tower in the west fell. It fell to a massive fire, thunderstorm and rainstorm that came along and destroyed it. Lugia disappeared off to the Whirl Islands, but trapped inside were 3 Pokemon, and we still to this day do not know what those Pokemon are. If you look at the depiction in Pokemon Generations, it suggests that there may be something a little bit more like Houndour, although Pokemon Theories have suggested the connection to the legendary beasts with Jolteon, Vaporeon, and Flareon. The Kimono girls live in the Ecruteak City after all, and are big evolution users, but again, I digress. I believe the depictions in Generations to not be taken too seriously. I think they are just to be interpreted however you like. Nonetheless, the tower burned and the Pokemon were trapped inside, until Ho-oh displayed powers that we haven't seen Ho-oh display anywhere else in the series. Somehow it revived these 3 creatures and brought new life in Raikou, Entei, and Suicune. But the odd thing is here is that this is happening 25 to 30 years after the depiction that appears in the Scarlet Book, the Scarlet Beast, a combination of all 3 of these Pokemon inspired by Heath's team going down into Area Zero in the Paldea region, a world away, seemingly completely disconnected. Heath's artist drew this inspired by the creatures that they saw down in Area Zero, and when the games first came out and we didn't have the DLC to work with, we were to take this as they were inspired by Pokemon like Iron Treads and Great Tusk. Of course, in Violet version this is different, there's Iron Leaves, and I'm not 100% sure on the story when it comes to the Swords of Justice, but maybe I'll talk about that in a future video. Now we know about the existence of Walking Wake. My belief is that the artist saw Walking Wake and perhaps 2 other Pokemon representing Entei and Raikou down there in Area Zero, and that those Pokemon then fled. They were moving so quickly that this is what Heath's artist came up with, a combination of all 3, the Scarlet Beast. So is it possible that these events are linked? I actually believe so. I believe that we're going to get Raikou and Entei's Paradox forms in parts 1 and 2 of the DLC. We have Walking Wake right now. Walking Wake right now is not actually available to you in the Paldea region. Yes, you can find them in the Terra Raid dens, but the Terra Raid dens seem to be creating Pokemon. The mightiest Pokemon that don't naturally exist in the region. Cinderace, Charizard, Greninja, these Pokemon aren't actually part of the Paldean Pokedex, and right now if you catch your one and only Walking Wake in the same vein, it doesn't have a Pokedex entry. Walking Wake is being reimagined here in the Paldea region for some reason. Similarly, both Part 2 and 3 talk about areas away from the main Paldea region. One of these is an artificial city in the sea, a sort of the Blueberry Academy. And separate to that, there is the land of Kitakami that I just released a video on, the deep lore behind that seems to be part of the overall Japanese country that appears in the Pokemon world. This is described by Professor Oak in Pokemon Diamond and Pearl as Hoenn, Johto, Kanto, and Sinnoh being part of the same country, likely inspired by their real-world Japanese counterparts. This is the Japanese country of the Pokemon world, and Kitakami is part of that. It's also interesting to note that the Walking Wake has the ability to walk on water when you throw it out of its Pokeball in the overworld. So my belief is that after their appearance in Area Zero 200 years ago, they left and ended up finding their way to this Japanese country in the Pokemon world. At the time, trade between these regions, Kanto, Johto, Hoenn, Sinnoh, or as it was known then, Hisui, was pretty common. The Hisui culture was finally beginning to build up after the savage Pokemon of the Hisui region had been tamed by a hero around that time. Now, Jubilife Village was expanding. It wasn't just the Diamond and Pearl clans that were there, and the Celestica people who had been there for a long time had mostly died out. But most of the traversal for the last several hundred to thousand years was being done by a seafaring people who brought with them the lore and the culture of the areas they had visited, explaining why there is so many shared bits of architecture and culture across these regions. These ancient lore keepers were the Draconids whose home had been destroyed 2,000 years prior. Their traces can be seen all the way across this region. From the Regi Caves and Temples, the Sinjo ruins, the ruins of Alph, the Tanboy ruins, the Salacion ruins as well, the Cave of Origin, the Sky Pillar, the Spear Pillar, and the Embedded Tower in Johto. If you look close enough, it seems that these people have been traveling around exchanging information and the lore of the Pokemon world, sealing away great threats. They also seem to be very prolific with dragon Pokemon, with various dragon clans appearing in all of these regions. In Johto, we have the Dragon Clan to the north, we have Hassel, who now appears in the Paldea region. As well as that, there are the people of Celestic Town, of which both Drasna and Cynthia are descendants of this same clan, the clan that used to be where the ancient retreat was in Hisui. And the reason this is important is there's a second organization, a second group of people that seem very connected to all of this culture and infrastructure that's across all of these regions of the Pokemon world, the Kimono Girls. The Kimono Girls, of course, have their main base in Ecruteak City, and they are lore keepers of Lugia and Ho-oh and the legendary beasts. They are the ones who brought the Togepi egg to Mr. Pokemon, and also those who gave Mr. Pokemon the Jade Orb, a direct connection to Rayquaza. They are the ones who tell the history and the story of the Johto region. It's also possible that the Diamond and Pearl clans of Hisui have their origins with the Kimono Girls, given the evolutions that have a high presence on both Adamant and Irida's team. However, being an evolution user alone isn't normally enough. We do think, though, for sure that Valerie is a kimono girl, given the fact that she wears what's called a Furisode, which is a type of kimono. All of the trainers in her gym wear Furisodes. She is said to come from the Johto region, from a town where history is kept safe. This fact is actually confirmed in Pokemon Masters, and in the original Japanese game. In anime, she has a Kyoto dialect, which is what Ecruteak City is inspired by. And these Furisode or kimono girls across the world are still guarding ancient ruins today. They can be seen guarding the Cave of Origin as well as the Sky Pillar in Hoenn. So these lore keepers of the ancient Pokemon world take their vows and family legacies very, very seriously, still guarding all of the various ancient ruins and relics of the legendary Pokemon today. There is another area as well in the spin-off games that it looks like these people have traveled to defend ancient secrets, and that would be the Fior region from Pokemon Ranger. There is Summertown, which is much like the Seafolk Village and Pacificdog Town, and above it, the Jungle Relic. It bears the same markings of Groudon and Kyogre and Rayquaza that we see in the Sky Pillar and the Cave of Origin. And similarly, there is also another temple that shares this legacy. But inside this temple, which is guarded by ancient dragon trials that only Dragon Masters should be able to deal with, you as a Pokemon Ranger will find yourself face to face with a statue of Entei, of all Pokemon. And Entei, Raikou, and Suicune will make their way further into the region and become antagonists in the game. Kanto, Johto, Hoenn, and Sinnoh are all deeply tied together, whether it's with unknown ruins, the legendary beasts, Groudon, Kyogre, Rayquaza, heck, even the Latias. But I digress. This is simply to illustrate that unlike the other regions of the Pokemon world, whose lore and legends seem to be relatively separate to one another, apart from perhaps the Kalos regions and Galar and Paldea, which are all relatively close together, that these Japanese-inspired Pokemon regions really do seem to have cross-contamination across their legends. In fact, in almost every single game since Generation 1, if Zapdos, Moltres, and Articuno appear, so too does Lugia. The exceptions really being Kalos, where the Sea Spirit's Den appears, this being in Azure Bay, a direct reference to Lugia itself, and being pretty close in geographical terms to the Crown Tundra, which is where yet again another Zapdos, Moltres, and Articuno appear, or in the Sinnoh region, where the birds are roaming. Lugia doesn't appear in the Sinnoh region, but it does show that these birds have an ability and a propensity to roam and fly about the wider Pokemon world. So too is the case for Raikou, Entei, and Suicune, though, who typically appear alongside Ho-Oh no matter which game you're looking at. But to fully understand their connection to Ho-Oh, I think we need to go back to that day 170 years before the events of Scarlet and Violet in the Johto region when that tower burnt down. I believe the 3 Pokemon trapped inside were Walking Wake and 2 other Paradox Pokemon that matched Entei and Raikou. If Walking Wake is anything to go by with its Water Dragon typing, I expect the Entei to be Fire Dragon and the Raikou to be Electric Dragon type. Pokemon of deep interest and concern to the Komado people and Dragon clans of the Johto region at that time. I believe that these Pokemon were trapped in the tower. Perhaps they were even the reason for the tower to fall. Perhaps they aggravated and attacked Lugia. We can't know for sure, but these Pokemon perished. And then to revive them and to end this madness, Ho-Oh appeared, revived them and transformed them anew. But it did so using not its own power, but instead the power of the unknown. I previously mentioned that Ho-Oh appears in the ruins of Alph depicted alongside them, and I believe it wielded their mighty power. Their power to create things out of crystal, as we see in the 3rd movie where they create an Entei directly using exactly this power. The unknown have the ability of imagination and reality warping. We even see something that looks not too dissimilar to the unknown on the headgear of the Draconids in the manga, but I digress, that's just a side point. The unknown, whose powers of creation seem to be about tapping into the mind of another being, whether in the case of Arceus helping it create Giratina, Dialga, and Palkia, either at the beginning of time or in the Sinjar Ruins event, or in this case, perhaps tapping into the mind of Ho-Oh or the people of Ecruteak City. These Paradox Pokemon were transformed, perhaps in the image of Jolteon, Vaporeon, and Flareon, common icons in Ecruteak City, or perhaps in the image of the Scarlet Beast, which was entering the public consciousness at that time. At this point in time, the Scarlet and Violet book had been out for around 20 to 30 years. And as I've mentioned before, by seeing a book that looks to me to be a lot like the Violet book in Kogita's Hut, an asset in the game that seems to be completely unique, not anywhere else. I can't not see this as a direct reference. We know that the Scarlet and Violet book had made its way to this Japan Pokemon region. In fact, it would probably have been through the Kitakame exchange program that we're going to see in the DLC. And so these 3 Paradox Pokemon that had appeared in Ecruteak City one day found their way to this tower through some incident or another. It's been very vague. The tower burnt down, and in the image of the Scarlet Beast, which was in the minds and imagination of the people at that time, or perhaps in the image of Flareon, Jolteon, and Vaporeon that would also be in the minds of the people of that area, these Pokemon were given new life. Suicune first, as in Crystal version, the sages that used Jolteon, Flareon, and Vaporeon to defend the remaining tower actually mentioned that Suicune has a special connection to the unknown, perhaps through the crystal on its head. And these Pokemon follow Ho-Oh everywhere across the Pokemon world, feeling very indebted to it, either as individuals, one of a kind, or perhaps as a new species of legendary Pokemon, but now for the first time, actually real. Of course, you might wonder how this would work in a timeline that focuses on Pokemon Violet version, but I suspect the 2 timelines are very connected, and this whole process of creation through imagination or alternate timelines, the Pokemon still exist in each game. The past Paradox Pokemon can be traded into Violet and the future ones into Scarlet, so I do wonder what the story would be with the Swords of Justice. But now given new life, the 3 legendary beasts follow Ho-Oh around, the Pokemon they feel indebted to who granted them new life through the wishes of the people of Ecruteak City who recreated these Pokemon in the images of Pokemon they were more familiar with, less monstrous Pokemon. Recently, we took a look at the paradox called Walking Wake, and the potential for Raikou and Entei to get the same treatment, and the origins of the legendary beasts as a whole. But what about the legendary birds of the Kanto region? if they even are from the Kanto region. Because unlike the beasts, the Regis, the lake guardians of other regions whose origin stories are explained and homes decided, the birds of Kanto seem disconnected to their home. They don't really have a trio master in the same way the beasts do to Ho-oh. You of course could argue Lugia, but that seems to be almost anime exclusive with only brief references in the game. I'll get to those shortly. Not only that, but as we go through the generations, it seems that the legendary bird's home may be in the Pokemon European continent, somewhere around Kalos or Paldea, and in fact, not anything to do with Kanto after all. Of course, they first appeared in Kanto. In Fire Red and Leaf Green, Moltres moved down to the Sevi Islands, which is sort of the video game version of the Orange Islands. This of course connects in with the potential Johto connection with Lugia, as seen in the movie 2000. In Pokemon Platinum, they are flying around the Sinnoh region, never really roosting anywhere, and in Kalos they do much the same, but they do eventually settle in the Sea Spirit's Den. The name Sea Spirit's Den in Azure Bay may well be a reference to Lugia, and the fact that it's a den might tie into Galar. We'll get there in a moment, but first there's the Alola region, which doesn't directly reference these Pokemon, but it is interesting to note that a lot of the Polynesian culture that's seen in the Alola region is also celebrated in the festival on Shamuti Island in the movie 2000. The Orange or Sevi Islands aren't far from the Alola region, relatively speaking, if you're comparing Hawaii to Japan, so it does make sense. Alola even shares some of that Cantonian and Jotonian culture as seen in the Maui Garden. But then there's the Galar region, where suddenly the legendary birds got a whole new set of lore. They appear both underground in the Max Raid Lair, which is effectively a giant set of Max Raid dens, and again there's that dens words again. Interesting, dens on either side of the Pokemon World's equivalent of the English Channel. And then there are those that appear above ground, in the Crown Tundra itself, the Galarian legendary birds. These forms of Moltres, Zapdos, and Articuno, all three, have Pokedex entries suggesting themselves to perhaps be the originals. For Zapdos, it's suggested that when its feathers rub together, they produce a crackling sound like the zapping of electricity, hence why it's called Zapdos. Known as Articuno, this Pokemon fires beams that immobilize and freeze opponents. That's where it gets the name Arctic Uno or Arctic One. And then of course there's Moltres, that has a sinister aura that blazes around it like molten fire, suggesting where it got the name Moltres. Perhaps these three versions of the legendary birds, as well as the theming of the Crown Tundra being a sort of land that time forgot with lots of fossil Pokemon living around in it, suggest that they are older variants of the Pokemon. The shiny variants of the Galarian legendary birds resemble the modern day variants in coloration. Perhaps this coloration used to be a lot more common. Keep that in mind for now. But it seems to me if we want to learn the origins of the legendary birds, and I say this as a bird keeper, we want to be looking at the Galarian forms. Even though to call them Galarian may too be a mistake. For in Galar Legend, there is not much talk of these three Pokemon. We do see on the mural for the Darkest Day 3 birds flying in the sky above the heroes of legend, but they're all flying, and Galarian Zapdos doesn't fly like the others. Perhaps the flying variants became more common in Galar over time, which is how these Pokemon got named the Galarian variants, but ultimately they're from somewhere else, because the Pokemon website confirms that these 3 Pokemon don't actually live in the Galar region. They instead migrate to visit the Power Spot tree. So where are they migrating in from? Well, again, across that European Pokemon channel to the other side of the sea, where there's not just the Pokemon World equivalent of France, but also Spain and Portugal. Here we find the origins for the name, Articuno, Zapdos, and Moltres. Uno, dos, tres. 1, 2, 3 in Spanish or Paldean. And when we imagine these Pokemon coming from the Paldea region, it actually makes a lot of sense. When we meet them in the main wild area, Crown Tundra and Isle of Armor, these 3 Pokemon are roaming in wide open spaces, and there's no more open space than the Paldea region currently. You can just imagine Articuno flying over the Glacedo mountain range, Moltres keeping warm the smoliv fields of southern Paldea, and roaming the desert of the Paldea region. There, you would find this version of Zapdos. How would any of this tie into Lugia? That's something I might talk about in a future video. I have a really cool video planned that might be out in like 6 months, so make sure to subscribe so you don't miss that lore deep dive into Lugia. It's gonna be a cool video when I get around to making it. But what I do want to talk about is this idea of regular Pokemon transforming into legends, either by the will of legendary Pokemon or perhaps by events happening in the world. We've seen this before with Carbink into Diancie, or the relationship between Cyclizar and Koraidon and Miraidon right here in Paldea. In the last video, I mentioned the possibility of the transformation of Raikou, Entei, and Suicune to reflect the imagery of Flareon, Jolteon, or Vaporeon, or perhaps from Walking Wake itself. Again, click that video, link in the description. And the Paldea region is full of potential birds that might have transformed into these legends. Squawkabilly, no. Bombardier, no. Kilowattrel does seem like a mini Zapdos, but again, I want to look at those original Galarian, or as I'm going to call them, Paldean variants. And sure enough, in the Aceto Desert, not capable to run quite as fast, is the vicious and ferocious Espathra. It's described as surprisingly vicious, matching Zapdos' temperament, and it has abilities, psychic powers that make this Pokemon so important it's on the champion team. Articuno is based on the various birds of paradise, and in the Paldea region, the birds from Alola appear, the various forms of Oricorio. And when you look to the Sensu style, you could totally see a relationship from that to Articuno. This form of Oricorio, according to the Pokedex, has sipped purple nectar, and it uses ethereal dance steps to call forth the spirits of the dead. It's a rare sight in Paldea. And this idea of calling forth spirits and Pokemon reincarnating matches the idea of the legendary beasts in Johto. But there's one Pokemon that hits this nail on the head perfectly in the Paldea region, and that is the Pokemon that will become Moltres. Moltres, of course, is inspired by the Phoenix, a creature able to resurrect itself after death. It shares this quality again with the legendary beasts of Johto and perhaps with Ho-Oh itself. And while both the ghost form of Oricorio and Espathra have connections to supernatural powers that might give new life after death, there is one Pokemon that is able to do this clearly, and that is Skeledirge. Or rather, the bird that sits at the front of Skeledirge's snout. This to me is the most compelling case. You see, the fire within Fuecoco is unable to be contained, and so when it evolves into Crocalor, it becomes an egg, and when it evolves a step further, that egg hatches into a new spirit bird. As Skeledirge, it gains the ghost typing, and it now has a connection to the afterlife, and when it sings, it does so with the power of the firebird that sits at the end of its snout. We've seen Pokemon create other Pokemon before, by the way, in the form of like Cubone and Kangaskhan, for example, but the most recent and modern example of this is actually with the last fire starter, fully evolved. No, I'm not talking about Cinderace, I'm talking about Hisuian Typhlosion, another fire ghost type that attacks with up to 108 ghostly Will-O-Wisps, according to the Pokemon website. 108 is not an accidental number either, because we all know that this is the number that represents the amount of purple spirits that makes up Spiritomb, a totally different Pokemon. What happens when these 108 spirits it attacks with get lost and get separated from the original Typhlosion? The same question applies here with Skeledirge and its Firebird. What happens to that Firebird when the Pokemon attacks and there's no Pokemon for it to return to, perhaps because the Pokemon has fainted or been withdrawn into a Pokeball? What happens when this Fire Spirit with its own soul goes rogue? The Pokedex entry for Skeledirge makes it a little clearer. Rumor has it that this bird was born when the Fireball on Skeledirge's head gained a soul, suggesting it's its own Pokemon. It's interesting because Skeledirge knows the move Torch Song, which it would use to attack with this Pokemon. But it seems odd to me that this fire ghost type singing Pokemon doesn't learn the move Perish Song. Perhaps because to do so would mean that the soul of the bird would be set free and reborn into the legendary Phoenix Pokemon, Moltres. Perhaps that's where the original Galarian or Paldean Moltres came from, and in its shiny form it looks just like it. Perhaps this is where eventually all Moltres and Zapdos and Articuno would evolve and separate out from, becoming regional variants. But these three originals all came from various birds that appear in the Paldea region, which is where they get their name from. Moltres, Zapdos, and Articuno. Or Pokemon's always been big on environmental storytelling since the days of Red and Blue, when there was a truck on the Vermilion City docks that made us ask the question, how'd the truck get there, and is there a Mew under it? Or perhaps even recently with Sword and Shield, where there's an abandoned watchtower in the wild area, or damage on the walls of Hammerlock Castle, or even in Scarlet and Violet, where there's a giant crater at the heart of the Paldea region. All of these locations make us ask the question, how'd they get there? What's the story? What's the history? But the big piece that caught my eye while playing Scarlet and Violet was the necrosmatic black glass that's at the top of the mountain peaks in the northeastern part of the region, around all of the bamboo. Why is there bamboo here? Why does the music change to have this Eastern influence? And what is with that glass? Is it something to do with Necrozma? Well, it turns out that this is just one part of environmental storytelling that links in with the Quartet of Ruin. 4 legendary Pokemon brought to life from treasures of ruin from a far-off eastern region. The story is told to you by Mrs. Rifle, the coolest of the teachers in Pokemon Scarlet and Violet. She too loves Pokemon theories and Pokemon lore. And it's not just this northeastern portion of the map. You can see elements of their destruction destruction all over Paldea. And now we can take all of these elements together to tell you a solid story, but these elements include everything from the Pokedex entries of the Quartet of Ruin to the story that Mrs. Rifort tells you, environmental storytelling, hints to the upcoming Teal Mars DLC, and Pokedex entries of other obscure Pokemon like Paldea and Wooper. There's a lot to cover, and that's why I'm joined today by Lumio's Post.
Hey Toby, thanks for having me. We were trying to look at Pokedex entries of Paldean Pokemon for 5 mini Paldea theories, which we actually cover over on my channel, and one we looked at was Paldean Wooper, a Pokemon that has evolved differently in Paldea to anywhere else in the world. But why? Water is abundant around Paldea, so why would Wooper need to evolve to be on the ground? It's said in original Wooper's entries that when it comes on land, it has to protect itself with a poisonous film so it doesn't dehydrate. And it seems that if it doesn't get back in the water quick enough, Paldean Wooper is the result. But that means Paldea has experienced some kind of drought at some time or another, causing Wooper to evolve this way and gain that poison typing. What happened here? Did Groudon show up?
Oh no Groudon. This is the doing of the legendary Quartet of Ruin. Chen Pao, Wu Chen, Ting Lu, and Chi Yu. Yes! Sorry, you have no idea how many times I tried to say that in recording. It was just a lot, and like, I am dyslexic, and it's just a lot of words.
I don't know what this is.
Big win, honestly, like, more than the theory, that's what deserves your like. Anyway, these are the Quartet of Ruin, brought to life from the Treasures of Ruin, bought by a merchant from the east during the time of the Paldean Empire. The Paldean Empire was 2,000 to 800 years ago, so it lasted for 1,200 years total. And smack bang in the middle, 1,500 years ago, is when I believe this happened, based on the Pokedex entries of Gimmighoul. Gimmighoul is a Pokemon that is always searching coin and was said to be brought to life 1,500 years ago. What does Gimmighoul have to do with any of this? Well, according to Mrs. Rifort, so the story goes, the merchant who bought these treasures from the east was ultimately showered with coins by a king who loved treasures. So he bought these off them and showered them with coins, and this connection to coins and 1,500 years ago being in the middle of the Paldean Empire makes sense to me. It also, because the ruins were ultimately stopped and sealed, means that it wasn't the end of the Paldean Empire. It just probably brought an end to that king's reign, destroying his many houses and castles and fortresses and watchtowers across the region, and sure enough, you can see them all over Paldea. Gimmighoul tend to live there, so I suspect Gimmighoul is connected to this, and this is going to become important later. The merchant who bought these cursed items was ultimately cursed themselves and became the ghost Pokemon Gimmighoul. Anyway, the treasure-loving king buys these treasures, the beads, the sword, the tablets with incredible writings on them, and the vessel. And then from them emerge these cursed dark-type Pokemon that bring ruin to the region. Starting off, let's take a look at the Firefish Chi Yu, which according to its Pokedex entry, blazes incredibly hot and swims through rivers of magma and lava that it creates. Now that's interesting because while there are clearly no rivers of magma running through the region today, there is some environmental storytelling that can tell us where there might once have been.
As Toby mentioned before, the black rock spires in the northeast are likely not as a result of necrozma, but instead obsidian glass. Razor-sharp glass created by intense heat. The idea is this area where the dragon Pokemon of the region largely live used to be ablaze with the power of Chi Yu. It was so strong, it affected the entire province. After Chi Yu was sealed away, the area began to cool, and it would make sense for bamboo to grow here, as bamboo grows very effectively in warmer climates. But specifically, we know which Pokemon stopped Chi Yu. Wielded by one of the Pokemon heroes of that time was Baxcalibur. Baxcalibur's Pokedex entry says this Pokemon blasted cryogenic air out from its mouth. This air can instantly freeze even liquid hot lava. An interesting Pokedex entry, I'd say, given that there are no rivers of lava for it to freeze anymore. This is the story of the Northeast. So what about the other 3 ruinous Pokemon, and what the heck does Wooper have to do with anything?
Well, I suspect the land where you find the giant Titan Clorf in the southeast of Paldea to have been largely affected by Ting Lu. Today, it is a barren wasteland. You can see the clay kind of matches Ting Lu's design, generally speaking, and there is no vegetation there. And that's interesting because Clorf is a crab, a usually aquatic creature that looks an awful lot like Krabby and Kingler. So perhaps they're related, but clearly it's lost that water rock typing. At this point in time, it's actually weak to water type. And on top of that, the other Pokemon that you can find commonly in this area is Nacli, the Salt Rock Pokemon. Salt Rock is a wonderful part of environmental storytelling. It came up in Zelda Breath of the Wild as well, where the Salt Rock item, the deposits that you can find all across Hyrule, suggest the existence of an ancient sea that used to be where Hyrule was today. References to the to Zelda the Wind Waker, and there's a whole theory about that. Anyway, that's Legend of Zelda, maybe you don't play that. The point is, salt rock forms where there used to be an ocean, where there used to be water, because the salt content in the water forms together to create these rocks. And in this case, in the Pokemon world, that's Knackley. That's what Knackley is. We see this with Garganacl as well, that exists in Area 0, which seems to have its own water cycle of having clouds constantly at the top and then waterfalls that pool at the bottom. If it's in any way connected to the sea and that water is salt water, that's how the Garganacls are getting formed down there. So if there used to be a whole lot of water out in this area of the map that is now just dry and arid and barren, what happened to the water? Perhaps the water, as Lumiose mentioned earlier with Wooper's Pokédex entry, disappeared suddenly, forcing Wooper to change and to constantly cover itself in this poisonous film, changing its typing because the water that was once there disappeared quickly. Where did it go? All of it contained, of course, within Ting Lu's vase, within the vessel. Again, it is a magical vessel, so I think it's fair to assume that a whole lot more water could be stored in there than the literal handful that would fit within its dimensions. It's a legendary Pokemon. Now, the vessel today is broken, so what is the story being told to us here? Well, I believe, starting in the east, this Pokemon, which according to its Pokédex entries, the vessel contains the fears of the people of Paldea. It dried up the land, taking all of the water, affecting those kind of southern communities within Paldea, causing towns, more modern towns like Laventon, to have to be built closer to the sea. It took all of the water from that area, making it completely barren and devoid of life, changing the ecosystem for Clorf and Wooper, and bringing about the existence of Knackley, and it continued to march northwest, and it got as far away as it possibly could before ultimately it was stopped. The vessel was cracked and the water was released, creating the Casseroya Lake, and there Ting Lu was sealed away.
Then there's Chien Pao and Wo Chien. Wo Chien is likely the slowest moving ruin and would likely have been left until last. It brought ruin to the fortress seen outside its lair by destroying a nearby forest. According to its Pokédex entries, it drains the life force from vegetation, causing nearby forests to instantly wither and fields to turn barren. Sure enough, just a little more northeast from its resting place is a barren swamp where nothing seems to grow. Chien Pao, while sealed in the west, seems to have affected the northern side of Paldea. Its dex entry reads, "This Pokemon can control 100 tons of fallen snow. It plays around innocently by leaping in and out of avalanches it has caused." And sure enough, in the mountains, we see the ruins of forgotten people and abandoned watchtowers. To the north by the sea, we see even more of these. Likely, these were destroyed by ancient avalanches. The incredibly rare Pokemon Spiritomb can be found by these ruins, and it's said to contain angry spirits. Perhaps the angry spirits of the many people killed by this Pokemon. This too is also where the Ghost Gym is located, suggesting a large ghostly presence in the mountains. After being defeated, it was sealed away in the west next to a desert to keep it as far away from ice and snow as possible.
We also suspect that as well as Baxcalibur, Cerulege and Armarouge have a part to play in this story as the Pokemon used by these Pokemon wielders of old, or perhaps as the human incarnations of these Pokemon before they became the spirits that they are today. Whoever Cerulege was, or whichever user was using Cerulege, failed in their journey, as Cerulege is known for being a Pokemon spirit that didn't achieve its goals. However, you could imagine the cracking of Ting Lu's vase, or perhaps even the snapping of Chien Pao's sword if it wasn't always in two parts, to be the result of the blade of a Cerulege. Armarouge, however, is a different story. Armarouge is a venerated hero of old. That golden armor seemed to have worked for the hero of that time. And this is reflected in actually the modern day Paldean currency, because, and this is where Gimmighoul comes back into it, those Gimmighoul coins on them have what looks to be the face of a Bronzor. And Bronzor has relevance to this story as well, because the ceramic of a Bronzor is what you use to create Armarouge's armor. For Cerulege, it's Sinistea pottery, but here it's the ceramic of a Bronzor, or the iron of a Bronzor, that helps make this armor. And maybe this armor was more successful in combating these Pokemon because it is an armor that comes from the east, with Bronzor being from Mount Coronet in Old Hisui. Now, the East is kind of a vague term in Pokemon. These Pokemon, of course, are described as being bought from a merchant from the East, and looking at their inspirations, you would expect them to come from some kind of China Pokemon region, although at this point in time, we don't actually have a China Pokemon region. China is mentioned in Pokemon directly by name in the old Arcanine Pokedex entries, but they were retconned later to suggest the East again, generally. But then even the Japanese regions have been called the East. Mali City Gardens is a result of Eastern influence, talking about Japan. And of course, both Japan and China are, relatively speaking, on a world map in the East. The thing is, that whole thing about Arcanine being a legendary Pokemon in the East/China, well, that might actually be a reference to Hisui now, with the noble Arcanine, or the ghostly one that seems to be immortal that just shows up partway through the story. So with that all in mind, if these areas are synonymous in the Pokemon world, or if they are just never going to make a China Pokemon region for whatever reason, then it isn't unreasonable to deduce that Wuchen, Xianpao, Tinglu, and Chiyu, yes, I got it again, are in fact from the Japanese Pokemon country, which contains Hisui, Kanto, Johto, the Sevi Islands, Hoenn, and the new DLC area, Kitakami.
Kitakami, the setting for the first pack of the DLC, is clearly inspired by an area of Japan just south of Hokkaido, which is the real-world inspiration for Hisui. This area features several heroic or legendary Pokemon that all look like they could be part Dark-type. Additionally, we are visiting Kitakami as part of an exchange program that may go back to the origin of the school 800 years ago, or even before then. But there is one more connection. The Hidden Treasures of Area Zero, the title of this DLC expansion. After all, the Ruinous Quartets are called the Treasures of Ruin. So there's that word again, treasure. And sure enough, in the hands of Ogerpon is a treasure that seems to have brought ruin to the Kitakami of old, the Terrestrial Mask of Ogerpon. Perhaps this is a peace offering or a Trojan horse of sorts, given to the Kitakami people by the Paldean king, who loves treasures, and it's all part of his revenge for nearly ending the Paldean Empire halfway through its reign. But that remains to be seen.
The Mask is part 1 of the Hidden Treasure of Area Zero DLC for Pokemon Scarlet and Violet, and it takes us to the lands of Kitakami. This land is not a full-blown region, but seems to be a sub-area, kind of like the Isle of Armor or the Crown Tundra, that they were previously part of the Galar region. With Kitakami, it seems that this is abroad from Paldea, in an aesthetic that clearly seems to be Japanese. And we've seen Japanese culture in the Pokemon world before. Of course, the Kanto, Johto, Hoenn, and Sinnoh regions, previously known as Hisui, are all inspired by various areas in Japan. It seems that the Pokemon world operates much like our world, except with the countries that they're part of, broken up into these little sub-regions. In fact, it's dialogue in Heart Gold and Soul Silver that suggests that Kanto, Johto, and Sinnoh are all as part of the same country. We've also seen Japanese culture in the Isle of Armor, as well as actually in the Alola region in Mali City, but these seems to be reproductions of that culture, which is often referred to in the Pokemon world as just having an Eastern influence. In the case of the Isle of Armor, it was to build the Tower of Darkness and Waters to be like the original home of Kubfu, which is theorized to be Old Hisui. But Kitakami seems to be very clearly inspired by an area in Japan, specifically an area called Kitakami, similar to how the Kanto region in Pokemon is named after the Kanto region of Japan. So I think this is intentional, and I think this adds a lot of lore to the Japanese country that appears in the Pokemon world. I'd like to share what I've thought about with you, and how I actually think it's possible we've been to Kitakami before. So the real-life Kitakami is an area in Japan south of what would be known as Sinnoh in the Pokemon world and north of Johto and Kanto. And those of you who have been around for a while in the community will know that there's another similar add-on event for a main series Pokemon game in Heart Gold Soul Silver that allows you to travel to a very special location called Sinjo, somewhere between Sinnoh and Johto. And there, if you take an event Arceus with you, you'll be able to create a new Giratina, Dialga, or Palkia, and unlock an event learning more about the history of the Pokemon world from a special hiker. This special hiker also appears in the Canalive Library, the Orberg Mine, and as well as that in an area of Heart Gold Soul Silver called the Embedded Tower, where Groudon and Kyogre are locked away. This will become relevant later. even though it would seem that this is some Gen 4 special side event stuff. What's that got to do with what's going on today? But Sinnoh isn't just something of the past, it is also something that was being referenced just a year ago with the release of Pokemon Legends Arceus, because in that game we learn a lot about the old Sinnoh, or as it was known then, Hisui region. And back then, Hisui was being settled for the first time around about 200 years ago. While at this time people are traveling from all different regions to settle in Jubilife Village, before them there were the Celestica People, who are currently divided into the Diamond and Pearl clans elsewhere in the Hisui Savage Wilds. They themselves were once a single group of Celestica people called the Sinnoh People, and they worshipped what they believed to be called the Almighty Sinnoh, or in that case, Arceus. And as we look to the old verses that can be dug up across old Hisui, we learn more about the history of these people. We learn that the Sinnoh people were in fact born in a place called Sinjoh, likely the Sinjoh ruins, where the people of modern-day Hisui first learnt about Arceus. It's likely they travelled north in pursuit of this knowledge to discover Arceus. So who are they before they were the Sinnoh people, and what's this got to do with Kitakami? Well, the only way that we can know is to look at the only member of that original unified clan, Kogita, who lives in the ancient retreat that has been there since long before the Diamond and Pearl clans separated and settled. This retreat will one day become Celestic Village, but for now it is the home of her, the last of the original Sinnoh people. She talks a lot about time, and she's somewhat of a lore-keeper, and that suggests to me that their history might be in lore-keeping. Lore-keeper is a trainer class that we see in Generation 3 Omega Ruby and Alpha Sapphire. There we have the Lore-keeper Zinnia, descendant of a 2,000-year-old dragon clan. They were removed from their home in Meteor Falls when the meteors fell down on it 2,000 years ago, and they began to nomadically travel. We see traces of them again in the Alola region in the seafaring Seafolk Village, I think it's called? Yeah, Seafolk Village. We also see them all about the Hoenn region. We see their presence with the Regis. We also see the presence of these dragon clans all across the Pokemon world. Hassel seems to be part of some kind of dragon clan or cult. We also have Drasna of Generation 6, who is an Elite Four member also, who seems to have come from Celestic Town. And before all of that, back in Generation 2, there were the Dragon Clan of the Dragon's Den in the north of the Johto region. And if you look to the manga, you can specifically see that their leader wears a Rayquaza on their hat. And in fact, including in all of this, as I've mentioned previously, it seems that a lot of what these lore-keepers do is keep at bay legendary Pokemon and keep them sealed away. I've done a whole video about their connection to the Regis, both in the Hoenn region and, of course, Regigigas in Sinnoh, and I highly recommend that video. I loved making it. On top of all of this, their presence can be seen in the previously mentioned Embedded Tower, which shares a lot of similarities to the Sky Pillar, and this is where Groudon, Kyogre, and Rayquaza are being sealed away. So, after the destruction of their home 2,000 years ago, they began to nomadically roam, and this included moving north, where eventually they would move through Johto, where the Dragon Clan are settled, and continued upwards to Sinjoh, and I believe they also arrived in Kitakami, if they're not the exact same place. While at first Dragon Clans and Lore-keepers don't appear to be present in the Teal Mask DLC, what we do see is a lot of little elements of the DLC appearing in the same area of Hisui. Eduardo on Twitter, who I highly recommend you follow by the way, has pointed out that the outfit colorations that we see don't seem to be just random in this promotional art for the Teal Mask. The blue, the pink, and the green. The blue and the pink being references, of course, to the origins of the Diamond and Pearl clan shortly after they began to split and theorize that the Almighty Sinnoh was a different thing. But as for the green, this is highly reflected in Kogita's base in the Ancient Retreat. When you look inside her tent, it's all green, a deep green, as if before they separated, they were unified as one clan and they wore this green coloration. It's possible that the green might also be a reference to Celebi if they really did travel up from Johto. After all, the Ancient Retreat will one day become Celestic Town, where there's a shrine similar to that of Celebi's from the Ilex Forest. The shrine could also be a reference to the forces of nature, because of course, Kogita is the one who wields the mighty Enamorous during the events of the Hisui story. And sure enough, in the Unova region, a shrine can be found that is very, very similar to the one in Celestic Town. But I digress, that's just one connection, because another connection is something else that appears in Kogita's hut, something that's a little bit out of place. You see, there is this unique model for this blue book in there, which looks an awful lot like the Violet book from Pokemon Scarlet and Violet. Now, this book is at least 200 years old, and so too is the people of Hisui, so it seems like this will have come into possession for Kogita recently. But the book was circulating at the time of Pokemon Legends Arceus, and if you think it's just a big coincidence, this asset doesn't seem to appear anywhere else in the entire game, suggesting that there's a connection to the Paldea region in Hisui. If it came up from Kitakami, that's interesting because it seems that they have this foreign exchange program that happens year after year, suggesting this has been a regular thing going up back years, maybe even hundreds of years. The school is at least 800 years old, and this festival seems to be a focus on tradition. It also seems likely that the main Pokemon, the legendary of the Teal Mask, stole the power of Terastal from the Paldea region and brought it with them to the Kitsukami region, and this can be seen by the Terra Crystals that appear to be in its mask. Additionally, elsewhere on Twitter, Lightfield Ray seems to show us that much of the language that appears across the Hisui region seems to be present in the Kitsukami region through the trailer, the DLC, the board that we see in the DLC. So the culture of the Kitsukami region has entered Hisui at a very early time, suggesting that these two places are connected, or at least people who had traveled to the region had traveled through here, and that totally makes sense. But there is one final connection to suggest that the people of Hisui who had traveled from Sinjo at some point passed through the Kitsukami region, and that is all in the form of masks. See, masks are a big part of the tradition of this area, with each of the hero Pokemon that appear in that area having their own mask, and of course the legendary Pokemon having its own mask too. But similarly in Hisui, there is a mask that is a special part of the game. It's not a huge part, but it is notable, and that is the baneful mask of Hisui and Zorua, which ties into the legends of the area. Now, the act of mask crafting alone might not mean much. However, we don't really see it much where else in the Pokemon world, and additionally, the pre-order bonus for the Teal Mask DLC is a Hisui and Zoroark. Coincidence? Maybe, but when you put all these things together, I'm not so sure. The Teal Mask is part 1 of the hidden treasures of Area 0 and shows us traveling to the land of Kitakame. Inspired by the real Japanese location Kitakame, the events of this DLC are happening abroad from Paldea. Wooper take on their traditional forms as seen in Sinnoh and Johto, and in fact the trailer is filled with Johto Pokemon. Additionally, there are statues of Hisui and Growlithe, and language matching that of old Hisui on signposts that lead us to believe that this land is south of the mystical Sinnoh region. This in line with the real world equivalents, and both Sinnoh and Kitakame have mountains at their center, with Sinnoh of course having Mount Cornet and Kitakami having a mountain with a face, potentially of a giant monster, possibly a Pokemon from the ancient past. But what is this creature? Have we seen it before?
We'll be breaking this down, and Toby and I do recommend that you check out this video on the connections between Hisui, Sinjo, and Kitakami. To briefly summarize it, we truly believe that the area we are visiting in the Teal Mask is an area south of Sinnoh, which we happen to know from Professor Oak's Pal Park dialogue is in the same country as Kanto, Johto, and Hoenn. Furthermore, there was once a nomadic group of lore keepers that traveled north of Johto and Hoenn to the land that back then was known as Hisui. These dragon masters and lore keepers were pursuing knowledge of Arceus and were leaving behind their language in the Tanobi ruins, the Salacion ruins, and of course, even in the ruins of Alph. Though any number of these clans are connected, the Kimono Girls, the Dragon Keepers, the Seafolk People, it seems that the core of this particular group were the Celestica People as described in Legends Arceus, and from which Kogita hails. If they traveled north from Johto or Sinjo as stated in the old verses you can find in Legends Arceus, then it is very likely that they came through the area of Kitakami, and that means they very likely encountered this giant mountain that seems to have the face of an ogre or giant. It's even quite possible that they encountered Ogerpon himself.
Ogerpon is this DLC's central Pokemon, and while Pon is a suffix of the word meaning cutesy or sweet, ogre is a very specific kind of word, multi-layered, like an onion. Ogres are European creatures of folklore, so to grind your bones into bread.
Well, actually, that would be a giant. Ogres, they're much worse. They are like onions.
Oh, of course, but giants and ogres are often conflated in media, and while its Japanese inspiration is clearly that of an Oni and Kitakame Oni Island, the connection to giants and ogres is not lost when we look to the mountain face. Clearly it's not made of a natural formation, but then it doesn't seem to be human crafted either, so then what exactly is this mountain head? And where does the ogre in Ogerpon's name come from? To get to the bottom and top of this, let's take a look at gigantism in Pokemon.
Well, giants is a word that comes up in the mythos of Hisui, with the plates of Arceus Arceus referring to their creation as being the power of defeated giants infused into plates. And we do know that there certainly are giant Pokemon, and Eternatus and Gigantamax Pokemon were introduced just one generation ago. It even talks about in Gigantamax Melmetal's Dex entry how it is a Cyclopean giant. Titan, Totem, and Noble Pokemon are also a thing, with these all being Pokemon that outsize Pokemon of their respective species. These are due to Ultra Wormholes or Arceus or Herba Mystica respectively, and this just shows us that Pokemon infused with life energy can grow exponentially. Even in the anime, we've seen some truly tremendously big Pokemon, and then we do know that Pokemon will shrink down to fit inside their Pokeballs. Yet, with all of this size changing in the Pokemon world, we have never seen a Pokemon as giant as a mountain. But a Pokemon that seems to be this tall is mentioned once again in the Galar region.
A theory I was never truly able to materialize in the days of Sword and Shield was that of the Giant of Galar. The idea being that the whole region itself used to be a giant that fell into the sea long ago, with the giant's cap, seat, mirror, and foot being area names located across the wild area and the Crown Tundra. And at its foot, a giant Pokemon, Regigigas, sleeps at level 100. Regigigas, of course, being the king of the Regis, the legendary Titans, another form of giants in Pokemon. Regigigas has a Pokedex entry suggesting that it used to move the continents themselves, helping tow them and shape the earth. But what if before those continents were continents, they themselves were creatures like Pokemon from which the earth formed around? Imagine for a moment the idea that the regions of the Pokemon world and the mountaintops that they're formed around were themselves once giant colossal creatures bound to the earth. If this is the case, then perhaps Regigigas in a time long ago worked as minions of Arceus to rope and pull down these giants and infuse their powers then into the plates, building out the Pokemon world from on top of them. Though the text on the Arceus plates do read the word defeated, another word for this would be fallen. Perhaps they did fall into the sea after being defeated by the true power of Arceus, a Pokemon whose current Pokemon-like form is a form that Arceus has chosen, as learnt in Legends Arceus. Its true form being incomprehensible compared to the Pokemon that we train and keep as pets. If so, perhaps before the age of Pokemon, there were other creatures like this.
If this is true, then Regigigas would be on the foot of this giant, whose body and head run south to Kitakami, which would be south of the Coronet mountain range. You can even see how the Coronet mountain range goes south. This would mean that Mount Coronet is the spine of this giant, so Spear Pillar is sitting on top of the spine, and thus its feet would lie in Snow Point. This is also very similar to how we see in the Galar region and the Crown Tundra specifically, that Regigigas is found in the giant's foot. So it seemed these Regis helped Arceus tow these giants or continents with rope, much like Luke Skywalker on Hoth.
Nice, and it makes sense that they towed the continents because they towed them because Regigigas is at their toes because they sleep at the feet of the giants. Still, back to the theory. It's possible that these fallen giants fell into the sea, creating the regions of the Pokemon world. This ties not only into the implied lore of the upcoming Terapagos, who represents the world turtle, a creature that carries the world on its back, nor just the lore of Paldea itself, a region that looks like it belongs on the back of a Terapagos, as you can see by its outline. But it also ties into what we know about rocks in the Pokemon world. From Megastones to Z-Crystals, Terra Shards to Wishing Stars, or from the Tundra to the ore of Hisui from which we make Pokeballs, all the way back to the stones of Pokemon Black and White. All across the history of the Pokemon world, geological mementos of each of the region have contained great energy that allows them to transform Pokemon into different variations, or of course amplify their powers. It's possible that once, before Ogerpon was what it was today, its energy came from the husk of a creature from a primordial time, before people and Pokemon existed. A time when only Arceus and the Regis of old helped shape the earth by felling these giant creatures. Regidrago has a Pokedex entry referring to the fact that it was made from crystallized dragon energy. Perhaps there was one of each of these giants for each type. If so, then we must wonder the role of each of these giants, including the one that Ogerpon calls home. If its back truly is where Spear Pillar is, then it must hold some special significance. Perhaps this was the first or the last of the giants that Arceus fell, and from here it would choose a spot on the giant's back to commune with the humans that would live eventually in this region.
This actually explains the Pokedex entry of Hisuian Typhlosion, which states, said to purify lost forsaken souls and guide them to the afterlife. I believe this form may have been influenced from the energy from the sacred mountain towering at Hisui's center. This would also explain how Rotom, a pretty technically advanced Pokemon, is able to exist in the Coronet Highlands naturally. The ghostly energy that creates life seemingly from nothing and created the mythical stones of the Pokemon world is all left over from the regions that were at one point very much alive themselves in an age before recorded history when these plates were being made. Of course, there is something else. By the time humans would arrive in Kitakami and see this mountain face, it would seem special, but by all accounts would just seem to be a giant Pokemon. As you move into the Senjo ruins just south of Kitakami, you will find these statues of Rhydon, or at least they look to be Rhydon. Statues like this date all the way back to Gen 1, but modern iterations of them seem to depict Pokemon that don't actually exist. The shape of Rhydon was also used to just be a representation of several bestial Pokemon in lieu of overworld sprites. Is it possible that as folks traveled back south to Johto, these carvings changed over time and just eventually people started thinking that they were supposed to be Rhydon, so they started carving Pokemon that looked more like Rhydon? Very similar to a game of telephone. This bit is admittedly much more speculative.
How is it that Pokemon change types? Understanding how a Pokemon can change its type relies on us understanding what exactly a type is, and Pokemon lore has always been relatively vague. I think we've decided that it's a sort of classification system given by humans assigned to Pokemon, except that's not quite true. Because while yes, scientists have agreed since the beginning of time that Charmander is a fire type because look at its tail, is obviously fire, they can change their mind, and when new types are discovered, as in the Steel, Dark, and Fairy type later down the line, scientists can change their mind. You know what? Magnemite was always a Steel type. So types are both labels that humans use to describe various attributes of Pokemon, but what attributes specifically, we don't really know. It's describing the presence of that energy within the Pokemon, and those energy, as they're depicted in the card game, are a lot more varied than the ones that appear in the card game. In the card game, they actually go under different names. While water and fire are the same, you've got Leaf, you've got the fighting energy, which represents all ground rock Pokemon. Leaf represents, or it used to represent poison, but then they changed it so that psychic energy represented poison, and then they changed it again so that darkness energy represented poison. You've also got the metal type instead of the steel type, or why the distinction? I don't really know, given that the only type that metal represents is steel type Pokemon anyway. There's no other regular type from the game that goes under that umbrella. So anyway, these are all types of energy, and it is believed, I think, widely by the Pokemon theorizing community that these forms of energy, these attributes, they all, if they were all coming together, would create infinity energy, the life force of a Pokemon. And these energy types are just different sort of expressions of that, but it's also somehow coded into the Pokemon's DNA. When Charmander reproduces, it doesn't reproduce into a water type Charmander, it typically reproduces into another fire type. Unless you're talking about in a different region where there's a regional variant. Breed a Jotonian Wooper in the Paldea region, you'll get a Paldean Wooper because it was born in the Paldea region and it has a different types. So habitat and external influences can also affect a Pokemon's DNA and type, and even what regional form it's gonna end up being when it reproduces. On top of that, there are Pokemon that can just change type naturally. Take, for example, Greninja with the Protean ability. It has the ability to kind of shapeshift based on the last move it used into the various different types. And speaking of that, what about moves? Plenty of Pokemon can use moves of Pokemon from other types. In Generation 3, Charmander knows Metal Claw, but that doesn't make it a Steel type. So it seems then, while Pokemon can have one or two kind of dominant overarching types that are consistent across their species, allowing us to define them by those types, Pokemon also have access to the other elements of infinity energy. Charmander can use Metal Claw, Rhydon can use Surf, and Pokemon like Greninja or Kecleon, which has the color change ability, changing its type when it's hit by a different type other than its regular normal, can somehow alter the DNA as it ingests that energy or it takes advantage of the energy type it's using. By the way, quick little pause here. I love delving into the kind of the science and the biology of Pokemon, especially when it's all like, it doesn't require me to have a biology degree, it just allows me to delve deep into fiction. It's part of why I like the Evolution Tree series, which by the way, the latest video on that is out, and also if you are interested in getting a copy of the Evolutionary Tree for yourself or for a friend, maybe as a gift for the holidays or just because you'd enjoy it, click the link at the top of the description. We've put a lot of work in. Thanks very much. It's all of these Pokemon as if they lived on a tree of evolution, and that's another thing. Just having the same type as another Pokemon doesn't necessarily mean you're related biologically speaking. Like, Greninja is definitely closer related to the likes of Kecleon, probably because of its ability to change types rather than because of its type. You wouldn't say that a Greninja is closely related to a Wailord, with one being an amphibian and one being a mammal. Type is not a defining factor in how the tree of evolution is spread out. These are rather attributes that Pokemon have access to that make them Pokemon. In fact, that might be the defining trait that makes a Pokemon and not a regular animal. It's true too that possibly people can sometimes tap into this, with psychic trainer classes tapping into psychic energy, but never truly are they able to become the psychic type. We also of course see terrestrial Pokemon, which is kind of the reason I'm doing this whole video. Like, how can we ignore the fact that terrestrial allows a Pokemon to just change its type? Not something we've seen done so freely in the past. Well, I believe it's because the source of terrestrializing energy is to do with this kind of third legendary Pokemon hidden in the subtext, I mean literally in the text, of Scarlet and Violet. In the Scarlet and Violet book, you can see the image of a Pokemon that seems to have some kind of connection to the energy that creates terrestrial Pokemon, and I suspect this Pokemon to be similar to kind of Eternatus and Zygarde and Ultra Necrozma, and how all these Pokemon are kind of parts of, I guess, Arceus, or the Arceus, which is the godly energy. I've done a theory on that, you can check that out here. All that is to say that this legendary Pokemon clearly has some huge attachment to the variation of types, and is able to manipulate, use its energy, and use the terrestrial crystals to adjust the type of the Pokemon using its power, borrowing its power of changing types. I actually wonder if this Pokemon will have a Protean-like ability, allowing it to access all of the different types. Crystals and type changing, we've seen it before. We've seen it, and again, I must refer to the Pokemon trading card game, where we see, and I know many of you are gonna go, Delta Pokemon? Yeah, Delta Pokemon, where Pokemon mostly gained the Metal type, actually, largely across the board, they gained the Metal type. I assume this has something to do with Metal energy just being easier to print. But also, Pokemon would change types wildly, like we've got this Electric Metal type Charizard, but before that even, Crystal Pokemon. Pokemon that didn't have the regular energy type, and instead would use energies from other energy types different to it to power up their attacks. So the power of certain crystals have the ability to alter the types of Pokemon. It is interesting to note that, of course, the Crystal Onix is thought to be a different type to regular Onix, and in the third Pokemon movie, the Unknown, who creates stuff from imagination rather than biologically speaking, are able to create an Entei. Yes, they create the Entei using, well, we assume it's the regular fire type, but actually it uses this incredible Shadow Ball-like move that we've not seen any other Entei use. I wonder, is this Entei able to access any type? Because it is made from a crystal structure that is made from the imagination of someone. I wonder if this the Unknown, who we know from the Sinnoh Ruins events, are like tied to Arceus in creation. And also, when it comes to creation, by the way, all of these Pokemon are created alongside big crystals. Dialga, Palkia, Giratina, they all got big gemstones, which I kind of did a theory on that already as well. But I do wonder if crystals in the Pokemon world somehow resonate in with the Pokemon's biological side and are able to manipulate the energy that they have access to. And I think this is proven in those Delta species cards, because there's actually lore behind these few sets. One of which is called Crystal Guardians, because yes, on the island of Holon, there are giant crystals everywhere that don't look too dissimilar to raid dens. And it seems that the researchers were hunting Mew, of course, a Pokemon that has the DNA of all Pokemon and thus all Pokemon types living inside it. And they used some kind of electromagnetic wave, which not only messed with Mew, but messed with the entire island of Holon and changed all of the Pokemon on the island to the various types that we see in the Delta species arc. I wonder if it is a combination of both the biology of the Pokemon being affected by the result of this electromagnetic wave, so there is a genetic component, but the genetic component is what allows these creatures to access these types. These types are what make them Pokemon, and by altering that, you alter the energy that is the most prominent in their body. So for the first time, we're seeing electric type Charmanders, for example. And terrestrializing, it's probably working in much the same way. Let me know what you're thinking in the comments down below. This is a really interesting topic for me. I really love this, but this is just kind of how I think about Pokemon types, and maybe you agree, maybe you disagree. Pokemon Masters, Bunky Toby here, and this is just a short little theory video. Tauros got not one, not two, but 3 new regional forms. It's got the kind of regular one, and then it's got a more uncommon Scarlet and Violet one, which one is like a fire type and one is water type. But what if I told you Tauros already had another regional form? Quickly, what is a regional form? Well, a regional form is a form that appears in another region, and I guess it shows the diversification of life, how a Pokemon living in one area or in one environment can start to look different from its original version.
version. Tauros, though, has 3 different versions living in the same region, which tells me that Tauros actually has always had another regional form. You've seen the thumbnail, you know what it is. It's Miltank. Miltank is a Pokemon that, according to the Alolan Pokedex, is part of the same sort of, I guess, family as Tauros. We know this because when you look at the Alolan Pokedex, every Pokemon is grouped by either being an individual, part of an evolutionary family, or part of a legendary group, like the Tapus, which are all obviously related. And then there are 2 other sets of Pokemon that look to be related, that are on the same Pokedex page. Those are Persimmon and Oranguru, which are version-exclusive kind of versions of each other, and probably are related. I mean, just look at them. And Tauros and Miltank. Tauros and Miltank have always thought to be opposite versions of each other, with Tauros always being male and Miltank always being female. But what does this mean? Well, much how regional variants can be different types, perhaps regional variants can be different genders. We know that multiple regional variants of Tauros can all live in the same region. These are 3 Paldean Tauros, but they're all completely different. There is actually only 2 other regions where Miltank appears naturally, that being Johto and then the Kalos region. Other than that, I think it only appears through like Pokeradar and Safari Zones and that kind of thing, which Safari Zone, you know, that's where you find Tauros in Gen 1. Saying, I think there's a lot of connections there. I believe the true first regional form may in fact be a regional Tauros, known as Miltank, that is available in Johto. That once upon a time probably wasn't called Miltank. It was probably called Jotonian or maybe Kalosian Tauros. And that is why these otherwise seemingly unrelated Pokemon share a Pokedex page together. Because Tauros is a Pokemon that is known in other regions of the world to have multiple regional forms of itself in the same region. Hey Pokemon Masters, Toby here, and this is a very short video about Kirlia, a Pokemon that knows its own morbid, dark future. Kirlia, a Pokemon that according to its own Pokedex entries can see into the future. It's not the only Pokemon that can do this. Other psychic Pokemon like Xatu can do this. Gothitelle gazes beyond the stars according to its new Violet Pokedex entry, seeing into the future. Oh, that's a really nice, helpful skill. Except wait, isn't the future of the Pokemon world now looking a little dark? A little like the singularity is here and the iron future Pokemon have taken over? Pokemon are becoming AI. Are they man-made now? Or is it the biology of the Pokemon evolved into an armored suit? Or perhaps these automatron creatures have the DNA of the Pokemon somewhere in there? I think more likely they've been programmed to just look into their soulless eyes. If that's the case, it means that the future for all Kirlia looks an awful lot like this. This is the Iron Valiant, described by novelty comic book magazine covers as just being a mere work of fiction. But no, this truthfully is the future for all Kirlia. I understand why the scientists of the Pokemon world would want a giant robotic Donphan. After all, it's the kind of Pokemon that could really help them in the field of battle, wading war and rolling across the enemy. I can also understand why they'd want a future Delibird, a Pokemon that could literally do the job of Santa Claus, delivering presents all around the world. But why would they need a future Gardevoir, Gallade, Iron Valiant? That answer is in Gardevoir's Pokedex entry that talks about how it has the power to create a black hole for its trainer. The power of a black hole, eh? That might be really useful, especially to use against a Pokemon that is a literal black hole, Guzzlord, a Pokemon that is inspired by black holes and destroys worlds, swallowing them whole, the remains never to be seen again. The Iron Valiant being fairy fighting type is perfectly opposed to Guzzlord being dragon dark type. I believe that this Pokemon was created to go toe-to-toe with the black hole creating, or big creature, Guzzlord, to save the future for people and robot Pokemon everywhere. I don't know how to put that into anything else. There's a little theory. Hey, lots of people seem to think about Pokemon like Magnemite and Voltorb as being human-made Pokemon, which I always found a little bit odd because they were introduced in the same generation as Porygon, which is explicitly a human-created Pokemon. Of course, I understood the confusion. Voltorb looks like a Pokeball, and so too does Magnemite look like, well, a bunch of magnets and screws. It seems likely that if some Pokemon can be human-made, all Pokemon could be human-made. Or at least that's what we found out looking at the Paradox Pokemon, where we can see all Pokemon in the future, and these Pokemon are very clearly automatronic. Automatronic? Automatona?
Sorry, Toby.exe stopped working, but we've since established that for sure Voltorb is not a human-made Pokemon. It's actually the Apricorns, and the Hisuian version came first. So very, very cool. But what about Magnemite? I've long since argued for Magnemite's existence not as a human-created Pokemon, but instead as an extraterrestrial Pokemon. And with the Paradox Pokemon, not of the future, but of the past, we can see this super clearly. Magnemite, or rather Magneton, got a new kind of variation, a past Paradox form called Sandy Shocks. It actually has legs in this version, where it's using its magnets as legs to walk around on the Earth's surface. But we've known that Magnemite existed in the ancient past as well, because we see depictions of Magnemite in the ancient past of the Pokemon world 3,000 years ago in the war against, well, whoever AZ was fighting in Kalos. On top of that, there is this really cool old school Pokemon binder that depicts Magnemites in the old ruin of Alph, but we don't actually know if this is canon or legit. The point is, Pokemon like Magnemite have thought to have been around for a long while, and when we look to its counterpart in Hoenn, Beldum, you can sort of see why. Beldum is also an extraterrestrial Pokemon. It appears in areas where you find Pokemon like Clefairy and Lunatone and Solrock, all space-themed Pokemon. That's like in the Great Chasm, for example. Kyurem, who lives there, is also said to come from space. Or in the Alola region, you can find Beldum on the same mountaintops where you find the likes of Minior. Beldum is a machine-like steel Pokemon, just like Magnemite, with one eye, that when it evolves is multiple versions of itself coming together, and then of course in its final form they look like flying saucers, with Magnezone and Metagross both having this kind of flying sorcery type look and flying around. Magnezone's got Pokedex entries talking about how it's often mistaken for being a UFO, and they have an absolute obsession, of course, with electromagnetism. And while Beldum can be usually found around areas where the meteorites crash, the likes of Magnemite are usually found around power plants, drawn in by the electromagnetism of these areas. Interesting to note, though, that some of the other Paradox Pokemon that live alongside Sandy Shocks, like for example the new Jigglypuff, Jigglypuff is also a Pokemon with a deep connection to space. And in fact, even the past Paradox Pokemon Salamence is from Meteor Falls, of all places, in the Hoenn region. That's the main place that you catch a Bagon. I do wonder if there could be some connection there. But it's more than all of that as well, because I think with these ancient Pokemon that may, according to Jigglypuff's Pokedex entries, Screamtail's Pokedex entries depict them being versions of that Pokemon from 1 billion years ago. I'm not so sure. What we do know is that these Pokemon, if they are from space and from the ancient past, might show a glimpse as well of the origins of Ultra Beasts. And that is because, I don't know if you've noticed, but the weird biology, spiky metal edges of Sandy Shocks, and being drawn to electricity and the goofy way it walks, reminds me an awful lot of Circuitry. And while there's not a lot of Pokedex connections there is only the visual look. There is this idea that the universe and time are all connected, and if you travel far enough forward or far enough back, you may find yourself in another universe, in another space, perhaps in an ultra space. And I'm talking about Rellor. Number 953 Rellor is the rolling Pokemon, and of course it is a dung beetle or scarab beetle. Of course, your regular trainers of Paldea can find it in the Asado Desert, and it seems to be just a brand new bug Pokemon with nothing too interesting going on. According to the Pokedex, it creates its own mud ball by mixing sand and dirt with psychic energy. It treasures this mud ball more than its own life. That right there is really interesting to me. Why treasure a ball of mud more than its own life? Well, the answer might lie in its evolution, Rabsca. After walking with this Pokemon with the Let's Go feature 1,000 steps, it's built up enough dirt to evolve. Yes, that's dirt, not dung, although I suppose the Pokemon do their business out in the wild, I guess? Maybe it is still a dung beetle. Anyway, after evolution, the Pokedex has some interesting things to say. The body that supports this ball barely moves, therefore it is thought that the true body of this Pokemon is actually inside the ball. Now that's the Scarlet entry, but the Violet entry is a little different. An infant sleeps inside the ball. Rabsca rolls the ball soothingly with its legs to ensure the infant sleeps comfortably. So it's inside the ball, but also it's an infant in there? What gives? I think to find the answer, we need to look at what's changed since evolution. By mixing sand and dirt with psychic energy, it seems to have gained the psychic typing. And additionally, the Pokedex has gone from referring to the ball as a thing it needs to protect to potentially it being the body of the Pokemon. While you can't see much in the Ken Sugimori art, if you look at the 3D model, you can see what seems to be the pupa stage of this Pokemon, some baby version, perhaps an infant version of this Pokemon, inside the orb. Now, if you're like me and you're looking at this model and you're going, I can't see any baby pupa larva stage of this Pokemon, it's one of Pokemon's best kept secrets, because it is right there in plain sight. You just have to move the camera to a specific angle, and suddenly the light pierces through the hollow ball and you can see what appears to be the baby or pupa of this Pokemon. In fact, on the Pokedex page, the image showing Rabsca shows its eyes lit up, and inside the ball, the pupa stage lit up as if it's undergoing evolution or a hatching like a Pokemon egg. But the key thing is that this Pokemon actually gains a signature move. It's one of 2 Pokemon that knows this move, the other being Pawmore, and that is Revival Blessing, a move that can revive another Pokemon. Now you might think what's happening here is that this is mimicking real scarab beetles that lay their own eggs inside the dung of the ball that they roll, but these Pokemon breed like any other Pokemon and reproduce through Pokemon eggs. So this isn't reproduction that's happening here. This is this Pokemon's life cycle. This Pokemon starts as a pupa stage inside one of the orbs of a Rabsca. As it evolves, it starts rolling a ball of dirt and psychic energy, building up over 1,000 steps across the desert. Then it uses that psychic energy to transfer its consciousness into the orb. It evolves into Rabsca, but the beetle that is at the helm is no beetle, it's barely a body anymore. Soon that body will die when it uses Revival Blessing and bring back the pupa into a Rellor, and it continues forever. This type of immortality isn't even like fantasy. In the real world, there are Hydra and jellyfish that are known as the immortal jellyfish because they live, well, forever unless eaten. And they do so by reverting their cells back to an earlier stage of their life cycle. That is what is happening here. There's a little bit more, and a second theory here that ties into this Pokemon. And by the way, these I came up with Lumia's post when we were coming up with just 5 mini theories for Paldea. I recommend you check out that video. I think it's brilliant. But Rellor as well, in its shiny form, seems to be rolling not a ball of sand and psychic energy, but instead a nugget. Yes, this golden ball. I actually happened to catch a shiny Rellor just out in the wild, and when I first saw it, I thought, well, that's cool. If it's holding a nugget, they make it look like that. But then it turns out that no, this was in fact the shiny version of the Pokemon. But there's no denying what that orb looks like. That is a nugget for sure, a valuable item in the world of Pokemon worth many Pokedollars. This is something we've seen before in Meowth, for example, who can use the move Payday, and the coin on its head generates more smaller coins that people use as cash in the Pokemon world. So is this where all nuggets come from? I think that's totally possible. You might think, but hang on, shiny Pokemon are really rare, and there's a lot of nuggets in the world of Pokemon. But if you look at the comparable size of population from these kinds of Pokemon to real-world beetles, you can learn a lot. When Googling how many insects and beetles there are in the world, which, by the way, side note, I just found it fascinating that when I Googled beetles, it turns out that their scientific name, or rather the order that they come from, is called Coleopatra? Oh, the dyslexia is hitting. I just think it's really weird that they didn't make a Cleopatra joke, given that like it's ancient Egypt and scarabs, and I'm just sure there's like a joke in there somewhere. While your odds of finding a shiny Rellor are 1 in 4,096, there are quintillions, that's multiple quintillions, that's 1 with 18 zeros of individual beetles in the world. The numbers actually vary depending on the source I was looking at. Some said quintillions, some said quadrillions. It's a lot. It was also hard to find a right number because every time I typed in how many beetles are alive in the world, it referred to me to the band, the Beatles. The point is, no matter the case, no matter the number, there is more than enough to provide for plenty of these nuggets as a natural resource in the Pokemon world that is rare and thus makes it valuable. But here's the interesting thing. That means for every nugget in your bag in a game of Pokemon, there's a Rellor out there that just stopped being shiny and instead had to start rolling a new ball of dirt and psychic energy. Perhaps the goal even of the immortal life cycle of this Pokemon is in fact to roll itself eventually into a shiny form. If it goes through its life cycle at least 4,096 times, at least one of those, it'll end up being a shiny.
And that is the story of how Diancie came from a Carbink. See, it's already pretty widely accepted that the mythical Pokemon Diancie is a mutated Carbink. In fact, it says it in the Pokedex entries. We know this already, and there's so few times when we actually get a solid, clear explanation as to where some of the mythical Pokemon have come from. Mew, Manaphy, Phione, Darkrai, Celebi, Victini, we don't know where these Pokemon come from originally, but this one we do. It's definitely a Carbink. And that makes sense, because Carbink has crystallized bits of carbon, I suppose. And Diancie is made of diamonds, and the way that a diamond becomes a diamond from carbon is just under intense heat and pressure. Except that doesn't actually make a lot of sense for Carbink, because it doesn't live underground under intense heat and pressure in the same way that Steelix would evolve from Onix and have a full body made of diamond. My original Pokemon theory, everyone! sun. That's how the Crystal Onix is made of diamond. Anyway, they don't go deep underground, they actually float above it. So if that's the case, how could a Carbink become a Diancie? And how many more are there? Well, potentially there is only one Diancie in the world of Pokemon. Maybe, maybe not. I know the movie, I believe, suggests otherwise, although I haven't watched that movie more than once because, Diancie's voice. But have you noticed how the other mythical Pokemon of Kalos are all heavily tied to the region? Volcanion is a Pokemon that destroyed mountains in southern Kalos, allowing people to live there. Hoopa is responsible for Parfume Palace. Responsible as in it stole it from another dimension, maybe even the human world, and that was also a theory that I did with MNJ TV Pokevids years ago. Wow, referencing all the old theories today. But Diancie doesn't seem to have any real ties to Kalos. However, it was suggested to me by Chris King that perhaps the way that Carbink became Diancie is it was hit when the beam that came off from the ultimate weapon, when that weapon fired and that energy beam went up into the sky and came back down, it hit a Carbink on the way. And rather than killing the Carbink, it mutated it into a Diancie. Intense heat and pressure. Everything you need to take Carbink from a Diancie. And at first I thought, well, that's just a bit speculative, I guess. But not only does it tie it to the region more and the lore of the region, it also makes sense because Diancie has a Mega Evolution. And it's known that the infinity energy that came out from that weapon, that created many of the Mega Stones. If not all of them, likely as a result of all the Pokemon that died fighting. Now, it's unlikely that anyone was sending a Carbink into battle. Steelix, Rhyperior, Carbink. I mean, maybe they were, but then again, wouldn't that just mean that Carbink has a Mega Evolution? No, it's Diancie that gets the Mega Evolution. And we know that there are some Pokemon that can have Mega Evolutions even though they definitely weren't involved in the battle from 3,000 years ago where the infinite weapon was fired. Like, for example, Mewtwo, another legendary Pokemon that has Mega Stones. Those were created artificially, most likely by Team Rocket as seen in Pokemon Origins. So the fact that Diancie has a Mega Evolution and not Carbink suggests that it was somehow related to the infinity weapon, to the ultimate weapon, but in a slightly different way. And given that it is a beam of like super energy, intense heat and pressure is kind of applied if that beam goes up into the sky and comes back and lands on Carbink's head, mutating it into an all-new Pokemon, Diancie. Also, and this is kind of a side note to the theory, the one place that you can find Carbink in the Kalos region is Reflection Cave, an area that in the anime it houses a whole other dimension. The Mirror Dimension seems to be some kind of portal in Reflection Cave that leads to that world. Potentially this rift in time and space in the universe was caused as a result of the energy from the ultimate weapon landing here. Maybe, maybe not, it's kind of speculative, but one thing is for sure. Reflection Cave, where you find Carbink, is right next to Geosenge Town, where the ultimate weapon resides.
Greetings, Pokefans! Michael here. I'm Morgan Freeman. The secrets of the cosmos lie through the wormhole. Welcome to the 5th installment of Strange Pokemon Physics. The 18th Pokemon movie is coming out this weekend, so I thought it'd be fun to talk about the main star of the movie. However, the physics for this episode are going to be of more of a quantum nature, and therefore a bit heftier and theoretical than most other SPPs. So, I wanted to get some help.
Pokemon Masters! Whoa! Birdkeeper Toby here.
Hey. Pokefans.
Right, of course. Pokefans.
I am pleased today to be joined by Birdkeeper Toby, Pokemon theorist and bird keeper. Toby, tell us what you know about Hoopa.
Well now, Michael, Hoopa is a mystery. Even to me, it's only been recently discovered and it's incredibly rare. Luckily, I don't go anywhere without the encyclopedia of all Pokemon knowledge, my Pokedex. And today, our Pokedex has been upgraded by the Exelion AI.
What's going on, guys? Pokedex Analyst Exelion here, and I'm going to be filling you in on all the Hoopa information you could possibly need.
Now before we continue, I just want to let you guys know that this SPP will be a lot more theoretical and even a bit conspiracy theory-ish compared to most other SPPs, so there won't really be any calculations in it. But you still get to learn about some cool quantum physics stuff. So without further ado, I present to you the Pokemon that whether it likes it or it doesn't like it, it definitely puts a ring on it. Hoopa.
Hoopa, the Mischief Pokemon. Hoopa's a legendary Psychic and Ghost type. This troublemaker sends anything and everything to faraway places using its loop, which can warp space.
Warping space? Anything and everything? If it's able to do that, just how powerful is Hoopa?
In order to do this, Hoopa is creating portals, gateways in the universe, joining two instances of space and time together.
In the real world, these portals are known as wormholes and they are only theoretical. However, that doesn't seem to be the case in the Pokemon world.
So like Toby said, Hoopa is connecting 2 points in space or time. However, in terms of energy requirement, it gets a bit tricky. You see, for a wormhole to exist, it requires something called negative energy. Negative energy occurs when an area of space has less than nothing in it. Which sounds crazy, I know, but according to recent quantum physics discussions, warping space and time appears to be possible. A study called Natural Wormholes as Gravitational Lenses suggested that these portals fueled by negative energy were actually pretty common in the early universe. However, sustaining them would still require immense amounts of energy, especially if they had to stay open long enough to fit some of the bigger Pokemon through them.
Rayquaza, the sky-high Pokemon. In Rayquaza's Mega form, his length reaches a total of 35 feet and 5 inches. It has been documented that Hoopa is able to sustain a single portal long enough to send not only Mega Rayquaza, but also several other Pokemon through it.
So, for a Pokemon that size to be allowed through one of Hoopa's portals, Hoopa must have the ability to generate negative energy. This is demonstrated in the movie and in the games by Hoopa's portals remaining open long enough for you to at least battle legendary Pokemon through them. However, physicist Michio Kaku talks on an episode of Through the Wormhole about something that alludes to Hoopa's power being even greater. This is that wormholes don't only connect 2 points of space and time, but could connect different universes altogether.
I discussed the alternate timelines and universes of the Pokemon world in an earlier video, but in a nutshell, the idea is that there are parallel universes of the Pokemon world, with slight differences in events and other things, such as the existence of Mega Evolution. So it's possible that Hoopa can not only connect space and time within one universe, but connect different Pokemon universes. Let's look into this more by checking out its Omega Ruby Dex entry.
In its true form, it possesses a huge power. Legends of its avarice tell of how it once carried off an entire castle to gain the treasure hidden within.
There are lots of castle-like structures in the Pokemon universe, including Shabnu Castle, the Battle Castles, even many of the Pokemon Leagues. But one of the more intriguing castles is Parfume Palace in Kalos. If you obtain a Hoopa in Pokemon X and Y versions, there is an NPC in Parfume Palace who triggers a conversation mentioning that he's been studying Hoopa across the world. So, of all of the places in the world, why is he here in Parfume Palace, studying Hoopa? Our theory is that Parfume Palace is one of the castles that Hoopa moved with this ability. And not only do we think that it didn't originate at that point in Kalos, but we also believe that it didn't originate in that universe at all.
Parfume Palace is actually based on the Palace of Versailles. Versailles is known for having an extravagant garden, a hall of mirrors, and large regal statues. It was also built by King Louis XIV in the second half of the 17th century.
If all of that sounds familiar, it should. Parfume Palace has a massive garden, its own hall of mirrors, and some big Pokemon statues. And like Versailles, it was constructed by a king that bears quite a bit of resemblance to Louis XIV. Well, and AZ apparently, but whatever. Lots of places in the Pokemon world, including the regions themselves, are based on real-life places, but very few of them bear as close a resemblance as Parfume does to Versailles.
The Palace of Versailles is massive, but given Hoopa's ability to create negative energy, it would be safe to assume that he could manage this, even bring it from a different universe. It's still worth noting that Versailles is still in our universe, but wormholes go through space and time, so maybe Hoopa will come for it in the future? Who knows?
So let's review the facts.
Hoopa can create wormholes, which means he can generate negative energy, at least enough to maintain these portals to allow large Pokemon and heavy buildings through. We also know that wormholes are gateways not just between different points in space and time, but also alternate universes.
Wait, but if he can do that, that means he could be in this universe. He could even be in this very video.
Ah!
Oh shoot. Well, it looks like Excellion and Toby have been sucked into one of Hoopa's wormholes. That's okay though, because you can easily go after them by following them through the rings to their channels. I'm gonna do the same thing, so until next time, Poke fans. Gotta catch them all!
Okay, so Elmia, one of my new favorite trial captains, the normal type trial captain who is there at the beginning of the game to teach you the basics of Pokemon battling. But my curiosity about Elmia first peaked when I found his house in the town that he's from. In his house there are trophies and awards of adventures he's been on. There's the Lumiose Gazette, which is a delicacy from the Kalos region. And speaking of Kalos, just upstairs outside his room is a painting of a scenic view from Kalos. And that's interesting because it tells me that this guy almost definitely completed the Kalos League at some time or another. And if you speak to his mum, it turns out that he did in fact study away in Kalos before coming back to the Alola region and becoming the trial captain. There is another character who pops up a lot later on, one of my favourite characters in these games in fact. Her name is Mina, and I love her design. I love the paintbrush hair thing, that's amazing. She is an artist who seems to know about Ilma and what he's all about, his trial, and they seem to have some kind of connection. And you can tell that because, as I said, she's an artist, and the key Pokemon on Ilma's team is a Smeargle. And if you look at the artist class from Generation 6, all they use is Smeargles. Makes sense, they're the painter Pokemon, and a painting, that's something that we've already talked about, a painting from Kalos. So using these little dots, joining them up and reading between the lines, there's actually a story to be painted here. Ilmia studied abroad in Kalos, possibly also taking on the Kalos League. There he met a potential artist, Mina. And for whatever reason, he acquired a painting of hers and her Smeargle. I decided I'd look more into it, and so I wanted to look at where you can find artists, the training class, generally in Generation 6. And it turns out all the ones from X and Y are on Revere Walk. It's a route which has 4 artists. All of them have Smeargles, and the reason that the artist trainer class are all on that route is because it's described as being a scenic route in Kalos, popular among artists. So it seems to me that that picture on Ilmia's wall, that's probably of Revere Walk. And it gets even better because then I was like, well, what if one of these artists could have been Mina? And I found one NPC and she was called Mona? Mona! Damn it, so close. But I wasn't going to give up there, so I went to Lumiose City. We know he's been there because of the Lumiose Gazette. And there I went to the Lumiose Museum, the home of art in Kalos, and had a look at some of the paintings myself. And there I saw one of Revere City. I'm definitely butchering these French pronunciations. And that's when I remembered, Mina is also a trial captain, and she is the captain of the fairy-type Pokemon. And if there's a home of fairy-type Pokemon in Kalos, it's Revere City. And so I thought maybe that's where she's from. I mean, especially when you look at the skin tone difference between Mina and Ilmia, clearly Mina is not from Alola. And if she was an artist in Kalos, then there's a good chance that she had a Smeargle. And sure enough, in Revere City, there is an artist. This character doesn't say a lot other than they're making crafty wallets out of Arbok's shedded skin. So that's the thing, and that's sort of where my investigation came to an end. Maybe this NPC is Mina. What seems certain to me is that Ilmia travelled to Kalos to study and take on the Kalos League. Whilst there got interested in art and artists and met Mina, and for whatever reason, Mina gifted Ilmia with her Smeargle and a nice painting of Kalos. But you're gonna have to let me know, what have I missed? Hey Pokemon Masters, Berkey Batobi here, and today's Pokemon theory is not a massive one in the grand scheme of things. It's not about the vast expanse of the Pokemon universe or the origins of some legendary or character. I have done plenty of those kind of videos. No, today is just about one single Pokemon, Pangoro. Pangoro is the daunting Pokemon, and it's the evolved form of the very beloved Pancham, and its Pokemon Sun Pokedex entry claims that this Pokemon boasts incredible physical strength, and those that wish to become its trainer have to converse with their fists. That sounds terrifying. So the question of today is, why have I taken an interest in this Pokemon? It's because of the way it evolves. Pangoro can only evolve from a Pancham if you level it up past level 32 with a Dark-type Pokemon in your party. And there are lots of wacky evolution methods out there. There's trading, there's evolving holding an item, or leveling up with high friendship. And with those Pokemon, there tends to be a common theme, which is that you can't find them in the wild. Apart from in Black and White 2, you can find Crobat and Gliscor. It's a whole weird thing. But it makes sense. After all, you need to have a Dark-type Pokemon in your team to evolve Pancham. Why would you be able to find a Pangoro in the wild? Except in Sun and Moon, you can. This is as a result of SOS chaining, the point in a battle where Pancham gets so scared that you're gonna defeat it that it calls for help. Normally it will only call for other Pancham, but in rare conditions it will call for Pangoro. That means there's a population of wild Pangoro on routes 10, 11 and 17 of the Alola region. So how did they, this Pokemon that only can possibly exist in a trainer's party, appear in the wild? Well, the key to working this out might be SOS chaining itself. See, it doesn't say it has to be in a trainer's party, it says that the Dark-type Pokemon has to be in Pancham's team, and SOS chaining is kind of like the Pokemon are teaming up. Let's say you're battling a Pancham and it calls for help and it calls a wild Pangoro. Pangoro is fighting in Dark-type. And then, as a result of calling for Pangoro, it manages to beat you, the trainer. You scurry off to the Pokemon Center, but what you don't see is that the Pancham, which on Route 17 are around their level of evolution, they gain experience, much as you would if you had beaten the Pancham and Pangoro. And because there's a Pangoro on the team with Pancham, a Dark-type Pokemon, that Pancham then evolves and then continues the cycle for other wild Pancham. Pancham, it's not even sounding like a word at this point. But there is a problem with that theory, which is, where did the initial Pangoro come from? It's possible that a trainer released their Pangoro back into the wild to look out for Pancham, which is kind of like how Ash did with his Pidgeot, releasing it to a flock of Pidgey to look after them in Pallet Town. I imagine if you could SOS chain in Viridian Forest with Pidgeys and stuff, maybe there would be like a 1 in a million chance that you would encounter Ash's Pidgeot. Man, I'm sure Ash promised to go back for that Pidgeot at some point. But there's actually a different theory here that works so much better with the nature of the Alola region, the Pokemon you find there. See, on routes 10, 11, and 17, the routes where you can find Pancham and Pangoro, you can also find another Dark-type Pokemon, Raticate. The Alolan Raticate, of course, and Raticate has undergone its own very interesting kind of evolution in Alola. Because originally it just looked like your normal top percentage Rattata and Raticate, but then they introduced Yungoos to deal with the Rattata and Raticate population. Rattata and Raticate had to adapt to survive, becoming dark types and only appearing at night. This is how we have Alolan Raticate today. However, that process will have taken many, many years. How would Rattata or Raticate have survived at all if the Alolan people were bringing a Pokemon specifically designed to deal with it? Well, perhaps they had another sort of coping mechanism, which was SOS chaining. The local Rattata and Raticate calling for help, and on those routes, it could call for Pancham, the fighting type that would help it deal with Yungoos or Gumshoos. And this isn't unusual, some Pokemon can call for help Pokemon of different species. Normally it's Pokemon that are like tied into its evolution, so you look at like Mareanie for example. Mareanie can call upon Corsola. If you read the Pokedex entries for Mareanie, you realize that it actually eats Corsola, and this is an evolutionary trick. It's tricking its food into coming and helping it. This so at the end of the battle it can get a nice little snack out of it. Well, perhaps Alolan Raticates had this exact same evolutionary trick, where they were calling upon Pancham, a totally different species of Pokemon, to help it. Pancham, being fighting type, would be able to deal with Yungoos, but not only that. As the Rattata and Raticate changed over time and turned into the Alolan variants, they gained the dark typing. And this meant that every time a Raticate and a Pancham were able to deal with a Yungoos or Gumshoos, the Pancham would gain experience, level up, and evolve into Pangoro. So this is a sort of symbiotic evolution where you have Raticate benefiting because it gets to survive and eventually transition into being a dark type and night dweller to avoid the Yungoos, but also you have wild Pancham benefiting from that battle, being able to evolve in the wild into Pangoro, something that cannot be done anywhere else in the Pokemon world. But that, of course, is just my little Pokemon theory on this topic. I'd love to know what you think about it in the comments below. Well, hello there, Pokemon Masters, Berkey Patobi here. I love Mew. It's the Pokemon that almost single-handedly propelled the Pokemon franchise to the level of popularity that it did back in the 90s. Everyone was talking about using strength on moving trucks, and everyone had the ancient Mew card in their pocket. More recently, I was lucky enough to attend the only event outside of Japan where they were giving away virtual console versions of Mew. And mine got Timid Nature and Almost Perfect IVs. I'm not a competitive battler, but I got an almost perfect Mew. Mew is a Mirage Pokemon, that much is sure, and it says so in the Pokedex. It also says some other things, like it's the ancestor of all Pokemon. But if that's the case, out of the over 800 creatures in the Pokemon world, if it shares DNA with most of them, then surely some of them must be closer related to it than others.
And that's where I'll be joining you.
Well, hello there, Alchemist, fellow Pokemon theorist and Pokemon researcher. You here for another collab video?
I certainly am. So what do we know about Mew, the new species Pokemon? With incredible psychic powers, Mew is able to learn all the TMs and HMs, and it's known as the ancestor to all Pokemon.
The ancestor to all Pokemon, eh? We all share a common ancestor here in the real world. You, me, monkeys, fish, the variety of different life on the planet, all the different ways that it looks and interacts with the world, all of that traces back over millions of years to common ancestors. And of course, some species still alive today, like comb jellies and simple sponges, very closely resemble what those common ancestors were for all of us. Because of course, sometimes the best way to evolve is to not fix what isn't broken. So how does that apply to the Pokemon world, where we know Mew is the common ancestor? Which ones of the over 800 species of Pokemon available are the closest related to it, genetically speaking?
There are 2 Pokemon that we're looking at today, 4 if you include evolutions. The first is Eevee. Eevee is the evolution Pokemon, and similar to Mew, it has the ability to evolve into a number of different creatures, with a whole variety of different types. According to the Pokedex, it has an unstable DNA. DNA and genes aren't things often mentioned in the Dex, but they also appear in entries about Mew and Mewtwo. I suppose technically Mewtwo is Mew's closest living relative, but since it was created through human intervention, let's put it on the sidelines for this video. If it is related to Mew, then that explains how Mew is responsible for such a vast variety of life, with extremely different features. One evolution in particular shares more similarities to Mew, Espeon.
Espeon is also one of my favourite Pokemon. It's more feline like Mew, it's closer to the colour scheme of Mew, it's psychic like Mew, and it has Synchronize like Mew. And some of its Pokedex entries talk about how the fine hair on its skin detects airwaves, allowing it to react to things before they happen. And fine hair is a big part of the focus of Mew's Pokedex entries. So that's just another similarity you have, but maybe you're not feeling it. Okay, well there's another psychic cat. Another Pokemon that could be Mew's closest living relative. Esper.
Also based on a cat, and with a cat-sounding name, Espurr is a great candidate. It's the restraint Pokemon, and has to keep its ears closed at all times, otherwise it would let out a destructive force so powerful it can blast everything in a 300-foot radius. Like Eevee, when it evolves, it diversifies quite heavily. It has a varying form depending on the gender, and while most gendered different Pokemon have subtle divergences, bigger horns, altered shapes, or lipstick, I'm looking at you, Wobbuffet, Meowstic is possibly the most drastic form change, except for maybe Frillish, although we'd say Meowstic more so.
And there is another nod in the game that suggests Meowstic's relationship to Mew, and this is the Pokedex entry that talks about how its powers are so destructive they could destroy a 10-ton truck. Now first off, the whole reason that Team Rocket wanted to use Mew to create Mewtwo is because they believed Mew to be the most powerful Pokemon on the planet, with incredible destructive capabilities. And here we go again, between both Esper and Meowstic, just Pokedex entries talking about its destructive powers. But in particular, it decides to mention a 10-ton truck, and while okay, this is a bit of a gimmick and maybe a bit out there, trucks are something highly associated with Mew due to a rumour back in the day. A rumour when Red and Blue were out that if you used strength on a truck that was just outside the SS Sand, you could capture Mew. A rumour that got very widespread popularity and that Pokemon were very aware of. So potentially this is a nod to that, but if not, regardless, you can't deny that between Esper, Meowstic, Eevee and Espeon, there are a lot of connections to Mew. And certainly if Mew is the ancestor to them all out of over 800 Pokemon, these guys are pretty good candidates to be the closest related to it, genetically speaking. Unless we missed another Pokemon, in which case you should probably let us know in the comments. Hey Pokemon Masters! My name is Berkey and thank you for clicking on this video, for clicking onto this Pokemon theory. For as long as I've been a PokeTuber, 3,000 years has been an important date within the lore and the world of Pokemon. This date has been appearing in the Pokemon world since Generation 5, since Black and White 2's Relic Crown, which it said that the relic items were made 3,000 years ago. And since then, the date 3,000 years ago has popped up in every single generation of Pokemon. Pokemon is clearly building towards something with this. And one of the references to 3,000 years ago is maybe a little bit under the radar, and that's what this video is all about. And I'm not going it alone. I'm going it with one of the best Pokemon theorists on YouTube, my good friend, Almighty Arceus.
Hey Pokemon fans, Almighty Arceus here. 3,000 years ago was the date for 4 key events in Pokemon history. The first being the Relic Crown of Unova, the second being AZ's War in Kalos, the third being the Darkest Day in Galar, and the fourth is... wait, what happened? I don't know the fourth.
4 things have to... I had to actually count my own fingers then. Did you notice that? There are 4 things that reference 3,000 years ago, and at the very beginning of the video I said every single generation, which is kind of a half-truth. Because there is a Pokemon, not quite in Alola and not quite in Galar. A Pokemon that doesn't quite fit in that is also relevant to this discussion. I'm talking, of course, about Meltan and Melmetal. Melmetal is the Hex Nut Pokemon. It is the evolution of the mythical Pokemon Meltan, and the way that it evolves from Meltan is pretty unique. Lots of Meltan come together, and the biggest member of the Meltan community consumes the other. This is when they evolve. At the end of their life cycle, they rust and shatter into little metallic pieces that will one day become Meltan yet again, repeating the life cycle.
So we have 4 key events: the Relic Crown, AZ's War, the Darkest Day, and now Meltan. surely all of those can't just be a coincidence altogether, being 3,000 years ago. We actually have a theory on my channel that connects both the Darkest Day and AZ's firing of the ultimate weapon. If you haven't noticed, the Darkest Day happened because of a flood of Gigantamax energy spreading across the wild area, emanating from Eternatus, while the ultimate weapon caused infinity energy to bolt up into the sky and land somewhere, causing the end of the war in Kalos. As I said before, we discussed this more on my channel, but it seems more than likely that these two energies, Dynamax energy and Infinity energy, are in fact one and the same. For now though, let's just say it makes sense because of how close these regions actually are, Galar and Kalos, but we need to investigate a little bit more about the Relic Crown and Melmetal and his origins 3,000 years ago. What's his story? We start to learn a little bit more about Meltan and Melmetal when we start looking at their Pokedex entries, particularly Melmetal's Pokedex entry. Revered long ago for its capacity to create iron from nothing, for some reason it has come back to life after 3,000 years. Yes, that's right, that's the fourth occurrence 3,000 years ago.
So the next thing to talk about here is the relic items, and specifically the relic crown. How does this fit into this 3,000-year-old picture? And the answer is simple. Look at this crown. It's Zacian's head. It's clearly designed of the same thing, and I've actually not too long ago done a Pokemon theory talking about how the ancient kings of Unova were probably descendants of the kings of Galar. And look, if these items, including this crown, were created 3,000 years ago, and it looks like Zacian's head, then that makes sense. Because 3,000 years ago, the heroes of Galar became the kings of Galar, so they would need some new headwear. Hence, when the relic crown was made. And now we can paint this big picture with these three events. A Pokemon world at war, the Kalosian troops and the Galarian troops battling across both regions. Fighting with swords and fighting with Pokemon, the fallen heroes becoming the spirits that would later become Honedge, seen outside Parfume Palace. There's plenty of theories about that as well. And in fact, those theories very heavily tie into the character of Wickstrom, a Kalos member of the Elite Four, who, interestingly, has an armor color that looks like a certain Pokemon we're talking about today. He is said to be descended from these warriors, and he speaks in Old English Shakespearean tongue. Old English, Galarian, Old Galarian.
On top of all of that, Wickstrom is carrying the GS ball. I mean, it's right there. Now, the GS ball, in case you didn't know, was a mystery that was abandoned long ago in the Pokemon anime, and also in the second generation of Pokemon, in which you could bring the GS ball as an event item and then Celebi would pop out of the forest near Ilex Forest. However, what you might not know is what the GS stands for. For the longest time, we believed the GS to mean simply gold and silver, but in Pokemon Ultra Sun and Ultra Moon, we learned from an NPC that it means Greatest Smith's Ball, as in people who forge metal. The Great Smiths were clearly some kind of special organization that perhaps Wickstrom descends from. An old Galarian organization that has its ties with metal, and their armor is the same color as Meltan? That's not a coincidence.
Now, Melmetal has one other Pokedex entry you might not have seen yet, and it's a Pokedex entry to do with its Gigantamax form, where it's wearing what looks to be like a soldier's helmet. In this form, it resembles a giant Cyclops, and in fact, its Pokedex entry states that in a distant land, there's legends of a Cyclopean giant, but it turned out just to be a Melmetal that has been exposed to a ridiculous amount of Gigantamax energy. Note the wording here, in a distant land. This is written from the perspective of a Pokedex entry in Sword and Shield, so in a region that is not Galar. In Kalos, there is a legend of an ancient Cyclopean giant that turned out to be one of these Melmetal exposed to lots of Gigantamax energy. We know Gigantamax energy and Infinity energy is the same. And on what day 3,000 years ago, a date referenced in one of Melmetal's other Pokedex entries when it was last seen, on what day was there lots of Gigantamax energy, Infinity energy, all in the same place? In Kalos. On the day the war ended when AZ let off the ultimate weapon. This is when Melmetal was exposed to a lot of Gigantamax energy and it became its Gigantamax form. It turned into this Cyclopean giant, and then after the 3 turns in this form, as that's how long Gigantamaxing lasts, it then rusted and fell apart into the various shards of Meltan. Its rusted metal shard remains put away inside the mystery box, the very box protected by the Great Smiths who were on its side in the battle. And it hasn't been seen for 3,000 years. Of course, until now.
While we were desperately looking for more evidence, we actually stumbled upon two particular pieces that might link this even further to being utilized in Kalos. One of them was remembering the story of the Faceless Men. Now, this is a story told to you in Kalos at the Scary House. There's this old man standing there, and he tells you how he was followed by a horde of faceless men. Now, Melmetal is pretty renowned for its big, robust shape. It really does kind of look like a fusion between like a man and liquid metal and nuts. Oof. But it does kind of look like a faceless man if you break it down. I know that's a little bit on the sus side, but hey, roll with it here. We're working with what we got. Pokemon's feeding us scraps, and we gotta start somewhere, right? But here's something you might actually find a little bit more interesting. In France, actually really close to Paris, or in the Pokemon universe, I guess it would be Lumio City, there is a sculpture art project made by an art collective called Les Cyclopes. I hope I said that right. It's basically Cyclops in French. And take a look at what it looks like. That looks pretty similar to Meltan and Melmetal. It's got that flowing metal there, it's got that singular eye up above, and it's got the color schemes of silver and gold, very similar to Meltan and Melmetal. So it's very likely that this could be a piece of inspiration that the Pokemon team found while they were journeying through Kalos. It's quite possible that Meltan and Melmetal were planned for Generation 6 as Pokemon to be released, but they couldn't get the design perfected in time. Or they decided to link that up with a later project like Pokemon Go as it was released before. It is still sitting in that ambiguous etc. category, so until we get a definitive answer, we just got to look for the evidence that we can find. And the fact that this art piece looks so similar to Meltan and Melmetal's designs really leads me to believe that this is what inspired it. And because it's in France, we're connecting it more directly to the Kalos region and having some sort of Kalos origins. This
Hey Pokemon Masters, Bookkeeper Toby here, and today I have for you a Pokemon theory about the OG rival, Professor Oak's grandson, Blue. Blue has had many fan theories about him in the past. One we're going to be talking about today is the one about his Raticate dying. We'll get to that soon enough, but for now I'm joined by the creator of this theory, Exelion, who is here to explain to you why Pokemon X and Y versions might confirm such a theory.
In these Generation 6 games, a girl in Kalos mentions that Professor Oak's grandson is in Kalos to study. A seemingly meaningless piece of exposition, however we can take a good guess as to what it means. Realistically, there's only a few good things in Kalos to study, being fashion, Mega Evolution, and AZ's War. I doubt Blue would travel all the way to Kalos to learn about fashion, despite how he always kept at the forefront of 90s apparel. And as for Mega Evolution, well, there's no real point for that trip either. In Auras, we saw that Mega Evolution was not isolated to just Kalos, and in Pokemon Origins, we also saw that Mega Evolution was in Kanto. So the only possible topic left for Blue to study in Kalos is AZ's War.
So here's something interesting about this NPC. She's available to speak to at the beginning of the game. This means that Blue was in Kalos before the Great Weapon was revealed, meaning he would have to study the war from other locations. And there is one location in all of Kalos that has great relevance to the war, this being a location that me and Exelion have talked about before in the past, that being Parfume Palace.
The reason this place is where any research should begin is that AZ, the king of Kalos at the time of the war, built the palace. Any information on the war that you could possibly need should be able to be found here, and as with any research, the library is most likely the best place to begin. The library, in this case, doesn't really have a great selection of books on the subject. But the butler in the room does have something interesting to offer. He says, "I heard that a forbidden tome once existed, that contained the secret to bringing Pokemon back to life. It's probably just a rumor though. We've got nothing of the sort in our library." This book, in my opinion, was clearly the outline or guide for the development of the Ultimate Weapon, a weapon which famously brought AZ's Floette back to life.
At this point you may have already caught on, but let's go back to that original theory about Blue's Raticate dying. In Red and Blue versions, when you meet your rival in Cerulean City, he has an Abra, Pidgeotto, his starter, and a Rattata, which by the SSN has evolved into a Raticate. By the time you encounter him in Lavender Town, however, he doesn't have that Raticate anymore. Well, of course, most people speculate that his Raticate died on the SSN when you battled him. Jeez, that's harsh. This is heavily implied by the fact when he meets you in Lavender Town, he says, "What are you doing here? Your Pokemon don't look dead."
So my theory is that, based on the timeline of the games and how popular the fan theory is, Game Freak threw in this little comment as a nod towards the idea that Blue visited this palace and checked that book out. He would have did this in hopes of reviving his long-lost friend, but of course, those are just my thoughts. Let us know what you think about this theory in the comments.
Yeah, so Pokemon is a video game, a simulation. Where have you heard this theory before? Oh yeah, recently, Hoops and Hip Hop did a video talking about how the world of Diamond and Pearl is not a simulation, but it is in fact a bunch of dolls explaining the chibi art style. And actually, Zeltic did a whole video about Breath of the Wild being a Sheikah-designed simulation as a test for Link. Two very cool videos, and I'm not just trying to rip off them, but there's actually so much evidence in Brilliant Diamond and Shining Pearl that it exists within a Matrix-like world that we have to talk about it. Before I get started, by the way, because Legends Arceus is in the title, don't forget to leave a comment on this video, and because that's there, you are in with a chance of winning a copy of Pokemon Legends Arceus when it comes out. I'm giving away 3 copies. It's a worldwide giveaway, so good luck! Obviously, when it comes to most video games and mediums in general, the authors don't expect you to think that the characters believe that they exist within a fictional universe most of the time. When Pokemon Red and Blue came out, I don't think the creative intent was that, yes, this game, Pokemon Red and Blue, the characters that live within this world believe that they live inside a video game world, even if they do tell you how to use the various menus. We're supposed to kind of not canonize that and not internalize that, and just accept that these people believe that they live in the world of Pokemon that is real to them. This is the case for most books and comics and movies. For example, Spider-Man doesn't think that Spider-Man exists in a film. Spider-Man genuinely believes that he lives in New York and he's helping save the world. And in New York, there is Rogers the Musical, which shows us off the events of the Avengers. I'm not gonna get too much into the Avengers. But like, in the world of the films, the people who are acting in the musical are expected to believe that they are actors portraying characters, but Peter Parker himself is a real person who does not know that he exists within a movie. And when it comes time for the credits to roll, Peter Parker has no idea who Tom Holland is. He just stops existing. And that's the case for most mediums. But then occasionally there's characters like Deadpool. I promise, for those of you who aren't Marvel fans, though I know most of you are, this is going to circle back to Pokemon very, very soon. It can be really fun when you have a character like Deadpool who talks directly to the audience about the fact that he's played by Ryan Reynolds, an actor who has played in other movies, including other iterations of the same character. It's very Brechtian and it reminds you that you're watching a film, and that can be very effective as well. I was a drama kid in college, and there's kind of 2 big schools of thought. There's the Stanislavskian thought, which is basically that the characters believe that they exist within the world that they exist in, and that's what you're supposed to inhabit as an actor. And then there's the Brechtian school of thought, which is like, no, even the characters should realize that they're like in a play or in a movie, and poking fun of that allows new storytelling opportunities and a new way for audiences to engage with the piece. There can be really fun meta commentary, but to get back to Pokemon and Brilliant Diamond and Shining Pearl, it's kind of a mix of both. I think that the world of Pokemon canonically exists within the realm of a simulation, that we are playing a video game of characters that live inside a simulation, but they don't know it. I don't know that there's any character within the Pokemon world that recognizes they live inside of a video game, apart from, perhaps, Arceus. And now we're back on topic. I first got thinking about this when I got to the end of Brilliant Diamond Shining Pearl, right? I got to the top of Spear Pillar, and then Cyrus is getting ready to mess with time and space to destroy everything, and you battle Dialga and Palkia. And as time and space are falling apart around you, something new for Brilliant Diamond Shining Pearl that doesn't really appear in the original games is this battle background, where the sky is glitching. This would be described as one of my favorite subreddits as a glitch in the Matrix, a glitch in the fabric of reality, and you, the player character, are looking up going, what is happening around me? Time and space are falling apart? Well, no, time and space are illusions created by the Matrix that these characters live within. You might be thinking, okay, come on, Toby, but again, remember when Cyrus summons Dialga and Palkia, look at what happens to the sky. It gets covered in RGB lights. We see a little bit of this in the Legends Arceus game when lightning strikes from the sky as well. Whenever they're being sort of like threatened, these lights seem to appear. RGB obviously being the way that digital screens, including the Nintendo Switch, produce color by mixing together these three are red, blue, and green. But it goes even further than this. This goes back to the last remakes, Omega Ruby and Alpha Sapphire, in which there are scientists who have worked out the technology to open portals to other dimensions. And by other dimensions, they mean other games. They're talking about variations of Ruby and Sapphire version instead of Omega Ruby and Alpha Sapphire, when they're talking about a Hoenn region that doesn't have like Mega Evolution, for example. And the way they're going to open up this portal is by using a device that they call the link cable. The link cable being a physical, real, digital item. Right, school is in session. For those of you who don't know, this is a link cable. Welcome to the 1990s. See those Game Boys back there? They don't have infrared or Wi-Fi. The way that you trade Pokemon is you plug a physical cable in for the digital data to travel across. It's called a link cable, both in the real world and within the context of the Pokemon world, as a way of transferring data, a meteorite, across universes, games. It goes back yet another remake further though, because in Pokemon Heart Gold and Soul Silver there was the Sinjoh Ruins event, where if you took an Arceus from your Pokemon Diamond, Pearl, or Platinum version, a special event Arceus, into those games you could activate the Sinjoh Ruins event, where you'd go to a shrine and there Arceus would call upon the Unknown. And the Unknown would help Arceus create another Dialga, Palkia, or Giratina from an egg, and you'd witness this wild cutscene where Arceus would show you images of a world that doesn't look like the art style of Heart Gold, Soul Silver, or perhaps the art style of the Gen 4 games, or perhaps the art style of Brilliant Diamond and Shining Pearl. The art style is more realistic, maybe closer to something like Legends Arceus. Maybe Legends Arceus doesn't exist in the video game world, but certainly Brilliant Diamond, Shining Pearl, Diamond and Pearl, Heart Gold, Soul Silver, they definitely do. Because here we can see Arceus' power transcending the game. And this is why Arceus is calling upon the Unknown, because the Unknown represent letters. Letters are a form of code. You can use letters to write things, like you're accessing the God code of the game. Those of you who play Fallout and Skyrim, you know what I'm talking about, where you're on PC and you're like, command console commands activate, give me new super cool weapon. Or in this case, using the Unknown code to summon an egg of a time, space, or dimensions god, because this time, space, and dimension, it's not real. It's all illusions created by code and code writing machines. This explains the Unknown's incredible power. They seem to have come from another dimension. Probably why they represent human writing is because they've come from our dimension. We've transferred letters into actual Pokemon, and their powers include, and we see this in the third movie, getting into the minds of other beings and creating stuff. They are able to shape and bend reality based on the minds of fictional creations. This is to say that Molly in the third Pokemon movie probably believes that she is just a little girl who lives in the world of Pokemon. We know she's a fictional character on screen, but she doesn't know that. She has dreams and wants and beliefs within that reality, or at least she's been programmed or written to have those things, and the Unknown get inside her brain and are able to rewrite reality. This is what Arceus is doing in this cutscene as well. It's using Arceus' internalized logic of being a god of the Pokemon world to create more beings of time, space, and reality. Arceus probably doesn't realize that it itself is just programming. And this is so fascinating because it leads to all sorts of questions about simulation theory and artificial intelligence. For example, do the Game Freak staff members who live in the Pokemon world, do they truly believe that they are Game Freak staff members who made the Pokemon games? Or are they just pre-programmed to say that and they have no thoughts because they're code? How advanced is this simulation? But what I do believe is that the real people who work at the real Game Freak offices in the human real world... Wait, are we just a simulation? No, I can't go down that rabbit hole right now. That those real people want us to think about these kinds of topics, given that the way that you summon legendary Pokemon in Brilliant Diamond Shining Pearl is via slates. Mythical relics that represent digital containers of code. But that is already too much of a head scratcher. My head is aching. There's someone in the Kalos region who has seen the passage of time as he has wandered all across the earth. AZ, a man of 3,000 years. He is giant and immortal when you meet him in Pokemon X and Y, but in his own time, 3,000 years ago, he was normal, a human. but he was a king. Some might say he was the king of multiple Pokemon regions. We'll talk about that shortly. First, what you must know is that he was the king at the time of the Ultimate War 3,000 years ago. This war was ended by the creation of the Ultimate Weapon, which used the life force of Xerneas, or Yveltal. It used the life energy of Pokemon to not only restore his fallen partner Pokemon Floette, but to end the war with a cataclysmic blast. In a great sadness, his Floette left him for 3,000 years, now immortal like he was, and he began to grow in size, likely as a result of being exposed to that energy. We know throughout Pokemon that changing size and shape as a result of excess energy is a thing. We see this with Gigantamax Pokemon, Totem Pokemon, Noble Pokemon, and Titan Pokemon. And AZ began to travel the world. He took with him a key that would be needed to activate the device should someone find it, and the ultimate weapon was buried by AZ's younger brother. You can learn about this by some files in Lysander's lab, which are only available for a very short window of the game time. Lysander has these files as he is the descendant of AZ's younger brother, and ultimately is researching where the ultimate weapon has been hidden underneath Geosenge Town. However, very shortly after your battle with Lysander, the ultimate weapon has a false start and ends up blowing up itself. So who exactly was AZ? Where did he come from? How did he become king? And who was his younger brother? Well, there's evidence that AZ was from the Unova region. If we look to the Parfum Palace, which is inspired by the Palace of Versailles, we see this picture of what looks to be King Louis XIII. However, this is actually supposed to be a picture of AZ. This is one of AZ's palaces across Kalos, and in the garden, Reshiram and Zekrom. Parfum Palace was built 300 years ago, and to be clear, Reshiram and Zekrom have been stuck in the white and black stones for hundreds and hundreds, if not thousands of years before this, which means their statues being here, they can only have been designed by someone who actually saw those Pokemon thousands of years prior. Sure enough, in Unova in the ancient times, there was two kings of Unova, or two heroes, depending on the canon you're looking at. I believe in the time before AZ's giant war and the ultimate weapon firing, that AZ and his younger brother were the royalty of Unova. We actually know that one of the kings, at least, is buried in the tomb that is the Abyssal Ruins in the east of the region. In the west, there is the Relic Castle, and sure enough, in the Abyssal Ruins are the relic items, along with 14 of the Arceus plates. There are also inscriptions all over the world, and there's a lot of symbolism here, and there's a lot of reasons why and to do with character length, but it is theorized that the name of the person who was buried here, the royalty, was someone called Harmonia, which links them to Ghetsis. In fact, the crown that Ghetsis uses to crown N at the beginning of the game is the Relic Crown, and it's the same item that you can find here in the Abyssal Ruins. But there's something super interesting about the Abyssal Ruins. As I've mentioned already, there were 14 of the Arceus plates there as well. So AZ has a connection to Arceus? Why were they buried down there? Well, it could well be the case that the other Arceus plate, the one that's of course missing from those that are found in the Abyssal Ruins, the Fairy Plate, is the one that they left behind in the Galar region. That's because, yes, a further connection here, I believe that AZ and his brother, before they were kings of Kalos and kings of Unova, were the king heroes of the Galar region. Yes, those that we learn about from the Darkest Day. Not only is the Relic Crown the same shape as Zacian's crown, and that's about to be super important, but also, Pokemon are yet again, in the space of just a couple of generations, referring back to this same mythos of two heroes. And what do you know? The Darkest Day was 3,000 years ago. I suspect not the same day as the day the ultimate weapon fired. I actually believe that the story that's happening in Galar is when these two are quite young. The story starts that the two heroes on the Darkest Day wish upon a wishing star. Then the Darkest Day happens. Eternatus wakes up. But Eternatus has been around for much longer. We know that from Pokedex entries that it actually dates back to 20,000 years ago. Why did it wake up 3,000 years ago? The two heroes awaken, Zacian and Zamazenta, and fight against this Pokemon. They fight against the Darkest Day and are heralded as heroes. After the battle is done, they bathe in Circhester Baths, just north of where the Fairy Plate was buried. I believe that the Darkest Day happened, not as a result of the ultimate weapon firing, but instead as a result of the wish made by these children. A wish to go on a grand adventure, to wake up Eternatus. That might seem ridiculous to you, but actually it's not. I believe that the wishing star that they saw, which they literally describe it as such, is actually not one of the wishing stars that's the part of Eternatus' body, but the other kind of wishing star that we know that travels around the Pokemon world every 1,000 years. The Millennium Comet, as it's known in the animated series, or just Jirachi, as we know it in the games. Jirachi's signature move, after all, despite being a wish-fulfilling Pokemon, is that of Doom Desire. I suspect that the conflicting wishes of these two heroes resulted in an apocalypse and the saving of that apocalypse, the darkest day, which would only last for a day. And this is where our heroes of the time would learn everything they need to learn about giant felling from the plates of Arceus, which, as written, tell us that the power of fallen giants were infused within the plates. With these sacred tablets in hand and Zacian and Zamazenta by their side, AZ and his brother were able to defeat the giant Pokemon on the darkest day and ultimately put Eternatus back to sleep. It is interesting to note that in Zacian and Zamazenta's Pokedex entry, they're described as the Fairy King's sword for Zacian and the Fighting Master's shield, suggesting that even though they were both ultimately crowned and both technically kings, one became the Fighting Master while the other ruled as king. Fairy King is also interesting because it's the fairy plate that was left behind south of Circhester. The rest of the plates were taken, of course, to Unova when they ultimately colonized. We also see this, by the way, with one of the chief Pokemon found by the Abyssal Ruins being Frillish, and Frillish being dressed like noble dignitaries from, like, England and France, actually. Yet a further connection. That's besides the point. All of the relics of the Abyssal Ruins are also said to be 3,000 years old, dating them to the time of the Darkest Day and the ultimate weapon firing. And the connection might be drawn because the relic statue also looks a little bit like Diancie. Diancie is a Pokemon that's created from an irradiated carbink as a result of an exposure to a certain kind of energy or beam. It's possible that this beam was the very beam of the ultimate weapon 3,000 years ago. Carbink can commonly be found in the nearby mystical Reflection Cave, so it seems likely that Diancie is from here, especially as it's the only Kalos Pokemon that can Mega Evolve, and its pink diamond structure matches that of the Anastar City Sundial. I'll digress. There's also a connection here to another mythical Pokemon, a Pokemon I don't think I've ever mentioned in any Pokemon theory ever before. That is the mythical Pokemon Meloetta. Another Pokemon somehow connected to Unova. It's possibly connected to this story. It knows a special move called Relic Song, and there are 32 relics in the Relic Castle. Meloetta's Relic Song would be the 33 relic, and 33 has some special symbolism around it. But the interesting part is this might be how Jirachi ties into the overall narrative. I didn't just get it out of nowhere. Yes, it's a wishing star, much like the wishing stars of the Galar region, but it is also said that Jirachi wakes up with a song, and according to an NPC talking about Meloetta, it seems to have lost its song when darkness covered the world, connecting all of these elements together. It is also true that the crown that was forged for AZ is that of his Pokemon, Zacian. Zacian and Zamazenta were hidden away in the rusted sword and the rusted shield, and tucked away, hidden out of sight. Ultimately, over time, the history was even changed from being two heroes to one hero, and we see that statue in Motorstoke. It was the younger brother who shunned AZ and ultimately hid the ultimate weapon, and it was he who told his sons about it. It's interesting to know that in the Lysander Labs files, AZ was said to be the first king of Kalos, which means he is the one who settled the region and perhaps even established the Kalos region as we know it today. He took the plates to Unova next, where he and his brother fought over truth and ideals with Reshiram and Zekrom. A palace was created in the Kalos region, where he went to then further expand his rule, and ultimately the Great War happened. The ultimate weapon is fired, and finally their history is at an end. The little brother helps AZ bury the weapon. AZ goes traveling with the key and is no longer a king. He is an immortal who becomes giant himself, with all of this knowledge on how wishing stars works, on how the Arceus plates work, and of course ultimately one day he would bury his brother in the Abyssal Ruins with those very plates. And in the ruins, an old writing system. Not the oldest, however. Braille exists throughout the Pokemon world created by the Draconids. And also there is another type of writing, the Unknown. Their ruins can be seen all over the Pokemon world, but not dating back that far. The Togepi ruins are said to be around 1500 years old, which means that they were created during AZ's time. Additionally, with the existence of the Arceus plates, we can finally move on and talk about what all of this has to do with the Draconids. Part 2, the Lawkeepers, the Draconids. We know, of course, that the Arceus plates are tied to Arceus, and Arceus is tied to the unknown. It's not just a writing system, but also the fabric that seems to hold together the Pokemon world, as seen in the Darkrai movie, and of course in the Sinnoh Ruins clip. We see Arceus use these unknown to create Dialga, Palkia, and Giratina in the Sinnoh Ruins. We think that Ho-oh used these Pokemon alongside to create Raikou, Entei, and Suicune, and perhaps even give long life to humans in Ecruteak, who seem to remember the falling of the tower 150 years ago, something not too dissimilar to AZ's long life. In the manga, Team Rocket used the Arceus plates here to control Arceus. The mystery stage is described as Cynthia as also being a place that people use to show respect to Arceus, and they celebrate with music and dance. So this knowledge is passed down by people like Cynthia and the Kimono girls, who seem to know a lot about the lore of the Pokemon world. Between them, they know about Dialga and Palkia and Arceus. They know about Ho-oh and Lugia. They're not too dissimilar from the Dragon Clan, the Draconid. The Dragon Clan also exists in the north side of the Johto region, and in the manga we see that their leader has a Rayquaza upon their head. This isn't an accident. There's also the embedded tower in Johto where Groudon, Kyogre, and Rayquaza can be found. Markings on the floor of the embedded tower match those found in Sky Pillar. Sky Pillar and Cave of Origin sounding very similar to the Hall of Origin and Spear Pillar. Not only that, the Cave of Origin and the Sky Pillar are both guarded by Kimono girls. As you can tell very quickly, all of these areas across Johto, Hoenn, and Sinnoh seem to be connected, and all of these clans of Kimono girls and dragon tribes, whether that's Cynthia's family from Celestic Town, or perhaps the Draconids from Hoenn, all seem to be related. And this makes sense. We learn about the Draconids from Zinnia, who is herself a descendant of the original tribe that lived in what is now Meteor Falls, their home destroyed 2,000 years ago by that same meteorite shower that brings with it Jirachi. Since then, they've been nomadic, traveling across the Pokemon world and keeping Pokemon lore, so that makes sense for all of the aforementioned groups. We also know they traveled the world by way of sea. Pacific Town is right next to the Sky Pillar, but it's also next to the Braille Puzzle, from which you can access the Regis. The Regis locked away eons ago by an ancient people. I suspect the Draconids. Perhaps a precursor to the unknown writing is the Braille writing, which can be found all across the Pokemon world. This would tie them directly to the people who built the Snowpoint Temple at the north end of Sinnoh, but perhaps again all the way back to Galar, where Regigigas can be found in the Crown Tundra deep underground. And temples to Regidrago and Regieleki can be unlocked. Meanwhile, across the world in the Alola region is the Seafolk Village, again another group of nomadic people who seem to have ended up on the island, the one island that is the home to the altar of Sun and Moon. They have their hands in pretty much every legend that happens across the Pokemon world. And when we think about how they traveled, whether by sea or by land, if they were traveling north from the Johto region through the Dragon's Den where that Dragon Clan was established, then they would have made their way up to Hisui that way. I believe that these are the people from Sinjoh that Kogita references in the old verse. At least we assume this is the writing of Kogita. She references the fact that Sinjoh is kind of like the Hisui region. If people traveled north to Hisui from the Johto region, they would have passed through Sinjoh, and in fact this is what they describe as the birthplace of the Sinnoh people. Perhaps it was there that they learnt about Arceus and decided to continue to pursue the lore and knowledge about it by traveling upwards. Kogita, of course, is settled in the Ancient Retreat, and she brings with her legendary Pokemon as well. She has Enamorous with her. One day, though, this will become Celestic Town, where there'll be a shrine not too dissimilar to the shrine that appears in the Unova region that looks just like this. This is connected to Landorus Thundurus Tornadus, but it's also very similar to the shrine that appears in the Ilex Forest that Celebi uses. So there are a lot of connections between all of these different peoples and clans. And of course, her descendant is Cynthia, and while Cynthia herself isn't technically a dragon Pokemon trainer specifically, her Pokemon are very interesting. She uses Lucario, which is a Pokemon of immense aura, Togekiss, which has its own ties to the Kimono girls, Spiritomb, which has its ties to the spirits of Pokemon, and then of course Garchomp, her lead dragon Pokemon. Furthermore, in the Kalos region, she seems to have a cousin, which is Drasna, who has all dragon Pokemon and says that she comes from a Sinnoh village that respects old traditions. This is clearly, of course, talking about Celestica Town. And Celestica Town is, of course, where the Celestica People got their name. The Celestica People simply used to be Draconids, likely the very ones that built the Snowpoint Temple. Anyway, I digress. From what we know about the Draconids from Zinnia, we know that they have a sacred duty, and that is lore-keeping. Lore-keeping in relations to dragons, sure, but about all the legends of the Pokemon world. So the question becomes, when did they get this mission? How did it happen? And this is where I connect the two halves of the video together. Their culture and their entire tradition was given to them back in Meteor Falls by the one and only AZ. Just some points here for context. 2,000 years ago was when Rayquaza first appeared. 1,000 years ago was when the Draconids wished for it to mega evolve, which happened thanks to a meteorite. AZ was there, and he named it the Delta Pokemon. He likely traveled to Meteor Falls as a result of everything that went down with the Ultimate Weapon and the Darkest Day, likely to try and find Jirachi, the Wishing Star Pokemon, from which both so much great had happened, but also so much terrible. He found the Draconid people and taught them about so many of the Pokemon worlds, what we consider legends today, taught them of the Arceus plates, and likely warned them of the prophecy of a wishing star that will come by in yet another 1,000 years. Zinnia also knows of the Kalos War, and she has a particular question for the player character about if they follow truth or ideals. A very pointed question from someone who also must know the lore of Unova. So Zinnia knows the lore of the Pokemon world, a responsibility handed down from her ancestors, likely given to them by AZ, the man who discovered all of this lore. But her job is not just to pass it down from herself to her descendants, it's also to safeguard this information from those who wish to use this knowledge for a great evil. Organizations like Aqua, Magma, and Flare, to be sure, but also to protect it from the seemingly friendly corporations in the Pokemon world.
Tired of running out of potions, TMs, and Pokeballs? This is where Devon is your best friend. Here at the Devon Corporation in Rustboro, we believe that the power of science is amazing. We're working on everything from Pokemon Dream Vision to the restoration of ancient Pokemon fossils. And we're bringing these incredible scientific advancements to you at your local Pokemart. The Pokeball is now just 200 Pokedollars, and for every 10 you buy, you get yourself a Premier Ball, all for free. Nowhere else in the Pokemon world can you get this kind of savings, so get on out there, Pokemon trainers, and catch them all.
The Devon Corporation, a Pokemon trainer's best friend.
Hey Pokemon Masters, Togepi here, and I've made it to the Hoenn region. This is Fukuoka City in Japan, or as you might know it, Rustboro. You can already hear the brass instruments in the air. I'm here, of course, doing research on one of the big technological companies, Devon, responsible for Pokeballs, medicines, and of course, the Hoenn Pokedex. I've been researching many Pokemon out here, but what's more interesting than the Pokemon is the technology itself. Because this technology, Pokemon Masters, is nothing ordinary. It was made from something very dark and very sinister. I'm talking, of course, about infinity energy.
Part 3, the abuse of infinity energy, the life force of Pokemon. The most powerful force in all of the Hoenn region is by far the Devon Corporation. Their reach can be felt across the region, and they're responsible for Pokemon technologies like Sylph Co. They create the Pokeballs of that region. They are also involved in fossil resurrection, a powerful technology that also Sylph Co has access to. And one researcher in the facility talked about working on a technology to see into Pokemon's dreams, a technology realized in the Unova region. The company's president, Mr. Stone, tells you about these technologies and how they came about, how his grandfather learned to harness the life energy of Pokemon itself to fuel these technologies. His grandfather was able to discover the methods that AZ had learned and harness the power of what he trademarked as infinity energy. It's not actually called infinity energy, it is simply the life essence or life force of Pokemon. You may also know it as Aura, and you may see versions of it in the form of Gigantamaxing, Z crystals, and of course being used for Mega Evolution. But this is trademark infinity energy, and they use it on their submarines for deep sea exploration and on the rockets that they send up from the Moss Deep Space Center for deep space exploration. They can use this technology to open wormholes, as we see in the Delta episode, between realities. The power of infinity energy is truly infinite. And there was a time in Hoenn's history when this energy was being used for an incredibly important project. The Sea Marvel. The Sea Marvel, of course, shares its name with Marvel City, and also the New Marvel, which is nearby. The New Marvel was intended to be a giant underground bunker of many floors, however, the project was cancelled. While the player can access the top floor, in theory there are 69 floors underground, but the project died in development. We can learn more about this at the Sea Marvel, which today is a nature preserve for Pokemon, but it's littered with letters and notes from the time that it was used to harness the energy of Pokemon. For example, the seemingly innocent 10 slogans for a cheerful and fun workplace. Say good morning very loudly. Don't bring your Pokemon to the workplace. A strange thing for a world that's focused on people and Pokemon working together. Always arrive on time and always stay late. Lay your life on the line in safety checks, so you have to be safe and you have to dedicate yourself to the job. Take joint responsibility for teamwork and obey your superior's orders, absolutely. So now there's a clear hierarchy. Maintain top quality. Give up your sanity. Worship and praise the founder. Beginning to sound like a cult. Don't expect time off before you retire. And finally, no need to think. Just work unceasingly. These are slogans for a cheerful and fun workplace? This is not the kind of place that you would want to work if you had any other option, and it seems that the goings on here were pretty shady. The need to not bring your Pokemon work and to lay your life on the line for safety checks implies that something dangerous is happening here as well. This is indicated by the presence of Spiritomb and an odd keystone. There's an apology note in the same room where Spiritomb can be captured from Professor Cosmo's dad. I am responsible for the loss of the odd keystone donated by the Orberg mine. Why did the people working here need an odd keystone, and what's this got to do with Devon? Well, you can find a special confidential Devon secret investigation report, which says that the development of the new energy turned out to be true. The energy uses Pokemon's bioenergy. It's called Infinity Energy. This seems to suggest that the Devon Corporation were committing corporate espionage. Assuming that CEOs of companies live a really long time, as Mr. Stone himself is already very old, we can assume that perhaps it was even the case that his grandfather was alive and CEO for a long time, possibly even just skipping over his father. If so, this may be how his grandfather learned about Infinity Energy. It also mentions a report on Watson, who's deemed to be a traitor to the cause. Watson is a gym leader who is alive and well today, so this is recent history. In the manga, there was also a lawkeeper before Zinnia, Asta, who died in a fire in the embedded tower protecting Rayquaza, and it was the Devon Corporation who were trying to capture this Pokemon for the Pokemon Association, the main government in the Pokemon manga. Zinnia rescued her burnt cape from the fire and of course named her Whismur after her. And the odd keystone? Well, it's not just a nod to the fact that the Sea Marvel is on Route 108 and Spiritomb is the combination of 108 angry spirits, but it is in fact just that. It's the combination of spirits, lost spirits, perhaps angry because their life energy was used in the pursuit of technological discovery. This is why you don't bring your Pokemon to work at the Sea Marvel. As well as Cosmo's dad and Watson the traitor, there was also the man with no power. His notebook can be found in the Sea Marvel. It's an old hidebound notebook, and it says, "The damage caused by the cancellation of the new Marvel project has been catastrophic. As a member of the management, much of the blame and the debts will fall upon me, but that will be little consolation to my employees working under me who will lose their livelihoods," which does make sense. To work in this job, you'd have to be desperate, and so these people needed this job. He laments that he is a man with no power, protecting nature, Pokemon, and the environment. It's a great idea, a fine ideal to aspire to, and Watson is a great man for dreaming of it all. But cruel reality and the organization that I must try to preserve have dashed those dreams. So this is to suggest that the Sea Marvel was originally designed to preserve and protect nature and Pokemon and the environment. That's what the Sea Marvel was trying to do for the new Marvel project. So in what way was it trying to protect the world? And Watson was the man that dreamt of it all? It seems that perhaps he had a great ideal, but as the man with no power says, cruel reality has set in. Perhaps Watson wanted to protect nature and Pokemon and the environment, but couldn't do so without going by unethical means, and so pulled the plug on the project. So, what use would the Hoenn region have for a 69-floor underground bunker? And the answer, of course, is to save people and Pokemon in the case of an apocalyptic event. Hoenn is no stranger to apocalypses. Meteorites fell down 2,000 years ago, destroying the home of the Draconid people. 1,000 years ago, a meteorite came down and actually created the crater from which Pseutopolis City was built out. And that's fine now, but meteorites hit the Hoenn region every 1,000 years. Another well-placed one could take out Pseutopolis City, or perhaps any of the other central hubs in Hoenn. While the Moss Deep Space Center does act as a sort of orbital defense for the Hoenn region, protecting against meteorite showers with their various technologies. Technologies described as Zinnia as being abominable. It doesn't hurt to have a failsafe, a place for the people of Hoenn to go. And it's not just the threats above the sky that fall down, but no, the Hoenn region has Groudon and Kyogre that can warp and tear apart the land and sea. Too much water or too much land? an underground bunker could survive them all. And actually this ties into Team Aqua and Magma's plan. See, both Shelly and Tabitha, high-ranking members of the organization, used to work for the Devon Corporation, and there are files in the basis for Team Aqua and Magma talking about primal energy, the same energy that Devon has turned into Infinity Energy, the trademark version. This primal energy used to flow regularly through Groudon and Kyogre and all Pokemon of old. The Azoth project was to have Archeomaxi awaken Kyogre or Groudon and revert to the world to its primal state by using this energy. Possibly they learnt about this energy from Shelby and Tabitha. But of course, not only standing in their way is you, the hero of Hoenn, but also the Draconid people, who are also familiar with this energy. They learnt about this energy from AZ, the name of which likely inspired the Azoth project. But none of this changes the fact that Pokeballs are still being produced today. And in the olden day, it seems that Pokeballs were produced by an apricorn and special ore jetting up from the ground, also likely filled with the life energy of Pokemon in a more natural state. Meteorites and rocks are a big part of Pokemon, and they can contain energies. That's also seen in like the red and blue orb, for example, but that's besides the point. To produce Pokeballs on a mass scale in the same way Devon does, in the way that Sylph Co does, or using this technology to see inside a Pokemon's dreams, the dream world being a literal other realm in the world of Pokemon, like ripping open a wormhole into a Pokemon's mind, much like how the wormhole technology uses Infinity Energy. We have to assume that Infinity Energy is still being used today. And just because the new and Sea Marvel projects have been shut down, we are much like the man with no power. We have to face the cruel reality of it all. The Pokeballs are fueled by Infinity Energy. The question is just how much of the Pokemon's life force do they take? I mentioned earlier, and in plenty of other videos, how this energy displays itself in all sorts of different ways. There's Aura and Gigantamaxing, there's Z-Crystals, and there's even noble Pokemon that seem to get the energy direct from Arceus itself. The more energy you add, the more the Pokemon can grow and transform. They become more powerful. It's thought that this energy is in fact the energy of evolution. It was irradiated evolution stones that created the Mega Stones. The more energy you have, the more powerful the Pokemon can become. And this is confirmed pretty much with the Pokeball and the power that's inside, with the red light beam being pretty reminiscent of the red light beam that comes out from the Max Raid dens. It's an outpouring of energy that literally changes the Pokemon size, much like the Pokeballs. So it's possible that the technology harnesses this energy in a way that doesn't outright kill the Pokemon or hurt it too much, but it does take some level of energy and agency away from the Pokemon. And in fact, it could well be the case why these evil team leaders, despite the fact that they have Master Balls in the offices of Team Aqua and Magma and Team Galactic, don't use those Master Balls to catch the legendary Pokemon, because it would take away some of their life essence and weaken them. In fact, Cyrus says exactly this. This is why he seeks out the Red Chain instead of using the Master Ball to catch Dialga or Palkia. So let's hope, at the very least, that these Pokeballs are being made, at least somewhat ethically. So Pokemon Masters, you still sitting back and relaxing? Good. Here, let's draw these threads together. It's my belief that 3,000 years ago, two young hero children wished upon a wishing star that brought about the Darkest Day. A Darkest Day they were able to defeat with the help of Zashkin, Zamazenta, and lore about legendary Pokemon, including the Arceus plates. Using their status and their new kingdom of the Galar region, they traveled over to the Unova region, where they became the hero kings of Unova, the youngest of which would eventually be buried in the abyssal ruins with the other Arceus plate. The elder of the brothers, of course, AZ, also becoming the king of the Kalos region, basically king of the Pokemon world. However, he used everything he learned about legendary Pokemon and the life force of Pokemon, abused this technology, creating the ultimate weapon to help revive his Floette AZ. He knew about the lore of legends of the Pokemon world and traveled across the earth, ultimately passing this knowledge on to lorekeepers called the Draconids. It was their role to be guardians of this knowledge, knowing that such abuse could result in the wiping out of possibly an entire Pokemon nation and killing many Pokemon. However, in the modern day, there are technological companies, Devon, and I suspect, as you've probably seen in other Pokemon theories of mine, the Sylph Corporation, that have tapped into this very energy for technological means. And so once again, we have to be careful how we use this technology. We must learn from AZ's mistake 3,000 years ago. And this is really only the tip of the Pokemon theory iceberg. Theories go, these three are probably some of the most far-fetched I've ever done, but that also makes them the most absolute fun. So here are three of my favorite favorite Pokemon theories, all to do with Ash Ketchum, and they are the big three questions, starting with, how old is Ash Ketchum? So, how old is Ash Ketchum? Well, I'll meet you with a different question. First of all, which Ash Ketchum are we talking about? Because there are multiple Ash Ketchums. There's the Ash Ketchum that appears in the TV show and the movies that now we know for a fact are absolutely canon. We see at the end of the penultimate episode the Altamar area from the 5th Pokemon movie. But what about the I Choose You movie, a retelling of the beginning of the Kanto story? That surely, as well as the following 2 movies after that, the Lugia movie Power of One, Power of Us, and the Coco movie, these are a different canon, a different version of Ash Ketchum. And surely we can't also be talking about the Ash Ketchum that appears in, I don't know, in Pokemon Masters, although that seems to exist in a universe outside of time. There are brief references to Ash Ketchum in the games. We see a little snippet of Ash Ketchum in Mimikyu's room in Pokemon Sun and Moon. And when it comes to the main continuity of Pokemon, there is a little bit of an issue when it comes to Ash's age. In the Unova series, right in the very first episode, Ash Ketchum is referred to as being 10 years old. And obviously, the obvious answer to this is, well, it's like how Bart Simpson is always 10. There doesn't need to be a reason, it is a cartoon. But I am a Pokemon theorist, dang it, and I want to crack into this. And I like this idea of multiple versions of Ash, I always have. Because, well, yes, even the penultimate episode of Ash's saga shows references to movies that he did back in the Johto region, means that the Ash that is in Pokemon Journeys obviously traveled around the Johto region, and we see throughout Journeys references to his times in earlier regions, like flashbacks to his battle with Lieutenant Surge, or with Chuck, the gym leader from before, and we see all of the Pokemon that he's traveled with still at Oak's lab. I suggest that this is a version of Ash that set out on his journey just at a slightly younger age. Why? Because the Pokemon multiverse is a thing. But why separate them at all? Why do that just for the sake of giving Ash an age? Well, it's because, and this is something that'll come up in the theory about Ash's Pikachu's level, there is a kind of phenomenon in the animated series, which is Ash's skill set really seems to dumb down at the beginning of Unova. His abilities just seem to worsen, and then he gets good again in Kalos. So this isn't just a secular every new generation thing. On top of that, for the first 4 generations of Pokemon, and even including the Orange Islands, between his journeys to different regions, there are these sort of transition episodes where Ash Ketchum goes home to Pallet Town. He has a chat with Mum and says, "Hi, Mum, I know I haven't seen you in ages. I've been traveling around the world, but I'm off out. There's a whole new region to go to." And there are these little transitions that just stop at the end of Generation 4. Suddenly, he goes from having Sceptile battling Darkrai, and he's really, good at what he can do, to the beginning of Unova, where not only is he referred to as being 10 again, despite the fact that we saw in the 3rd Pokemon movie, which we now know those movies are canon, that we saw in the Pichu Bros short, that Ash was celebrating a year since him and Pikachu first met, meaning he's a year older, meaning either this is a retcon, which is more likely, or this Ash Ketchum literally cannot be 10, this one in Unova, and he's struggling against a level 5 Snivy with Pikachu. We are going to come back to that later, but my hypothesis is much like Ash A from the original series and Ash B from the I Choose You movie are different Ashes, so too in the main continuity there are 1, 2, or maybe 3 different Ashes, with Ash from generations 1 to 4 seeming to be pretty consistent in their story, the Ash from Generation 5 and Unova seeming to be perhaps a new Ash who gets better as he moves into Kalos, and then as for Alola, possibly a newer version of Ash, or maybe not, maybe just a continuation of the same. After all, he keeps on getting better after that, winning the Alola League, and then of course eventually becoming the best trainer in the world in the Galar region, so maybe there's just 2 Ashes where it's split down the middle. As for those earlier memories, again, these occurred at a time when this Ash Ketchum started his journey at a slightly younger age than 10. And that would mean that Ash, at the end of Pokemon Journeys, is no longer 10. Now, MatPat did a really interesting video on how old is Ash Ketchum, and he seemed to make this idea that by the time that we get to the Kalos region, Ash is nearly in his 20s, based on observations of the seasons moving in the animated series. And this is where I disagree with MatPat. Seasons in fictional worlds can move at different rates to seasons in regular world. Take Game of Thrones, Arya Stark is 9 years old at the beginning of the story, but she's never seen winter before because, well, winter is coming.
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 Winter is coming. I'm cold.
Winter is a big deal in the world of Ice and Fire, lasting years, and so too is it the case that in the world of Pokemon, where the world is similar to our Earth, but a little bit different. Let's take the Paldea region, for example, which is the Pokemon representation of Spain. It's clearly smaller than real-world Spain actually is. The whole Pokemon globe may be a different size, or the various continents may be different sizes, and certainly the seasons move at a different rate, because in the black and white video games, seasons move at a rate of 1 per month, meaning that seasons happen 3 times as frequently in a year as they do in our world. So if you then go back to MatPat's video and apply that logic, Ash is about 13, 14 by the time he gets to the Sinnoh League, and I would guess that he is again about 13, 14 by the time that we get to Johto's. I wouldn't know for sure without going through and checking every time the seasons move, but yeah, I'd guess he's a young teenager at the end of where he is in Journeys now as a world champion, which totally checks out. But that's my theory on how old Ash Ketchum is. Now let's talk about the big question. Who's the dad? Ash Ketchum's father, was it Mr. Mime? Is it Giovanni? Mr. Mime? These were the kinds of ideas being thrown around when I started PokeTubing, and in canon there does seem to be a character who's a great candidate, which is this character that appears in Pokemon Chronicles called Silver, who walks around with a chick reader on his shoulder and seems to like spark up when he's chatting to the character of Richie, a weird Ash lookalike, and seems to know Ash's by name, and there's maybe this implication that Silver is in fact Ash Ketchum's father, which is super weird because he's talking to Richie, a guy that literally looks like his son, and it never comes up. Anyway, Ash's father has only canonically been mentioned, I think, 3 times in the main series. Once by Delia Ketchum in reference to how quickly he got to Viridian City. Once in the Coco movie, which is again a separate canon in terms of just like a message that Ash's dad gave to him, which really doesn't open up about his father much. And then also a flashback showing a man with a Rapidash chatting to Ash. And back in, this was like my first ever video on Lockstin's channel that I ever did with him, and I was super, super proud of this one. But back when we were talking about this idea, I threw a spanner in the works. I threw something out there that I've even seen other YouTube channels like quote since then, and I think I was the first person to kind of make this suggestion, and nobody really likes this suggestion. I know that because when I watch these other videos of people talking about it, they're like, there's not much there, but I'm sticking to my guns. I think Ash's dad is Bruno. We don't talk about Bruno, no. Why don't we talk about Bruno? Bruno of the Elite Four. I know you might be thinking, hey, hang on, Toby, this is a weird pick, and I've heard this before. There is not the evidence there, but I just want to recap just a little bit. Breaking this down with Lockstin, we were coming up with a number of characteristics that suit these characters very, very well. When it came to Ash Ketchum, there were all sorts of characteristics that his mum doesn't have, that he does have, that would suggest a direction to look for his parents. And one of the ones, and this is the big one that everyone uses to completely debunk this theory, is that I mentioned black spiky hair. And people were like, dude, black spiky hair is not a genetic trait, except in cartoons it kinda is. Like, I'm pretty sure having the same hairstyle and even dressing the same way, I know it's not like genetic, but it is something that anime and cartoons and TV shows and games use as shorthand for children who should be watching the show to help these connections out. I mean, just look at the ancestor characters from Pokemon Legends Arceus. None of them should look that identical or have the exact same hair. Like, why would Arezu have the same hair shape and hairstyle as Mars? But they do, because that's the point. It's like in Pokemon canon that this is the case. So I want to go back and visit Bruno. Not only does he share a lot of physical similar traits and fill in the gaps that Delia Ketchum is missing in a way that the other dad candidates, Giovanni or even Silver, don't seem to really quite match. At least in my opinion. When they actually meet Bruno, the one time they do in the animated series, Bruno is like, has the exact same personality as Ash, being both a goofball, but also like wholly determined to help Pokemon. He's got the exact same vibe going on. On top of that, he is a Pokemon master and the very first person that Ash Ketchum ever sees in the show. In fact, the very first image of the show involves a battle with Bruno on TV. Ash is watching his father and wants to be like him, but the definitive bit of evidence for me is that episode where they introduced Bruno. No one knows where the mysterious Bruno, Elite Four member, is off training, apart from Ash's mum. Ash's mum knows where Bruno is because this is someone she knows about and is involved with, and explains why he's not at home so much, because he is off being a world-class Pokemon trainer. It's in the same way that she looks at Ash and goes, you're the apple of his eye, is because they are like really similar. I think the combination of genetics, cartoon logic, and personality traits, as well as symbolism for the fact that Bruno is the first person that Ash sees on TV, is enough to convince me. However, I'm filming this right before the final episode comes out, and something tells me at least one of these three theories is about to get slapped in the face. But who knows? The one that can't be, and in my opinion is the best one that I've put the most research into, is the level of Ash's Pikachu. So, let's talk about Pokemon levels. Do they exist in the animated series? Short answer, yes. There's a quiz show where James from Team Rocket gets asked what move Slowbro learns at a particular level, and he says he can't remember, which is a joke because the move is amnesia, which means that levels exist and moves are learned at the same time as levels in the animated series. Wonderful. So Pikachu probably has a level, and I think levels are referenced elsewhere, like Paul releases a Star League because it's not a high enough level. I think in the School of Hard Knocks, they talk about Pokemon being a particularly strong level. So Pikachu has a level. And if Pikachu has a level, so too do other Pokemon. So now we've got to work out how experience works in the animated series. And sure enough, if we looked at Ash's Krabby, it is a Pokemon that he caught outside Bill's lighthouse, meaning it's probably around level 15 to 20 at the time that Ash catches it. It is a small Krabby compared to Gary's, after all. But hold on a minute, his Krabby only ever takes part in one battle in the Kanto League against an Executor and evolves from the experience from that one battle. This Executor will probably be somewhere around the early level 40s, given that Will of the Elite Four uses an Executor, and this is the point in the show that matches up with where that would be in the games. And a Krabby battling at that level does not gain enough experience to hit level 28 to evolve into a Kingler, meaning the experience gained by Pokemon in the animated series must be multiplied somewhat. In fact, the exact calculation is by 15.34 times the amount of experience. For every battle his Pikachu has in the animated series, the experience gained is 15.34 times. I used this back when I did the video originally talking about Ash's Pikachu level to assign a level to all of the Pokemon that Ash's Pikachu battles in the Indigo League, starting at level 5, to see if I could work out how much experience that he would gain and then apply that multiplier. And sure enough, Ash's Pikachu at the end of it all came out at level 68, which lines up so nicely with Pokemon Yellow, the game inspired by the animated series, because sure enough, your rival, who starts out with a level 5 Eevee at the same time that you start out with a level 5 Pikachu, ends the game at level 65, meaning this could be about right. It's a fun idea, it's a real stretch of logic, but then hang on, what does that mean for future generations? And what does that mean for Ash's Pikachu beating Leon's Charizard and then becoming the world champions? Well, you probably heard this bit of the theory too, but I want to reiterate exactly how solid this is. Within the first 2 episodes of every single new generation of Pokemon, for the longest time, Ash and Pikachu end up in some electrical shenanigans, we're gonna call them. In Hoenn, Pikachu is strapped to a giant electromagnet and depowered in some way. In Generation 4, there's a big Team Rocket explosion. In Generation 5, he's zapped by Zekrom. In Generation 6, it's a Lumiose Gym. And in Generation 7, it's something to do with Tapu Koko. I'm gonna get to that in a little bit of a moment. But first of all, we do know this. Pikachu's electrical power level and its level seem to be tied together somehow, and it is something that we see affected regularly in the show. For example, I mentioned the electromagnet causing Pikachu to generate a fever and become unwell, but also in the Hoenn arc, when battling Watson's gym, Pikachu is able to sweep against all of Watson's Pokemon, Magnemite, Voltorb, and Magneton, because it had become overcharged by battling a mechanical Raikou. So this is a common thing where Pikachu's level can just fluctuate. This can explain why Pikachu in particular could lose to a level 5 Snivy if it's not the Ash is a new Ash theory. And the last time that I could find that this seemed to have occurred was when battling Tapu Koko at the very beginning of the Alola saga. There, Ash has a Z Crystal that disintegrates for some reason. The reason given by Kiawe is that because Ash isn't ready for it yet because he hasn't completed an island trial. But why would that mean that his Z Crystal would disintegrate? On top of that, Pikachu's moves are doing nothing against Tapu Koko after it hits it with electric terrain, which is literally described as sort of fluctuating Pikachu's power levels, maybe as a result of this being Pikachu's first exposure to it, or the physical contact that Tapu Koko made with it in the battle, or maybe something to do with the Z move, the electric type Z move for the first time. This was the last time that Ash experienced some kind of electrical shenanigans with Pikachu, again within the first 2 episodes of the new series, and it's happened every single generation since Generation 3 onwards, suggesting that at those points Pikachu's level is resetting to level 1, level 5, maybe at highest level 20. We've seen some Pikachu events that show Pikachu with his various caps at these different levels and at level 20. So what I want to do is then go through all of the battles in Alola from there on out and all of the battles in Pokemon Journey from there on out and determine the kind of like what would the level of the opponents be and what would the experience gain be and apply that exact same multiplier. That's what I'm going to do. That's what I thought I was going to do. I asked my Discord community for help and the incredible Fruit was like, oh, I've already done this. I've been doing this for years. Thank you so much, Fruit, who came up with a spreadsheet of every single battle where Ash's Pikachu KO'd an enemy or blasted off Team Rocket, and even some level suggestions in there. I went through and assigned some levels myself, and what I found really, really interesting is the opponents that Ash faces in the early Alolan arc, like Hariyama, for example, are kind of a struggle for Pikachu. Pikachu is only able to take out Hariyama with the use of its Z-move, and after Hariyama has already dealt half damage to itself using Belly Drum in this big Kahuna battle, Pikachu is really struggling at the beginning of Alola, not landing, again, any damage against Tapu Koko in that fight. However, skip forward a generation, go to Pokemon Journeys, Ash's Pikachu's first battle is against Team Rocket, where they use a Tyranitar and a Gyarados sent to them by Giovanni. These are probably around Giovanni gym levels, but specifically, Pupitar doesn't really evolve until level 55, which means that these Pokemon are probably all around level 55. Team Rocket Pokemon that are just being distributed for Team Rocket, and Ash's Pikachu is dealing with them by, like, quick attacking them and then just, like, one-shotting them or two-shotting them, which is wild. Pikachu of the Journey Saga is so competent, it must be a high level. He uses Pikachu against Bee's Hitmontop, and Pikachu just like dances around Hitmontop and has basically no issues. Hitmontop gets in one hit. That is the best it can manage. And sure enough, we know that Pikachu is a very high level at the end of Journeys because in all of his league battles, the win statistics for Pikachu are so much higher than any of his other Pokemon. His Pikachu is absolutely goated at this point. So, going through Alola, assigning levels to all of the enemies, the Team Skull Grunts, the Island Kahunas, the Trial Captains, the legendary Pokemon they battle, the League. I got an amount of experience from an experience calculator, multiplied that by 15.34 times, and then gave Pikachu that much XL candy, which, by the way, thank goodness so much for the experience candies that give a set amount of experience, because previously, like, I had to hack all of this in Pokemon Yellow years ago, and, like, this was so much more straightforward. And sure enough, at the end of the Alola Saga, just one generation in, Pikachu is around level 80. Definitely strong enough to be taking out some high